Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days, we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
We are ready with another day here from the studios in Copenhagen. We are at the Blast Fall Groups and we are getting closer and closer to getting some teams qualifying for the Fall Finals. Bubski, it's been a couple of days of Counter-Strike so far. Have you been impressed with what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think the favorites have delivered, so I don't think there's too much else to say than that.
Well, not too much else to say. Well, we can have a look at the groups and figure out what has happened so far the past couple of days and what will happen for the future of the upcoming days as well. Group A is more or less concluding to a point where we saw Spirit winning both the games relatively convincingly. We saw Heroic do a good job against Complexity, beating them with a stand-in. They now find themselves in that lower bracket matchup. Unfortunately for OG, they were eliminated yesterday, couldn't really get it done.
No, but they actually had a decent group. They had a chance of actually making it, especially considering the circumstances of Heroic having a stand-in. But the rightfully second place decider between Heroic and Complexity is here.
That should be an interesting game. Maybe Dexter will show up, maybe he won't. We'll have to wait and see about that. Group B as well, a dynamite group, dare I say it. Vitality was struggling a little bit in their opening game versus Gamer Legion, but they made quick ends of Astralis yesterday, booting them a spot into the Saturday game where they can qualify for the Fall Finals. Unfortunately for Gamer Legion, despite playing well against Vitality, they fell short against Falcons 2-0, and now Falcons and Astralis will face each other in that lower bracket matchup. Any big surprises here?
I mean, I think the Gamer Legion one, I think surprised people a little bit to see that they were actually able to compete against one of the world's best team in the form of Vitality, but this what probably be the bracket if many people had to decide it before going into this tournament. Falcons Astralis once again gonna play that local Danish derby, so it's gonna be interesting.
It should be interesting. It should be fun. We also have some predictions from yesterday that we can take a look at. And given that everything has been going relatively smooth, you know, there's not that many people who didn't get the predictions correct. I will argue, you know, that we were split between Falcons and Gamer Legion. Some people were split between Astralis and Vitality. I felt like I took a gamble with Astralis, but apparently you guys were with me on that one. Why are all of us picking Astralis versus Vitality?
Only due to the fact that the House of GGBet already went with the Vitality and Falcon, so I thought maybe there's some upset potential of maybe Astralis and Gamer Legion having a good showing.
Well, didn't really work out that way. However, we do have some plays of the day, the traded plays of the day that we may as well dive into. The first one is none other than Keto, showing that he's still got a little bit of fight in him. We have Keto on a third place with the AK-47 coming out middle, doing a double entry. And, you know, overall, Keto didn't have a great tournament, but he did have a decent play yesterday. We're not going to see more of Keto. We're not going to see more of OG. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it, but at least he got a highlight for himself.
Yeah, and a guy who's used to making highlights, right, all the time. Device, maybe not as much when he took in the in-game leader role, but he's so decisive in his way of playing, right? He was actually one of the main reasons why Astralis pushed Vitality all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's great to see Device back. Great to see Device playing good Counter-Strike, and great to see him picking up the AWP, the in-game leader of Astralis. Sontics winning play of the day, and he does that in quite some fashion, let's put it that way. With the AK-47 right here, he's being flashed, and he decides to just run off the wall. You know, death from above, death from below. I'm not sure what Sontics was doing right here, but I guess Shoes' flash right there was the game changer. You can even see the in-game chat right here, having a bit of fun with it. And I guess Sontics, you know, had a great game yesterday, and sometimes you can allow yourself to do some stupid stuff.
Yeah, especially when you're on the best team in the world, right? There's a little bit more error that is able to be played within the server.
Yeah. Well, we do have a lot of action coming up today. We have today's schedule entering in front of your eyes right now. As you can see, quality games all across the board. The late game of the day is Liquid versus Virtus.pro. You have Big taking on NAVI, G2 taking on NIP. But before all that, we have Cloud9 taking on FaZe. They all play to qualify for the fall finals. So a lot is at stake. You should definitely grab your ticket so you have a chance to see some of these players emerging on your screen right now. Cloud9 entering the building. Cloud9, a new roster, a new lineup, a new prospect, a new future perhaps for this lineup coming into Copenhagen, and a new looking Boomich as well. It's been a while since I've seen him look that good, you know. He's slimmed down a little bit, and a player with a lot of vista for the game, a player with a vision for the game, will have to take on FaZe Clan today. Kerrigan and the boys from FaZe Clan. Boopski. It's a star-studded roster. Likes like Rubs, Brokey, Kerrigan, you name it. Stars all over across the planet. But they haven't been playing good Counter-Strike for quite some time. What is going on in the FaZe camp?
Good Counter-Strike is a statement, right? I think they've actually shown great resilience throughout 224. There's just like the lack of killer instinct, as Kerrigan said himself, right? There's a lack of trophies in their cabinet, and that's the main issue. They've been playing really well considering all the circumstances within the year, but of course they lack that final cherry on top.
They do lack the final cherry on top, especially when you consider the group right here. Group C, FaZe, Cloud9, G2, NIP, and NIP that we will speak about later, who's getting better and better, and a very interesting prospect. Do you think FaZe Clan have what it takes in order to go through this group relatively easy, or will they struggle?
I mean, I think this is fair, right? Because of course they're not the top team that they once were, right? They have lost a little bit of their ranking, and now they're also facing a harder challenge in the form of groups. I think this group is very open. FaZe, G2, there's way too much quality in this one for FaZe just to sit back and relax.
I have a lot of questions when it comes to FaZe Clan, and that's why we had James Banks catching up with Kerrigan coming into the game.
Kerrigan, looking back at Riyadh, looking at the NAVI game as well, and just how the season started for you guys, does that knock your confidence at all?
No, I think our confidence has been knocked down a little bit end of the season, right? I think it's more about focusing on ourselves. Obviously, disappointing result, can't get around that. But it's more like the fashion we lose. We get back in the game, or we have a lead, and it gets a little close, and we don't manage to come on the final hurdle, right? I think that's where we lack a little bit of confidence. And yeah, I mean, 4 quarters in a row is not good enough for us, but we have to go back to basics and try to create a new trajectory to reach higher levels. And it's a good tournament here to kind of do that. We have one extra chance if we don't play the good one game, but overall the goal is to qualify here.
And in terms of that, you said like go back to basics. You were on boot camp as well after the World Cup, right? So you spent some time together to fix some things up?
No, we're not in boot camp. I think one thing we need to make sure is that we don't get overburdened from the beginning of the season, right? We could have maybe done a boot camp before the World Cup, but in the end, we have to make sure we are mentally ready for Cologne. That is one of the first goals of the season, and then obviously the major in the end of the season where we can really push forward with extra boot camp time and stuff like that. So I think it was most important for us to see the first month here. It's a lot of traveling, making sure we are doing what we can to not be burned out, and then it's always easier to push the button that instead of like go the other way around.
What's your feeling on the teams you have in this group for Blast?
I think G-Just played really good, right? They came out with victory in Dallas, changed lineup, looked pretty good in World Cup, almost won the tournament, right? So a lot of question marks come down to Cloud9. We have no idea about the maps. It's a good tournament where we can focus on ourselves, and I hate to give that answer, but that's basically how it is. I have no idea what maps Cloud9 are good at. So we have to learn our maps and play the best possible CS we can. And yeah, it's also good for us to be able to adapt on the fly, and which we really need in this group. And I think that's something we have been good in the past, and it's something we can try to improve on again.
He always seems very calm and collected, Kerrigan, when you speak to him, but I do want to challenge you a little right here. I do think FaZe Clan right now are struggling a little more than a lot of people would have anticipated. They're currently ranked number 6 in the world, which is the lowest they've been in 2024, and we have to go back almost a year and a half for them to find such a low rating, outside of the fact when they switched Twist with Frozen, where you obviously lose a lot of points. So my argument right here is that FaZe Clan, despite having shown decent consistency, decent Counter-Strike, they're not at the top level right now.
No, and I've always been a little bit of impressed by how Kerrigan can constantly revamp the same core of people, right? We see Rain, I'm sure like Rain, Brokey, and Robs must surely be one of the longest standing trios, but they are not able to execute within playoffs. And I just think it comes down to a lot of factors. I think 1, they're not as hungry as other teams. I think 2, I also, when I look at the team's individuals right now, we see Robs not having the best of his game. Also Kerrigan, we do have to mention it. I do think he's one of the best IGLs of all time. I think Twist in an interview just said he missed Kerrigan. I think that speaks volume, right? But individually, he's one of the worst in the top 20, right? So it matters a lot if your star players in the form of Robson there is not going to be playing to the certain level that you expect.
True, and that's a massive issue that Robs haven't been playing good Counter-Strike, and I think a direct consequence is what you see on your screen right now. Not a single top 4 placement for FaZe in the last 4 events of what they've been doing now. Coming into the groups right here, it's not necessarily an event you can win. The goal for FaZe Clan would be to qualify for the fall finals, and given how they've been playing, given the placements, given the opposition, given that you're raising concerns about Robs, where do you see FaZe Clan in this group, and where do you see them heading into Cologne, which is, I guess, even more important for them?
I mean, I like to challenge it a little bit. I mean, if you think the PGL major, just hypothetically, they won that, would you have said this season was a massive success?
No.
Okay, so we're still down. Okay, so it's the consistency of not placing high enough is what bothers you of FaZe not being good enough.
Yeah, I think for FaZe Clan, we can allow ourselves to have incredible high expectations given the history and given the consistency that it's shown us. I would argue that if they were to have won the major in Copenhagen, obviously Kerrigan would have had that on the belt, and you could argue this season had been okay. You know, it's been a good season, but it's not a season where they're dominating. And we have to consider as well, when CS2 came out, they were playing every single grand final. They were constantly going into the semifinals, constantly going into the finals. That hasn't been the case the last 4 events. So I'm curious, what's changed?
Yeah, I mean, I think the change is the guy we saw in the picture, right? The star players of Kerrigan's troops is not what they were used to be, right? And I'm also asking myself, are they really the same team anymore? Can they pick them up themselves once again? They did it with Twist towards the end of CS2. He got removed almost like before that even happened, and then they got in Frozen, and it's never really looked the same with Frozen. It's been good, but it's never been the same, right? And I also have a little bit of an issue with the role clashing between Frozen and Rain. They play a lot of the same roles. Frozen is a way more defensive type than Twist was, so it just feels like it was a a rough change. Like, I think, given that Twist was still on this roster, I think they would have been in a better place.
There's no doubt that Robs have been struggling a little bit, and I guess there's no doubt that FaZe are not currently playing their best brand of Counter-Strike, but as you said, it's still a formidable team. Now, going up against Cloud9, that's a team that, from the outside, it's very tough to give any initial impressions of.
Yeah.
You see the 5 players on your screen right here. It's been completely re-ramped. Obviously, a couple of the names we're very familiar with. Exile's been around for a long time. Boomage been around for a long time, but new faces are coming back into it. Inters rejoined the lineup, and then Heavy Guard and Icy. You look at those 5 players, you look at the Cloud9 lineup right now. What is your first-hand impression?
I mean, inside the team, the atmosphere must be so much better, right? Because they've sat here within that jersey with the pressure from the outside. Like, this is the super team of this region, right? They should be the best.
Sure.
They've gotten Shiro, they got Electronic, they got all these guys within the squad, and now they sold off all the pieces, right? There's no pressure on these guys. Maybe internally from Cloud9 there might be, but from the outside, I don't think many people expect Cloud9 to be like a top 5, top 10 team. So right now they have their balance to actually sit and practice and actually figure out how do they want to play. And with Boomage behind the driving seat, I wouldn't be too scared to see if they were actually able to make some good results.
It's a good point. I guess the expectations when it comes to Cloud9 are slightly lower now. We had James Bank catching up with Boomage himself to figure out what's going on in the Cloud9 camp.
Boomage, the last time you guys played was back in April. It's been a while, but you've had to rebuild the team completely. So can you just talk me through the process and what you guys have been through? Because it seems like quite a crazy journey.
Oh, we got the 2 weeks boot camp, you know, the new guys, and of course, first official match. I just want to have the new emotions because new guys and our I think, result will be really interesting for us because, you know, it's first official match, and for Heavy God, first LAN match was 0-13. Yeah, and you know, I'm really happy. It's good atmosphere, and we want to do our top 6. We will try our best, and for me, it's still interesting how we will play.
How did you come to the choices of IC, Heavy God, and Inters? I know Inters obviously used to be on the previous Cloud9 roster, but it wasn't under you. So just why did you make these picks?
I don't know what to say about it. You know, this guys is insane. That's all I can say.
Okay. How much were you involved in the choices? Was it like between you and Groove?
Yeah, it was like team talk with Exile as well and manager. We have a lot of guys, but we picked these guys.
I like Boomage, you know. I like when James is speaking to Boomage. He always gives good interviews, good answers. And as you said before, you feel comfortable having Boomage running the show? You feel comfortable having Boomage being the in-game leader of the new Cloud9 project?
I mean, I think he's a guy who can attract talent.
Yeah.
I think he has a track record second to none in this region particularly. I'm also not sure if he's actually scared of this opportunity to like rebuild once again. I think he did it with 1 win again, and he got picked up by Cloud9 to build the super team. So it's not a common thing for him to do. I think he has actually really good pieces. I think both Boomage itself has so much experience that he can actually share to the younger guys now that they've actually gotten a couple of new faces.
Speaking of attracting talent, one of the talents they have attracted is Icy, a player that we became familiar with during the RMRs, some of the qualifiers. We've seen his stats, we've seen his abilities on the server. What is your impression of Icy, and do you think that's a player who can help Boomage to fulfill this project?
I mean, he must step up to a certain level, right? Early days to actually expect him to dominate this stage, but I think people forget back in the days like a couple of months ago when he played for Amcal, when he played for the RMR, he did so well.
Yeah.
I think many teams poached him. I even know NIP talked to him, but the thing is that in the meeting, he didn't speak English. Like, they sat there trying to like, hey, and then he said hey, and then it's probably stopped there because he's not able to execute anything in English. So it's so great that he's actually on a native speaking country or like native speaking team here where he can actually develop further.
Sounds like he doesn't really have a choice to be completely honest. It'll be interesting to see Icy take on FaZe Clan. We also have some predictions for today's games. All of us talent and you guys out there as well can obviously join the fun. Again, you can see right here, everyone is pretty much aligned apart from Anders, who have one single goal for this tournament, and that is to be as absolutely awful at the prediction as possible. He went with Big, he went with NIP, he went with Cloud9, and then for some reason he went with the favorite according to us in Team Liquid. Why are we all picking Liquid against VP?
I think Liquid has the potential to upset, and therefore you can steal alive. I think that's the point.
Well, there's a lot to look forward for the rest of the day. We have quality Counter-Strike happening all over the place. Firstly, though, it is FaZe Clan taking on the brand new Cloud9 lineup. To bring you the action will be Anders and Henry after a short little break.
looking at Cloud9 specifically, though, I know you won't know anything about what they're doing. You've just said it yourself. Do you look at this more on trying to remember a bit of how Boomich would play and like his style of calling? Is that how you go into it?
I think a rebuild of 3 new players. Boomich play with an orb, Code with an orb as well. So I think relying on that is not possible. Haven't seen Exile play for months. How has he playstyle adapted? Maybe he playing some new roles. We have no idea, right? So what we just have to do is go in, analyze the first 3 rounds, how they're playing, what the game plan is. They have a lot of information on us. We don't have them. So it just comes down to us adapting on the fly. Like I said, I think it's a good way for us to kind of get back to the basics. I think that's where we are one of the best teams in the world, trying to find the solution on the fly. And that's a good game to do that, and we need to be sharp because I think they're coming with a lot of motivation, a lot of probation, and we just have to show we have better map pool, and that's basically it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of Blast Premier 4 Groups 2024. We've got Group C coming your way, and we've got some world-class teams to deal with, Anders. We've got FaZe, we've got Cloud9, G2, NIP, a spicy game to kick things off with FaZe and Cloud9. The new look at the new roster coming through for Cloud9. What are your thoughts? I saw in the predictions you think they're going to win today.
Yeah, of course they will. FaZe, you know, notoriously at the start of the tournaments, they're always a bit weird like that.
Oh, that's your rationale. Okay, so you feel like there's a bit of a honeymoon period for Cloud9, and FaZe might be a little bit intimidated, a bit scared.
Yeah. Also, I mean,
it's
the
not
odds,
the worst takeable.
They're obviously favoring FaZe, but it's not that bad. And like Kerrigan said, they don't have any information. They don't know anything about what this lineup is going to be like. I love the fact that Kerrigan mentioned Axile and his performance. Like, how is he going to adapt? Because I think at one point Axile was probably one of the best riflers in the world. And then obviously coming into CS2,
at one
kind
point I would agree with you.
Disappeared a bit, you know?
Yeah. I wouldn't say that that's still true today, but yeah,
definitely
at one
not.
point, like 2020, 2021, yeah, sure.
But this is going to be his comeback game, Henry.
This game in particular?
All right,
I'm on board. Yeah, I'm not saying maybe it could be. You never know. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big one. No stand-ins today, I'm afraid. These are full rosters, Cloud9 and their debut. We've got new players, Heavy God coming in from OG, Icy from Amcal, of course, and then former Cloud9 player Inter is making a return to the jersey. So we'll see how Ropt wants to kick things off. We heard on the analyst desk he hasn't been playing to his usual level this season, and that continues in the pistol round at least. Heavy God absolutely obliterates him with the P250. Nice opening kill. Pushing with the dualies, though, Andy. You don't see that too often. Like, push with the USP, you got a bit of range.
I think it's a bit of a fake, right? Because there's still 3 people at the B bomb site.
True, I get that's a nice point.
He might have been hoping that they were going to just...
Like, you're normally like camping in the B, like you kind of get baited in yourself. You're not normally the one to force the issue, but let's see how this one develops. As you mentioned, there are 3 CTs, so it might be a bit of a ruse. Icy to lead the charge. The Orpa will try and crack things open with his Glock, but here's Brokey. He's actually managing to find a couple, make it 3 headshots, Anders, and they've actually pulled it right back, 3-1.
Nobody even saw Brokey. He was just hanging out in the window. So 1 versus 3. Winnable for Inters. He's got time for it, but obviously the bomb no longer in his possession, so you can't really surprise them with where he's going to end up. They know he has to go and pick that up by the scaffolding up there. Down to 40 seconds, and it is a massive 3-way crossfire. He's playing it well enough. He knows that there's someone going to shoot him in the back, but instead it's Brokey finding his 4th kill in the round. All of them headshots. If it's going to be a Brokey game, that's bad news.
That's a 5-on-4 advantage. I think you're dead on. Like, it was maybe luring them into a false sense of security. We've got that kill on B. Let's go for a nice little mid to B split. Oh, wait, there's still 3 CTs in there. So, bit of an anti-strat. Like we said in the interviews, that they don't have any tape on Cloud9. This is literally their first game with this roster. So, the fact they've made that call, very impressive. It works out for them. No bomb planted. And you can see it's a full eco here. And a bit of aggression is what you'll love to see here on the CT side of Dust 2.
I also noticed they had no defuse kit in that pistol round, which I think if you weren't going to stack B can be very risky.
Right.
Imagine having to retake the B bomb side of the pistol round with no kit. You have no time at all to do that in. This is looking like a much quicker round. Axile somehow finding a kill. I think that was over on long, and Heavy God will find one as well. What's happening here?
It's fine. The HP is so low, they won't be converting these kills into a round. But still, we'll have some knock-on effects financially. As you can see, it's a pretty concise mop-up. Nothing to really write home about. A little bit concerning. They lost 2 players to the Glocks, but it does happen. Guns coming out in the 3rd. I don't think IC can justify the AWP as of yet. We'll see where we're going to go for a scout. I'd assume it'd be the AK-47. It's Dust 2. Might fancy the scouts, but there it is. It's going to be the rifle. As we get ready for the first gun round, we've got the Brokey AWP. Like you said, he had a bit of a flying start in the pistol. Those sort of players, the flashier ones, if they get a good start into the map, they're normally going to dominate and have the confidence to perform, especially on a map like Dust 2. We're going to take that long take, though, as he's got a decent spawn, taking a lot of damage en route. Inter's behind blue. Find some salvation there. So we've got the new box to jump up towards short. We're going to see how that kind of changes play at a pro level. It's going to be Rain to find the first kill on Heavy God. Down he goes. Nice opening frag, and they can kind of just reset their setup now. It's going to be towards long, where Cloud9 will challenge, and it's going to be Rain with his second, finding Icy on the cross.
Yeah, they're slowing them down so much with grenades, with flashes coming out. And now they got Brokey in position. I'll just re-smoke it. He didn't quite want to swing that, but this MP9 here could be doing a lot of damage. It looked like there was a chance there. Carrigan would have waited maybe just a second longer, but a 5 versus 3. I don't think FaZe need to be moving around too much. They can just kind of dig in here and wait. And the question is there even anything that Cloud9 can do right now?
Not really, Anders. They've got no utility to speak of. They've got a Molotov and a couple of flashes. They're locked in behind. So that player holding long doors, he's more than likely to get at least one. That's all he has to do at this point when they exit. It's going to be Rain. Nice angle. That's all he had to do. That's pretty much round guaranteed, especially when he mows them down like that. AK-47 going to work. Rain with an ace, I believe. He got 2 kills towards short and then 3 along there. So
did he really get all of them?
I think he did. No way. Think he did.
Sneak it in.
Don't want to do a scrawny here and call the fake ace, but I think it was.
No, you know, Reddit becomes really upset when you do that. So.
I think there it is. There's 2 there.
You're absolutely on point, Henry.
Okay.
Wow.
No mistakes yet. We got this.
Frag hunting.
That's nice. 6-0 for Rain.
Well, Axel just trying to get that shot with the Deagle. Not quite connecting. It is interesting to see some of the players that, again, used to have, like, you know, be pretty much on top of the world. Axel definitely being one of them. Rops as well. You know, seeing how they can adjust into CS2 a little bit more. Surely it'll happen eventually, but there are some players that have found it a little bit tougher, really getting into the swing of things.
It's weird for Rops especially. Like, the first, like, 3 or 4 events in CS2, I remember saying myself in, like, different interviews and stuff like that and on desks.
He's going to be the best player.
He's the best player in CS2 right now.
I remember that. You lied.
Apparently I lied, because, yeah, it seems like as of late, especially since they lost Quist, it feels like he really hasn't been performing to the same level. It's difficult to quantify as to why that is. But we just talk over this eco round for Cloud9. Not getting anything done here as of yet. If you're not aware, this is the new look Cloud9 roster, the debut of 3 players especially. Just Axel and Boomich remain from the previous lineup.
Brokey's on for an ace himself.
Yeah, dude, he's actually kind of killing it right now, isn't he?
Oh, I feel like Axel should have given it to him. You know, it'd be a gentleman thing to do, but it's going to be Rain out on long instead to pick up that one. Some nice deagle shots coming up from Cloud9, but really not more than that in this round. I must say, it's kind of terrible news for Cloud9 to see Brokey play as well as he is at the start here, because you already said it, like, he's such an impactful player.
In terms of Dust 2 as well, the AWP is by far the most important role.
Yeah.
So the fact he's firing on all cylinders, no slow start here for FaZe, which they are synonymous with, you know, like,
that is true.
It's FaZe Clan are known to go down 0-5, that's normally their thing. So the fact they've got a rare good start here is a scary prospect. I'm going to see Icy. He's just watching for the lower B crossover. I'm not sure how much vision he'll get. Anyone pushing towards top or middle, perhaps. He was boosted. Brokey's actually got control of lower B. This is a missed shot that's going to cost him his life almost certainly. Not going to capitalize upon it though. Deagle comes through. Should be the double kill here for Cloud9, but Brokey somehow gets away with 99 points of health. Rain pushing offshore. Keeps things at an even kill here. 4-4. Boomich down to 21 points of health. He's behind Xbox right now. And jump up towards shore. Brokey just thankful he's still alive after all of that. Nice shot from Rain. He's also in the zone, fully locked in.
That is sickening, yeah. That's one of those angles that can be very, very hard because the T's just seem to be able to duck down behind that wall all the time, and you're just kind of missing all the bullets, but not for Rain. He's 9-0 at the moment. Brokey's 9-1. So between the two of them, they're playing some pretty good Counter-Strike. And look at the rotation coming in. They're actually ready at the B-bomb side. Already 2 people there. Don't have that many grenades to hold them back, but they just need basically 1 kill apiece here, and they're going to be fine.
1 and done here is absolutely fine. It wouldn't be ideal. He's going to have some backup. He can just get 1 and survive.
my
Broke
God.
is going to take all the aggro regardless. He really is having a field day. Oh, he didn't reload the Deagle on the previous encounter. Shouldn't matter too much here. Icy with a difficult shot towards the car.
In any other world, surely he just stays outside the bomb site like a normal person.
And orbs the door, right?
Just doesn't run in with the AWP like it's a shotgun, but...
Oh, no, he's feeling it right now, though. The fact he even forgot to reload his Deagle, he had that kill with one more bullet. So that's unfortunate. But
I think, Henry, before you and I even got to cast Dust 2 when it was back in CS2, you were already telling me that some of the meta was going to be about pushing aggressively on the CT side in the middle.
Especially now, we've got that self-boost available in CT Spawn.
Even more so.
It's going to define how it's played. I think it's going to have a knock-on effect in multiple ways. You think about the avant-garde smokes that didn't really work in CS2. I think all of a sudden now, those are going to actually work because the higher box there, you can smoke on top of that. You actually cross over in the traditional CSGO way now. I'm interested to see if, especially Cloud9 will be dropping those sort of strategies today. For now, they have got a couple of smokes. They're making their way towards shore. Maybe we'll see something like that. Looks likely to be a mid-take, though. And you can see Frozen is set up perfectly for it. Not going to be giving them any close-range encounters where they can pick up an AK and kind of find momentum in towards the bomb site. They're playing it very passively, reading the economy well here. And they've got their two smokes. Let's see if they go for something like an avant-garde execution. If you're not aware, that's when you get the cross smoke on catwalk, then you drop on the boosted boxes as well, a smoke there, and then you try and get over towards the side with a couple of flashes. But time will tell. New ideas, a map that's evolving. I don't think we've seen the most out of it since it came back to the map pool. Got the player break now, some new rosters.
We're still seeing a lot of mistakes where people put up the smokes they used to in CSGO and forget that the grenades can blow them open. It's like people run over the cross at long and they just they forget that suddenly there's no smoke. So it's kind of interesting to see how that plays out. But
okay, so that's what people are doing now instead of avant-garde. So they're still doing it the same way. Interesting. Elevator smoke with the cross smoke itself. You can see it hasn't done too much for them just yet. 5 versus 4, but they're getting closer. The AWP, especially Brody, should be going down here if he continues to dominate here on the CT side. That rings true with the entirety of FaZe.
They're just stacking all the kills. Like every round, it's just like nobody else is being allowed to eat anything on that FaZe team.
Yeah, there's Brokey that's going to town. He's had that AK for a while now as well, and like you think Brokey's done at this point, they're going to trade him out. Of course, he gets one more for P250, guarantees the round. Rain mobs them up, you're right. It's just these two having an absolute barn burner of a game so far. Oh, I can't believe that. It's been a while since I've seen a good FaZe start. Like, it's a comprehensive victory. As we get into round number 7, 6-0. Carrigan, he hasn't even got a kill yet. He's like, guys, like, save some for the rest of us.
I know, like, kind of a boring game for the rest of FaZe at the moment.
Yeah, dude.
This is concerning, though, because Cloud9, obviously, they're on the T side. That's where you are allowed to dictate where the fights are, what the pace of the game is. Like, you've got much more control in a way than you do on the CT side, where you can kind of be left, you know, trying to find information, figure out where's the push, can we rotate around? Like, it could be a little bit more of a passive experience sometimes, but you're not seeing Cloud9 with that kind of forceful, you know, dictating the game at the moment. They're just kind of showing up and losing some of the fights, and then they have to try and scramble back in a 5 versus 3. It's a little bit of an issue. And also, obviously, the money has been a problem.
They've barely played around yet, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it feels like they haven't had a chance to actually execute or approach a bomb site with 5 players. This is the first time we've actually got some decent control. They still have utility. They're going to go for a run boost, but it looks things here. And bait the shot while Icy peaks. The grenade, if that's an HE, yeah, it's going to do a ton of damage. Boomage feeling the brunt of it. The current meta is you actually have multiple HEs in towards CT spawn.
Right.
Buy an extra flashbang if you have this much economy as well, and just have multiple HEs in there to keep bombarding the short area when they're trying to set up. So we'll see if that develops as the incendiary getting deployed. Here comes another HE. Oh, Anders, that one's going to sting like hell.
Ouch.
Another 30 damage inflicted to Boomage. Heavy got down to 65. That's going to be walking wounded. And Carrigan, that is lovely. Nice and snappy with the AK-47. Intez will pull one back, but he's down to 36 points of health. It's another 4-on-3 for FaZe Clan.
And Virtus, just 10 seconds, they can't even get the... I don't know why they're running out. I don't think they can make the bomb site with 10 seconds.
You're right, this is a bit of a shambles.
Yeah, like...
They couldn't even win the round. They were just like, okay, should we go lose some more AKs, I suppose, and run into B?
I only just, like, it was accidentally, I just checked the clock.
I'm normally like,
I don't think they noticed.
Like a hawk, yeah, you're right. I did not notice that. They're running out middle at 10 seconds. Even this was like a little bit squeaky bum time with 20 seconds on the clock. But yeah, here we go, 10 seconds, and of course someone has to swing out before that smoke. You need to get some intel as to what's going on, but this is an absolute battering from FaZe. So yeah, first tactical timeout. What have you got for us? They look a little bit out of their depth so far. This is their map pick as well, bear in mind.
Yeah, it sort of makes you wonder if they're trying to do like very deep strats with a brand new lineup. Like if
Maybe
Dust 2 is the ultimate map to not do that. Just
yeah, like to be fair, like they got some short control there. They just didn't really seem to do anything with it. They set up a basic execution, but like Carrigan didn't have to work too hard for those shots. Like he wasn't Molotov or flashed off. Like there was no pressure from long at the same time. It seems like they kind of just focused everything towards shore. Early days, they can still turn this around, I suppose. These sort of rounds, and you've got a couple of pistols in the mix, you kind of loosen up a bit more, take some more risks. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. Axel maybe going for that long take by himself. Waiting by the door is going to be flashed out. Nade's going to be landing nearby. Actually hits him for a pretty significant amount. No one exits out towards blue bin, though. Heavy God. Haven't mentioned him at all, though, thus far. He was the best player in OG.
Oh, yeah.
Great prospect for the future of Counter-Strike. We're waiting to realize his true potential. Can he do it in a tier 1 team?
Another from the
great opportunity.
endpoint.
Yeah, it's amazing to be playing in the Cloud9 jersey, but let me tell you, it comes with certain pressures and responsibilities. I can tell you that from first-hand experience.
Let's not dive into that, Henry.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why you even opened that box, but
yeah, people expect a lot, is my point.
True. Well, it is a minute on the clock, but you are right. Heavy Gods, you know, to be fair, it's the whole team, right? Nobody has more than 3 kills right now on Cloud9, and we are, you know, in round number 8, so they really have had almost no impact on the game whatsoever. Rain getting a little bit of spray on top, removing just the top layer of smoke there. Ready if there was going to be another one. Heavy God goes down, but they will catch Carrigan. It's icy with that AWP, and they are trying to put some pressure. Boomich, he's up at the window waiting for the smoke to fade and see if he can get that one kill they need. Rain, just with the help of Frozen, going to be able to get another kill. And it will be icy and Inters left. 2 versus 4 with 20 seconds. The bomb's in the middle, so again, probably not a winnable round.
With 20 seconds, yeah, you might be onto something, and Rob certainly is as well. Best weapon for that job. That's such a prime position for the org.
Yeah.
Like, it's built for that sort of spot. So, yeah, wins the duels, no problem. Cloud9 left looking at 6s and 7s. I'm afraid that they have yet to enter the game, yet to even have a compelling round. I'm not sure if that was a full investment. I saw AWPs and pistols and the like, but maybe they just saved a couple of weapons. But let's see what the cash is. They certainly got maximum loss bonus. Maybe another tactical timeout required here. So, yeah, got an okay by Galil's in the hands of 3, couple of AKs. Got so much breathing room now on this base side. You can see Brokey taking a few more risks. That's where he thrives. It's actually, is it Rob to the secondary AWP? I assumed it was Brokey, my bad. All right, Brokey's got the secondary AWP. Okay, like just 2, one of the most viable maps for a double AWP setup.
Yeah, he's given the AWP to Carrigan, so they still have 3 scopes. He's just said, all right, we're having actually so much fun. Let me AWP.
Wacky setup. I like it. Carrigan known to like the AWP and the Krieg.
It looks like they're just going to try and pop the B-bomb side. I think that's, again, just don't make it complicated. Don't run out of time. All you really need is one good entry for this strat to work.
Smoking in the doors by the looks of things. Not a lineup I'm familiar with, but you can assume that's where it's going.
A lot of damage through Rops, though. They'll pick up the first one. Boomich will be able to run him down. So, again, that's all you needed, right? A flash, get a little bit close to whatever rifle. Obviously, a little bit easier if it's the AWP because it closes the distance a lot quicker, but 4 versus 4. The bomb planted.
Axel's
a real chance here.
Going for the existence.
Oh, yeah.
The old classic, Anders. That's the kind of backstab you love to see. And now, Retail might as well go for this mode. You got 5 digits and a few players.
Yeah.
Time ticking away. It's looking like the first Cloud9 round. Smoke towards tunnels, though, suggests they'll consider this one as we wait for potentially a flash to come over.
I could also lock them in.
They're just locking them in. They're just making sure they take everyone down here. So even if they will win the round, they might lose everything going with it. We'll have a look. It's going to be the AWP making its way through. AWP goes down. They can't really grab it, can they? Oh, just about. Okay, nice work from Heavy God. Timed it to perfection. I thought it went inside the doors a little bit, but there it is, their first round. Nothing too flashy. Run the default, up towards B tunnels, smoke the window, smoke the double doors. In we go. Trade out the kills.
There's a very passive-aggressive way to
and you had
do
the
that
existence
round.
drop down as well.
Yeah. It's a classic, isn't it?
The backstab.
Just deciding, like, makes you seem a little bit bitter, doesn't it? It's like, I can't win the round, but we'll take all your guns.
Yeah.
But there's a good reason for it. It does work. They did survive with 2 players on the Cloud9 side, but still, it's their first round, and they obviously need to win the rest here on the first half. So they've got to make this an 8-4 scoreline. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They probably are anyway. Rops down below will take down Boomich and escape, giggling through the smoke back on his side of the map.
Yeah, it's very well played. You can see all his protocols there, pushing halfway up middle to check suicide, see if anyone's chilling there with the AWP. Confirm that no one's clearing middle, and Robs will find his second headshot towards Icy as well, the AWPer of Cloud9, looking very good for a 9th round here in a financial reset. As we hint for a 5 versus 2.5, Axel down to just 20 points of health. Oh, Carrigan, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had a chance to be in many fights,
Dude,
but
he doesn't even take any damage from that, and Axel's waiting for that particular push. That's with the M4 versus AK as well. That's kind of crazy. He wins that duel.
It's very well played. Heavy God and Inters, 2 versus 5 again. Just nothing about this seems winnable at the moment. The real risk here would be Carrigan sort of going down and then opening up into a 2-on-4, but again, it's
okay. The
such a long road.
chances Carrigan's had the frag when they've pushed 2 players up short. He hit those 2 bangers.
Yeah.
Now he's had key duels towards long and bottom and middle as well with great timings. He's nailed all of his shots. He has delivered every opportunity he's had so far, and he is playing a very smart spot at this stage. You won't see many CTs ever in T-Spawn, and it's actually going to yield a frag by the looks of things as well. This is wild from Carrigan. Oh.
Wait until time runs out. Make it.
Oh,
He's
yeah, hate
go
to
for
see it. It was so well played, and maybe he'll convert it. He was just protecting the AWP. Oh, he just pulls the trigger at the wrong time, and they're going to take the AWP into the next round. And they lost Rops's AWP as well. Okay, it's actually kind of all fell apart at the end there. But he did win the round.
They did win it.
So that was what Robs found Icy for his second kill. This was sick from Carrigan.
Yeah. That is such a shallow peek. He's almost backing off while he's shooting, or he
Yeah,
is.
really nice. But it's a little unfortunate they gave the AWP up at the end, because that means they now can buy around it. The maximum loss bonus, you can see they still get AKs for Lils. Tech 9 for Boomich, but yeah, with Heavy God on the AWP, surely give it to Icy. But, oh, he must have the long spawn. They'll swap it back over, more than likely.
How do you dig yourself? Like, obviously, every pro team in the world has had a game like this where just nothing is working. You're off to the worst start ever, but how do you resuscitate a game like this?
You can't. This map is over. It's done. But it's a best of 3. You know, like you just gotta just move on. Like it's a first game with this roster. Like you didn't anticipate Rops, Rain, Brokey, Carrigan. Everyone's performing at a very high level right now, which is rare for FaZe. Like at the start of a tournament, usually, I think we all know at this point, they always seem to fumble the first 9 rounds of a game.
It's their brand.
Then they wake up and they get like a 9-3, and then they kind of wake up a bit, and then they can close out the best of 3 just about.
Yeah.
This is a very rare occasion where we see them come out all guns blazing so early on. Heavy Gun applying pressure towards Carrigan. Can't find the killing blow though. Still a 5-on-3. Carrigan just trying to buy as much time, rot the clock before he goes down. He wants to do some damage before they finish him off. T's have a couple of smokes, a Molotov, but with 2 waiting on the side, Carrigan patrolling long, making sure they can't peek from the crossover. It's very difficult. They have to take care of Carrigan now, and how are they going to do that?
Yeah.
The smokes.
Again, there's so much hesitation going on right now. It makes you very nervous watching this. Down to 17 seconds. One mistake here, especially with the bomb that close to the ledge. You've got to be careful it doesn't fall into CT spawn, because that can happen, and you don't want to be in that position here. 8 seconds, you're right, getting close. No scope by Brokey, and he's going to try and go back-to-back no scopes. They'll still win the round, but it tells you something about what frame of mind Brokey is in. He's just playing for the show now.
Icy died after time as well.
Yeah.
No money. So he's got $200. He's like, please fist bump me, bro. I'm struggling, please. Not the best debut. It's a bit rough out there. Happens when FaZe are playing like this. I don't think there's no like obvious flaws in their gameplay. It's just everyone is nailing their shots. The setups are pitch perfect. They're adjusting. They're being aggressive at the start. They've conditioned them to be worried of lower B. Yeah, so this is the final round of the first half, ladies and gents. Do not adjust your sets. It is 10-1. in favor of FaZe on their opponent's pick of just 2.
But Brokey and Rain still getting about half the kills that have actually happened. Like, they've got so many.
Dude, they've been absolutely
Rain has
walloping them.
Yeah, Rain has 18, which is the same as Karrigan, Frozen, and Robs combined. So, just to say,
Rain normally knows to show up in the big games on the stage. Like normally, group stage is a little bit quieter.
Yeah, he wants a crowd, you know.
A few anomalies here.
Well, this is a nice start. Good job. Headshot from Icy in the middle takes down Brokey. It's got to start somewhere, right? Even if the map's probably impossible to recover, just try and get some of the individuals a little bit fired up, and don't let FaZe walk out of this map just laughing their way into the second on Inferno, which, by the way, is in FaZe's map pick as well. This is Cloud9 that picked the map. So,
well, looking good for 10-2. Not a done deal by any stretch, but let's see what they can do with it. Now, this is what you want. You want pressure from short and long end.
Yes.
You want to make sure they're overworked. Like, they have to be mindful of both positions. They need to be active, so that flash will enable a swing, but you can see that it's overwhelmed on the bomb site, and it's going to be a nice finish. I would have loved more of these to kick things off. They did get the AWP pick at the start. Certainly is beneficial to thinning out the defense, but it looks like at least we have a game on our hands. So 1 round, it's definitely GG. 10-2, however, win the pistol, find some momentum yourself. You probably won't be winning the game, but you can make it a lot more competitive.
yeah, I think a map like Dust it can invite the kind of crazy comebacks at times if you really lock it down. But obviously, we need to see that before we can even really start entertaining that question here. Nice shot from Heavy God and Icy. Look at the last kill of the half. So brilliant start here for FaZe. They love a 10-2 in their favor.
I would say that gaming is I would say, very good school. It taught me a lot of things. Dedication, responsibilities. You could say something to wake up for every day. I'm David Czernianski, also known as Frozen. So I grew up here in Bratislava. I was born here. This is my hometown, you could call it.
Chilling at the den, enjoying Bratislava.
Childhood was, you know, I think pretty casual, I would say.
Bol taký hyperaktívny.
When I was like 7, 8, I remember more being outside. I was doing hockey, I was playing football. We were competing in some small local kid tournaments, having the spirit for competitiveness. I was kind of always around the games, almost from the get-go, you could say.
On hodiny strávil, keď brat hral a on pozeral. To dokázal tam hodiny sedieť a čakal, kedy ho pustí. Takže vždy bolo, že môj veľký brat samo.
Watching my brother play the video games and wanting to be like him in a way.
Tak jeho sen bol, že počítač potrebuje. Čiže na Vianoce dostal počítač. A vtedy to začalo.
One, two. Wait, fake.
O tej hre vôbec nič, len proste dvere, tak na obrazovke krvavé steny, tak proste ako moc som nebol nadšený z toho.
I remember watching some frag movie from 1.6 and I saw a Slovakian player there. I remember something clicked in my head and I was like, maybe I could one day be in a video like this as well, you know. It has been something that I was dreaming about before, and you know, suddenly it was a reality. I knew it's something that I cannot just, you know, waste. Ever since that day, I always made sure that I'm worth my place.
Executions finish the job. AI says 70% swung to 40 because Frozen just had shots and pieces together the clutch. Here the cross the barrels goes to the monster kid. And he gets a goal.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are locked in to Group C here at Blast Premier Full Groups 2024. The opening game finds us with FaZe versus Cloud9, a debut for the new Cloud9 roster, and not the best look so far. It's their map pick, Anders, and they're 10-2 down. I don't think there was anything massively flawed in their game necessarily. Just FaZe just look like they're on another level right now.
Yeah, with Brokey and Rain kind of crushing all opposition in front of them for the first 10 rounds in a row. Like what
everyone's nailing their shots.
Yeah.
Like every duel we've seen, it seems to be going in one direction only. And we'll see if Cloud9 can pick up a much-needed pistol. It goes without saying this has to be a win. We'll say it anyway.
Yes, Axal will land the first shot here. I said this was going to be his comeback game. We're a little bit away from that at the moment, but, you know, it's a start. They decide they don't really want to go out long, and that's probably a good move for FaZe. If they had, there would have been 3 people waiting for them, and it's kind of hard. There's a huge choke point, obviously, and in a pistol round, you don't have all the grenades to get rid of that corner. So now they're backed up on short instead. There is an HE here on Icy. See if he can find the timing for it. I think it lands a little bit behind them, so not necessarily the grenade making the difference here. Oh, Axal again. That was a fadeaway shot. He's looking for one more here, but it'll be Boomich to find the head. But the bomb is planted. Frozen on his own here. He's going to try and see if he can defend the bomb site. It is highly unlikely. So he had to get the ace with the Glock, and that's not going to happen. Axal with 3 kills instead. But the bomb plant for FaZe is not half bad. I must say, that little interview that we got with Frozen just coming into it here was very cool. I enjoy that, like him seeing him, like, you know, another person frag movie wanting that. I have a similar memory once. I had there's one news article once, probably can't be found anymore on the internet, where somebody did like a match review of a game that I played in. And they were like, ooh, like Danish AWP player Illusion. That's my nickname.
All right, cool.
Like, you know, did well on A-Long or something. Yes. that lived in my mind for so long. So like, I totally
remember when,
get
like,
it.
the first British players played at CPL, like 4 Kings.
Yeah.
Like, that for me was the same sort of thing. I was like, I want to be that guy. I want to be the one everyone's talking about and supporting, like,
obviously, unlike
representing my country.
You or Frozen, I didn't make it that far, but the story's a bit different, but you know, still.
Well then, it is going to be the Force Spy, Curtis. Oh, or is it? No, actually, it's not. I actually tell a lie. It's a bit of a partial investment.
That's interesting, though.
So Brokey has been given a Galil. He's got Kevlar as well. And so they're going to try and get the bomb down again, ideally. Try and just get a few kills here. Like, they don't need these rounds, like, considering they've got such a huge buffer.
Right.
So much breathing room here. Like, I guess this is not really required. So they'd rather, like, win this game. Okay, it's getting a bit dicey. Okay, it's fine. I was going to say, if Boomich goes down there, that might be a chance to lose the round. But it was essentially an eco. They brought out a hero Galil, if you will, just to kind of thin the herd of Cloud9. They get 3 kills, so it did exactly what it was designed to do. And they'll have a nice loss bonus now to have a full gun round. If they win this follow-up round, due to the damage they've done to the Cloud9 economy, it should be an open net at that point to put it in. But that's if it all goes to plan. This is a very important round. The money will be very tight, as you can see, for Cloud9. $50, $50, $100, $450,
yeah,
$1,300. So kind of another must-win sort of situation. You'll have $1,400 loss bonus if you give this one up.
I think it's fun, though, to see FaZe be a little bit creative with the economy, because
it's exactly that's how you play it by the book. You don't see it too often, actually, and they're playing it by the book.
Here we go. Running right through the flames. Brokey trying to close the distance against Inters. He's going to be able to get the kill. And that should open it up. It's just Heavy God alone on the bomb side, and they surely know that. I say just, but what a headshot. What a spray down. 3 kills for Heavy God. Ready to battle on with the USP. He gets another dink. He almost could have had that one. But I think Frozen with the AK on the other side, maybe just a little bit too much. A 2 versus 3. And the bomb at least is going to get planted here, but through the smoke. It's Axal to find Carrigan. Frozen. What a shock it would be to Cloud9 if he wins this one.
Certainly capable. Been a while since we had one of those massive Frozen clutches, but this one's setting itself up quite nicely. Again, if you can just bring it down to a 2v1, 1v1, just keep them real modest. It's absolutely fine with the loss bonus accumulating, the bomb going down. That's fine. The fact he gets one and just keeps them on their toes here. Nice work from Cloud9. Disciplined retake there. And we said it was a must-win round, and they managed to convert it, no problem. A little bit tight on the defuse. They did have a kit there available, but it was absolutely fine either way. And here we go. This game's starting to get a little bit more interesting.
But that was Heavy God doing all the work.
He actually killed it. Yeah, he got like 3 kills here, right? He gets an opener. He's a very proficient rifler. Comes from OG, was undoubtedly their best player.
Yeah.
You can see them struggling this tournament with the stand-in situation. Got knocked out yesterday, actually. Did a reasonably good showing, I suppose. They won a map against Complexity, right?
They did better than I was expecting, I'll say that much. Wow, well, Scout on Carrigan. Again, they could do a little bit of damage. Cloud9 still don't really have any money in the bank, like you pointed out, just down to 2 in that last one. So if they can do some more in this one, I mean, they can keep them low all the time. It makes the comeback so much harder for Cloud9. But speaking of comebacks, I mean, it is a 10-5 scoreline. It's still not a great position to be in, but it looks winnable, whereas at the end of the first half, it kind of looked like it was never going to happen.
They definitely could have got a buy out of this one. They could have had a mixture of AKs and Galils, but they wouldn't have had the Brokey AWP. And I think Carrigan's mindset now is just like, let's just keep applying this pressure.
Close it out.
Close it out with our gun rounds, instead of trying to steal these rounds away and being a little bit compromised. So I think he's the ones to get the AWP online, AKs across the board. Still fine, still plenty of breathing room here, but slowly but surely, Cloud9 are gaining some purchase here on Dust 2 defense. Okay, this is actually a big round. We're going to have to see Inter step up here. Doesn't work out whatsoever. That might be enough to pull the save early on. I think it is. So there is a round stolen away.
You mentioned Existence earlier.
Yeah.
Drop down.
Yeah.
Existence is some real old school lore, but at one point Existence, I think, found a solution to this mid split, which was pushing the CTs in the B bomb site into Upper Dark.
Sure.
Basically attacking into the part of the T attack that was coming from Upper Dark. Because the problem is when you're inside of the bomb site,
you have to reclaim territory. You can't just sit there.
Crazy,
right?
yeah. And it was so cool to see. Like, obviously, Existence was legendary for the strategy side of the game. But I remember seeing some of those games where I thought, like, wow, this is a really smart idea. Obviously, it's risky. But sometimes the T's, if they're in Upper Dark, like, they're waiting for their mid push to come through, and they're not ready for somebody to be rushing them down. They're like, oh shit! Like now we're you know. I think it's a smart solution because you can see for Inters, I don't know what he's meant to do. I mean, it's unfortunate that Heavy God dies here, but there are so many angles coming at him, and they're pushing him from behind as well. He can't possibly win.
Arguably, he needs to be inside the double doors.
Yeah, maybe
because then you can get your kill, and you're not going to be ran down like that. That's the only hole you can poke in there. If you got 2 kills there, we'd be saying what a great play. But yeah, like if we're looking like how he could have done better there or just survived, playing inside the double doors might have been more beneficial. But got ran down with the pistols, and that's a huge round. You can see how it's affected the economy. We're saying they were just building into that rain, pushing through the smoke. Finds Boomich early on. Lots of control now for FaZe. This is the nightmare with CT. You have to start reacting. If you lose long so early on, you need to reclaim territory. That's what they're trying to do towards short. They cannot afford to be pincered here. You've got Robs holding up a B. A very common reaction would be to push the tunnels as well. But they're just biding their time here, bleeding out those CT resources, making sure when they do make their final commitment, they've applied enough pressure across the map that they've expended the majority of the CT utility here. Looks to be a long take eventually. 3 players there. Robs will sacrifice control of upper B, feeling like he's showing some presence, and they're not exactly sure it's going to be an A finish here. You can see they've got 3 players to the B side of the map, because the only round FaZe have got so far is that mid-to-B split. Oh, massive Molotov as well. You can see we've got 1 player defending the entirety of the A bomb site for 5-7. It's going to be Icy actually pulling 1 back. That's not bad at all. That was towards middle.
Yeah, but the problem is still this 1-5-7 here for Axile. It's going to be very hard to make this work. Carrigan ready for the turnaround here, but he won't get shut down. Nice shot from Icy. That's not necessarily that easy to pull off. 2 versus 3. There is going to be a bomb plant, if nothing else, here for FaZe. There is a kit on Icy as well and a smoke, so if they get onto the bomb site, they should have a really, really good shot at doing this. And they're pushing 2 people out long. Brokey, though, is what they're going to be running into. He doesn't really seem ready for it. The flash, though, and the spray looks good, and it's going to be Rain going down last. Icy having a beautiful round here. Slow start for him and everybody else really on Cloud9, but 14 kills.
Dude, that was going so well for FaZe. They get the opening kill, all that long control.
Yeah.
And we're waiting for the reaction to come through. Never really got it. Icy started finding some picks, forced their hand. And yeah, the synergy doesn't really come through. Like even with Carrigan bringing into the 4 versus 3, that's what happened. I was wondering, so it looked like it just collapsed out of nowhere. Like definitely not a lucky frag from Happy God, but certainly fortunate. Going for that long-range AK straight towards the smoke, you get a nice headshot through it. Not necessarily sustainable, but you'll take it all day long. So that's a huge round. They're definitely like back in the conversation of taking this map now after suffering a 10-2 deficit in the first half. Money's still good after winning the partial buy. The FaZe, bear in mind, they wanted like single AK and a few pistols. So they got plenty of money, but no Brokey. Icy starting to come to life, starting to show his value here. 15 kills. Top of the board.
What an experience. FaZe they can't play an easy game. Doesn't matter if they start well or bad, like they're gonna find a way to make it interesting. And we appreciate that. It does make it a lot more fun to cover their games, but I'm sure it's maybe a bit stressful for them, just knowing you have to struggle at some point in every best of 3. Icy in the middle just deletes Carrigan. I don't think he even saw what was happening there. 5 versus 3 all of a sudden, and it's getting very interesting, Henry.
Yeah,
we were ready to move on. We were like, what?
No, this is going to be a good game now. They chose this map for a reason. Didn't really get going to the level they would like in that the first half, I should say. But we'll see if they can fend off little B split here. What a smoke, well read. They've absolutely owned them. You can't just all go for the window, you'll get mowed down.
Trying to make the way through. The timing's actually a little bit good there. Heavy God was just looking away, I think, as Robs came through the smoke, so there was a chance there to make it through. Still is a 2-on-3. 35 seconds. Rops and Rain. With Rain playing the way that he is right now, that's got to be considered a big problem. I think it's Boomich trying to push Rain here in upper dark, and he just goes for it. Reads it so well. Boomich gets deleted. Some trouble coming the way of Cloud9. Smoke, he's just going to push in front of it. I might just wait inside of it. Rops on the other side to call the information, to pull it out when Rain needs. So there's a headshot, and now it's just Icy pushing with the AWP. He's going to get the shot, but Rops is mind-gamed him on this one. Oh, actually, he's not. I can't believe it, Rops. He wins that 9 out of 10 times, but Icy pulls it back instead.
If he just didn't peek, I think he wins.
Yeah, 100%.
He actually didn't have the read that Robson made it out. He was considering his options, and Robs tries to get a jump on him. He's hoping he's pulled out the knife, going for the bomb to tap it. And that's unbelievable. What a round from Icy, making a name for himself here in the Cloud9 jersey. Let's have a look. I don't think he was even considering the window. Yes, a straight up flick. Whoa. And you can see he was pretty far from the bomb as well. So I think Robs, yeah, if he just even toys with the bomb a little bit, he probably comes out on top. Tries to peek before he gets near it, and it's a deficit they were recovering anyway. I think it was a 4 versus 2 to kick things off there.
Yeah.
4 versus 3. They managed to bring it down to a 1v1, not the end of the world, but they'll be getting frustrated and not closing out some of these closer rounds.
Well, especially because we just talked about this. They made economic choices at the start of this half to not try and close it out with Mac 10s and Galils. They really wanted the weapons, and that was one of those rounds where you say, well, that maybe could have been it. IZ taking down Carrigan, playing in what at one point in time was called the Fox position.
Yeah, true.
Named after Dozier's brother, I believe.
So, what kind of execution towards A do FaZe have at their sleeve? When you line up there, you're normally just doing the cross smoke. Icy is looking dangerous.
4-round gap. Yeah, Icy's he's hitting Rain and Brokey numbers. Actually surpassed Brokey at this point in time. 19-11 scoreline. Drop down into CT spawn, obviously going to be heard. And Rain actually taking a fair bit of damage even.
So they'll be aware. They'll be looking to fight him in towards spawn. Challenging as the smoke fades, however. So unlucky.
Yeah, he knew, but he just didn't have the mechanics to do it. Ooh, that was such a lineup for him. He took his time with it, but he still couldn't land a shot. Boomich and Inter's now up in the windows. A double headshot for him, and they will win the round again. I mean, this is... I can't believe what we're seeing. They're actually bringing this game back.
Oh, they absolutely are. Even with a missed shot from Icy, you thought that might be it, but it was already a 5-on-4. And they can't breach the B bomb site. Inter's mows them down. They've had a good understanding where they're being split on the CT side. They seem to have very nice protocols. They're not just pushing towards the tunnels. They are saving a smoke to kind of funnel them through the window. This time being more combative, and actually taking them down no problem there. Very impressive from Cloud9. Starting to show their worth here. A 10-2 first half, and now they are right back in this game.
I wonder if we're going to see a kind of round out of FaZe that Carrigan loves to do, where it's him in the front with a Mac 10 jumping through and just kind of creating space for his team. That's what he does really well in certain situations. So a lot of ways you could play that, either on short or just a straight B rush, or some sort of timing on the B bomb side. But just having Carrigan make that work could definitely be interesting. All right, focus is still there for FaZe, but obviously, like you said, a bit of frustration.
Yeah, pressure started to mount now. Like this Vegas was pretty much an open net at one point. That first half, you just think it's a matter of time before we close this one out. Now, it's getting a little bit uncomfortable. You're on an eco, essentially. Here. 1 Galil, a few pistols, got some long control, admittedly. The one round they've won so far was with this sort of buy. It was 10-2 first half, bear in mind. Won't be this one though. Boomich going to town on them. 4 kills from the in-game leader as Axel closes things out there. That's a lovely round there. And now we've got 11-9. Money back in favor of FaZe. They'll have a decent buy overall, but this is a 2-round game all of a sudden.
Wonderful. Closing that angle, just never really overpeaking that one. We're down to 2 rounds of difference here. Money, not amazing on the Cloud9 side, but good enough that they can make it work. FaZe struggling to make things work here on the second half. Really can't believe what I'm seeing. 10-2 first half, and now they've almost lost that edge. It's going to be a push out long, it feels like. The bomb has actually dropped a little bit further back, so they're not fully committed to it, but with the position on short here, you have to assume that's where they're going to end. Brokey flashed out of that, otherwise probably easy kill. If they can't get short control, then this long push is going to be dead. Axel gets traded, and Boomich. Can he fight Brokey? I don't think Brokey wants to go for it.
He's going to go join his comrades towards long. They've actually got some open passage here to actually make their way towards the bomb site. They did get sprayed down before, Anders, and it's happening again. This time it's Icy to find Rob. So that's so frustrating. They're trying to get across like quietly and efficiently. But bear in mind, CTs can jump up in those CD spawn box now. Looks like a bit of a mess.
Oh no.
From FaZe, and no one's really crossed. The smoke's now expired. Just gonna get a scrappy plant in there. The bomb will go down, and now it's Carrigan left in the 3 versus 1. The way he's playing right now, you never know, but not gonna happen. Double digits for Cloud9. Pretty easy victory towards the end of it. FaZe look a little bit ruffled out there.
It's really hard to explain when you look at how the opening part of this game was. It was so one-sided. They just had absolutely no kills on the Cloud9 side for, I dare say, the first 8 or 9 rounds. They got nothing done.
Dude, this keeps happening on the cross. Every time they have this full long control and open bomb site, the moment they go over, these long-range sprays out of nowhere just find a massive kill. It turns the tide of battle each and every time. Let's see, they just want to get out of here now, and even with the plant and the loss bonus accumulating.
Here we go.
Taking another one, an eco that is, and we're just going to be rushing B-boys. In we go.
I love it. This can absolutely work. I mean, it's famous for a reason. Inter's trying to turn around for the flashbangs. He does get one, but it's immediately traded out. Icy up in the window. Very important shot there just to thin them out before they try and plant the bomb. Nice shot from Rain in the middle. 3 versus 3, and they shall get the bomb hunt at the very least here.
Oh no, Robs.
Yeah, take it easy. Oh, he's still going to be able to catch it. Axel kind of caught sleeping there.
I think that's getting CS2'd when you get that sort of bug and you're trying to jump up, but it actually might have helped him out in terms of the timings.
Yeah.
Some way, somehow. This could be for map point for FaZe. Rob steals one away with the Mac 10 after fumbling a couple of the jumps up. See whether they can retake the bomb site. Icy's been playing unbelievably well. He's had to sneak through the smoke. Time is ticking away here. The bomb going at some pace. Icy needs to make his move now, but looks like they won't be converting this one. That's the kill that matters. And that alleviates a lot of pressure for FaZe. They win with the pistols and the Mac 10 as 2 players are going to survive. Yeah, all right. So now they've at least guaranteed overtime, which probably is going to happen, but let's think so.
To be honest, that's also probably with a brand new lineup for Cloud9. One of the hardest things to do is to retake that B bomb site. So having the protocols to figure out like who's watching what, like what are we doing? Are we all retaking from middle, or is someone going off a dark? Like what's the plan here? That might be something that that they just are not quite ready for. That worked out brilliantly. They've got 2 chances here, FaZe, to end what they started. They've been playing a great dust too, but obviously on the T side here, it's been a real struggle to find the remaining rounds.
It's a massive nade.
Devastating grenade, yeah, you're right.
Nails frozen. Rocks his bow. I can see they've actually pretty desperate times here for Cloud9. There's been so many close rounds that have been clutched out. They've got 3 MP9s at map points here. Like, if ever there was a chance to close out a game for FaZe, this would be it. Couldn't ask for much more than this. Problem is, Ice has got his AWP, enters.
Uh-oh.
He hasn't got a bomb site anymore. He's left B wide open after being dropped by the AWP, and that should be enough for GG. We'll see.
Yeah.
Heavy God, if Carrigan checks him, it's all over. And he does. Well done to the in-game leader. It's going to be Carrigan pretty much confirming the victory here. They know one player's at least towards long. Frame going down doesn't matter too much. They're so far removed. It's map point. Icy towards Shore. I can't even build you a concept of how they win this one, Anders. It's going to be just a formality at this point. Maybe padding some stats because unless FaZe throw it, which is getting there. That's the kill. Okay, should be absolutely fine. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. The debut game for Cloud9 is a bit of a roller coaster affair. A 10-2 first half, but they certainly had FaZe sweating in the second. FaZe will win 13-10 on their opponent's pick.
Well done, FaZe Clan taking off the first map versus Cloud9. They had to fight for it though. It was looking easy in the beginning. First half in particular, it looked very, very easy for FaZe Clan. They were all over the place, running away with the game. But then Cloud9 fought back a little bit and showed some resilience that we were questioning whether they had or not. Boopski, are you satisfied with the debut of this new Cloud9 roster?
I mean, if you would have asked me 20 minutes ago, I would have said this is a disaster, right?
Yeah.
They were losing 11-10, or 11-2, sorry, at some point, and then all of a sudden they make this magical comeback at some point. You almost felt lights was out, and there was no chance for Boomich and the guys to actually bring a game into Dust 2, which he's been actually really good on with NAVI back in the days as well. So it was a good showing, but of course, FaZe showed too much.
And I'll throw you a classic question right here. Was it FaZe slowing down, or was it Cloud9 playing well?
I think we have a couple of segments here who's going to give you a little bit more clearance on what actually was the issue of why Cloud9 actually managed to get to 10 at some point. I think 13-10 shows a close game, but I do think in the end that FaZe was, I don't want to say by far the better team, but I think they made it hard for themselves at times.
Well, let's dive into it. You said, you know, that you have some evidence to showcase me. Round 6 is a great example of FaZe having an easy time.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a standard short execute, right? And just look at Broky's rotation, right? He goes instantly into the goose position. And people are like, why is he looking into the wall? He's dodging the flash, right? He sees it. He's so prepared for what's coming. Rain finds this gap in the smoke where he can find it. Now Broky takes next contact, but look at Rain at the radar. He's moving into position to show off his contact, and then they just clear up. It's just way too easy. Like, there's no second flash. It's just a very puckish type of execute where you can like, okay, I can do the first, I can do the second.
Sure.
But what's the plan afterwards? Why is there no goose flash? Why is there nobody jumping down like for the deep CT smoke? Like, there's a lot of possibilities to build on from Cloud9 in this segment, but they don't do it.
No, they don't do it, and I guess you're limited on money. You know, you're coming with your deals, but you can't really walk over catwalk like that with no utility at all. We also got to give props to Rain. You said FaZe Clan were looking great. You said they had an easy time. Great example right here for Rain as well, but individually speaking, he was all over the server, and he was being very aggressive, like we like to see Rain, you know, at his best.
Yeah, I mean, I felt in the start he had a pretty good showing, right? And then all of a sudden, when they get this amount of rounds where they get like 5-6 or 6-0, they start to disrespect him a little bit. I feel like they take a little bit too many unnecessary duels, but it works out because his form is so good. I think he's a very, very clever player. Very underestimated in the ways of thinking about the game. I think he's one of the smartest in the game when it comes to playing around smokes. I think we also see it classically happening on Nuke, where he's a really specialist.
And it's like, for me, it's always with Rain. Either he's popping off completely, or he's just having a decent game. Like, he's never down on the scoreboard with a 2-13 score. He's never completely out of the game, but he's often, you know, when he's getting a good start, it's almost like a momentum player. Would you agree with that? Like, you know Dupree as an example back in his days, that if he's off to a good start, then it's tough to stop a guy like Rain.
No, he just feels like a solid anchor within the team, both outside the server as like an adult. He feels like he's very mature in his ways of speaking, also handling himself both inside and outside. So I think he's like a very key success criteria of why FaZe should become a top team again is that if he can raise his baseline level a little bit, FaZe always becomes better.
That's interesting, right? And you're not wrong about that. It wasn't all, you know, happiness, though, for FaZe Clan. After a great start, the second half turned out to be a little bit sour for the FaZe boys, unfortunately. They were struggling massively to close out this game. As you see on the round history right here, it was a great streak of rounds coming in for Cloud9. And in particular, one round we got to dive into. That's an icy clutch where I feel Rups were, let's put it out bluntly, shitting the bed.
Yeah, I mean, I think Icy did well in this situation, right? But we have a 2v2 situation, and they start off relatively well here with actually getting the entry kill. But then Rups afterwards is isolated. He gets the first one. Now the trade is happening. Now he makes a really smart play, jumps out the window to actually isolate him. He sees the shadow that he's walking in. There's so little time here. And I understand what Rups thinks. He's thinking like Icy, he hears the bomb ticking, and like maybe Icy would pull out his knife, like, where's the bomb, where's the bomb? And like, in this situation, he should just like take a breather. If I just count from 4 whenever he taps the bomb, because the bomb is literally planted right under me.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand what he's trying to do, but of course, just play it safe at this point.
You can see the thought process coming out from Robs, but it's also one of those clutches where if he just sits like this and doesn't touch his mouse or keyboard, he'll probably win it anyway, right? So not the best showing right there for Robs. We got to give credit, though, to Icy. He pulled off a nice 1v2, and he was instrumental in making that comeback happen for Cloud9. Spoke about him coming into the game. We saw him at the RMR for Amkel. Impressed with first-hand impression of Icy in Cloud9?
Yeah, I think we don't have many of these like dominating orbs left in the scene, right? Sure. I think he is one of the few who can actually potentially build into becoming a tier 1 AWPer. I think he has the skill set, and he's very, very passive at times, which he reminds me a little bit of a mini Shiro. I think maybe it's discrediting what he's done, Icy, but I think he's really, really good, especially when it comes to actually playing off the angles, take one, get away, reposition.
And is that something we can expect for the future of this Cloud9 lineup? I'm thinking to myself, right, we have a guy like Exile on the team, and now we have Icy coming into it as well. We haven't mentioned Exile's name almost in the pre-show. We haven't mentioned his name right here. He didn't have a great game. Is Icy supposed to be the new star player of Cloud9?
I mean, it should be Exile. I think with Heavy God coming into the team, there's going to be a little bit of switch around, because both of those guys were like dedicated anchor guys. And now I think Exile is going to be moving into a little bit more of a dynamic role. Mirage, I would hope to see him down in the connector area instead of his usual short and sort of these things. I'm just questioning, is Exile ready for the task, right? He's not had a great showing for... Yeah, let's be honest, like 2 or 3 years, because the bar he set was so high. Like, he was the best lurker in the world at some point. I think many people forget that he was actually one of the best players at some point, and now he's just mediocre, a little bit above average. So the expectations is just way more than what we've seen.
And I guess we need an Exile at his absolute best if Cloud9 want to stand a chance of taking down FaZe. We're going to jump on a short little break, but after that, we're coming back with Inferno, which could be the last map of the series. Inferno coming up between Cloud9 and FaZe Clan. And I don't think I'm beating around the bush saying that I'm having a hard time looking at this matchup, looking at the map, thinking Cloud9 is going to win this. So Boopski, why don't you start off by telling me what are some of the win conditions for Cloud9 to make this game competitive?
I mean, I think the obvious one is we always talk about banana control, but it's so hard against FaZe, right? Because they're so good at it. I think Kerrigan is one of the few IGLs in the world who realize when should you fight for it and when should you leave and just do A execute instantly, right? He's so smart about the rotations, so I have a hard time seeing them deal with it. The only positive sides from my actually point of view is that Boomich is an equal good Inferno. Back in the days with Navi, they were really actually having a field day on this map, but it was with Symbol, so it's a little bit different.
I'll try to give you another argument and another reason why I think it's going to be tough for Cloud9. FaZe Clan have played the map 12 times in 2024, and they've won 11 of those games. So they're on a streak right now, obviously being, great on Inferno. Yet that's the map Cloud9 is deciding to pick into FaZe Clan. It's also the only time they've ever lost it was at the major final versus Navi, right? So obviously a horrible game to lose, especially in the fashion they did it. 13-3, wasn't even close. Kerrigan could have won the major at home. But apart from that, FaZe Clan have shown incredible consistency on Inferno. So what is it that makes FaZe Clan so good and so consistent when it comes to that map?
I mean, I think they have the best lurker in the world. I think the issue is that once you...
Robs?
Yeah, Robs. And Robs on the T side, he's so annoying in these apps. Like, I remember playing Pit back in the days as well. He would always just find a timing where he takes A side, he catches a rotation. Like, he never stands still. He constantly just sits and sidesteps angles, and it just forces you to never, be proactive on the CT side. Because remember, Heroic back in the day, they would love to do those 4 stacks and towards B. But if you have a player like Robs on the opposite side, constantly putting a little bit of pressure on your Pit guy, he's just going to take the side if you force him like that. So it's a little bit of an issue for the CT side that you're so limited in your rotations because Robs is always there to stop it.
I'll take your Robs and I'll race you with Brokey. I think Brokey as an AWP player is incredible, explosive when it comes to Inferno. He's not necessarily the guy always finding the openings, but when he's in a clutch, when he's stuck on the bomb side, when he's on the CT side, he has that ability to explode on the server. Do you think Icy can match that output from Brokey?
I mean, I do think Inferno has actually a really good potential to be a nice AVP map, especially in the after plans, because there's so many positions where you can take one, go back, hide behind a pillar. We both see it on the B side and the A side. If you're asking me if Icy is going to be as dominant as Brokey in his first Tier 1 game on a stage in Cloud9 jersey, I think it's going to be rough. But over a long time, I think it's a very nice signing. And I think they've also shown so far that Cloud9 is a team that they will be able to do some damage to the better ones.
You did say before that Exile had a period where he was arguably one of the best riflers the game had to offer. And I definitely agree with that sentiment. So let's give him the courtesy of speaking a bit about Exile. When it comes to Inferno, what is it he needs to do in order to give Cloud9 a fighting chance here?
I mean, I'll just give a little bit of a background story to Exile. So the way Exile came through the ranks is he played on the Academy roster with Shiro and all the other guys, Inters as well, NAVI. But this guy re-innovated the way you lurked. In online Counter-Strike, so the way you did defaults is there would be 3 guys going middle on Mirage, and then the A guys and the B guys would stay kind of calm and just get information, maybe try to go for a little peek. But this guy would constantly search on you. He would always force the duels on Vertigo B. I remember playing with Shus at some point. He just said, bro, this guy is just, he's just playing pucks. He's just too good because he would always just try to find me and find the kill. Because if you can kill that anchor position and you have util afterwards, you can kill him, go into the side, smoke them off, and lock the rotations and call it over. He didn't have the same success with the recent additions. I also think the meta evolved a little bit, but he was very, very defining in the way he innovated lurking.
He was defining in the way he innovated lurking. We haven't seen the best of Exile, though, for quite some time, and I'm pretty sure and pretty comfortable saying that unless we see the best of Exile in this specific game on Inferno, I doubt Cloud9 right now has what it takes in order to take down FaZe Clan. However, one thing I'm not doubting at all is the ability of my colleagues, casters, Anders and Henry to drag us through the game.
Oh, be careful there, Pimp. Sometimes I'm not that reliable, I'm not sure. But we'll try and do our best here for the second map of Inferno between Cloud9 and FaZe Clan. I feel like this should be a good game if the first one's anyone's good, right? Because 10-2 converted into, a 13-10. I felt like there was anyone's game towards the end of it. FaZe started to drop off, and Icy especially showed us that he can be a truly world-class player.
But the odds did look better at the start for Cloud9, but they've switched a little bit more in favor of FaZe now, so 7-1 kind of affair. I mean, I guess you win the first map. You are obviously going to be favored to win the whole series, so it does make sense in that sense. But yeah, I thought Cloud9, that was a good comeback.
Yeah, they made what looked to be a very uninspired game actually quite exciting towards the end. They had FaZe sweating, they had them on the ropes at points, so they can get a better start here. You never know. This is the pick of FaZe Clan. We'll see what they can make of it here. You'd assume Cloud9 is starting on the CT side here. We'll check that out. and get into the action. You are joining us for the Group C opening game. It's 1-0 to FaZe, looking the closest one out here. Very strong map for them. They will be standing on the T side. Carrigan's got his trusty P250. Smoke set up as well. Brokey with the Julies on the T side. You don't see that too often. He'll be here joining with the smoke as well.
All right.
We see a quick smoke towards middle. We're going full send.
Yeah, it's going to be speedy this one, but actually smartly, I think Cloud9 trying to fall back away from this action. They don't want to get straight run down, putting up some defensive smokes. It's Axal and Icy to begin with. They've managed to really slow it down now. Another kill comes through. It's Axal for the smoke catching Frozen. If you get caught on that initial wave of blocks that's just coming towards you, that's how you lose the round quickly. But the fact they fell back, they put up a smoke, they got a couple of kills there. It's a huge difference. Almost absorbing that attack in towards the A-bomb side. Carrigan and Brokey in what was just a 2 versus 5. And the bomb is at the lip of that cart up there, so I don't think this is an easily winnable round here for FaZe. Maybe if Cloud9 make a couple of mistakes, if people are peeking, but if not, they should go the way of the CT side.
If they had HP and Kevlar, maybe there's a chance, but they have neither. So it's going to be Brokey. Nice try to get another kill, but that's the end of the line here for round number 1. We are going to see Carrigan go down momentarily. Just a question as to whether he gets one more. Certainly does. That's a nice shot.
Beautiful.
He's had a few of those today. His individual form has actually looked quite good. Dust too. He said that's something he was working on in the player break. He realized last season like he was a little bit off the mark in terms of his contributions on the server. So yeah, it seems like he's looking very crisp on this outing.
Yeah, you probably have to, especially, you know, like if you're steep in your career as Carrigan is, like there are so many young players coming up now that are so sharp. So if you want to keep up with them, I'm sure you have to put in some time to make that work. But yeah, he's been looking great today, honestly. It's been impressive. But what a victory for Cloud9 winning the pistol here. I mean, just to not have the kind of start that you had on Dust 2. Obviously, you don't want to be replaying that scenario. I am seeing quite a few Tech-9s. They're in the CSET 75. Boomage, this is scary. They've actually traded places, oddly enough.
The old classic Boomage push down banana.
He does love it, doesn't he?
Some things will truly never change. Kill towards middle, answered back. And Frozen and Boomage are like ships in the night.
Oh, wow. Like nothing happened. I guess Boomage is hearing it and pushing up behind them. It makes sense. He kind of has a lot more information than Frozen ever did. Axal reloading, but he's got a teammate inside of the bomb side. And again, I think Boomage being down towards the T ramp right now is making him very, very sure what's happening on the side of the map. So, question of time for the attack, but they definitely know it's going to be A-sided on this one. Inters. A little bit of pressure there, but Carrigan actually gets dropped by Heavy God. So, yeah, this is a lockdown right now. It should be, at the very least, Frozen. Just no health at all left. And Boomage will get his 1 kill of the round. But Inters with a nice triple.
Very nice indeed. Well done, Cloud9. Weather the storm. See them have 3 players survive here, and should be the full eco, no plant for FaZe. So this is looking much better. Towards the end of Dust 2, there were moments there where it looked like they were actually going to pull off the comeback, but they lost to pistols a couple of times and just didn't have enough breathing room to hold on to the good form they were showing in the second half. Now I'm going to see just some upgraded pistols, 1 piece of Kevlar for Robs. Looks like a pretty much impossible round, but we'll see if they can make a slight dent. Boomage, like, you do bloody love it, don't you? Every time I've commentated, must be hundreds of his games on Inferno, and it's just the same thing every time.
Surely
MP9 in hand, by himself, pushing down.
Yeah, like, surely if you ask him, he would say to himself, like, yeah, it's pretty obvious what's happening. But, like, he must have a reason for it. It does seem like it's becoming very predictable and has been for a long time.
I mean, like, it's no harm, no foul in this round. They've got no armor, they've got pistols. He's trying to farm some cash, I suppose. It won't have any knock-on effects. But okay. It is humorous at the very least.
Yeah, everybody knows it. Good couple of kills for Axal. I really want to see him have a bit of success early on here. They almost misaligned the high fives.
Yeah, they repositioned.
They avoided disaster there for a moment. It could have been a really awkward clip on Reddit, but it's all good.
Few of those kicking around right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, slow start here for FaZe, which is, again, they're used to it. I don't think they're even close to worried about it. They've got AKs out now, so we'll see if they can bring some more action towards us here in the 4th round. 3 people early on at the B bomb site. By no means uncommon, and you expect someone to rotate out, just leave their grenades and kind of go back.
All right, then. The perfect start. Cloud9 3-0. Opponent's map pick. They haven't really been in danger of losing any rounds. Pistol was a comprehensive victory. Boomich at the top again. Aggressive, of course, this time finding the initial kill. Oh, 87 damage for a Molotov. Even with the advantage, that one stings.
Yeah. Could be a problem later on. Inter's just aggressively jiggling the corner, waiting for a flashbang from a teammate if anyone shows up. He does see it, waiting for it. Ooh, I think he got delayed on it, or maybe he just didn't peek it at all, but there we go. There's the flash, but they're around the corner. I think there was a bit of a delay in the timing there, because he probably could have had the kill if the flash had come straight away. A trade in, Icy for Rain, and it's still a 3 versus 4, but look at the health left on 2 of the players there for Cloud9. Inter's in the corner, hunt it now. They don't actually pull it, check it. He might have been able to get that kill, but now he's surely going to get traded out. Axal very nearly catching Rops inside of the bomb side. I don't know how he lived through that one, but it's not going to be for long either. 25 seconds here, and with Axal getting another couple of kills. He's up to 8-1.
Wow. Okay. It was looking good for FaZe there. Once they got those couple of trades towards Arch, yeah, they were in and out, shaking it all about. Couldn't decide which point of access they wanted to utilize. And yeah, nice work from Inters as well. Like, looked like he was done for at the back of the bomb site there, but held his nerve. There's Boomich to open things up with its opening frag, push him in towards the A site. Sort of an unfortunate there for Frozen considering he was completely blind. But yeah, Inters getting that 1 kill on Carrigan. There was a ton of damage output. And yeah, they get nowhere near to a plant again. That's going to have to be a partial buy. They've got maximum loss bonus going for this round, but you need the plants to really get a buy around them. So this will be Tech9 armor again. They won a couple of these on the T side of Dust 2, so don't discount them just yet. They have got a smoke for spawn, but nothing else. So you'd assume there's going to be smoke in spawn. Trying to catch them on the reload. This would be a nice time to get in there, but the smoke's not down. So you want to try and bait out those shots again. And we'll see whether they can breach the bomb site. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Even better if they get bait out the Molotov, because, oh, that's great. Puts out the HE, but Frozen catches Heavy Card. You said it, Henry.
This is just what they needed. You wouldn't even bother going for this unless Icy gets one for the smoke. Yeah, it's done. So yeah, the timing's working in their favor. Exactly what they wanted. And really clean kills on the entry as well. Running through the flames, knowing that the CT would be scrambling. Difficult to comm. They're all coming through, and you've got your nades out. Call your pants down at the back, and it's Frozen to find the killing blow that wins the round. Let's have a look at this one.
CSAT 75, yeah. He slides into that kill. That's absolutely disgusting.
Oh, that's really unlucky for Cloud9. They've been playing a really impressive game. But they've made the correct choice. Keep the money strong. They won't have any lost bonus, bear in mind.
Yeah.
So you might as well hold on to these 3 weapons, especially the AWP. 5 players survived, though. A second M4 should be available. Might have got blown away in the chaos. But yeah, nice injection of cash now for FaZe. They're going to have a lot of money for a couple of rounds here, with 5 players surviving on a partial buy and getting the bomb planted.
Wow.
Did they find the other M4? I don't think they did. So just the one.
Yeah, presumably got blown into CT spawn by a grenade that Heavy got through. Well, Icy's got the AWP now. He was playing fantastically well on Dust 2. It's a different affair on Inferno to AWP, and some even top-level AWPers don't really like it. But
players like Brokey can do disastrous things with the AWP. He's synonymous with this map and having big performances. Not so much like opening picks, but in terms of like just clutch scenarios.
Oh, yeah.
He thrives in the chaos and kind of
it's some of the most entertaining Counter-Strike to watch when he's up close with the AWP.
Yeah, and Inferno lends itself to that. So it's not necessarily an AWPer's paradise, but some AWPers do thrive on this map.
Guess we'll find out if Icy is one of them. Great performance, like I said, on Dust 2, but a different affair for now. 4-1, and we are in round number 6. Bomb dropped outside of second mid position, so still everything is open, which is super common for Inferno. Obviously, you just want to clear out top mid, you want to clear out Inferno or the banana position, Then you can decide where to go from there based on what kind of information you get. Yeah, bringing the bomb back. So it might be a B split to through CT spawn, which I think is one of the most fun tactics on this map.
The banana split.
Yeah, exactly.
Extra creamy.
Well, it just might be, because they're getting very close at the moment here. That B-bomb site is not that far away from falling here. Smoke doesn't help if they're coming through CT spawn, and it definitely doesn't help when you go down through the smoke. Boomich dies early. Heavy God alone on the bomb site. Good job getting the first headshot, but he's going to get traded. Frozen. I don't think he didn't even see what he was shooting at there, but it works.
It's a bit dicey, but he somehow gets that kill. And Icy looks like he's got a good understanding. He'll be getting this kill almost certainly. Oh, that's actually a massive frag. Okay, that changes the round drastically.
Where did the bullet go?
I actually don't know. That happened to him on Dust 2 as well in that CT spawn shot.
Yeah. That's kind of devastating. Frozen was already low. Robs, though. Just a single kill on the map so far, but a very swift headshot to take down Inters. And Low is already Axal here. He's going to try and go straight for the defuse, hoping that Robs doesn't check it. A second left on it. Oh, he comes off. He might have been able to hold it there. But now it's done. Now I don't think he can do it any longer. I think he might have had it. There was 0.69 seconds left, I think.
Coming off it, finding the kill, defusing again, that was very unlikely. I think there was a conversation that he gets if he holds it.
I think it was literally 2/3 of a second left when he did that.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I was going to say the same thing. Like, he's got it. He's done it. But then he comes off with 0.5 seconds.
Let's see. Yeah, 6-8.
I think he would have been better off just holding it. I think you're right. But yeah, like, so many moving parts too. Playing a 1v1 against Robs.
It is a lot easier backseat playing now.
Yeah, like, not just... And this is not saying he did anything wrong there or anything.
No,
it's an incredibly difficult situation, saying that there's a world if he holds it. Maybe he pulls it off. Like, you don't realize how advantageous the angle you had was, perhaps.
It's the added stress of being up against Robs in a situation like that.
Oh yeah, of course. Like, one of the best clutches like Counter-Strike's ever seen. Like, you think he's timed it perfectly. Actually, maybe he was a little bit off the mark with the timing, though. But that's a significant round. Couple of wild shots through the smoke from Frozen. Like long-range sprays towards Emo.
Yeah.
But it has put them in quite a nice position now. The money is weak, but Icy, he is strong. He's got the AWP.
This makes me worried when you see the orb like this playing so much alone. Like, if it falls, they can't even really pick it up at this position over at the quad position towards Pit. But
he'll be moving around. He just wants to go for one kill.
Yeah.
And then he'll be completely repositioning, even back towards B or something. That's what Inferno CT Opening's all about.
Yeah.
Get your frag, move off, change the other side of the map. New idea.
So many around the corner, though. Can he even escape at this stage? Oh, nice shot. Trying to bait it out. He gets one more on Carrigan, but Broke will run him down. That is very impressive for Icy. Some very cool shots. But again, the orb is kind of lost now. And the rest of them, they've got an M4 and Inters. I guess if you get a very fast kill right now, it's back on again and they can really go for it.
They probably lose this round, I'm going to say. At FaZe, they don't have any idea. The players towards short, okay, with those couple of frags, it's down to Inters and well handled. Okay. A lot of the timings we're going to elude them with Inters.
It was close.
The bomb site, but very clean and concise finish there. Brokey handles business.
Steals the AWP.
Yeah, okay. This game has turned on its head. It was looking so good. Then they lose to like the B rush for the pistols, and then all hell breaks loose. Can happen. That's what that CS2 MR12 economy does to you. Like, about the loss bonus, if you've had relatively close rounds, even if you're up 4-0, you lose one round to a pistol rush or something like that, then it completely changes the landscape of the game. And FaZe are a team known to like love quick, fast calls with pistols. They work very well in chaotic situations when there's not much of a game plan. They operate well on their feet when they have to communicate in those sort of rounds. And, oh, nice grenade, Boomage.
Another one landing, but this one goes a little bit too deep. Frozen, first man in on Banana, so as just a common experience if you are that entry on Banana is you end up playing with half health from the start of the round, and you just have to deal with it. But really all you need is one entry at the top there, and you've done your job. Whatever happens after that, it's up to the rest of the team. Rain making good headway towards top mid here, waiting for that smoke. They do have Molotovs to burn out that ninja corner where Inters is hanging around, so that could be a little bit of a problem for him. He doesn't have a smoke or anything to get rid of the Molotov if it does bounce around there. Boomich taking a little bit of damage. Let's see what they try to go for. Flash around the corner. So far, no Molotovs, but they are kind of eyeing it. They're kind of aware that someone could be their Rain. He uses the gunfire to distract. He baits him into it and is ready to swing around. That's a nice kill onto Inters. And a 4 versus 3.
And so much control, even more so now. Brokey reads it well. Boomich locked out of the bomb site, had to reclaim territory elsewhere. Look towards top and middle, but Yorkscope eludes him. We've gone 4-4.
Rain is such a cerebral player. You saw him on Long a couple of times on Dust 2, where he would run away from Long and bait out CT players that would come hunt him. And this time he does a similar thing, right? He shoots the AK towards the library and then spins around to kill Inters. Like, just using the audio like that to trick his opponents is fun to see. He's a veteran player, so.
He is. I think that's fair to say.
One of the few surviving members of the LGB lineup.
Yeah, they were part of the first major, right?
I think so, yeah. Like,
that was their thing.
Him and Olaf and Crims. A couple of other players lost to history.
The sands of time.
All right.
All right, indeed. This was looking like kind of a bit of a disaster at one point for FaZe, but it's been one-way traffic ever since they got on their feet. Lovely work here from Rain. He is looking pixel perfect with his aim today, especially. Put on a bit of a masterclass in Dust 2. Brokey, like we said, one of the best AWPers on Inferno, full stop. And now, a bit of a timeout. If you're just joining us, this is the debut for the new look Cloud9 roster. 3 new players in the form of Heavy God, Inters, donning the jersey once again, and Icy, new AWPer from Amcal, who, as the analyst has put it, like, he's not as flashy as some of the other top AWPers, but he is very effective at hitting the shots that really count. He gets you your kill, repositions, and can clutch as well with those things as well. So I think he's a great pickup. He seems like he is going to be a great prospect.
I think so.
On CS.
Yeah, I think for AWPing, consistency is such an important feature, right? Like,
yeah, I would take it all day long. I'd rather my AWPer be hitting the shots that really matter and playing good Counter-Strike rather than going for the most insane opening kills and running through smokes, and maybe he gets a sick flick. That's
about
also
you, Mike
great.
Lele.
That's also great. But don't get me wrong, it's just like, if I had to choose between the two of them, I'm going for like the consistent guy, you know? Guys just hitting the shots that you expect him to. Well, I expect FaZe to win this round. The money is absolutely bamboozled. Over on C9.
Yeah.
4s, 3 pistols. Rounds are definitely possible. We saw FaZe win with just 5 or 4 Tech-9 to the CZ of Rain, which got pretty unreal shots.
It's so devastating, isn't it? That one little slip up against the rush to the B bomb site where the CZ 75 opened it up, and then it's just they just can't seem to find any solid ground here on the Cloud9 side any longer. They run out of money. They're losing round after round after that. FaZe have tied up the game and, yeah, about to take the round lead if they can just get, I think even 1 kill on this A-bomb side will do it. It's pretty much going to have to be a solid lockdown between Icy and Heavy God that are holding the A-bomb side. It's unlikely, especially when you lose control of library, because then, obviously, they can sandwich you around that position. So, yeah. Flawless Counter-Strike, the only thing that will bring, I think, this A-bomb site through. I say that, actually, they are falling back. They had every position they needed, but it looks like they might want to go for a B-split again.
Potentially. Oh, nice smoke. 30 seconds. FaZe might have overcooked this one. Carrigan's going to have to find some sort of big kill. He's not going to get... Okay, that's kind of unreal. He's got that kill. You do not expect those sort of frags from Carrigan. But we've got no time here, boys. Running through that smoke. Yeah, just maybe over-egg the pudding a little bit. Didn't realize they were up against the pistols. Got all that mid-control. Had everything looking good and went to what seemed to be a B split or just a fake in towards A while they went in towards B, but that crucial smoke from Cloud9 that gets dropped at the 30-second mark. That is, if you can get away with it and drop a smoke at that stage, like, it's such a death sentence. Like, you have to run through it, and even with a 5-7, like we just saw, boosted up, such a prime position to find a couple of kills. So Cloud9 were looking for their entry back into the CT half, and they just found it.
That's huge. I mean, obviously maybe not quite as clear on FaZe side, but from those of us with the minimap, we could definitely tell if they just kept on with that A push, that would have been, especially because of the ridiculous entry that they got at that point. It was Heavy God alone on the bomb site, but the rest of FaZe were already falling away and trying to attack the B bomb site with very little time left.
Yeah, I think just the time alone is just trying to be too tricky with that.
Yeah. Okay, well, that makes it a bit more interesting. Maybe it's worth pointing out. I don't want to call it a comeback or anything yet because it's such a high standard to live up to, but Axal is 12-3 right now. So that's good.
Yeah, so solid. Okay, I see. Let's see what you're made of. Going for an aggressive pick, are we? Nice work from Axal. Rain didn't see it coming at all. Boomage, same story. They can just reset the round now and get to defensive positions, which they've done. Textbook Counter-Strike, guys. It should be round 1.
Yeah, lock it down. Good to see Axal escaping that fight. He didn't want to stick around.
Yeah, now they've reset. Crossfires. Everything's covered. Don't give them any 1v1s. Make them commit to the choke point before they can actually get a duel.
Yeah, that really is the key here. You find somebody like Robs in this position, chances are he'll win with the headshot, but...
Just smoked B as well. For themselves another 20 seconds on that side of the map. Means that Robs has to go next. They're not watching it. Okay, I was commending them for the setup, but Axal leaves a small gap for Robs to find 1. It's traded out. Not the end of the world. If they get both kills cleanly here, the round is back on. If is the opposite word, though.
Or they're actually bumping into each other in the smoke. Carrigan,
nice idea.
Very nearly could have pushed his way through. That would have been a bit of a nightmare. I think one of them was reloading as well, but now it's Brokey.
Using the fact they were spraying to that bomb down.
That is so close to being a headshot.
Impossible clutch, actually. Like, very difficult. Has to get the double kill there, but like, yeah, there was something there.
He almost got the first one right through. I mean, imagine that.
Good try. But there it is. Cloud9 coming back to life after going up 4-0, giving up 4 rounds themselves. 2 in a row. Anyone's game here. Yeah, third round required is Mirage.
Oh, all right. He actually...
Jump scare.
Yeah.
In all senses of the word.
That's crazy. That could have been what lost you that fight. Imagine if you don't get that headshot and Carrigan just sprays them both down. It's on.
Triple nading middle. They haven't deployed them just yet, so they're looking to airstrike a particular area of the map. Heavy God. He'll have full control of B. Boomage feeling like he's got it under lock and key. Oh, he actually just went to go pick up some utility in city spawn. Most of the time, you drop some smokes and flashes off. Little reservoir of utilities gone back to replenish. He's got another smoke.
I'm just super curious about these grenades. What's going to happen? Here we go. Throwing them at top banana. Heavy God going to get 2 of them. A little bit of a lineup here for Boomage. I can't believe that's not more kills. I feel like they were all right there. But it might have been enough.
So tempted to go for another swing there, but if he goes down, it actually gets a bit complicated. He's played it well, though.
Yeah, don't hunt for the frags. You are up against the FaZe. I mean, they can definitely convert some of these rounds if they give them a chance, but yeah, good positioning all throughout there. And Cloud9 are really losing control of this half at one point after having a beautiful start, but it seems like they've got the grip again. This is the map pick of FaZe. If Cloud9 win it, this is going to be very interesting when they're playing Mirage. I'm kind of a little bit invested into this Cloud9 team now. It was just looking so dysfunctional, obviously, at the start of Dust 2, but the fact that they managed to turn it around, I think it's kind of cool. Let's see how far they can go.
Double AKs on the CT side. Final round of this first half. See if FaZe can post one more. 8-4 doesn't feel great on your pick. It looks like an abs pop here, Anders. They're going to send 3 players towards the apartments. Smoke down Moto, Brokey to flash in. Spotted, though. Does make things a bit more complicated. They'll push him back.
If they push when the AWP is rotating back like that, it's actually great timing. So we'll see if Icy is going to be quite ready for it. Down in the pit, but Axal in a strange corner, and Icy did have the AWP out. Axal is playing phenomenal Counter-Strike once again. 16-3 on him, and they're definitely primed to win this round. Frozen and Brokey, what looks like an impossible 2-on-5 here. The bomb is in the pit, so they have to push forward. The rotation coming from Cloud9. They get all 5 members here. No risk at it at all. Icy gets another one, and it's just Brokey left. And they can do whatever they want here. Great first half coming out of Cloud9 and 8-4.
Excellent work, I have to say. A formidable CT defense from the new look C9.
I saw you in the jungles of Costa Rica.
Oh, yes.
How was that? How was your guys' player break? I know you both did some traveling, but I want to know about Costa Rica first.
It's my second time there with my wife, and basically just walked around, watching animals, enjoying nature. Really good compared to some other vacation I've been on. I think it was really needed to just get out there and just walk, actually, and enjoy and be in the moment, which I think was pretty nice place to be, because sometimes we're traveling around the world, we don't get to see much stuff.
You say hanging out with animals, so I mean, like, pretty much just another day on FaZe Clan, right?
Yeah, I mean, wildlife there, wildlife in FaZe Clan is pretty much the same. I see different stuff every day, but there was more natural habitat, and FaZe Clan is not really natural.
Yeah, yeah. Glad you got a chance to slow down, but you went to Tokyo, Japan, right?
Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka.
That's a hustle.
I didn't slow down.
No.
I also
You're
had a 1-year-old with me as well.
Yeah.
It's great to actually spend some quality time with him and actually get to create some memories that's a little bit longer than the 4 days I'm home between tournaments. So it was definitely much needed, but at the same time, it's quite hectic.
Okay, let's get into the nitty-gritty, guys. You touched victory again in Chengdu, right? Probably felt good, a few second places. What's the most difficult team talk you've had to have in 2024 so far, Finn?
I think the team talk in Dallas. I think we haven't really had team talks. I think when you are that close to winning, there's small things you talk about, small adjustments, right? You don't want to stress out and lay out a whole map what we need to fix, because you are so close, right? And I think after Chengdu, there was maybe a moment where we took a little bit gas off the pedal. I think down the line we forgot the journey. We got frozen and we had expectations to win every tournament.
How do you approach the remainder of the year where it's not been one that you guys can really claim, right?
I have to say competition is really high now. I think different teams are playing different kind of Counter-Strike. But I think most of all this, what we can control is to make sure that enemies or teams are fearing us, and right now they don't. You have to earn that fear like we did in the beginning of CS2, and sometimes it's hard to find the recipe to that.
Next year, 2025, feels like a new year of Counter-Strike in the way events are gonna work and in the way partner teams have been changed up. What is a defining factor for you guys when it comes to picking and choosing the events that you may or may not participate in next year? Do you think you guys are going to be trying to grind it out as much as possible, go for the prestige?
First of all, location, prestige, making sure you don't go from time zone to time zone during a season. That's the one that drained it the most, right? So you're supposed to go to Brazil and then go to China 1 week after. Those things are really hard to manage as a player. I think it's a very fine balance between figuring out how much you want to push the team and how much you're grinding just to get the legend stage at the major. Because mental health is way more important than being a higher seed at major than not.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half of Inferno is upon us. It's a very nice start for Cloud9, 8-4. Only real problems they had were against the FaZe Tech9s, which reset their economy, but in the majority of the gun rounds, Anders, they seem to have a firm grasp of their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you take into account the first map and just think of it all as like one big Cloud9 recovery, it's pretty cool. Like
since the second half of Dust 2, it's been a lot of Cloud9 rounds.
It's not bad at all. Axel doing terrific work with 16-3. I'm going to keep highlighting it.
That's fair enough.
He was a great player at one point, and I'm sure he can be again if he can figure this out. Nice start for Heavy God. He's going to be taking down Frozen here, and a push down the middle. It is an Inferno classic if you want to try and bully the T side, but it doesn't always work out that way. A return from Heavy God as the Glock will find Brokey, and they'll take down Rain next. So just one player on A, one on B, and Carrigan only has 11 health.
11 health. Good luck, my friend. If he even gets one, I'll be surprised. You're just hoping they somehow overlook this position. They've got the best weapon in the game to deal with him. The Glock with pretty much 100% accuracy while running. This hit one body shot, and he is done. Well done, Carrigan. There's the one shot. He at least makes a possible round for Rops.
His shots are crisp. I mean, you got to give it to him. But yeah, for Rops, very hard here.
Nice work.
I love it.
They made sure there was no chance that he could win that. And both pistols in the bag now for Cloud9. They had a very convincing one in the first half. That might be enough to win them this map, take us to Mirage. As it's now more than likely to be a force buy. It's Inferno with the CZs, the MP9s do a lot of good work.
I think it's...
No! Лучше, блядь!
I think it's so significant that Heavy God gets the first kill at top banana because that takes away some of the attention. Otherwise, Brokey is pushing down while they're still fighting banana.
Yeah, right.
So just the timing between those two events.
There we go. It's the force bites in. Pistols and MP9s. You want to make sure you focus on your smoke, really. Hold on to as long as you possibly can. Lock them out. By pressure via the clock. Nice deep CT smoke that lands on the boost area. Eradicates that risk.
It felt like it'd be such a scary map when, even if the CTs only have pistols, you just know you have to get that close. Obviously, grenades is kind of the way to stop that from happening, but if you don't have the right Molotovs or whatever, then it could be weird.
So we've got Rain in CT spawn with a pop flash pinned.
Oh, you're right.
So they're hoping they can make a good read. Good smoke on either side. It all comes down to the Rain flash and how effective it is.
Grenade on top.
They are going to definitely go in towards B.
Frozen hoping to channel Happy here.
Yeah, Rain has to time this so well. Here we go. The call will be coming now. They're getting ready to execute. Flash now.
Go. It's maybe a little bit early, but it does work beautifully.
It didn't find any of them, but they turned from it.
Yeah, with their backs against the Deagle and shut down by Frozen. 5-7 in the corner. They weren't quite ready for that one either. Brokey just a 1 kill, but it might be enough. 15 seconds left here. And a 2-on-3, and they don't have the security to plant the bomb. We're down to 10 seconds. It's not going to get any better from here on out. Icy going for the spray down, saving his teammate, just barely planting the bomb. And Frozen with a stunning headshot takes down Boomich. It's now all on Icy. He's going to find a quick one, but Robs is on top of him. And FaZe, they steal that round.
Well played. Went about as good as it possibly could have done, right?
Oh, yeah.
The flashbang. I'm not sure how much it blinded them. Difficult to tell sometimes with the assists coming in. But the fact that they turned and they kind of got clustered up on the corner caused carnage, right? And then you can see everyone's trying to run away. They're probably maybe considering a retreat at this point, but Frozen hitting the body shots, gets himself 3 kills with the Desert Eagle. They needed that. Honestly, they needed that round.
I was so fucking blind. I couldn't see shit.
He was blind, yeah. I was going to say, like, if anything, it just said Frozen was blind.
Yeah.
They didn't get any flash assists. So he just flashed his teammate, essentially, but they did turn. So it still was effective. Don't get me wrong. Just a little bit funny, I suppose. And we've got a full eco. Even with the bomb down, they do not want to get involved in the war of attrition on this. They're going to be just accepting a full eco, which, as I mentioned on Dust2, when you have a nice lead, this is how you play by the book.
Yeah, it makes sense. Rain and Karrigan both at 3 kills. It's definitely someone to maybe think about too. We mentioned Axal, but Icy on the other side has also been playing a very cool game. Not necessarily easy playing FaZe on LAN. Doesn't seem to be too bothered by it at the moment. Because they don't have anything, I mean, armor especially, the MP9s, 3 of them on the CT side should make very, very quick work of this round. If you get the bomb plant here, that would be kind of a miracle. They don't even have a flash or anything to get out of the apps, so just all the odds are stacked against them. Rops is here, ready to farm with the AK, Molotov, and he actually hears them burning, so if there's any doubt in his mind, he knows now they're definitely there. They will fall back. Brokey running and shooting and strafing all over the place. Robs will get a couple of kills, make it another one at the end. Yeah, they lose 1 MP9. Not a big deal.
Not a big deal against the full eco. See NIP getting ready to play G2 after this one. NIP actually have a pretty decent team now. With Wrinkle coming through.
Stop teasing.
No, when I commentated them in the final, Yala, Compass, they looked fantastic, honestly.
Made it part of
compared
my
to, like, in context for an NIP team, it's the best looking NIP squad we've seen in about 3 years.
Maybe they didn't want to be good until 25. That's what I heard.
Yeah, they're ahead of schedule. Trust me, they're going to be dangerous today. They're going to give G2 a run for their money. I know that's a crazy thing to say, but they are going to.
I can't have my heart broken anymore. Don't do it.
They've got Exist now as a coach as well. Some Swedish blood in there. Reds is looking fantastic. Trust me.
I'm going to be so mad if you're wrong.
No, I've got this. And Axel's got that shot. Lovely one towards Frozen. Carragher, I'm not sure this is the play. It's gonna get him one at the very least. Now Rain, he needs to replicate that sort of form. Gets the double. Can he survive another?
Oh my God.
It doesn't look good for him, but still, the round is still on here. Robs is aware of these lurky boys. He knows there's a chance and comes out on top. That's such a key frag. That's exactly what Robs would be doing in this sort of scenario.
Oh, yeah.
Looking towards the apps and going out boiler, just your teammates making that aggro play. So yeah, he is very aware of it, and now Icy. Let's see what you're made of. Another 2v1 opportunity for him. Got some time to work with here. Two orbits in CT spawn. Robs is low. He's coming in from Banana. I would say Icy's definitely got some grounds to win this.
Yes, he does. I love the no fear approach, just planting right away. Doesn't even check anything, just wants to go for it. There's the headshot taken on Rops, and that puts all the pressure on Brokey. He's walked through the smoke on the other side, been spotted out, and that's the ult there. Okay. Flash around the corner. He goes straight for the defuse. 2 seconds left, and Icy, he thought that was going to be a fake, but it wasn't. Brokey goes straight for it.
Go for the full defuse there, because the common play would just be tap it, try and bait him out, and you know that when his position's exposed, he's probably going to lose to the AWP, so he doesn't want to risk it. So that's just really nice call from Brokey there, like just experience shining through.
Sickening shot from Axel, but it wasn't enough to win the round.
Rain saves the day. 9-7. Map is back on for FaZe here. Excellent clutch from Brokey. Knew exactly what he had to do there, knowing the rifle was unlikely to peek him. And once again, he's opened things up, found Icy. Heavy God does reply. Nice Desert Eagle headshot. Ideally wants to try and get rid of this rifle. There we go. Juggle them out, make sure it doesn't fall into enemy hands. But yeah, a bit dicey over towards Banana. Luckily, Carragher in the double kill. It's another 2v1. Now, Heavy God. Recently signed from OG, the best player of their squad. He's an amazing Inferno player. His stats speak for themselves. Clutches, very handy. He's got excellent aim. Very brain for the game as well. See what he can make of this. Smoked off for now. This is his push-up. He's just try and catch a timing. Yet to be seen. Waiting for his moment. Options limited. This is the chance. Got to push through now.
Set up for it. Goes with the spray. He takes down Rops, who had the kit as well. So Rain has to come back and look for it. Oh, the timing is amazing. 4 kills for Heavy God. Another round on the board for Cloud9. They are actually making this work.
Oh, what? Did he lose his gun? It was a short-lived celebration. I think he might have dropped his weapon just before the round.
Okay.
Ticked over. That's what I can really think of. Or he couldn't find the orb or something. But yeah, excellent work from Heavy God. Couldn't have played that much better. Like I said, smoked off, needs to pick a timing, see if he can slip the net. He definitely did that with bombing into some pace. And now the money. Disarray once again. 97 damage. Frozen has died at the start of the last 3 rounds.
Yeah.
I don't think they can hold on to this one. Carragher's been keeping their heads above water with these trades. I mean, a lot more of that came from. Someone needs to step up to the play now with all this aggro going on and the tension taken towards Banana. Someone needs to work out an advantageous position. Can't allow them to just run the default here and execute to the bomb site. Carragher's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the health is a really big problem here.
Best you can hope for is like a quick one-tap at the AK, knife out to the bomb site. You're not going to get more than one here. You're hoping they just give you a lazy peek. And there's the trade. Yeah, he's going to be done for. Had to hit that one-tap. If there's going to be any chance they won't be winning this round. It's going to be 11-7. This is the force by Anders. It's going to be tactical time our next round.
Yeah, you would
might have to just force by again. There's no way they're winning this.
It's turned into such a better match than I was expecting at the start. I was really a bit deflated. It was fun to watch. Obviously, Brokey and Rain run wild on Dust too, but it kind of gave you this feeling that, all right, this is just a Cloud9 team that's not really ready to play at all. But that was not the correct analysis, because they're going to be at 11-7 here. 2 rounds away from taking away Inferno from FaZe, which they themselves picked. Put us on Mirage for the 3rd and final map. Fingers crossed. I kind of want to see more out of them now. Axel dropping 20 kills in just 18 rounds is pretty good. Some exits, potentially. Yeah. A lot of exits. All right. They've got every single one. That's something.
It's definitely something. The money's still pretty decent for Cloud9, but losing all 5 members of the squad, certainly not ideal. Yeah, Frozen, he's been like naded like twice now and lost the opening duel 3 times in a row, I think, at this point. So he's going to be getting frustrated.
Yeah, he just went to sleep in the Molotov.
Yeah. Guess he got the information across. Just
yeah,
breathing.
All right. Well,
so yeah, like I said, they had to buy. You can't let it go 12-7. They'll save an AK. MP9 elsewhere. Goes without saying they need to win this one. Broke, he's gonna have to do the heavy lifting.
Beautiful team flash. Couldn't really flash Boomich anymore if they tried. Perfect flip of the cone. And Axel being dropped a little bit low at the start here. Inters is expecting that there's going to be some shenanigans. I don't blame him. In a round like this one, I would be thinking the same thing. I'd be thinking they're probably going to try and sneak down second mid or something like that. Got to watch out for absolutely everything. But FaZe are being remarkably disciplined in a round where they don't have that much to work with. Couple of smokes left. And again, once you get to the 30-second mark, those smokes become really interesting. Oh, here we go. Rob's made his way past. He's a sneaky fella, isn't he?
Someone has to make a play here. You're not going to win with the SMGs in a traditional setup. Very sneaky. Can he capitalize? Like, he needs 2 kills from this play. If it's just one and done, it doesn't actually help them. If anything, makes things worse. Not sure that's the duel I'd go for. It's a really difficult shot, the MP9 at range. Give it a go. Doesn't get anything for it. And this might be the beginning of the end of Mirage, as they're getting absolutely destroyed. Heavy God. Put some nice work with the AK-47. Rain, nothing to do. 4-on-1, 12-7 locked in. Lost bonus won't be great. It's unfortunate for Ops. Like, it's a really nice little maneuver.
Oh, yes.
Slips the net. It's just a shame. It's like, if he was a little bit closer, that's a guaranteed kill. With that range, though, you have to be really precise with the burst. It's a difficult shot when they're moving as well. Maybe there was an idea to get to Banana instead of going for that 1 kill. See if you can find multiple enemies.
Fair play to Boomich. That is a nice turnaround, but I think that's what makes it even more frustrating to watch, is that he did so much great work to get himself into that position, and then couldn't capitalize on it, unfortunately.
Rain will save an AK.
They're just completely broke on the rest of FaZe, though, right? So it's not like they can save an AK and buy a bunch of stuff. You know, it's going to be minimal.
Oh, man, they don't even have max loss bonus. They get $2,400 per player. So yeah, tactical timeout, I suppose.
They said I was crazy when I picked Cloud9, Henry, for the game.
They did. Inferno experts or what? Going into the series, FaZe held an 11-1 record in the last 12 games in Inferno.
Okay.
Oops.
That's pretty good, but it's about to get a little bit worse. Here we go. They have 5 chances right here. The Cloud9 side to close this out.
FaZe still one of the most tenacious teams of Counter-Strike history.
They're so hard to put away. That is true. That's worth pointing out. Historically, you can have them up against the wall, and somehow they just keep surviving all the way into overtime. That's happened many, many times, so I'm sure Cloud9 would love to dodge that experience for now and just kind of celebrate this and move on to play Mirage. A great boost here. Should be the kill happening on the other side, and it will be Axel with his 21st kill.
They have dominated Banana. The analysts were discussing, like, would they be able to handle this sort of play? Would they be able to break through when FaZe are so good at operating this side of the map?
Yes.
They've dealt with it no problem, especially on the T side. Like, this has been a masterclass, getting Banana control, getting the opening frag, baiting out the utility. And they've completely sabotaged the money as well. FaZe have had the force battle, what, like 3 rounds in a row now?
Yeah.
Because they're like, be tempted into it by getting a few exit kills, racking up some money at the MP9, but then having a weak buy around it. Didn't really get many gun rounds here. Didn't see Brokey's AWP on the CT side really at all.
Yeah, that's a good point. Rain's been shut down really hard from a phenomenal performance on the first map. Speaking of which, he had that stolen AK. He's going to get the one. Brokey comes flying through the smoke, and Rops gets another one. It's an interesting round. They're very low on health on that T side, but Icy just lands it on Rops. He just needed a bullet, I think, and it would have been enough, but Now it's a 1 versus 2. Frozen, he does have an MP9. If he just gets the first one, it might work out, but Icy's on the other side. A perfect headshot. And we're going to see a third map. Well played on Cloud9's team here. That's really cool.
Yeah, really excellent showing. Textbook Counter-Strike, nothing too flashy. A dominating performance from Axel. Ties us up at 1-1. It's Mirage coming up next.
I don't think we saw that coming. We were praising FaZe for being experts, for being consistent when it comes to Inferno. This time around, though, they faced a team that played much better Counter-Strike than them. Fully deserved victory coming in for Cloud9, extending the series. Boopski, what did we witness?
I mean, we saw a little bit of Exile lurking, coming back into action, right? I think we spoke about him before the game, saying that he's been gone for the top of this level for at least 2 to 3 years. Back in Gambit, he was one of the best players in the world, and we saw a little bit glimpse of that today.
We did see a little bit of glimpses of that. However, I do want to jump into round 6 straight off the bat, because the beginning of the game wasn't necessarily that pretty. We have a 2v2 scenario. You see Cloud9 going up 4-1. You have Robs now left in a 1v2, playing it picture perfect. But from this point on onwards, Exile, with the limited time left of this round, all he can really do is stick to the bomb. And look at the timing. Look at the timing. Then for some reason, he lets go of the bomb with 0.69 seconds left of it, and he ends up losing the round. Robs, for that matter as well, didn't necessarily play that round in perfection either. So my point here is that the beginning of the game, despite Cloud9 getting off to a good start, it was a little bit messy. It felt like both teams couldn't really find their footing. And then initially, my thoughts are that if it's a messy game, then FaZe will prevail. FaZe will come out on top. But that wasn't the case.
I mean, I think it's more impressive when you look at the fact that they still lose those type of rounds, but they still win the game in 13-7 action. This could have been really, really grim for FaZe. Easily a 13-4 game if Cloud9 played the percentages better, because they also have another round where they're even in a better situation, where they feel like they get off to a start where they can actually dominate their opponent. I think Icy was also a player we wanted to talk about a little bit.
Yeah, let's jump into round 7 straight away. We do have a round that showcases once more that Cloud9 is getting off to a good start in the beginning of the round, but they can't really finalize it. Icy, you spoke about him, Bobski, getting a nice double entry, and yet FaZe still finds a way to win the round.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, when you really have the AWP taking the deep angle on short, right, you have a good start of the round, right? You get the 2 kills, and then he's almost about to get away, but he baited so much for his teammates, but they're not even able to get 1 kill from that situation. In this case, where you're forcing the opponent to go up through short, it should almost always be at least a good round for Cloud9.
And my point is that when you're FaZe Clan and you're winning those rounds, and if you're Cloud9 and you're not capitalizing on those opportunities, you're bound to lose. At some point, FaZe will come back into it. You see it on the round history here as well. FaZe is winning 4 rounds in a row. The score is 4-4. To my understanding of Counter-Strike, it had FaZe written all over it. But then Cloud9 came back. They won 4 rounds in a row in the second part of the first half, and then in the second half, it did feel like FaZe never really came alive. Is it fair to say that Cloud9 were by far the better team in this game?
I think it's fair. I don't think there was anything particular from FaZe's side where we felt like, wow, that was a great game of Counter-Strike from their side. I also think we have a couple of individual moments where you're kind of almost like a little bit baffled about how they can fail those type of rounds. We see Robs, for example, in the Mexico area. Like, he is the guy who's always so calm in these situations because he's used to lurking so much. He's always in those types of positions behind where he gets one, has to play away. I know he has an MP9, but it's not looking pretty. We also have some individuals in the form of Frozen and Rain having a complete disaster of a map.
It wasn't a great performance from FaZe Clan. You're right, Frozen didn't show up. Kerrigan didn't show up. You can keep mentioning the negatives when it comes to FaZe. However, positives when it comes to Cloud9. We spoke about Exile coming into this matchup as well, and he had a fantastic showing. You said that given the signing of Heavy Guard, given the fact that Exile perhaps is now the lone star left of the original Cloud9 core, you expect him to come back alive. Was this way better than you could have expected already?
I mean, we've seen him have those type of maps, right, also with the old roster, but it's just so inconsistent. If he can build upon what we've already seen from this relatively new lineup, it's looking good, man. Like, he was a very, very strong aimer in his prime. I don't think he's forgotten that, but now he has to take into a step where he's going to be a little bit more direct, take a little bit more responsibility. He's a relatively experienced player at this point, but it did look into him and Heavy God, like one of those guys were, anchors, but he's staying with his roles, and Heavy God is actually the one integrating new playstyles into his way.
And do you think that's the right way of going about it for Exile to continue in the role he had before?
I mean, I would have loved to see him switch it up a little bit, but of course it's only inside the team they actually internally know what he likes to do, right? I can sit here and say, wow, his aim is really meant to be something else, and he can play in more active roles and dominate games, but if he's not comfortable being in Connect on Mirage where all the nades and everything is flying, then I think it's better that a guy like Heavy God, which Boomich already mentioned, is like his second voice within the team.
It's only fair that we bring up Icy once more. I think he played a phenomenal game on Inferno once more. We saw him on map number 1 doing well. He was playing in Amcal. He was doing well doing the RMR. A huge prospect, you know, and now he finds himself a good contract within Cloud9. 2 maps in a row versus FaZe Clan, where he's the one making the difference this time around together with Exile. This is about the best possible debut you could have asked for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not uncommon within the space, right? He's
been there.
Yeah, of course, he's played like opponents like this, but of course, when you step inside a team with the likes of Cloud9, you have almost, I would say, legends within his region.
Yeah.
Right beside him, there's a lot of pressure from the get-go, right? But he's been able to handle it relatively well. I think if this is what we're just going to be seeing as a baseline from him, the future looks really bright for Cloud9.
And that's something I want to pick your brain on, because you've been in that position yourself. When you were joining Astralis, you were obviously joining a team that had won a lot of stuff, you know, and you came in as a player that's been around, obviously, in Madlands. You've seen your fair share of moments, and you've been at the big stages. But do you feel, you know, frightened by the fact that you're joining a big organization? Do you feel frightened by the fact that you're now sitting next to Device and some of these big players?
I mean, depends on the criteria that you're joining, right? I think that the circumstances are very different for IC. Sure. I think they trust him very much to be actually that player who can make a difference. I mean, I think Kasper Witt trusted me, but I don't think the rest of the team did. I mean, but yeah, I think IC has a unique situation, right? They've already spent their money on him. They feel like he's an integrated part of the roster. He's already shown that he can be a dominant force within the Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Is relatively small sample size with Amcal, but still, like, right now you're in a position where you're not a superstar team. You will just have to build from the bottom.
You will have to build from the bottom, and you're right saying that when you spend a lot of money on a player like IC, obviously comes with a certain amount of responsibility as well. Do you think, I asked you before as well, but now you've seen him play on 2 maps, you've seen him play for Amcal as well. Do you think we have a hidden gem right here? Do you think the potential of IC is up there to become not necessarily the best player in the world, but up there in the conversation?
I mean, this region just keeps producing these types of AWPers, right? I don't think they're that explosive, but I think they're so smart in their ways of thinking about Counter-Strike. I think they're all just like, I call them mini Shiros, because they always just take 1 kill, go back. They don't really gamble that much. They have relatively low death per rounds ratios, which means they save quite a lot, which means they also have the AWP in their hand. But I do love to see a real AWPer for once, right? We do see many right now in the form of Saiwu and all these guys kind of balancing between being a little bit of a hybrid. But right now we have really a guy who's kind of designated to play the AWP.
I'm curious to see what IC can bring to the table, especially considering we do have a map 3 coming up between FaZe Clan and Cloud9. I did not see this one coming, I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was gonna be FaZe all over, but we're jumping on a quick break and then we have map 3 ready for you. Players are arriving at the studio later today. Following after the Cloud9 FaZe match, we have NIP taking on G2. And as you can see on your screens right now, both of those two teams have arrived inside the studio. However, they can't play before we found a winner of the FaZe Clan versus Cloud9 game. And we're heading into a third deciding map. As I said, I did not see that coming, Boopski. Now, what you've seen the first couple of hours in this series, do you also stand with a feeling that Cloud9 could actually take this surprise win and you know, get a W against FaZe Clan in their debut?
I mean, I think this tournament means a lot more to Cloud9 than it does to FaZe. I think realistically speaking, it's only fair to assess that Kerrigan and those guys have bigger hopes than just winning a game. Yeah, exactly. He said it in the pre-interview that their main focus for the year is going to be Cologne and it's going to be the major. But it's not an excuse of why you should be able to lose an opening match against Cloud9. They are the better team on all aspects. I think it's hard to define what is the issue within FaZe. Like, often we have a pretty good idea of why certain teams fall flat. But this is such a well-rounded team where everybody's in their role that they kind of fall as a team so often, right? I do feel when we look at a guy like Kerrigan, I do think at times they do play, I don't want to say they play 4v5, but I think he can improve a little bit on the individual side of things, because I do think sometimes that teams smell a little bit of a blood when they play against Kerrigan, seeing him have an off game, and then they just kind of try to rush him a little bit. And that fact is not determined by... On Mirage, he has Frozen on short, and he's not really the safe guy either, right? He was a star player in Mouse, and I think many people trusted, okay, let's not go B too much because Frozen is going to be there, but right now they're kind of both having a hard time.
Well, I think that's interesting, specifically speaking about Mirage. It is a map that FaZe have lost 4 times in a row, so you'd assume that FaZe going into the player break, coming out of the break as well, would have had focus on Mirage, trying to better themselves on that exact map. Now, you're mentioning Kerrigan perhaps being a weak link. He's playing that B anchor position towards the apartments. Do you think that's something that Cloud9 as a set game plan will test straight away, or is it something you're trying to hide in the beginning and then maybe heading over there a couple of rounds into the game?
I mean, the reason why I think FaZe works so well relative to their stats sometimes is that Kerrigan is the smartest individual in Counter-Strike. I'll just say it here, right? I think he's so good at predicting when the opponent is actually trying to abuse him. And it's so often we see Brokey taking over the AWP to the B side and actually locking down those contact plays, because you think a guy like maybe let's say an Exile who's an out of position player would like to try, let me just test the waters here against Kerrigan. Maybe if I catch him jumping, maybe if I do something else, I'll get a kill and open up the round. But all of a sudden, you see the AWP. But here, the important part is that on the B, it's all about using the same patterns. So Exile doesn't get the feeling that it's an AWP or it's an M4 standing there. Because sometimes we see like a B player would go like Molotov, smoke the molly, and then you kind of know, okay, there's probably not an AWP here in the start, right? But if there's no nades being thrown, like no mollo, no smoke, you kind of think to yourself when you're the B player, maybe Brokey is standing on the opposite side of the wall, right? So it's very crucial for Kerrigan to actually use his bait correctly, and this is also like what teams look into on anti-strat, is that pattern recognition, like when does what player do what and what can we read from it.
Quickly, we know FaZe have lost 4 in a row on Mirage. We know Cloud9 are playing good and probably better Counter-Strike than we could have hoped for coming into this matchup. Do you think FaZe is going to win this one, or can it be a Cloud9 victory?
I still think FaZe is the better team, right? I'll have to go with my gut feeling. I think Kerrigan has the experience, but also the depth of a new map pool, considering they've just had a break where they can actually practice all new things. And this is where I think he actually shines through, when he has time to go into that deep dive mode and actually research a lot of stuff.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I also do think FaZe is standing the better chance of winning. However, I'm hoping for a competitive game of Counter-Strike, and to bring us that action is none other than Anders and Henry.
Thank you very much, Pimp. Welcome back to Fools Group 2024. This is the opening day of Group C and the final map between FaZe and Cloud9 as well. Cloud9 shocked us on Inferno. Looked like they actually had a very good grasp on the map and actually gave us a great run for our money. Can they continue it on Mirage, though? FaZe haven't had the best results in this map, losing the last 4 outings. I think it's up in the air. I think towards the end of Dust 2 and throughout Inferno, Cloud9 have played better CS as a whole.
Look at the odds. They've evened up quite a bit. It was much worse earlier, but people are giving Cloud9 a chance here. I like it.
I like it as well. I feel like they can do it. You predicted Cloud9 to win.
Famously, I did.
So
now that Exile is officially back, said this is going to be his breakout game, return to the top, probably at one point a top 5 rifler in the world. Obviously, bit of a decline from that status, but his performance on Inferno was great. Now we're on Mirage, the third and final map here between FaZe and Cloud9. So let us get this show on the road. I want to see if FaZe can shake off the rust here, if they can actually power on through, or if Cloud9 are going to find a way to upset them. That would be quite something. It's Cloud9 starting on the T side and FaZe on the CT side.
Well, well, well. Here we go then. Buckle up. Pistols have been going in favor of Cloud9, especially in Inferno. See whether Frozen can fend them off towards the B bomb site. Love to think of a nice headshot on the danger man, Axel. Carrigan can't find the same sort of damaging blow, as now they're going to get the bomb planted and the 4-on-4 retake begins. No kid in play, Anders.
That is a bit of an issue, isn't it? Means this retake is going to have to be lightning fast. It's close to Robs catching that kill on Boomic, and Frozen's on the other side hoping that he would overstep the mark, but he doesn't. Heavygon gets taken down, and now the retake's on Rain with 2 cracking headshots. It's just left to Inters alone. Oh, did he actually land that? Not quite. I thought it was another headshot, but now they're hunting him down, and they'll find him in the corner. Brokey able to pick him up, and they are straight on that defuse. I don't think they'll have the time for it as well. That's a nice retake coming through.
Didn't look likely they're going to pull that one off, Anders. And the fact they actually have 2 players surviving and a 10-second defuse as well suggests it went very well for them. And that's after they got the opening kill as well. So bomb planted, 4-on-4. Couldn't quite hold on to it. Rain biding his time, gets himself a nice double kill here as well. Taking down Heavy, got an Icy. And then Brokey with his signature dual elites. Closing things out here. Well done. Close range. And gets that nice last kill. Okay. He's in the mood. He's loose. I like it.
Singing his way through the game.
Yeah, you don't see that too often. New approach to the game. But the bomb down. Cloud9 certainly can invest into this round, and they have done so. A couple of rifles, a MAC-10, 2 Deagles. Rifles in the hands of Inters and Boomic. Axel will make do with the MAC-10. It's going to be Frozen be tested once again. Very good short player usually, and this time he does some damage, but it's going to be down to Carrigan to find a couple of kills. He does just that, and is now easy to try and stay alive. His objective is to allow the rotation to come through. They do. There might not be enough here. Back and forth we go. Even keel for now. Good damage inflicted, but not quite enough. Rain will be leaving Rops in another clutch scenario here. He's coming in from shorts. No utility. They've got a Molotov actually. The Molotov short is done for. They've run in towards the kitchen. Robs will have a smoke and a flash himself, hoping that someone walks into his crosshair, but they are staying put.
And a kit as well, so there is a bit of time here, but you're right. He was really praying that there was going to be, you know, a quick 1 versus 1 here. A simple mistake from IC could have done it. I think now he's wasted quite a bit of time, and he still has no idea where anybody is. They're staying put here on the Cloud9 side. They're not going to give him any information for free, and I think he's already made the choice to say, all right, if we don't want to play, then we'll try again next round. Well done on Cloud9 here. I think you are right about Carrigan wanting to stay alive, but it kind of, at the end of it, felt like all the FaZe members were just fighting alone. Carrigan alone, Rain coming in from the market alone, and there was no real setup there, and that's unfortunate, because that requires, you know, each individual member of FaZe to get a couple of multi-kills, and it just wasn't the case, so well done.
Second round forced by victory. Will FaZe respond in kind and force by themselves? The answer seems to be yes. Rops will save a Galil, and scout purchased by Carrigan. He likes to scout. When they get going, he likes to bring out a double orb setup sometimes towards that B bomb site. He doesn't give it to Brokey, who's very proficient with the Desert Eagle, to be fair. So we'll see if Carrigan can find a few tags here. Rob's got a bit of a gap in that smoke, hoping to use it with the Galil. Flash over, smokes down, connector as well. And potential B splits off the bat here. As you can see, they've got 2 players. B side, now 4 towards top and middle. Heavy God at the front of the pack. Spots one towards shore. Waiting for any sort of reaction from the CTs here. There is a gap in that smoke that he's aware of. Robs has jumped up in towards the ladder room. Needs to find his first pick. And he does so in a fantastic manner. Finds Heavy God. Didn't take any damage, got the advantage. And now, FaZe are in the driving seat.
The fact that he was already pushing out with the Molotov was airborne is such an advantage, because if he isn't, then Heavygon is going to hear the burning, and then he's going to turn around and be ready for Rops to come running out. But he was already making that move, so the timing really could not have been better. Speaking of timing, pretty good job here on FaZe to rotate towards the B bomb site just when Cloud9 are about to set up, and a little bit of a jump here. Rain will spot the information. It's go time, but they are running into a giant stack. Even if it's pistols on the other side here, they're in a lot of trouble. We're down under 40 seconds, and they're slowly being thinned down. Axel and Inters trying to fight their way back, but again, they're just bleeding players here, and Axel's practically dead already. He was very low on health. It's on Icy. He nearly got it through the smoke. That would have been sick. He actually sees the foot there, but he can't quite find him. Rain could have been dead behind it. It would have been a 1 versus 1. 20 seconds. The spray is good, and actually, he's got a great chance at it here. One bullet might do it. He can't find it. Rain will take him down instead.
You can see the look of frustration there. He was playing it so well, but fancy footwork from the Norwegian. Gets underneath him. He didn't anticipate it. I think he caught his head, and he thought he was crossing towards the van.
Yeah.
And those is actually directly beneath him. And even with like 4 HP, Rain comes out on top. And this is the war of attrition we spoke of on Inferno. There'll be back-to-back force buys here. Icy looking very sharp with the rifles as well, it has to be said. Goes to that 1v1. I think that's the moment he saw his head cross over, so he thought he was at the van. Rain came back. And they are not going to force buy. I tell a lie, so it's going to be the eco here.
Okay. You could have justified forcing into this round, right?
I think so. It's not a requirement. A lot of teams would do it.
You know the economy is going to be bad on the CT side, but I guess they did steal an AK on Rain there, so maybe it would have been tricky to do enough damage. Either way, the Deagle is the real threat. Well, the Deagles is one on Inters as well.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, they're trying to run boost in CS2. Bold move.
I mean, your Glocks anyway. Might as well give it a go. Well, there's a kill. Frozen, given the task of defending that M4, should be no problem. Patrick should be his all day long. It's going to be Brokey to pick up that last kill, but yeah, pretty clean all things considered. And now the guns will come out for Cloud9 once again. If you are just joining us, it's the opening game of day 3. And opening game of Group C as well. FaZe versus Cloud9. We have NIP versus G2 coming up next. It's the debut of the new look Cloud9 roster, featuring the likes of Icy, Inters, and Heavy God, of course. So it's a complete rebuild. Boomage still in the roster with Axile, but I say now the roles make more sense. They've got a proper AWPer this time.
Yes.
Which is a good idea, I suppose.
It was very confusing. A lot of question marks raised around that particular issue.
Yeah, it didn't really work out. But here we are.
Fresh start for them. Yeah, so far so good. Rain, clean shot to take down one, but the flashbang could not possibly have been better. Axile's going to get a couple of kills here. Ready to fight more, and he'll get the headshot. Takes a third. Rops blown up, and Brokey trying to see if he can salvage the round here. 2 versus 2. And Axile, oh, he gets another one, nearly the ace for him. It's up to Icy to try and clutch it again. 1 versus 1 against Brokey. Could get a bomb plant here, but it's so risky. He has no idea where Brokey's gone to at the moment.
He's jumped into window and got himself in towards jungle. So, element of surprise gone now without grenades being thrown, but he seems to have a good understanding as to where Icy is. You can spam those boxes and get some damage through. Oh, nice play from Brokey, but even better shots from Icy. This time, the clutch does not elude him, and they answer back. It's another 1 versus 1. Both the AWPers going at it with rifles in hand.
Let's see this, though.
Great round from
Axile. Some echoes of old Axile here.
Yeah, dude, spray control at range. Like on this third kill, this one now. Unreal.
Sickening. And then
like, you got like 4 bullets left in the magazine. You committed to a spray, and they just cleanly connected the dome.
Been a minute since we've seen that kind of play from him, but it's a welcome return. Rob's surely going to be dead on this one. Yeah, unfortunate. Just trying not to breathe too heavily inside of the smoke. Just please don't. Well, if they win this round, the money is definitively going to be gone for FaZe, and Cloud9 could even take a bit of a round lead here. Flash into the corner, but Frozen stands his ground. Smoke on top, and Icy. Yeah, he had to either push that, or they would have to give up that entire attack and relocate somewhere else on the map. So, very important kill. Leaves just 1 player, but there is a rotation. Rain already running there, so they're kind of going mid and B and leaving A pretty much undefended. It looks like Boomich is going to take advantage of that. Could be a huge play for Boomich if he can make his way out onto the A side. Only Broken here and just deleted. Heavy God. If you would have asked me, like, how is Heavy God going to fit into this lineup? Except that's going to take a while before he can sort of fully acclimatize to all of this, but so far it seems to be working very well.
Yeah, he hasn't had to do anything too spectacular so
No.
far, but it literally is the first outing. It's going to take him some time to get into the swing of things. I know he does speak Russian, but I'm not sure like how well. I'm sure it's not his first choice in Counter-Strike.
Probably not, but yeah, what an interesting scenario. Carrigan and Rain obviously going to be saving that, but that call was made the second that Brokey died there. So, going to be tied up, and these two M4s will be the only real thing they have to work with in the next round phase. So, pretty impressive stuff here. Cloud9 soldiering on for the moment. I see, again, like, I see and I think Axel were the two top players on Inferno.
Yep.
He's back at it again.
Oh, that is a rough one for Mr. Robs. NAVI got him that kill from the underpass. And yeah, this is a team that's looking pretty formidable already. Taking Inferno, FaZe's map pick, and recovering that 10-2 deficit they had on Dust 2 as well. Actually, they made it a very competitive game. It's been impressive, I think, for a first outing. Let's see if they can close this one out. 3-3 on their T-side campaign here of Mirage. Oh, the money is so desperately low. They do not force buy into this round. They save a couple of rifles.
Yeah.
They've got USPs elsewhere, so see what they can make of it.
Pretty much stack the A-bomb site, just hoping that there's going to be some sort of early attack happening. Heavy God takes a bit of damage. That's the 1 M4 located. Absolutely nobody on the B side of the map here, which Cloud9 is not even close to finding out. But if they slow it down now, I guess they could go back and sort of check it out. Huge roll of the dice for FaZe to put this many people on one side of the map, but I'm not sure they have many other better choices at the moment. So looks like the bomb is creeping away as Carrigan is close to top mid. Also, I mean, he can find out what's going on. Also, a chance here to lose the M4, unfortunately, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Heavy God crouches in, very close to going down, but will take down Carrigan. Oh.
Okay. It happens.
Yeah. Can they run away that AK and the M4? I feel like leaving them at top mid could be a little bit dangerous. They're running back into the stack, Henry, with a team kill. Oh, no.
There is a chance this one goes a little bit skew with. Let's have a look. Exile. Blasted by the 5-7, but Icy, very nice rifling, it has to be said. 24 seconds though, we have a slight fly in the ointment though, but Icy is checking every nook and cranny. Rain left in the 3 versus 1, they would have loved maybe just one more kill there. 2v1, maybe he can pull it off. Yeah. Impossible though in this sort of scenario. Icy looks like a stone cold killer, if you pardon the pun.
Well, he absolutely does, you're right. Rain focus in his eyes here. They're kind of feeling the gravity of the situation. Their funds are low, and they can't really defend the CT side at the moment.
Oof. It happens, even to the best of them. Well, here we go. Another gun round at least for FaZe. That was the eco, technically, with a saved couple of rifles. They now got pretty much full buy, but they've lost Brokey early on the 4 and 4. Does not feel good on the CT side. Rain, long range spray. Cost them a couple of kills. Have we got an Axel? That is a potent duo.
Yeah, it's really working out for them. And a determined fight here for FaZe. They wanted to fight in the middle. They had 4 players there. One of them was smoked off of the window and really got into the fight, but they were still pushing short and and connector, so they really, really wanted to try and win this fight early on against Cloud9. And if you can do that on the CT side, if you can stop the Ts from having the mid control, obviously strategically that puts you in a really powerful position. But now, bit of a different question. Carrigan and Robs left 2 versus 4 here. Bomb still not to be picked up, but they are waiting. I like this from Cloud9. Different pace, slow it down. You know FaZe are going to be sweating in this round.
There's still a chance there. Carrigan's patience may prevail. It's good for 1. And maybe even 3, Anders. He has really been playing well in the individual mechanics today. He's had his moments, and this could be a chance for him to actually win a 1 versus 1 against Inters. Can he pull it off?
Sickening display. He almost had the headshot against Inters, and 30 seconds left. The bomb's right there with him, so he knows Inters has to step out and fight him. Down to 23 seconds. How long do you let this go on for? Karen's got a bit of a health advantage, but he doesn't have any head armor either, and the AK on the other side, and they could shoot him up pretty quickly. He's just there, perfect time. A massive clutch coming out from Carrigan. He said he'd worked on his individual performance, and
definitely.
you see it here.
Yeah, you've seen it multiple rounds today. That's not a round you expect Carrigan to pull off, but you could see it brewing. His position was absolutely perfect.
Oh, yeah.
His teammate taking the aggro. He gets the first one top of middle. The AWPer doesn't quite hit his shot, and all of a sudden, the wheels fall off for Cloud9. He plays it to perfection. You do not expect Carrigan to win these sort of rounds. Let's just enjoy that one more time. So he gets the intel. He knows exactly where the third player is, can adjust his aim accordingly. Bomb goes down, as you mentioned, and then he's got the HP advantage, already tickled Inters on the A side. He knew where he was as well. He couldn't have played that any better. And that's a round FaZe needed. This one was beginning to spiral. And it's Carrigan delivering the goods.
But that could easily be the pivotal moment that we're going to talk about going back. Axel, he's ready. He's actually one of the things that he's famous for is opening the speed bomb site. 3 versus 4, and the round's probably over.
Yeah, that's such a shame. After you win that round, you go down in the first 10 seconds of the next one and say, oh, well.
The ultimate rug pull.
Yeah, it's all done. All right. Well, he still keep 3 weapons alive, including the AWP at Brokey. You're right, though. Axel, certainly known for those sort of antics.
He's done so much between him and Icy. They're just like everyone else is at 3 kills, and between the two of them, they've got 22. So kind of crazy at the moment. Wow. Yeah, for FaZe, they can't build on that success. I mean, that is a massive deal, right? That could have been the spark to turn everything around and get right back into the half here, but it isn't what we're seeing.
Yeah, that kind of round will take the wind out of your sails.
Well, just to echo something that you said earlier, Henry, though, they're such a hard team to put away FaZe that Cloud9 have to kind of remind themselves that even if they have a bit of a lead, even if they go into the second half like at 8-4, they still have to have that focus all the way through. Like if you slip up even once, FaZe famously are able to make almost any comeback. So it's a good start for Cloud9, but by no means is the job done.
Oh, certainly not. Brokey doesn't seem to think so. This time we'll find the opening kill against Boomich. He's struggling with these opening frags the last few rounds, but to be Cloud9 not wasting any time. You know, Rain is segregated to the corner.
Oh my god.
Nice shot from Brokey once again. Man advantage maintained. 1 minute 30 on the clock. It's a very fast round from Cloud9. Next objective, try and get the bomb planted if possible, but it's in the back of Icy. He's currently at the top of the steps, working his way towards connected, so he might be going for the long con here. Change things up.
Did he see it? I think he did. Frozen, he's got a bit of an idea, and he's going to catch him. Inters a little bit too far out. Icy, once again, alone, attempting to clutch it. He's been close a couple of times. He's even had one. Hunting down Frozen. That's going to be a free kill, and he has the bomb. This is interesting. If he clutches this one, Henry, young player up against one of the strongest teams in the world, making a bit of a name for himself, potentially.
He faked the def cam to suggest he was jumping in window.
Yeah.
And actually made his way into B. He's timed it perfectly. Brokey had to respect that he could come from murder hole. And this, okay, I was about to build up some epic clutch, but it goes down. But still, great effort. The fact he got the bomb planted, did more than he thought he would. And nice round from Brokey as well. Gets himself, what, 3 kills?
Yes. Yeah, I think he's hoping that Molotov is forcing someone forward so that he can just catch them as they're running away, but obviously didn't work out that way. Or whatever.
Okay. Okay.
I'll say this, apart from this, Axel getting these 2 very, very quick kills once again. You mentioned how fast that round was from Cloud9. That is something that I really enjoy about Boomich as a captain of any team that I've seen him in the last while, is that they are really quick to make decisions, because they lost that player to, like, he died at top mid, and he just instantly made the call, like, you're on A ramp, just go. Don't delay anything, just go right now. I like that speedy decision-making. That's something I almost always see out of his teams.
Big boom. Couple more rounds to go. Tech9 for Heavy God, focusing more on the utility here.
Change of pace, for sure. Nobody's moving.
Yeah.
The game freeze. We all good?
A lot more subdued this round. No opening picks, no shots through smoke. Icy's got his AWP. He's been doing God's work with the rifles so far, Mirage.
Okay. bringing the bomb back. See if they're gonna... they're actually gonna leave it. They've spent so much time already. I'm kind of nervous about the fact that they're leaving it in T-spawn. 50 seconds. All right, it's Icy that's gonna run and pick it up. So they've made their choice now to try and see if they can squeeze that A-bomb site from the middle. So many people here already. Again, Boomich dies very early in the round, having really no impact whatsoever. Heavy God is still coming from that mid position just for the underpass instead. If he can crack it open, it might be on, but Frozen here surely going to catch that kill. It's Axal, one of the main engines of the team, going down, leaving it 5 versus 3, which is 24 seconds now. I don't think this round is meant to be.
And that's Heavy God. Can do something unbelievable. The fact he's got something to work with here suggests he might give it a go. This kill has to come through. Inter's trying to play in front of the defense while they get the bomb planted. Okay. Nice idea. It's still possible to win it, don't get me wrong. It would just have to be something quite special at this stage. The no-scope not quite connecting. He's going to sneak away in towards CT spawn. This will be an absolute robbery of a round. 1 versus 1 against Carrigan this time. Carrigan managing to win a clutch before, and he'll win one again.
God, it's close.
Very uncomfortable round for FaZe, but Carrigan holds his nerve.
I didn't even think they could even plant the bomb. I thought they had run out of time, but... Oh, Icy. He's in every clutch right now, and honestly, he's doing a great job, but obviously that was always going to be a hard one to win. Heavy God nearly opened up the round. I think Frozen at the A-ramp when he was kind of playing in the smoke, I think he kind of lost track of himself. I don't think there was any reason for him to be playing that far up in the smoke. He could just escape and play for the afterplant with his team, but might have got a little bit carried away. Wow, what a game. 6-5. We are going into the round number 12 here and almost losing to Brokey early on. But he does get dropped fairly low. So a bit of a mid-victory early on for Cloud9.
Final round. Guns are not great on the T side as Rob's finds the opening kill here. Takes down the Danger Man, but they swiftly respond. That's going to be Inters bringing you back to a 4-4.
Oh, hold on.
Playing heads up Counter-Strike here. Rob's going to sneak through the smoke. Spots one. Incredibly difficult shot, but one he absolutely nails.
Yeah. Quite a risk for Robs to take, but it's cool to see him do that kind of thing. Get a little bit of confidence back, perhaps. And they kind of have to respect it. They want to go back and make sure that Robs isn't still playing close to that top mid position, because obviously then he's going to know everything about where they're doing. So yeah, they return to find an empty mid, 50 seconds. I don't know. If they smoke connector and run for B, it's possible, I guess. Or maybe they don't smoke it at all. They just challenge anyone that's there. Rain is going to spot them out, but they might try and see if they can run down. It's right in his forehead. What's going on? Carrigan and Rain. Or it's just Rain getting a couple of kills.
Get a taste of this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, unless Icy can perform another spectacular clutch, it's going to be quite a disappointing finish to their T-side campaign. They're really running away with it in the first half, but FaZe close the gap and take the lead. It's going to be 7-5 in the third and final map of the series.
short. Nice. Let's fucking insane, bro. That's what we fucking need. Let's go. Sick round, Finn.
Thank you.
Let's fucking go now.
It's like refrag.
Yes, sir. Went back in. Nice.
Sick clutches, bro.
Sick fucking rounds, Finn, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep that up, actually. No money.
Best advertising refrag could ever ask for. Back-to-back clutches for Carrigan, one of which was maybe the clutch of the tournament so far. I know it's only day 3, but in the context of them needing that round, essentially like a 4-on-1, right? And he absolutely owned it. He didn't actually put a step in the wrong place. It was actually perfect.
Yeah, from a player who sometimes does get criticized individually. He's not meant to be the superstar, but people still like to point it out.
I mean, his level has got to be higher than it was last season.
Yeah, I disagree.
That is totally agree with you, but like the current state we're in Counter-Strike, everyone's looking so sharp across the board. We've got these younger in-game leaders stepping up. You do have to be a bit sharper than what he has put down last season. He knows it. He did it. Here we go then.
No delay, Henry. We're right back into it. Icy, strong headshot to begin with. Flashed in, trying to see if he can do a little bit more with the dualies. So many bullets and a couple of more kills potentially. Let's go the last one. Jumping and stomping on his head. Finally, they get him down, but he's caused so much havoc already. FaZe with 3 people left alive. Rops trying to see if he can fight his way back, and Boomich is dead, but Heavy God looking for more headshots. Rops, does he have it in him to clutch this one? 1 versus 2, and there's no safety. Stuck on that corner and taken down. Cloud9, a critical pistol here if they want the upset.
Really nice round for Cloud9. The Julie's doing some serious work out there. Double kill for Icy, continuing his strong form. Intis stepping up as well. Considering the scoreline, welcome pistol victory there, but the bomb is planted, not at the woods just yet. FaZe are going to buy back. There was definitely a moment there for Rops, but he was just getting peppered from both sides here. You can see he's such low HP. I don't know how he survived that encounter. There was no chance he's going to hold on to it, even after hitting some lovely shots here. Intis to close things out, and the low HP Rops. Leave him hanging, Boomich.
The pressure is on once again for FaZe. They're used to it, but still, every time you watch one of the games and you can feel it slipping out of their hands, you always think, how are they going to solve this one? More often than not, they do. But there is that question along the way. Who is going to step it up? Who's going to be the one to really carry them through? Brokey and Rain have already had their time in the sunshine on Dust 2. Rob's just playing very well in that first half. So a lot of cool stuff, and obviously Carrigan with some of the clutches there, but... All right, here we go. 2 AKs, and it's on Rain and Brokey.
So, Force Spy comes through. Not quite as potent as it used to be since the adjustment of the bomb plant reward. Still very viable. It was a bit OP before. You could get like 5 Galils and helmets and a smoke each.
I know.
It was a bit much.
Like almost a better buy, basically.
Yeah. Now it feels like it's actually in a pretty good spot. You get rewarded for the plans, but it's not like you have the advantage going into the next round. Like you still have less firepower, but you have something to work with. You see Carrigan's even sacrificed his Kevlar to make sure Rain gets the AK. So those are decisions she's made.
Thinking about the team as a whole. No surprise there. Ticking right past the minute mark here. And Rain just casually walking in. The smokes are up. That's for the headshot on Icy. What a beautiful kill that is. That leaves a path open for the B-bomb side if they want it. They still got Rops on the A-ramp that they can call on to cause a bit of a distraction. Carrigan almost getting that Deagle kill, shooting Axile in the back. He's only good for the 1 kill, and Intus alone at the back bench here. He has to get this kill. He must win it against Carrigan, and he does. That might resettle the round, but a good spray from Brokey. 2 versus 2, 30 seconds.
Felt like if they're going to win that round, that kill from the apartments had to be clean. The fact that Axel even got a frag after being shot in the back 3 times by a Deagle. It's a real shame. I really think it's a different round if that's a clean kill.
How did they know? Did they hear Rops? Oh, there's a little chance.
Hold on.
15 seconds.
What do you get a clean plant in?
Yeah, at the very least they can get that, but he's at a massive disadvantage. We need a cracking headshot here for Brokey. He makes an escape somehow, putting a lot more pressure on Heavy Guard. Now he has to go look for him. He doesn't have a kit either, so he can't spend all day on it. These are not easy rounds to win. Even if you're Heavy Guard here, you've got the health for it, but Can he find the shot before the headshot comes through? He can. Takes down Brokey. You see a sigh of relief on his face there. They're going to be able to get the round.
Difficult one there for Brokey. Just didn't have the HP to challenge the duel. Did well to even bring it down to the 1 versus 1. 20 points of health, though. There's only so many places he could be. Heavy God knows it.
How did they spin around to catch Robs? He was on the A ramp walking into the A bomb site, about to shoot them in the back on the catwalk. Like, either they heard him or Robs missed a shot. I don't know, but they just, I think they even wallbanged him at the end. It's kind of crazy.
There's a nice opening kill from Rain. This is the moment.
Yeah,
Axel should have been dead before. And then Inters gets himself a couple. Brokey does great work to even bring it down. It's 1 versus 1. He did have the jump on him as well. Just did nail the first shot. But they are going to buy. The bomb being planted is going down to the 1 versus 1. They're still going to invest into this. The loss bonus accumulating. 7-7 though. Cloud9 have closed the gap, looking for a debut victory here of full groups. Boomich opening frag. Rob's trying to sneak out of the Palace position. Doesn't work for him at all.
As a calculated risk, obviously, you're hoping that the CTs are assuming that that smoke is an impenetrable wall and that no one's coming through, but man, what a risk it is. Carrigan again sacrificing for his team, doesn't have any Kevlar whatsoever, so it's just going to be the hand cannon Deagle walking around the map, looking to find something. 4 versus 5. Game is all tied up. If Carrigan get even 1 kill, it's on. They're going to rush it down, but he can't. Axel will get him this time. A lot safe position for him, so he's going to be the back of the site here. I say that, but Frozen actually will catch him. The boost up here is very, very hard to spot if you're FaZe. You've got so much else on your mind when you're coming into this. You might just not check it, and indeed, nobody will. That should be the round. Inter's doing great work. Frozen still needs 2 more kills for the ace clutch. I mean, he's a character that could do it, but they're right in front of him here. Strong headshot. Heavy God is there, and he's not ready for it. This is so close for Frozen. But again, it's Heavy God in the 1 versus 1 to come up with a win.
Heavy God, another 1v1. Another round 1. As we do see him pick up yet another round. And bomb not planted this time, Anders. So even the loss bonus, it might be down to the partial buy. You're right. This boost on the bomb site, it's old school. You don't see it too often these days, but if it is overlooked, perfect position for that MP9. Heavy God, all calm and composed.
Again, it's so close, though. Like, they lose so many rifles. FaZe, they buy a little bit in this one.
Yeah, the thing is that without the plant, they can't really justify a full investment. So yeah, you're right. But this is the round where they can stabilize. If they keep this one clean, which they are favored to do so, should be fine. For 9-7 here for Cloud9.
Just the Galil at top mid. That's the real firepower in the round. Props and Brokey with the Deagle each. We've definitely seen Brokey hit some truly crazy Deagle shots in the past, so wouldn't put it past him. A miracle like that could revitalize FaZe once again. Icy ready for them as they come through, even with the M4A1. Pretty good job. And Robs is going to go down. It's a flawless round at the end.
There's your money. It's back on track now. 5 players surviving, MP9 kills. Yeah, I think they should be fine. Pressure on, though, for FaZe. Opening game here. If they lose, they'll go on to play the loser of G2 and NIP. Let me tell you, Anders, there's a chance for an upset down there as well. I know that seems a crazy thing to say. NIP might be G2, but G2 sort of fledgling roster as well. They've recently added 2 new members. NIP have actually been a squad for some time now with Wrinkle, and honestly, I think they could cause some damage there.
I swore I wouldn't get back on that NIP pain train. Promised myself, Henry.
Just one last ride.
Just one more ride.
Come on.
Well, let's see. I'll leave it.
But my point is, imagine that it's FaZe and G2.
Oh, that would be devastating.
Delicious.
In every way. And delicious, yeah, you're right. A little bit of a mix of both, really.
We've got to get there first. So FaZe have not, by any means, lost this game yet.
No.
Just letting you know the context as Boomich will open things up. Spray for the smoke. They are absolutely owning it on the CT side. They're not going to check for this. As long as he gets 1 kill.
And Inters. He could have made the mistake of shooting Frozen first, but he didn't. He just held his cool. That's very nice.
Ooh, okay, Brokey fancies this one. Oh,
it'd be fun. Oh my god, Boomich just fired up. Let's go. I would love to see Inter's the replay for him, because he could have shot Frozen as he was just escaping through the ledge there. And if he had, he would have been traded instantly, and it would have been a different round, but he just let him past.
Oh, I love that from Boomich. He is fired up. The analyst said it. This game and this tournament means a lot more to Cloud9 than it does for FaZe. Like FaZe, if anything, Cologne round the corner. You just need to qualify for this event. There's no trophy on the line per se, right? So just getting through it, like that's all they're worried about. But Cloud9, they want to prove themselves. They've been in the doldrums with this roster for the last year or so. Like from missed majors to not really.
It's been
finding
really
many
miserable.
trophies, not many deep runs. So no AWPA for like a year. It's just been a bit of a disaster. But yeah, like Boomich coming here as the captain, a proper roster now, where the roles make sense.
Yeah,
signing some like good upcoming talent as well with Heavy Gods. Yeah, this is an exciting roster, and that they want to show they can take on the world's best. Like taking a scalp like FaZe in your opening game, kind of unheard of. So see if they can keep it up. They're officially on fire, as you can see, with 5 rounds in a row. Hey, remember, it was 7-5 first half, ladies and gents. FaZe down to another eco.
Still Axile and Icy, just like on Inferno. An enormous amount of work early on. 3-round lead. They are trying to get close to that B-bomb side once again. Axile could get himself killed here, but Rob's just missing the shot. As a very winnable fight for Robs. He had the right idea, but just missed it by an inch. And Axile wants back for more, and he got a little bit more than he was hoping for there. Rain with the Tech9 on the other side. Now some pressure on Inters here. Does he stay and fight? If he dies, it's a big problem here, and he will stick around. He could have probably chosen to fall back and just played for the afterplant. They're still doing fine, I guess, with Icy hitting a little bit of a shot like that, but that left an opening there, I think. Inters making the choice to push forward could have been pivotal in the round. Frozen and Rain, not likely to win this one, but it is doable.
Definitely doable. We've seen Rain do some unbelievable things today, especially on Dust 2. He's an absolute animal. See if the Tech9 can step up here. Certainly can for the first. Still a lot more work to be done, though. Frozen will take down Heavy God. Changing to the rifle. It's Icy. Now he's going to be left in another clutch scenario, but Frozen steals the show.
More than doable. They made it look easy.
It was actually pretty nice and clean, wasn't it? Okay, that's a fly in the ointment. It was looking so good for Cloud9. Felt like they were in cruise control to the victory. But the Tech9 of Frozen gets them back into their winning ways.
I think being a B anchor like Inters has been playing here, you know when you sort of realize, okay, they are actually showing up and you have to make that choice to either fight to the death or reposition. You have such short time to make those decisions. And this time it just didn't really work out for him. Being a B anchor on Mirage is just not that much fun. Long stretches of boredom. You have to try and retake the A-bomb side almost alone, and then eventually they just run you down while you're sleeping. Karrigan maybe realizing it's a bit of a stack. I don't know how many people he saw there, maybe just the one, but once they catch on, he should be good to go.
Should be. Karrigan should have no problem here. Double kill on the menu. And one he devours with room for dessert. Gets the third. 2 players remaining. Not much to say about this round. It's going to be 10-9, a 1-round game.
Well, we did warn everybody. FaZe are hard to get rid of.
Yeah, like just when you think you've got them, they strike back. That round from Frozen in the B-bomb site. 2 versus 3. Light work of it. If they have a clean round here, this one's going to go the distance. That's got overtime written all over it, if you ask me.
I'd welcome it at this point. I think it's a very cool game. I really like this. These 2 teams have delivered in terms of the entertainment. Inters, get a kill, you steal a rifle. That's about the best we could hope for here. Not going to be on Rops, though, as he will win the last couple of fights for himself. So you're right. We're almost there. And now the problem really is, obviously, for the CT side, is that economy situation is going to be really pivotal going forward. Anything they can get on their side to get a full buy is going to be huge. They'll have the AWP, but we're down to a FAMAS on Boomich. Don't think he cares. Like, he'll play with almost anything, I feel like.
True. He's not too picky. Where we go. Ice with the AWP. 20 kills to his name. Changing nades towards middle. One of them's relatively effective. Even more so from Axel. Great spray control towards Rain will find the killing blow and the opening kill. He did that before, though, and maybe regressed a little bit too much towards the ladder room. Gave himself up to the Tech-9, which opened the floodgates for FaZe.
Right.
I'm going to be a little bit more defensive with the advantage.
Nobody on A, so they're just playing it full retake at the moment. Is that all right? Do you mind?
We'll see how it goes. NAVI God lying in wait. Backup of Icy as well.
Look at Boomich. He's pushed out into the B hallway right now, so Carrigan might get shot at the back here, and the rest of his team are having a very hard time actually getting onto the bomb site, even though they're right there. All right, Carrigan does catch Boomich, so that's interesting. There still is I say a 3 versus 4, but Carrigan is bleeding out there at the top mid position.
Yeah, he's going to have to come through connector. We've got plenty of time. Broki's hoping for the CT to overstep the mark and give him a kill. He's going towards Sandwich with the AWP and the bomb as well. It's not an ideal spot, but Carrigan, he's got a 6 time. Well done. He's had some fantastic moments today. Can't quite find Icy, but he has given them a little bit of room to work with.
AWP's guarding it. That shot, though. Missed opportunity. I thought he was going to walk right into that one. It would have been a 2-on-2 with the bomb planted, but Inters, he's actually stepped up in a couple of these rounds.
Definitely. He's finding his 2 kills when required. Not giving his life away for free. And here we go then. That was the opening kill from Axel. This time got away with his life. NAVI God put up by Carrigan in the end, but it was still a 3 versus 2. Inters denied the plan.
I'd love to see that peek from Inters from Broki's point of view, because he's covering Robs on the bomb plant. Like, how much does he even see there? It just looked like he had the opportunity, but regardless, we're into the 21st round. It's drawing real close right now. They have a chance here, Cloud9, to run away with it before FaZe know what's going on, but FaZe have money. They even have a little bit in the bank after this one. Broki playing a classic high-stakes AWP game in the middle here, just scoped up, looking for anyone to find him in connector, which nobody currently is. But still, it's a risky game if you get attacked and you miss the shot. All right, they have to go run back and pick up the bomb, but one good entry could really open up this A bomb site here. Rops is dreaming of that right now. Gonna almost deliver it to him as Axel walks into the shot. The bomb is still in the middle. Very important fight for Boomich to win there, but Frozen just very quickly takes it back. Boomich has a good tactical position, but they're still going to get the bomb plant if they push. He probably can't fight it on his own. Icy holding towards that window. He's going to have to go and help out Boomich on the other side. It can't be Boomich just swinging wide on this one. They're surely going to know that he's here.
Oh, the bomb's crossing at the worst possible time, but great job from Frozen. That saves the day. They'd have lost the bomb and Boomich survives and continued to apply pressure. They would have been in a lot of trouble there, but as you can see, Cloud9 just going to let this one slip by the wayside. FaZe, a sigh of relief as they find double digits here. Rob's nice little open up in towards the A site. And then Frozen stepping up. He's had some very high impact kills here on Mirage.
21 kills in total. I kind of missed that, to be honest, but yeah, he's just crept up there slowly but surely.
He's first finding all the important trades, winning out those first frags and the clutches. He's looking very good.
So 11-10. Keep it going. Marching towards overtime. I would really enjoy that right now. This Cloud9 team's delivered the action. We knew FaZe were going to be interesting, but no real data on Cloud9 in that sense. Hard to know what we're going to get. I think in some of these moments, FaZe are doing a really fine job at slowing down the game once the first sort of volleys come out. Like once the first fights happen, they just wait. They really want Cloud9 to make a mistake, and that's can be really excruciating to play up against. But on the other side of things, Cloud9 are fairly disciplined in those scenarios. They're not just rushing forward to take more fights. So a very even match at the moment. Second timeout called for Cloud9.
Anyone's game.
I don't think... Have they maybe once pushed top mid Cloud9?
They haven't been very aggressive at all in that respect. They've been pushing a lot towards short with Axel.
Right.
So they're taking duels, but not necessarily pushing.
That could be fun. Like right at the end of the game, you try and you have a little bit of a gimmick like that, some good flashes.
It's wide open. Let's have a look. FaZe pulled the previous round back. Limited the finances of Cloud9 somewhat. A couple of MP9s here. Here we go. A bit of aggression, Anders. The AWP in towards underpass.
I like it. Yeah, it wasn't top mid, but we'll take it. Unfortunately for them, there's nobody here. Obviously, you're hoping that there's a T player that's just swinging the corner a bit carelessly, but it's not really the case. How long can you keep this underpass play around for, though? Eventually, if you start losing at the A bomb side, you just have to try and get out of there. A lot of damage. Boomich. I think he got leg shot as well, but Brokey will take him down eventually. Grenade on top. Somehow Brokey gets to live through that one, and Robs, he already tried to sneak through the smoke once and didn't really work out for him. He's going to respectfully wait it out this time.
FaZe has come to the brakes for a second. They have 4 players ready to explode in towards the H site. Waiting for any sort of B apartment push on the other side of the map.
I feel like the slowdown is what they do so well. IC pushing forward with the AWP. It's all or nothing for him. The flash is actually somehow working out. He gets one more. Enters. Swings wide on the other side with the AK. It's Rogi to go down, and Frozen and Rops left 2 versus 3.
Oh, Carrigan ate the team flash, Anders.
Yeah, he did. Couldn't see a single thing. Heavy got here.
He had him dead to rights as well. They got him off the angle. There was an easy shot there, but he was blind.
That's devastating.
Seeing it from Carrigan's POV would tell the full story, but you could see like he was up there with the flashbang dance.
Those are definitely not easy shots for Icy to hit. Even if they did team flash it, it's a high-octane moment. Rops will get one, only 10 seconds. Absolutely no reason to fight him whatsoever. That's the only way he can win, is if you try and battle him out, and they're not going to. So, 12 to 10. 2 chances for Cloud9.
Oh, that was the round they had 2 MP9s as well.
Yeah.
Icy can't believe his luck. He turns in the flashbang. FaZe, they missed time to push. They waited all that time. They forced the CTs into an uncomfortable spot. So let's have a look at this. You can see Carrigan completely blind when he comes up. He had the advantage in that duel. Arguably, he gets traded out at the very least, but he gets 2 frags. They just missed time to just a millisecond off, I reckon.
But this kid right here, 23 and 13. He's playing at a really high level.
He's been excellent today. Finally, they have an AWPer, one that can do it all as well, right? He seems amazing with the rifles. He's had good pistol performances. Like, he's the real deal. Seems calm. He's talking a lot.
He's been thrown into so many clutches, and even when he loses them, it doesn't look like he's lost in the clutch. Like he just didn't win it, but he's just, you know, he knows what he's doing all the time, pretty close to getting it job done.
He's making the best plays to give him an advantage, and it might not necessarily work out, but yeah, he's definitely made some very impressive calls in the face of adversity.
Here we go.
12-10, one more round, Anders, for Cloud9 to win their debut game.
How sick is that?
Against FaZe, no less.
Icy trying his luck, but probably take more than that to get rid of FaZe. Molotov into a smoke, and Frozen says, you know what? I don't think anyone's holding it on the other side. I'm going to roll the dice, walk through, hope I can get an opening. Rain is on the other side here. Let's see if they can collapse. One good kill here towards B, and it is on, and they should be able to get to it. But Exile finds the timing. Heavy God takes down Carrigan. And now it's 5 versus 3. Disaster striking here for FaZe. It's Frozen to try and bring this game back. He's done very well so far, but he needs another kill towards that B bomb side. And again, Inter's playing it very smartly. He's not really fighting. He's just saying, all right, I'll give you a bit of space, but you've no idea where I am. 3 versus 4. They really want to spot Inters. They know he's the anchor. They know that he's somewhere here, but they just don't have the information yet. So, finally they catch him. Maybe a little too passive. I can't believe he lives. How's that happened? Frozen can't land the kill against Boomich. How has it gone so desperately wrong? Well, now it's back. Brokey shows up, handles business. Warbang shot through the bench to take down Inters, and it's a 2 versus 2 now. FaZe fighting to stay alive in the best of 3, but they've got some of the best men on it here. A peek. Icy nearly goes down. He's 21 health, and do they just try and save? They don't have a lot of money here. They've got to be really careful. Heavy God still wants to test out the issue, but you've got to remember, if you lose this one, it could be straight into overtime. Moving forward, making a bit of noise. You have the kit, obviously. There's Icy with one. He picks up the kill, and Robs to take it in return. I think that's the clock running out, so brave attempt here, but all they'll save is the AWP as FaZe take one more step towards overtime.
Oh my God. That would have been the most heartbreaking way to give that round up if Frozen found all that space. Didn't necessarily miss, but couldn't find the killing blow to the player at the bench, who then somehow survives. The MP9 comes out this moment here. He doesn't get that kill, and it almost costs him the round when he goes down here. Well caught from the replay team, loving that. And then Brokey, the fact he has to come in, he gets the information. He's low behind bench. You gotta have to go pre-fire. It's the only way they get that kill. It's heartbreaking for both sides, I would say. And now look at the cash handers on map points. Final round, they've got to make do with 3 pistols of FAMAS and the Icy Orb, which is safe in the previous round here. Overtime looking very likely here.
A bit late on the boost because it failed the first time, so you got to be aware that someone could have made his way up, but it's going to be the pistol leading the charge, so now they definitely know. Robs suspicious of that push, doesn't want to walk into the AWP. Icy very low, but he'll still take down Robs. How is he alive behind that? 4 health left. And a 4 versus 4 here. They've got one crack at it.
Pretty interesting position for the CZ as well.
That's a lot of damage. Reload takes forever.
Okay, we're going overtime.
It certainly feels like it. I mean, Icy, how much more could he really do with no health left?
Axel's coming in from T-Spawn. They have got a kit. It would have to be another unbelievable clutch here. Looks like FaZe have done more than enough.
Yeah.
Sound cue would have been heard. God, he almost actually got that second kill as well, but he's on low HP. Flashbang. At least dissuade him. Bear in mind, he doesn't have the kit. Even if he gets both kills at this point, it'll be questionable whether he can get the defuse. Great effort. Couldn't ask for much more than that.
If he had it on the first spray, then maybe it's on, but well done. We warned you, we said it many times. Getting rid of FaZe is just not easy. It doesn't matter who or which team you are, it's always going to be a struggle. So here we go, overtime on the 3rd map. We're blessed early on, Henry. I think this game has been magnificent. I'm really enjoying this.
This has been game of the tournament. I know it's only day 3. We only had, what, 8 games? But this has been proper entertainment. We haven't got any stand-ins. There's no caveats. It's just a new look Cloud9 looking to establish themselves in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. And regardless of the end of losing this overtime, I think they've put down a bit of a clinic today. It's a statement performance.
Nearly catching it, Boomich. The grenade might still get him. It's a touchdown for Robs. What a way to get an entry. That's so unlikely. And Icy, one of the rare times that we've seen him miss a kill, and might have even been one of the easier shots there to hit, but at least he doesn't die. Four and 5 here. First round of overtime. And FaZe, in spite of that, early advantage, they don't just pull the trigger on the A-bomb site. They really want to slow it down. Looks like they're going to be smoking the window again from T-Spawn, potentially. Or maybe, yeah, there we go. Try and re-aggress on this Heavy God. Has he flown under the radar? Smoke. With the flashbang, I should say, it nearly killed Rain, it looked like, but at least Axel gets one in return. Robs shooting Icy in the back. And I think that should be the round here.
Yeah, I think you might be right. First round of overtime here has led us to a 4-on-2. Trying to show a bit more presence towards middle. Hasn't worked out for them. Robs dealing with it admirably. Looking for his 3rd kill here.
I feel like Heavy God could have won that battle against Rain at top mid. That probably would have changed the round a fair bit, but just not this time. Yeah, bomb planted and enters an Axel. Can't really do anything with it. So, FaZe continue. They've been here so many times. Like, they must be the most well-drilled team in the world at having these kind of close games that almost slip away, and then so I'm sure they're used to it by now. Axel, though, adding to his own stat line, 24 kills. He was lights out as well on Inferno. Bit of a comeback, game for him individually.
Well. FaZe take the lead. making a comeback here on this T side. They were down 0-5 at the start of the second half. Slowly but surely grinding their way back into this one. Sabotaging the finances. Cloud9, round number 24, has led them to a first round win with a Rob's hat trick to close things up to 21 kills. What we love to see.
He's kind of coming alive as well. That's real bad news for Cloud9, obviously. Okay, we've had some very slow rounds out of FaZe, and I think Carrigan is deciding, let's try and change the pace radically, and they're not going to be ready for it, is the hope at least. Boomich jumping in the back by the ticket booth. One player in front going to get Molotov down. It's a stressful position to be in right now, but Axel still at least gets the one. That's better than I was expecting. Rops coming out of the Palace to absolutely wreck them. 2 kills in quick succession leaves Icy and Inters 2 versus 3, and you almost kind of have to fight for this a little bit.
Might as well give it a look in. Inters strike first. Icy with the AWP on the retake. Certainly not ideal. Monstrous grenade. And a better shot from Icy. They actually have something to work with here. There's so much smoke down, though. They will be dissipating momentarily. There we go. A bit of a breathing room towards the bench side. Still, the retake has to happen. They have got kits.
Yeah, you need a ridiculous shot from Icy, and it's just not possible. Brokey was crouched down there. I love the pace change. I think that was about 4 or 5 rounds in a row from Carrigan with that very, very slow style. And then they just pulled the trigger on that A-bomb site. A lot of pressure on. Missed opportunity. Wow, they are going to lose quite a bit, but I guess there's 11,000 on Axel, so he's got some bank.
There will be concessions, though. He can drop the AWP. They might want to use their timeout here just to distribute the wealth out. But yeah, that's 2-0. Rops, he gets a hat trick in both those rounds. Axel and Heavy got both got a kill apiece, but it wasn't nearly enough. Rops with a double outside the apartment. Brokey finding Icy, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, Rops is off the leash now.
So the buy's not too bad. I guess they have to sacrifice a couple of grenades. That's about it. AWP for Icy, no problem. See, that's why they give it to him. Looking for their first round here on the CT side. Great flashback. Icy provides it. Carrigan and Rops dropped by Boomich.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. What a 180 for Boomich. A quick triple for him leaves Brokey. No teammates left alive. So at least they win 1 out of 3 here. I don't think Brokey's going to be able to do anything. He's just so locked in. And somehow it's actually Boomich to get it. What a ridiculous quad kill for him. Well done. It's the first half of overtime. Still goes in favor of FaZe for the most part. And when suddenly they're in a prime position to win this whole series.
Certainly are. But it's not the whitewash.
Oh, no.
2-1. As we will see a chance now. And bear in mind, we'll see Cloud9 switch over to that T side. 2 rounds, guaranteed double overtime. If they get 3, they can win it. Smiles around. Whatever happened to this series, they put on a very good show today.
Oh, yeah.
The debut of this roster, first time on LAN.
I feel like they're going to get robbed a little bit if they don't win it. People are just going to look at the score and say, oh yeah, it was a 2-1, you know, FaZe 1. We expected that. Oh, there's Heavy God. Good entry, but Brokey's on the other side. Ready to put him on ice. Axel wants to make the jump and he'll risk it right in front there. Rob said to be pushed forward for the Molotov. He wanted to help out his teammate. Otherwise, Brokey would have been isolated in that position, so understand what Rob's trying to do, but he just got caught on that one. Carrigan, high-risk play through the smoke. He wants to catch them, but Inter's absolutely ready for it here, and Brokey's going to get hunted down. It's Boomich through the smoke. It's just Frozen left. 2 of them, almost 3 of them are kind of low on health, but none of that matters. You have to get the ball rolling into this bomb site if you want to try and clutch this one.
Not really much Frozen can do, I'm afraid.
Got a smoke and a kit. There's one. That was the high health player. 3 left. There's another one. You have to go for this. You've said you're kind of low on health, but still, the smoke and the kit, I say, give us the entertainment. Oh, he's almost got that line up. He knows that someone was there. He tries to sap it. There's still time. They're going to... There's one, but oh, Inters will catch him through the smoke. That's nearly a 1 versus 4 for Frozen. You could have seen a way that could have worked.
Yeah. Like I said, not much he could do, but he certainly found a lot out of a little. 3 kills, and I dare say if he went for that full defuse, like there's a world where he pulls it off, but thankfully for Cloud9, he is shut down before he touches the bomb for a second time here. Great play from Frozen. Sigh of relief from Inters. He gets the kill through the smoke. Very nice. 14-14. Next team that strikes will find map point and indeed series points. Who will it be? Reigns taking matters into his own hands. Back and forth trades favors the T side. He was so much time on the clock.
You just feel the change pace when Boomich is on the T side, like the action's happening so much earlier here. Maybe also FaZe fighting a little bit more, but
this is nice from Frozen though. He's given them the opportunity to rotate 2 players towards A with his nice little push in towards the apartments. He's not going to go T spawn by the looks of things. He's just holding foot for now. And they're going to go 3 towards Palace. So the rotations are coming through. Brokey, they've lost a lot of control of this side of the map. We'll go through CT spawn. The timing should favor him in that sense. He'll be able to get in towards CT spawn and focus towards the Palace. Just in the nick of time. It's going to be close, but he should be there.
How do they get rid of Brokey when they're all in the Palace? If they were one of us on the ramp, they could smoke off this position, but now they pretty much have to just jump out there, and that does not work out. Powerful headshot from Carrigan as well, just drops Heavy God mid-air. They had grenades.
I know Frozen doesn't get any kills towards that one, but the fact he gets all that information allows him to drop back and get towards CT spawn. That's what it's all about right there. Really nice comms, good decisions. Like we said, they timed it to perfection. As soon as they get in position, that's when Cloud9 pulled the trigger. And yeah, there's great teamwork, good comms. Carrigan, clean shot as well. Give him his credit there.
Nice! Insane, boys. Sick. Perfect run, boys. Perfect run.
Yeah, agreed.
They just need one
more. Very nice Counter-Strike.
Well, now it's on Cloud9 to try and get a little bit of overtime for themselves. They're running out of runway. Heavy God in the middle. He has Rops on the others. He's tried this maneuver a couple of times. He checks this, then he goes to check top mid. Oh, make an escape. It doesn't do too much damage.
Didn't take any damage though. So Rops will live to fight another day.
Where do they go? Looks like Inters is repositioning to go up to the Palace, so you can play that position for a lurk, even for a B attack if you want to, but looks like they're bringing the bomb back around this way too, so it's kind of starting to draw a bit of a picture of an eventual A attack with a double presence from mid. And honestly, FaZe are set up perfectly for this. Look at this, 3 people towards the middle. If this mid portion of the attack dies, the rest is going to be very hard to put together. I think FaZe have figured this out.
This one's for the win, ladies and gents. Nice job, Frozen. Playing like a man possessed today. Really showing us what he's made of. Impact across the board. Looks like it might be enough here. Boomich walking to certain death. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a great effort from Cloud9 today. They had FaZe on the ropes multiple times, but it is going to be FaZe Clan walking away with the victory in the opening game of Group C. They were tested to the limit of their abilities. They looked like they were down and out at points. They're a very difficult team to put away, and Cloud9, they won't be doing it today.
What a close fight put up by Cloud9, falling short to FaZe Clan in overtime on the 3rd deciding map. Nothing but praises can really be said for Cloud9, coming in with a new project, coming in with a new roster, but at the end of the day, FaZe does what FaZe almost always do, they win out the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can't give them those type of opportunities that we saw throughout the game. There's so many rounds where Cloud9 has a good starting point in the round, but they lose it in the mid-round situation, and this is where their expertise in the form of FaZe really shines through.
You could feel the tension, both from the FaZe camp, but obviously also for the Cloud9 camp. You said coming into the game, this means more to Cloud9, obviously, than it does to FaZe Clan. A new project, new players being integrated. I can't help to feel that despite Cloud9 losing this matchup, they were by far the team who can walk away with the most positiveness coming out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think when FaZe now, they're obviously happy that they won, but they will go back to the hotel and review the games more than Cloud9 potentially will do. I think the mistakes Cloud9 did will be very obvious and very self-explanatory, while on the FaZe side it's more of like a game plan thing, like how did we able to adapt so late in certain games, and why did it take so long for us to actually get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and then I gotta give praises to Icy as well. He had a fantastic series. Again, new guy coming into the team, was playing in MCL. He was pretty much the best performing player for Cloud9 throughout all 3 maps. That's a massive debut for him.
I mean, the best player in the series, if you ask me. I mean, considering what was at stakes and what he performed in his debut for a team that is relatively new on paper. I think they've had 2 weeks of boot camp. They said that themselves, but I think it's promising. I mean, this is kind of the Cloud9 that we got promised with the super roster, right? Yeah. All of a sudden, the expectations is also lower. So of course, it's relatively easy points for the likes of Cloud9, but they did really well.
They did really well. It was good to see Frozen do well as well on the 3rd deciding map. He finished with 29 kills, and James Banks caught up to him.
FaZe Clan do survive against Cloud9. I'm going to say survive because Dust2 was their pick. You guys were miles ahead. Then they started to claw their way back into it, but you handle business. Then we go on to Inferno. I know you were having a rough time, but also the B site was getting busted the whole time. Can you explain to me why it was so difficult to hold it against these guys?
I mean, good question. They obviously played well as well. We didn't really have information of how they play, right? Yeah. There was no stats, so we kind of had to figure things on the fly. And yeah, I mean, Inferno, man, I just got my ass whooped. It wasn't really in the zone. It wasn't really calling well, I feel like. And yeah, I mean, they pretty much abused me there, so props to them on that map.
And in terms of what you were just saying there, right, it's a new Cloud9, completely different of what you would know from them. How hard is it for you to try and read things, and what do you try and do to analyze how to play against them? Like, explain to me how difficult that is.
Well, it is very difficult, right? You don't know where their players are playing. You don't really know what's their tendencies. You don't really know. You cannot go back and check what starts they did, you know, back in the day. So, well, you just have to adapt on the fly, you know. And I mean, most importantly, we have to be able to play our game, but being able to adapt as well on the fly, right, to what they're doing in the moment. So, well, it is tough, but yeah, we managed to do it.
You did manage to do it, and also it was an overtime win, which is the classic phase, right? So we're back?
Hopefully, yeah, overtime phase is back.
We hope so. Let's see if it happens that way now going forward. Thank you very much.
Overtime phase perhaps will be back. Good to see Frozen happy. Good to see him playing well on the 3rd deciding map as well. Cloud9 had options. You said it yourself. You cannot allow yourself to miss out on those opportunities. You have a round you want to showcase to the viewers out there where perhaps it all went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think this actually was, the Mirage especially was their win. I mean, Cloud9 sat with the trophy or their advancement in this tournament in their hands when they have this round 23, where they actually have the possibility to end it. They've gotten 2 entry kills before this situation. FaZe is not stupid. They know Intus is playing B. For the love of God, buddy, you have an AK. Just peek. You've already been baited for twice in this round. In this moment itself, Intus is playing not to lose. You know those guys on FaZe who's not really willing to take space? That is Intus in this situation. If he just strafes on the timing, because before this situation, we actually see Axel dying on short.
Sure.
If he just trades him, because Frozen jumps out of B-apps, Intus know where he is, but the other way around, right?
Yeah, it's a classic scenario of Intus doesn't want to be the guy who potentially could lose the round for the team, and he ends up actually being the guy who ends up losing the round for the team, right? You're playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
Yeah, you keep going back, and then all of a sudden the wall is no further. And then one other thing is that his placement on the bench itself was horrendous. Like, he showed half his body to the right side of Snappy. Yeah, just a big mistake in a very crucial moment.
Yeah, a mistake for Cloud9, unfortunately. However, I think they can be proud pushing FaZe all the way through. However, doesn't change the fact that they're now heading down to the lower bracket. FaZe Clan will move on into the upper bracket. We do have another game coming up. As a matter of fact, we have 3 more games on the cards today. Next up will be G2 taking on NIP, and that's a matchup that I'm very excited to see play out. NIP on your screen right here. G2 with Monacy, G2 with Malps, G2 with Snacks. It's gonna be a bang of a game, so don't go anywhere. We'll be straight back. G2 taking on NIP, a G2 roster that a lot of us have been very excited to see. We saw them play at the Esports World Cup where they did way, way better than any of us would have thought. Obviously a star-studded roster with Monesi, with Nico, Malps coming in as well, being this new exciting kid of the block. Snacks as an in-game leader, always fun for a good interview and always fun for a good showing on this server. Today's opponent is none other than NIP, and that's a roster that we have been talking a lot about when it comes to the Blast circuit, but also a roster that's been under a lot of scrutiny over the past couple of years. They haven't been able to produce any sort of remarkable results. They haven't really been able to be competitive in most of the occasions, but it does feel like it's a new time coming for NIP. A new project, a new way of going. No more Danes, no more recycling, Config, Esetec, all those players that you've seen before, but perhaps a sign of a better future for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, if this game was 1 year ago, I think we would have been out of here 2-0 quickly, right? I do think there's actually potential in a NIP roster all of a sudden. You've never really said that about NIP since the good old days, right? And it's been so long for a team that has invested so much into the scene. Like, don't underestimate, guys, how much money this organization has spent on buying out players, getting Brolan, getting him out of there, getting Device, one of the most expensive transfers of all time, and these sorts of things. But this is the project that you finally have some faith in.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it, because we do know the salaries of players like Esetec, Config, etc. have been very, very high. You don't acquire that kind of talent without paying them a lot of money as well, and they really have nothing to show for. There's still a couple of faces in there that you know. Obviously, Res is the sole warrior, so to speak, still left from that original lineup. You have Wrinkle coming in. You have Alex, who's now been there for quite some time as well. They have been producing decent results, but we're yet to see the final breakthrough for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're in a period where they're kind of similar to what we just saw with Cloud9, right? They're in that breakthrough stage with a new roster, and they have to prove themselves. Nobody sets the expectations that high, so they kind of need to build a foundation. The question is, where's the foundation? Because I do think, on paper, this roster looks really good. Like, just on roles, like Isaac, the perfect support, Wrinkle as a star-studded AVP player, and all these sorts of things, but how high is the level of each individual? Like, can they actually challenge anything meaningful?
That's a good question. Well, we caught up with one of the guys that hopefully can help us educate us a little bit about what it's like building a new roster with NIP. James caught up with Alex before the game.
And within this rebuild, I want to just look at maybe getting your thoughts on what you feel already going into this team. Has it been better than you expected? Have you been surprised by anything?
I mean, I think everyone has been surprised about the recent results. Before the player break, I think we have been playing really solid CS, considering that we have been playing together for, as I said, 2 weeks, even less, of practice. So yeah, for sure. Like, I'm so happy with this lineup. I'm so happy with the boys. I think we have really good chemistry and very good energy. So.
Now, this event, though, is kind of the real test for you guys, right? Where you go up against some of the elite teams coming in here. For players like Wrinkle and Max, can you sense the difference in them? Can you still see that confidence in their eyes?
I mean, they are gonna. I know them. They are gonna play the same way as they usually do. But of course, maybe they are gonna be, or they are gonna feel a little bit nervous. But it's normal, right? Yeah. It's the first event of the season, first LAN. So I mean, no pressure at all.
For Alex, it's a massive challenge to rebuild this NIP lineup. As you said, it's no longer a star-studded roster. It's no longer household names that's within it. Do you think Alex has what it takes in order to build an international roster that can compete against the best?
I mean, realistically, what can NIP attract? I think this is the sort of caliber they can expect, and I think Alex had shown promise with his old roster in the likes of Movistar Riders, but now it's a new challenge. The money is bigger, the budgets are stronger, the organization is also expecting more, so I think he has a bit of experience to actually succeed in this project, but it's now or never, right? Because he did fail with the old roster, but I think the pieces were so messed up that he didn't really have a fair chance. Now it's now.
It's a tall challenge, especially when you're going up against a team like G2. We did see them play a little bit at the Esports World Cup, where it was all positives coming out of them. Yeah. One player I do want to put the spotlight on would be Nico. Obviously a player we've been talking a lot about for a long, long time, but he's starting to regain form. And my question to you, Bobski, is how important is it for this new iteration of G2 that Nico is finally coming back to form to help out Monesi?
I mean, I didn't hear half what you said because the team talk there, but I think I got what you meant, right? I think Nico can now lean back a little bit and be himself again. I know it sounds so cliche to be like the guy who says when Nico is just Nico, he becomes an amazing player, but he is that sort of caliber. He's the GOAT rifler of all time, right? I do think he has these periods where he falls kind of out of the game, but it often feels like it's due to some like a meta change or like it's due to some update in the game that makes him feel a little bit uncomfortable. But on the day, Nico is one of the best. I also think it's a luxury of him now having more players around him who can take over a game, because I think in the early days of G2, it was all dependent on Nico having a great game.
And to those of you, the lovely viewers out there who are maybe not familiar with the new G2 roster, who didn't watch the Esports World Cup, you have Mobs being part of the lineup, you have Snacks being part of the lineup. Your initial reactions to them joining the lineup? I
mean, I think Snacks was the big surprise of them all, right? I don't think he's a necessarily proven IGL, let's be honest. He played in Gamer Legion and did mediocre at best. I mean, it wasn't great, but I do think they were fed up with Hux's ways of doing things. They needed fresh energy, and then when you look at the market, you're kind of like, okay, what is the options? You advocate a lot for Glaive. I think actually Snacks is on an equal level when we actually just talked in the last year of what they've actually been able to achieve. I do know the Katowice with Glaive, but Snacks is a more experienced guy, not as an IGL, but actually dealing with these type of personalities. I think he actually can deal with a lot of the pressure that comes from being inside a team like G2.
From what I heard, right, we're positive around NIP. They're trying to rebuild the project, whereas for G2, this lineup has been assembled to pretty much win from the get-go. Is that also what we're expecting from this game? Is that a G2 victory and a clear one?
I mean, they should win, but I do think it's going to be a 2-1. The issue is that if this roster is formed to win instantly, I'm not on the same page. I think Mobs is a long-term bet. I don't think anyone could ever realistically expect what he delivered at the World Cup to be, okay, so this is just how it's going to be from day one. New roles, new positions, new ways of communicating, and new teammates, and all of a sudden he just steps inside the server and dominates. And the thing is that he's a very much support player, and he's still dominating in a lot of fashions that we see star players doing.
He has that ability to almost explode on the server sometimes. We did see it at the Esports World Cup. I remember a triple entry on Ancient in a very decided round where he's just exploding all over the server, basically. They are going up against NIP, and I do think that given that we have a little more time before the game is ready, that with NIP you have a trio of players that you want to focus on, right? You have a trio of players that you feel can perhaps be, again, and this is what I'm trying to feel for you. What is the limitations? What are the expectations? Are we talking about a team that can be top 10? Are we talking about top 5? Where can realistically NIP get to with the current material they have to work with?
I mean, the first goal should definitely just be going to the major, right? But aiming for a couple of playoffs within this year should be a reasonable take. I think many teams are preparing for next year when there's not going to be that many invites, considering just the brand's name. So they're going to be having to get their performance-related context on the server to work a lot better than they've done. But I do think you're right. The trio of these guys is actually somebody I have faith in. Maxter, for those who don't know, came up through the ranks, played in the academy graduate team. Him and Nilo was the best players there. Nilo, still going to school, was transferred over to Metasport. They upgraded Maxter. Then they acquired Wrinkle. Wrinkle was a guy that many teams just looked at. He was also mentioned multiple times within the top 20 where the player has to like give a shout for a player they think is going to work. And then you have Res. I think Res received a lot of criticism in the old NIP roster, which I don't really think was fair. I think he was actually one of the few players who was actually lifting his level. He even went to anchor roles to make space for Config, and Config didn't deliver to the level. So I do think he's a very versatile player, and never forget the 2017 IM Oakland.
IM Oakland. We have to get straight into the game. Anders and Henry is ready to take you through this one.
Never forget Oakland 2017.
Never forget.
It's one of my favorite memories of Counter-Strike, the MVP of Rez.
Yeah.
You enjoyed that?
I'm not even sure I remember it, Henry. But
you didn't even understand the joke that he made and I made. You just looking at me blankly. Awesome. All right.
I let you down.
Group C. We're going to continue the carnage here with G2 versus NIP.
Yes.
Rez, who got the MVP at IEM Oakland 2017. It's like a meme. He hasn't done anything since. It's the joke.
All right. Thanks.
Surprised you don't know it, but
the more you explain, the more you make me believe stupid, Henry. I appreciate that. The odds are going to be favoring G2. I think there's no surprise.
Right.
You're trying to get me back on board the NIP train.
I am, because I called these guys. I commentated the Yala Campus event, and they got to the grand finals against the Mongols. They didn't win it, but it was a great showing. The tournament level wasn't necessarily the highest in terms of the teams there, but they got to the grand final, and no one expected them to. Wrinkle was the star of the show. He was absolutely fantastic. This team has actually got a bit of a Swedish core now. They've got Exist behind them as the coach, and they are rebuilding for 2025. But I think this team, honestly, I think they've got a shout of winning today. I know that sounds crazy, but they are going to be so hungry to prove themselves, and this roster can cause some damage. We're getting to Anubis, a very strong map for G2 historically. It's picked by NIP, and we'll see who comes out on top here in the pistol.
I'm going to have to see it before I believe it, Henry, but I'll keep an open mind if nothing else. Here we go. It's NIP starting on the CT side. G2 pushing the middle on the T side right into Wrinkle, and they're going to be able to get that kill. Malps with the first kill of the best of 3. Snacks will follow it up, but yeah, they have a clear path to the bomb side. Actually, these two players outside, Rez and the rest of it, they're going to have a hard time getting back in because there is a player potentially flanking them. Snacks is out there. They know that he is, but still, how do you get this job done? Nice shot from Alex. The bomb is going to be planted by the cake. It's a 3 versus 4 in the afterplant. They know they have to hunt for Snacks. They really want to get rid of him. Oh,
Nico.
That might be done.
Uh-oh. That doesn't bode well.
Snacks is so smart not fighting them. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but he's bought maybe like 15 seconds before they can actually focus on the retake.
All right, then. Still a slight chance, I suppose. And it's, all of a sudden, it's actually looking quite promising, and is out of nowhere.
Might almost be one. If he's behind the cake, can he even stop him? Oh my god! Rest lands a headshot! They had absolutely no business winning this round.
That's a bit of a throw.
Oh, yes.
That's a massive throw from G2. I don't know how you lose that round. Everything was all tied up. It was done. Then all of a sudden, the floodgates open. You were commending Snacks. If he doesn't go down, though, if he just survived a bit longer, it would have been enough here. So this is a 4-on-2 at this stage.
The round is
bomb
won with
planted.
that kill.
So Snacks went down. They both come through main entrance. And all hell breaks loose.
I mean, credit to Rez and his absolute laser aim. Yeah.
Told you, man. Rez is on a comeback.
I've been emotionally scarred so many times, Henry. I don't know if I can do it again, but that is a compelling round.
Wait till you see Wrinkle on the T side of Anubis. His AWPing is spectacular. He's got his own kind of tricks and little maneuvers he does. He's super aggressive, but he also backs it up with this just amazing skill. You're going to be impressed by this kid.
Well, let's see. Rez did go down, but it was a stray scout shot from Nico, just landing a headshot, so that'll happen every once in a while. Maxter is here. We're just going to get run down by Snacks. A little bit unfortunate here. NIP would love to hold on to the lead of really early on. I mean, they fought hard to get back in that pistol round. It'd be a shame if they just kind of washed it all away right now. Alex has to try and escape. I don't really blame him. Going to get smoked off once again. So bomb is going to be planted. I mean, the question is, do you even just save what you have on the CT side here?
I think so. There's almost no chance you retake this now. Kind of thought that in the pistol, though, to be fair.
Yeah, well, it's true. Well, now's another M4, even 3 M4s.
Because we normally say losing the second round is almost worse than losing the pistol. But if you save 3 M4s, it's not too bad. Like, you can recover. So better off holding onto these rifles than just throwing them into a very unlikely scenario.
Okay, well, I mean, it's from G2's point of view, that's going to make up for unfortunate throwing of the pistol round at least a little bit. They will still have to fight the 3 M4s. And honestly, if you're NIP and you're saving these 3 M4s, I think you're going to be okay. You can fight your way into the next one anyway. I'd love to see that shot from Nico, though. How did that even happen? I feel like I saw like a wallbang icon as well. How did they even do that? Okay. Just right through the edge. That's well played. Just Nico things.
Okay, the highs and lows. What a difference a round makes.
Fun to see Exist back there. You pointed it out earlier, but back in the jersey after all these years.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, they've got a Swedish core now, 3 Swedish players. It's Isaac, Rez, and Maxter. Then you've got Exist behind them, the Swedish org. It's great to see because at one point they sacrificed their identity completely. And you're just like, wasn't that the whole point?
We forgot about this, but I'm actually a big fan of Isaac. I think he's been playing outside of the Swedish scene obviously for a long time. I think he's been doing great work. Just a strong individual, so that's something I could be. All right, I'm slowly coming over, but Nico is doing a lot of damage with that scout. What's going on? Wrinkles all the way down. Tough start now. G2 not doing anything behind it. Just waiting for the next move from NIP. They're expecting that there's going to be some kind of a play behind that early death. Both of them jiggling wildly. 50 seconds. And looks like it's going to be a split to the A bomb side. There's only one player defending. It is Rez. I don't know. You get another kill here, Rez. Maybe the round can still be salvaged, but yeah, he's scared that he's going to get pushed from that side because there's nobody at the A bomb side.
Completely swarm, that's the problem. Yeah, you might consider saving again. With Wrinkle being so low, you still got 2 M4s. Yeah, it's not even worth it. Not the most exciting round, but one G2 will be very happy to scoop up here. Hunter controlling the extremities, making sure that no one's retreating or looking for a weapon.
Don't know if you caught this, Henry, but I was trying to popularize Counter-Strike tongue twisters yesterday. I think it might be a new trend for like for the summer and fall kind of thing.
You think that's going to be the new trend?
I think kids might be into it. Generation Alpha or whatever we're at now.
I don't know if you're coming up with the concept. I doubt that's the one that's going to catch on. No offense.
You never know.
Do you feel like you relate to Gen Alpha?
I've got like an insight, you know.
All right,
give me
an example of one of your tongue twisters then.
Well, yesterday I came up with the idea of Flamus with a FAMAS flanking forklift for a 4K.
Flamus with a FAMAS flanking forklift for a 4K.
Yeah.
That's it? That's it. That's what you're bringing to the table. I mean, I'm not even sure. It's a lot of alliteration in there for sure. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a tongue twister. Is it one of those things you have to say like over and over again and it kind of like starts going wrong?
Listen, I only have one day, and they don't even pay me to do this, Henry. I just of my own time. Like,
crazy to think that. All right. Well, come with me. Come back tomorrow. Make them more relevant to like, because Flammers, a forklift of a 4K. There's no maps of a forklift anymore.
Yeah, that was a problem. I had an issue finding any position with F. To be honest,
all right. That's if you can make it relevant to the games that we see.
All right,
you bring the next day, then I might be interested. But yeah, the forklift is what threw me off.
I'll be honest.
I'm just thinking of cash straight away.
I'll be honest. I was thinking about something like a wink from Wrinkle as they wiggle, you know, something like that. But
from Wrinkle. All right, well, kids, Gen Alpha especially, if you've got any ideas, send them to Anders. He'll read them out.
Yeah,
see if the new trend will catch on.
I promise you, the other kids will think you're really cool if you can make it. They'll love that.
We're doing the Anders tongue twisters. They're so cool. Yeah, anyway, let's get into the action here. You can see that nice deep CT smoke. It's actually yielded a frag outside the B bomb side, but Malb's MD, the doctor, is in session.
That's the round.
Yeah, it might be. A bomb side's been fragile.
That, I mean, fair play to Rez. He wasn't quite playing anti-flash, but what a terrible position to be in if you're playing anti-flash and they don't throw any flashbangs. So you're just looking into the corner as they are fighting your teammate, and you have to try and spin around. Obviously, if they throw a flashbang first, then Rez will know, and he can turn around to catch Malbs. But in this case, doesn't really work out that way. Wow, NIP have had to make these choices a lot early on. I don't even really blame them. I don't know if they can do anything different right now. But it's a bit suffocating. And that's after winning the pistol in the most unlikely fashion. And they're not... This time, I mean, last time they were saving 3 M4s. This time it's a Scout, an MP9, and 1 M4. It's just...
A lot of saving, to be fair. So the money's not, like, completely busted. But yeah, you're right. They keep saving these kind of lesser weapons. You might consider just throwing those away now. You need to get some firepower in. Bear in mind, they're on the CT side here of Anubis. It's very difficult to operate here. It's a T-sided map for sure. Maybe the most T-sided map we have. G2 off the back of a grand final appearance at EWC. Had NAVI on the ropes, took a map off them.
Yes.
That was like kind of their debut. So definitely the favorites going into this one. But let me tell you, NIP, once they come online, that they are going to be a difficult team to deal with. You see they're using that same CT smoke. I think they're trying to condition. While Rez pushes middle, they're trying to get all the attention over towards that B push or potential B push. As Rez holds steady towards middle.
I mean, you're not checking that, are you, if you're coming from the T side? That's actually a very interesting position. It's risky if they're coming from the other side, but look at how quick you can move up behind them right now. If they survive for a second here at the B-bomb site, then there's a chance for Rez to shoot them all in the back, but Snacks has already opened up on one, and Monacy, he just saw him. I think he just saw him over the ledge. going to be ready with the M4. So again, another save. Well, I say that, but Wrinkle is going to go down, and he had the AWP, so that's a dreadful loss in this one. NIP not quite getting off the ground in some of these rounds.
No, it's been a slow start. Winning the pistol, then losing the follow-up 4 rounds. Plenty more CS to be played here, though. Bear in mind, you need 4 rounds on the CT side of Anubis.
Yes.
Alarm bell's not going off just yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely worth keeping in mind. Probably something NIP are whispering to each other. Just don't worry. Just wait for our opportunity.
Yeah. Clean sweep, though. No saving this time, I'm afraid. Money's okay. This is like tactical timeout territory, though. You want to put a hold to this before it starts to spiral. Exist. As we flip down the microphone, yeah, suggests we might not be getting it. Snacks, nice open up. Honestly, watching the flank. Snacks catching the AWP and the retreats. Beautiful stuff. And are they buying into this? Not fully. They didn't save a rifle, but Isaac's all in. Maxter had extra cash. He's gone for like a Hero M4 with still the same amount of money as his teammates.
Okay.
They get maximum loss bonus next round, so it's 3,400, so they can afford an AWP.
Yeah, and I guess Isaac's going to be happy playing with something a little bit different.
Well, yeah, he could also potentially save it if he has to as well. That is an option.
Yeah. Tossing in a couple of nades there, but the damage is not really spectacular at the moment. And G2 under no real pressure at the start of these rounds. Like, they don't have to force anything. They are low on grenades for whatever reason. I don't know how they managed to throw that many, but they have a couple left for the actual execute itself.
They've been bullying that A-bomb side time and time again. They might just go for a nice clean contact play. That rifle doesn't get a whole lot done. The P250 struggling at range for Wrinkle. Has to go for the reload. He's just trying to stay alive as long as possible in the back. Fancy footwork from Alex, trying to sneak away in the smoke, but we'll have to accept the fact it's going to be another round for G2 by the looks of things here. Isaac in towards the cave. The bomb not planted yet. Maybe it's not completely over. It's getting a little bit awkward, actually. Both players in towards CT spawn. Can go for this, I suppose, but you got Isaac down to 14 HP. Bear in mind, like you pointed out, his money's pretty busted. This is where you're probably considering the save already for him. And I think he's already starting to fall off. So yeah, as long as he saves the rifle, no harm, no foul on the full investment.
Yeah, it's a calculated risk. And so far so good. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to hunt him down either. Rez can stick around and just try and be a little bit more annoying. They have so much money, though, on the T side. I mean, that's the other side of when you're saving that much on an IP, right? That suddenly the T side just builds up so much cash. Maybe a little bit greedy to stick around and take that fight. Whatever. Not for Rez, but for the others. They can just leave him alone with the Deagle. But here we go. 5 in a row for G2 after giving away a pistol round that they also should have won.
True. Yeah, it did feel like a bit of a throw, that, didn't it? Well, here we go. The money's going to be back on track. They saved that M4. There's Wrinkle. New haircut with tournament.
Yeah, he's had the AWP once, so kind of hard to judge anything.
For my money, he seems to be like more impactful on the T side when he's kind of just like choosing his fights every single time. And this is the sort of plays you see him make. He is very assertive. He seems like once he gets a good spawn, he's got a feeling, he will call where he wants to go pick. Nice. And more often than not, he nails a shot just like that.
Yeah, that's a great luxury to have, you know. 4 on 5 right off the bat. Didn't take any damage for it. No real information leaked on over to G2 either that they can work with. Monacy, though, might just bring it straight back. He is not one to miss those kind of opportunities. Max to go down, and we're back into a 4 versus 4. Bomb is back in T-spawn. You could see Snacks is making the long trek around, so looks like they just want to end up back here at the B-bomb site. Oh, but this is interesting. Isaac moving up. Should be a free kill. Very careful to line up that one. Malbs is going to get one in return, but there is a second player moving out. It's Wrinkle with the AWP, and it's an easy shot for him. So 2 versus 3. The best sign of life outside the pistol that we've seen here for NIP. A 2 versus 3 that they can definitely win. Rez saying, all right, I might take a lot of damage, but I will definitely get the kill, and they'll take down Snacks last. So well done.
Yeah, nice round. Wrinkle taking matters into his own hands. You're going to see him do a lot more of that now. He just needed to find that one round where he has the high level of impact, his confidence starting to rise. It's an opening kill. He's going to be rotating. Like, bear in mind, he gets that kill at B main, and then you next see him at A main pushing towards canals. This is his second kill of the round.
Yeah.
So he's very agile, very nimble around the map.
Nice, good job.
A lot of confidence. He talks a lot, raises morale. He's going to be...
You need that, especially because, to be honest, on some of the other NIP lineups, that was a big problem, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
The silence.
Well, you can see who's going for the next play there, who's picking window. The AWP sometimes doesn't necessarily work out. Nico aware of those sort of tricks. Cleanly sprays him down. Opening advantage here. Depends now where does Snacks want to finish things up. Ideally, he wants to get in towards the dark room. They can execute in towards B, considering they've got 3 players outside. 1 holding middle. Oh, it's a nice deep smoke as well. That'll gain Snacks some room to get in there. Then as the smoke starts to dissipate, they can execute in towards the side itself. You can see they know they're being surrounded right here.
Yeah.
Trying to fend them off the best they can. The flashbang, not ideal, actually. I think there's a chance of the double kill here, but they're traded out quite effectively. Rez needs to deliver multiple kills if possible, and he's certainly delivering. Stepping up to the plate now. And that's a frag for Rez. Great round from NIP once again. After losing Wrinkle at the start.
Well, and you said not that long ago, get about 4 rounds on the CT side, and you can probably still win this map. They're up to 3 now, and digging into that T-side economy, which admittedly was very, very strong, but I actually think that was kind of hard to hold. Like, it didn't look like Alex was in a good position there because they had Snacks pushing up behind. They were really being sandwiched, and they still managed to fight their way out thanks to Rez doing good work. 5-3. But yeah, the bank of G2 is not empty yet, but it's definitely not looking as healthy as it once was. Snacks moving forward. I still can't really believe that Snacks has recovered his career and is playing at this level. I think it's wild that that is happening.
Considering he was just a mercenary for like 3 or 4 years, played him some low-level tier 3 teams.
Looked like nothing like himself. It was really disappointing.
Got to Gamer Legion.
Look at this.
Like, didn't do anything necessarily spectacular with Gamer Legion.
No.
Technically, he didn't qualify for the last major. We're there off the back of, what is it? Pandas not being able to make it, right?
Pandas.
9 Pandas, yeah.
Okay, Wrinkle, you got one. You need this next one towards the cam position, or this round might just be over. Oh, he actually... Hunter was swinging, so he missed the shot. Hunter didn't even know that he was there. Huge double. And Maxter is on his own. Oh, I think if you see that from Wrinkle's point of view, that's going to be such a disappointing situation. I swear Hunter strafes out of certain death, but not because he knows that he's getting hunted, just because he's fighting that player in middle. All right. It's a 6-3 scoreline now. And unfortunately, I think for NIP, this happens a little bit too early on in the comeback. They just don't have the cash to really make this, a strong return. Losing that AWP especially is painful. But we've got excellent music. And they make up for a lot.
Max, to what you're saying, you're going to get hunted down. Looks like he's safe. But the game starting to look comfortable again for G2.
Oh, yeah.
6-3.
Look at this. Like,
yeah. Oh, he missed it. Okay, yeah. Oh, that one stings.
Hunter's like, that's suspicious. Where's that shot come from?
Yeah, nice work, Hunter. Very calm.
Hunter's another player that's had to try to recover his form, right? We were talking about Axile on in the first game of the day. Someone that we need to see kind of revive.
CS2 hasn't been too kind to Hunter.
No.
But...
And he's talked about it openly, like he knows it is.
Yeah, like even at EWC, the grand final wasn't his best showing. The semis weren't great either. He has these up and down games. Like towards the end of CSGO, he was an absolute beast as well.
Yeah. We know he can do it. But maybe it just takes a little while longer than we would all like. Because obviously if he gets back on that level with the rest of the team right now, you've got to think, my God, that could be terrifying. The consistency that is 6-3. Again, probably not worth despairing for NIP yet. They've still got a couple of chances here to make this work. Even at 3 rounds, you could probably still do it. It's just going to obviously require a lot more work, but it's a tough start for them here, even after winning the pistol, which probably is the one sour note in this one. It's just the fact that they did win that, and they could have gone on a bit of a streak themselves, but wasn't available to them. It's a very dynamic position in the middle, so he can fall back to the A-bomb site. He's playing well, then, you know, it's a good position to have one of your best players in. The bomb this time leading towards A, it seems. Oh, look at Wrinkle. He's actually pushing out of the B-bomb site, so they're going to have a bit of information that no one's out there. Nice fight from Rez. I think NIP can put all the information together right now. G2, they're pushing into a bomb site that's so well defended. They should never lose this one. The flashes are pretty good. Hunter's going to get one. Alex ready to spray them down. 30 seconds left. And m0NESY and Snax finding their way back. 2 versus 2. Maxter, just need 1 kill, that's all. And you can fall back to safety. m0NESY is, or anything, just a bullet away from death. And being flanked again from Wrinkle, who set this whole rotation off. Wrinkle's the reason why they knew to get there. And he's going to get his kill in the end.
Nice work. NIP needed that. There's the magic. Round number 4 on the board. Excellent spray down. Good awareness there. Once they found Nico, waiting for the next reaction to come through. They had solid numbers in towards the A side. Good flash to enable this swing. And Alex mowing them down. Did a ton of damage as well. Reds couldn't find the kills he needed, but slowed them down. And they were able to close it out. The damage had been done. They were very weak when they made their way in towards the bomb site itself. A couple more rounds to go. NIP getting on their feet.
You're right on the energy. He was happy, Wrinkle. He's like, yes, let's go.
Yeah, dude, like he is going to be the hype man of this team. I'll tell you that.
I appreciate that. He gets a shot here, takes down m0NESY. And Rez on the other side, they're pushing in. They really want to sandwich G2 out here outside of the A-bomb side, but quite able to. Still, 3 versus 3. And at least they've managed to take some of the initiative away from G2, so that they're not just sort of taking all the map control at the start of the round. They're fighting for it a bit.
Disrupted the default. Comes down to raw Counter-Strike now. Isaac, haven't said his name too much, currently 1-7, patrolling middle. It's likely to be a B finish for the bomb. It's going to be transitioning across middle. Coming in the back of Nico. Snax biding his time, waiting by Dark. Rez will join Isaac towards middle. Oh, next kill is a big one. Oh, absolutely nails it. Nice work from Nico. No strangers to the AWP of his career. Good smoke to enable that bomb to cross. Bear in mind, he could not afford to die there. The round's over. Wrinkle, I've been singing his praises. He's got a bit of open runway here. They do have utility, and it's going to make things very uncomfortable. He can pop that smoke open. Doesn't see anyone in the cross. Deny the default plant, I suppose. Then it will just go down elsewhere. Oh, God.
That is so close. Hunter down to 37. They've been saving so many rounds in IP, and I guess they have the 4 rounds they need. They can still fight on in the next one, but do we want to go for this? It doesn't really feel like it. 2 versus 3. What have you really got? A smoke and a kit on Isaac. I think if you get that kill on Hunter and after the plant, you probably go for the 2-on-2, but it looks like it's another save call here for NIP. So please 7 on the side of G2. Yeah, good. I mean, they're putting on a great first half G2 so far.
Yeah, very clean after losing the pistol as well. I think both teams would be relatively happy with this. Like, 5 would be ideal for an IP. That's still possible. They saved the AWP and an M4. Money should be okay. Not ideal, but with the saved weapons, should be able to bring something together. Final round of this first half, though.
I'll say this, now that I've been throwing some shade at NIP subtly, but I do love the fact that they try to push, like, see Alex with the MP9 and the push out of the A-bomb side. Like, those are the kind of things I didn't really see out of the old NIP team, so that just makes the game a lot more fresh. I appreciate that. m0NESY gets dunked from inside of the A-bomb site. It's a classic grenade. Oh, it's so close. Nico, how's he done it?
Done that like 3 times, the wrinkle. Like, and it's different positions each and every time that he's spamming. So it's either like the window, the hut, or the back wall. And he seems to get it absolutely dead on each and every time. Very impressive. And so is that from m0NESY. One of the quickest snipers in the world. 5 on 3, Anders. Very difficult round to recover with 2 for masses.
Yeah, you probably have to roll the dice and just stack up and go somewhere. And I think that's what they're doing. This makes so much sense. Why would you stretch yourself out and try to fight either a 1 versus 5 or a 2 versus 5? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So pushing through the middle, hoping to maybe link up with Alex over at the B-bomb site. But again, the utilities here, they're going through all the basic steps, G2, even in this kind of a round. And I think that's important. Just leave nothing to chance. You might as well take this last one. You're already looking pretty good. Famas doesn't connect, and Snacks will take the kill onto Rez. It's Alex left alone. The captain of the team trying to fight his way back. He's run out of bullets back down to the pistol. I don't know. I mean, I think this reset is probably what does it for G2. Bomb planted, and Alex, he's low on health.
Well, let's see what he can make of it. I would just say it is padding stat to this point. It would have to be an ace clutch with 35 HP. He's already found 2 kills, but needs to find 3 more and a bomb defuse. I don't think it's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a fantastic half from G2. But bear in mind, NIP, we said they needed 4, and they delivered that. They move on to the T side after this break.
I think the step that Nico took is what drew in the flashbang from the B-bomb side. So then he had to sort of like make his way back. Going to be testing Saiwu up here. From their point of view, he doesn't have an AWP yet, but he's playing real close. 30 seconds. This is either going to be fantastic or it's going to be a nightmare from Saiwu. Oh my God, what an ace! He took down every single one. A one-man army at the catwalk, and Vitality get the 7 rounds.
Stewie has stopped these players with the smoke, but Borg just runs on through. This is a free bomb site now. Oh no, Stewie denies entry through the smoke. Almost a second kill too.
A lot of damage on Waro to back it up. This is so scary. Stewie comes charging through. He gets a quad kill at the end.
And he says, there's a job I didn't complete. I need to finish it right now.
Oh man, nobody was expecting that. They did not see it coming. No one could have seen that coming. Sealing the round with that double. That's huge. Very hard when you're swiveling around like that, looking basically at your back half the time. Breeze and Nealon, 2 versus 4. They need a mistake. Instead, they get shot for the smoke. So something of the opposite happening here and again.
Oh, wow.
That's just unfair, isn't it?
Yeah, not much you can do there.
All they got so far in this half. So they're going to try it again towards the A site. 3 members here. Lucky with a different look on the ramp. Close to the smoke, ready for this play.
Oh, he eats the flash. He's stuck. He's stuck atop. Oh, but they still go by. Lucky sprays away. Oh, he's not a 4K. Every time FaZe Clan feel like they have something to work with, a little bit of room, in their minds they had space. But instead, it's a vacuum from Lucky that sucks them back from the bomb site.
I bet they would have loved for that to have been simple instead, because that means he's still alive and nobody likes hearing that. Maybe they've got him sandwiched in, though. Perfecto also back of it. They bump into each other. Knives out inside of the smoke. Yeah, he's past him and he just walks out, shoots him in the back. He is just such a cerebral player. You can never, ever cheat him out of anything. Cadian goes down to Simple. It's a quad kill at the end of it.
This round is all about Simple. And you can see how they just bump into each other. And Simple realizes immediately, he's like, hold on. That's not supposed to happen. That's so cool. Off of the back of a very clean strat there, Device is going to be feeling a bit frustrated for himself. Over-peaking that angle ends up costing him. You can see here, takes that shot, but the smoke grenade killed him? Okay, then.
No, did that really happen?
That really happened.
I can't believe it. I didn't even realize. I've been waiting for that for years, and now I was so freaked out.
One close, one shot B. Pop in B. B pop. Not out. One more. One cave. One cave. A B main cave. Nice, last B. I'm coming. I'm temple. He's out. Nice, Frederick!
Bro, you're insane, man! You're fucking insane! You're the best!
Yes, bro. Let's go with the code, bro.
Yeah, good to see Reds finding some form once again. It's been some time, but with this roster, he's back to his winning ways. Fantastic contributions there on the B bomb side. Not the best half, it has to be said, but on the CT side, after winning the pistol, they post 4. But as I said very early on in the half, that is fine. That is more than workable. If you win the pistol in the second half, all of a sudden, it could be 8-7 pretty quickly. So let's see what they can make of it. GT definitely look the better squad, but we'll see how they fare on the CT side. And like I said, watch out for Rink on the T side of Anubis. This guy can be an absolute demon.
I hope I get a chance there. I really want to see them with a good start here. They're ready for this push from G2. They should be winning this, although the first kill goes the other way. Monacy, 2 headshot, keeps it going with the dualies. 3 kills! How's that happen? They were set up. It was an ambush from NIP, but somehow G2 fight their way through. It's Monacy finding a 4th kill at the end.
They don't even land any shots. They did like 12 damage to Monacy. That was it. I don't know what just happened there. They were more than ready for it. They were waiting for that sort of play. Let's have a look at his POV. The Julies, loud and proud, mowing them down, finds a Glock, gets the 4th as well. One of the best to ever do it. Monacy stepping up in the pistol round. 9-4, no bomb planted, 4 spy in response here from NIP. Early smokes towards dark and middle.
I mean, that makes the job a lot harder for NIP, right? Winning the pistol round would have been...
This is the... They don't win this one, they're in a lot of trouble here.
See if they can do it. Tech9's fast moving their way through the middle. It's Alex. Clean headshot to bring down Nico. We like that. 4 versus 5.
Gotta go out.
Testing the smoke, but there's nobody in there. They're going to run straight for the bomb side itself. Snacks only good for the one. Monacy have to reload that gun. So bomb picked up. There is a lurker in the middle, though. There's a chance. I think it's Maxter who's hanging around. So he could be late to the party, or he could be just the player they need when that defuse is about to happen. There's no kit currently picked up either on the CT side here. Isaac, it's a good kill. Malp's going to get taken down afterwards, but still a 2-on-2, and they have no idea about Maxter.
Yeah, he needs to activate pretty quickly, and he has done. Perfectly timed. It looks like they've done enough here. Is there a kid in play? Oh, not for Hunter.
Such a long time, yeah. That was never going to work out. 10 seconds in the smoke, not happening.
Well-coordinated strategy, though. They've got those initial smokes to gain some mid-control. Smoke towards Dark and the Hut. They get 4 players in towards the mid-double doors. They've got a deep smoke for Temple. And then flashing through, finding Nico essentially with the first bullet on that Tech9 from Alex. And then just applying so much pressure in towards the A bomb site, flooding the bricks and Heaven position, getting the bomb planted. Nice backstab from Maxter as well. And it's a much-needed win in the second round here. Pressure now on G2 will be forced buying themselves. It's going to be the Monacy Scout, joined by 4 pistols. Speaking of which, first effort, but met by the AK-47 of Wrinkle.
Whatever happens here, NIP, just do not lose this round. They fought really, really hard to get this one. It would be such a devastating result if they end up giving this one back to some crazy Deagles. They've survived the first part, really. Scout didn't do anything. Nico and Monacy both dead. Snacks is not really even on the bomb side. He's kind of in the area. So, yeah. This is right there for the taking. I think they'd have to make some serious mistakes for this to slip out of their hands. We've got a real game on our hands now. This can start to spiral in their favor. On the NIP side, it's Rez with 11. It's Alex with 13 kills. Not bad. And G2 will draw back exits if they are presented. I'm sure they will take it, but I don't know if NIP would need to hunt that much. I guess, yeah, all leave the bomb side in one giant group. That's the way to go. Pyramids off in the distance. Did humans build them?
That's an interesting question. All I'm going to say is we don't know for sure.
All right.
That's all I'm going to say on the matter.
Keeping an open mind.
Yeah, I'm agnostic to the aliens building the pyramids.
All right.
Terrorists win. What about you? Do you want to put your opinion down there on record?
No, I'll keep it a mystery, Henry.
Okay, fair enough.
Keep it a secret for now.
Either way, very impressive structures, I'm sure. You can
I've
say
never
that at
been.
least, right?
Have you been?
No, never been to Egypt.
All right. Well, I've been to Anubis, and it is T-sided map.
It is.
NIP looking pretty good right now. I mean, I think this is a pretty open game at the moment. 9-6.
Oh,
Money's not great on G2.
Nice scout efforts from Monesi, but not going to be connecting this time. Strong grenades. Good rebuttal from Alex. Oh, Baxter didn't love that. Kind of just daydreaming as he walked in. No grenades used, no trade potential. Had his teammates behind him. Gives him a freebie there.
Gives away the M4.
Yeah, it's actually pretty significant frag to offer up for free. Should be fine, he says. Luckily, Wrinkle does have an AK, so he can keep the round alive somewhat. It's a 3 versus 2. Bear in mind, we've got 2 players of our Kevlar here. This was an eco for G2 here.
Yeah, for Maxter and Isaac, I mean, they got 3 and 2 kills between them. You can't give up kills like that.
Yeah, that was kind of bizarre, honestly.
Look at how far forward Hunter is. Even if he's low on health, just the position that he's in right now, either he can rotate through if they go for the A-bomb side. If they come back, I mean, they probably almost can't even do that with 35 seconds here. So he should be able to flank them once they go for the A-bomb side.
30 seconds, though. They've got utility. They can smoke heaven, Molotov camera, or reverse those up. They've got enough to work with in that sense. Wrinkle looking out. If you can find this open. Definitely can, honestly. Exposed. 1 bullet would have taken him down. It's delivered by Wrinkle. Should be the NIP round at this point. That was a chance. And honestly, even just got a tag and survived.
Oh, yeah.
Very different story, but with those smokes we mentioned going down now, I don't see a world where NIP give this one up.
That is, in my opinion, a little bit too close for comfort in that round. But if they bring it through, then all is forgiven. Hunter here might be able to get an exit, but I don't think there's anything else to be said about it. Yeah, he's going to be slowly walking away. And eventually taken down. Wrinkle to find it. Kind of the savior of the round. 3 kills for him. But yeah, I mean, that's a good display, a good reminder of how much can go wrong if you just kind of, you let go 1 M4. It doesn't seem like a lot in the moment, but it spirals pretty quickly. Yeah, Snacks just shutting it down. Nearly getting a triple. Not that far away. Could see the bullets flying right over Wrinkle's head at the end.
Yeah, unfortunate for Modesty. He had Kevlar and a bit more HP. Could have been different, but Wrinkle and Co. hold on. 9-7. As the eco in the previous round. Bear in mind, those are the maneuvers I was about to tell you about, Anders. That's one of his plays. He gets the AWP, he runs through middle, and he tries to jump through the window and pick Dark early. That's exactly what I was kind of explaining to you before.
Well, Nico had his number on the other side.
Exactly. If he wants to be aggressive and is aware of that prospect, which it looks like he's done his homework, it was the perfect round to do it, right? You know their money's back on track. They've already got the AWP out. Good counter from Nico, but the round is still alive and well for an IP. They pull back the frag in the form of Monacy. Nico will recover the AWP. Oh, nice little dink. Probably don't want to repeat that, Malbs. But yeah, those are the exact sort of plays. Like, he'll call those on the C side. He is an absolute monster when he gets going.
I mean, I appreciate the fact that he's trying, right? Like, if you're that kind of a playmaker, even when it doesn't necessarily work, like, if you stop doing it, obviously your team is going to be missing that bit of the chemistry. So, yeah, you have
like, when it doesn't work, it looks a little bit silly, I suppose, just out in the middle.
Yeah.
With your knife out, the AWP on your back. But the idea was you jump through the window and he gets a better spawn and angle on the Dark player that's potentially facing.
Oh, yeah, you'd be shocked if you were in Dark, like looking to the right-hand side and somebody just drops down.
And then you can just go in there and peek it straight up. It's a really interesting maneuver. Speaking of which, here's a nice one as well. We've got a 2 versus 1. Alex.
How do you recover this one? Yeah, Nico, surely don't face it. It's only 20 seconds left here.
Yeah, you don't want to give him like too much space and freedom. Apply some pressure. Try to do that with the flash.
I don't think
Alex,
that's worth
it. Quite assertive. 10 seconds remaining though. Snacks will have I was about to say an easy shot. It sounded like he made almost a bit of a meal of it. But it's going to be the 10th round on the board for G2.
Yeah, you could see for Alex, the big downside in that 1v1 at the end is that he thinks Snacks might have been in dark, so he's kind of checking somewhere else, but I still think Nico might have been a bit risky to try and go for that one. There was not that much time left. I think it was like 15 seconds for the 1v2, so I doubt if Alex could have done anything. Either way, difficult round for NIP to win back. Yeah, Nico not too satisfied either, but they still do win it. So 10-7. Money's there for NIP. They can still buy. Let's see. All right, Wrinkle running up.
Like I said, playmaker is a good way to describe him. Most of their rounds are built upon his ideas, what picks he would like to take, and you can see he's got relentless aggression, refuses to yield, refuses to give in. This time it does cost him his life. Malbs, did he find an upgrade here? Oh, maybe overstepping the mark somewhat. All that hard work down the orbit to kick things off. Even upgrading the weapon now.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a beautiful opening. There would have been one player left on the B bomb side if Wrinkle could have got that shot. So some method behind the madness, but so far he's had a bit of trouble getting started. Although Hunter, not aware that he was visible from main like that. Khalil at range, Nico's just barely going to win that fight, but that cost him about half his health. Maxter sneaking in. Has had a kind of a tough game with only 5 kills so far. If he could get this one, it might make up for it, but he's just looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Monacy sneaking in from the high ground. Alex and Rez, 2 versus 3. If NIP don't win this round, they actually are in a lot of trouble. Look at the money that's left here.
Oh, yeah. Not much loss bonus either. So, important. They at least try and get a bomb down.
Yeah, you have to. Get a little bit of extra. Keep the dream alive.
I believe they've got second stage loss bonus too, so we like literally $1,900. Monacy takes care of business.
Makes it look easy.
Oh, yeah.
Why not?
Simple. As we get into a very difficult scenario now.
He does make it look simple.
Yes. I realized there was another player called Simple when I said that. Was just going to let it go.
I think it was great. Henry works really well.
Yeah, he knows the gravitas of the situation now. They've got no choice but to fully eco. Like I said, $1,900 per player. You can't even really justify a deagle. You get 24 into the next round, so you'll have enough for the AKs, the armor, and the smoke and a flash.
It's only a 4-round gap, but the problem is the money.
Another problem is you've got Inferno coming up next as well, which is at the G2 home map and then some.
That is a problem. Yeah.
And Monacy looks like he's playing out of his mind today.
A third problem.
Yeah.
You got any more?
That's about it for now.
Isaac's got 3
I would
kills.
say the fact that the Swedes haven't necessarily turned up with Maxter and Isaac. They haven't done too much here, but Alex, top fragging. I suppose that's whenever you see the in-game leaders top fragging and you've got like key names like Maxter and Isaac not delivering, it's great for Alex, but maybe not so great for the team overall.
Oh. Tweet at Henry, guys, if you've got any more problems. Add to the list. We're making one. Crowdsourcing list of problems.
Laundry list of issues here. All starts here with the full eco to allow map point to be given over on your pick. Monacy showing Wrinkle how it's done. Pick after pick. Frag after frag. Round after round, as we've got now a guaranteed 12 on the board for G2.
I mean, he doesn't have to do anything. There's 20 seconds left. He's just going to show the barrel of his gun there. Nico to pick up a couple of kills on the other side. 15 seconds. And Monacy, even with the USP, might just be able to get the job done. Wrinkle really wants to chase him down, but more people keep showing up to the battle in the middle. I think it's just working out right now for G2. It doesn't seem like they're going to be slowed down in this one. NIP. I would love to be in a parallel universe where you could see what would have happened if they hadn't given up that second round after winning the pistol on the first half, just to see what some more momentum would have looked like. They struggled so much with the economy at the beginning of it. And yeah, it's been a hard game ever since.
All right, last chance saloon here. Has to be the perfect game from here on out. Exist will chime in for the final time. sure they're going to work this one out. Quite as potent as I was hoping for from their first showing here at Full Groups 2024. 5 rounds in a row required. They do not have the Wrinkle AWP to work with. AKs across the board. Basic utility, as we mentioned, at about 4,400 per player.
Love just Baxter and Isaac. 1 or 2 rounds here where they have a bit of a stronger showing. It feels like between Alex, Rez, and Wrinkle, they might be able to pull something together. So pockets are not that deep either on G2. I think, you know, two victories in a row here. You probably get a 3rd one for free, and then it's interesting again. But yeah, it has to start with this, obviously. Backs to the wall for NIP. Their map pick on Anubis. They have been slowly squeezed out here from G2, especially by m0NESY with 19-9. He's going to make a 20 ticket on Isaac, who might end this map with 3 kills.
Looking likely. Pressure being applied to Alex as well. Top performer for NIP thus far. Snacks, nice angle with the AK-47. Just wants to get contact and one tap. Oh, looked like it would do more damage to Alex than it actually did, but still puts him in one tap territory for sure, these M4s.
Yeah, always worth remembering with the HEs, not necessarily about doing 50 damage, just put them in range, even out that advantage. m0NESY very mobile. We talked about this earlier in the day with the AWP just being all over the place, making it hard to guess exactly where you're going to be. Oh yeah, you're right.
The round might be over already. They haven't really got anything to speak of in terms of control. And m0NESY's got full vision. Flash won't get him. Second one does.
Yeah, but he's just repositioned again. Oh, he's absolutely picked them apart. Finally,
whoa.
comes in. There's a bit of a double. There's only 4 seconds. They can't plant the bomb.
They can. It went down on the right time, I think. Okay. Either way. It was a nice finish there from G2. Moments of brilliance from NIP, but not the full package we expected. Alex leading the way of 18 kills. We need to see more from the Swedes, though.
We were hoping for a closer game. We were hoping NIP could come in and make the game slightly more competitive. Unfortunately for us, for all the viewers, and even more so for the NIP fans, that wasn't the case this time around, Bobski. A very clear victory for G2, 13-7. Initial thoughts of NIP's debut here at Blast?
I think they had a couple of principles which was really nice. I think on the CT side they actually came with some cool strats. I think the one that stood in mind is their middle push down to the water with the deep Molotov. So there's a bit of coordination. They were able to stress G2 in certain moments. But when we look over the game, it was just really hard. When we saw the 50-50 duels coming in a lot of the time, it just felt that G2 was so much superior.
Yeah, it did feel like, you know, when the scoreline was 9-7, NIP's on the T side, we know how momentum-based that can be. You think to yourself, all right, we have a game on our hand. Maybe NIP have what it takes in order to apply real and proper pressure towards G2. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Is that a question of them having a plan A and the plan B is perhaps not strong enough or not, I guess, invented already? Or is it more so that G2 just stepped up and showed who's the tough dog?
I mean, I think on the T side from NIP, they did play a little bit lackluster. I think the last round, if people can remember that one, you remember A, where Snacks is spotting deep. He's getting all the information, and Alex is still calling the guys back to B. There's like 20 seconds left. It allows G2 to stack in a situation instead of like forcing one guy just to push Snacks away, do a lurk smoke, get the Molotov out of there, but they play way too simple in that scenario. I know it's hard with the time and the util being low, but I would have loved to see NIP being a little bit more dynamic in the mid-round situations.
I agree with that. I would also have loved to see NIP win some more opening duels. In this game, G2 won 15 opening duels. NIP only won 5. So if you're NIP and you're basically 1/4 of the rounds you're playing above and 3/4 of the rounds you're playing behind 4v5, how hard is it to do on a map like Anubis to constantly be finding yourself in a 4v5 position?
I mean, it's hard, especially when you don't have the players to necessarily have the most experience playing anchor roles, right? I think we are going to have some new names in the likes of Isaac looking into those roles. He's not a new guy in terms of playing that position, but he's new to being constantly challenging tier 1 opponents, right? He's been used to the tier 2 environment, sometimes just stepping his foot in tier 1, but this one it looked rough.
Yeah, it did look rough. I think one of the interesting conversations we didn't have time to go into before the game was Snax coming into G2. As you said, perhaps the most controversial roster change out of all of them. Huxi out of the lineup, Snax coming into it. We did see at the Esports World Cup that G2 had I don't know if I want to call it a honeymoon period, but a great debut, so to speak. And we have seen Snax individually speaking, having some decent games. This one right here as well, he was finding impact, he was calling well. Are we at a point now where we can slowly but surely start making up our mind about Snax, or do we need to see more?
I mean, I never really buy the honeymoon argument, because when new rosters are formed and they fail, we say, oh, give them time. But when they're performing instantly, it's like, oh yeah, that's a honeymoon.
Win-win.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can never, as an analyst, fail if you go by that analogy. But I do think a guy like Snax brings something more to the table. I think towards the end, Huxi was specifically costing them a lot of rounds in important situations. But one thing that I look at when I look at Snax, right, he's able to utilize a guy like Malps. Obviously, Huxi didn't have the chance, right? But he is using Malps to go first and make those entries. Back in the day, we saw Huxi being the nice guy and being like, I'll go first. But when you're the first point of contact and you're not getting that entry kill, you're not creating any space. If you just go in and die, which Huxi did a lot of the time, right? It's just such a difference if you can actually annihilate the first guy standing on the side.
Very true, very true. He gets to enable Malps, and one of the things and one of the worries people may have had was that with Snax coming into the lineup, would that change anything for m0NESY? We've seen m0NESY, contest to be the best player in the world. He's been playing absolutely beautiful Counter-Strike throughout the year. And what I've seen so far at the Esports World Cup and now in this game as well, it just feels like m0NESY is doing whatever he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, I did have a little bit of a criticism for m0NESY. I think in the final itself of EWC, he cost a lot.
He was missing.
Yeah, he was overpeaking a lot, doing a lot of situations where he, not necessarily uncomfortable, but he wanted to determine the game too much. He didn't really trust his teammates, it felt like. But today he was lights out, right? He has this thing where whenever he disrespects you, you're just going to lose, right? I had that same feeling playing against Simple in the old days. Once he get like a 4K with an eco or something, you just know, yeah, GG.
And I guess if you're Snax and you're joining G2, you don't really want to change much around m0NESY. Obviously, your focus is integrating Malps, integrating yourself, but you've seen what m0NESY have been able to do the first 6 months of the year, so let him do whatever he's doing and then focus on the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I think the two biggest focus points for me, I think Malps has already proven himself to be a better player than Nexa, right? So that's out of the conversation.
Some would say that's easy.
Yeah, wait. I will then judge on Hunter and Snax. Like, how are they going to be filling in their roles? I do think when we just look at this game particularly, I think Snax brought a lot of good moments, especially on the individual side of things. We saw it so rarely with Huxi. Like, I can't remember in my brain when I saw like 4Ks, 3Ks from Huxi in important rounds. I do already see it a little bit coming in from Snax, but a guy like Hunter, I'm not sure what has happened to him, because if he starts to perform, this roster looks seriously scary.
Yeah.
But he's like really down in the basement still.
I mean, if he's supposed to be the 4th best player of your lineup, you have a pretty strong one. And
should be the third. Like,
should be the third, but that's also a bit tough when you have such talent like Malps, m0NESY, and obviously Nico as well. And I think it's only fair that we put a bit of focus on Nico as well. I said it coming into the game, it does feel like he's getting better and better and better. We had the conversation for the first 7-8 months in CS2 that obviously Nico is still a great player, but he was nowhere near his CSGO level. Are we at a point now where we can start to dream and almost feel that he's getting back to his absolute best?
I mean, I think he is at somewhat at his best, but the issue is that the environment around him has gotten so much better, right? When in CSGO...
You say an issue, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's an issue, right? If he doesn't improve to the same level that other players are doing, I think he's still like one of the best riflers, right? I don't think there's any question about that. I don't think we're going to be seeing the CSGO dominating 130 rating Nico, especially considering there's so many people on this roster who wants to participate in the action, right? Malps wants to do a little bit of work. He also wants to get the flashes. And I also think Nico is in a stage in his career where it's fine to take a little bit step back and be like, okay, I'll set other people up to success. We saw it with Dallas, right? He was the IGL. I know Huxi and Taz behind the scenes helped him a lot, but it just speaks volume if you're able to take that leader role. And now he's also been inside the scene for so long that I think he's in a point in his career where he's happy to let others steer the ship.
Yeah, because there have been conversations about him perhaps picking up the in-game leading role. Wasn't necessarily sure that Snax would join, so it's interesting to see where Nico's gonna go with it. For now, though, we're gonna jump on a quick break, but when we come back, we have Inferno, which could be the last for this game. G2 versus NIP Inferno coming up. Alrighty, we have it here. Inferno coming up between G2 and NIP. It's the map pick of G2. It's a map that, through the DNA of G2, through the DNA of Nico, of Snax for that matter as well in his former lineups, a map they love to play. If you're NIP right now, how scared should you be for that prospect?
I mean, you should be pretty scared. I think when looking over the history of Nico, he's been able to give a little bit of responsibility away. We talked about him being in IGL and also giving space to Monesi to shine. But Inferno, generally, he is the one dictating the pace. He's in banana position, both on the CT and T side. And on T side, he is the make it or break it for Inferno. I think many back in the days looked at G2 and was like, oh, maybe it's Huxi doing all the work. But I felt like so often it was dependent on Nico asking for the right utility on banana, finding the timings, and also just a quick point to the CT side. Now he's switching it up. He was playing with Huxi back in the days. Now he's having a new teammate in the form of Snax. And if I'm Nico, I trust Snax just that 10% more on the individual side of things. So I think Nico is also more proactive in terms of like trying to go for the smaller chances, right? Because you know, if I die now, there's still a chance we can hold back and make Snax like take 1 or 2 kills. When you play with Huxi, you're kind of scared sometimes that if I die now, the round is over.
Okay, and do you think that's an argument you can make, that Snax coming into G2, obviously as an in-game leader, he has to contribute, but it's also a player that potentially can make the players that is close to him on the server even better and maybe give them more trust in their own abilities?
No, I think I don't think he sets them up better than Huxi did, but I actually think Huxi set up Nico better than what Snax will. Okay. But I think what Snax could give Nico is the ability to trust himself more, because he's that second flank. He's just gonna be pushing through a smoke. Maybe he dies, maybe he gets an ace, whatever it is. You kind of know, okay, I have Snax on top of banana. He will at least be able to take one, play the time, do all these smart things. I think Huxi at times looked a little bit dreadful in those type of situations.
So win condition for G2, T-side Inferno, that's Nico, that's the banana control, we know that. The CT side, Monesi is by far the highest rated player on the side of G2. So that's the win conditions for G2 set in stone. If you're NIP, you're heading into Inferno, you're going against the likes of Nico, you're going against Monesi, even Malps coming into the mix as well. Where's your focus point? What do you try to do if you're NIP? You're on the T side, do you want to play fast Counter-Strike? Do you want to play slow Counter-Strike? Do you want to do a palace pop, so to speak, and go back in the old days where you simplified? What is your approach if you're Alex and you're NIP?
I mean, the easiest part for NIP to do is not get caught off too early in the games by the AWP. I mean, try to at least get the defaults without losing entries.
Slow it down a bit.
Yeah, slow it down. Like, find out how aggressive does the CTs want to play. I think often when you start on T, you will trade utility on the banana, and then after the first Molotovs fade, you kind of get an impression, oh, are they going to force it, or are they going to play a little bit more slow? I think it's extremely important for Alex to show that he can gather the troops, do those mid-round segments where you're kind of feeling it, where you kind of have the opportunity to play a little bit with the CT rotations.
That's fair. That's fair. We spoke a lot about Monesi already, of course, and Nico as well. But if you're looking at NIP and their individuals, is there anyone that stands out to you that you think have the capabilities to potentially challenge the Monesis and Nikos of the world?
I mean, honestly, not really. I think Wrinkle has potential, but I think it was interesting on the first map that it was actually the guy we spoke about, Alex, before the game, that is in individual form.
Is that a good sign?
Yeah, I mean, that's the best sign, right? If you can have an IGL with a roster that is not like superstar packed to also like carry a little bit of weight, then you're going to have a lot of good principles. But of course, if you're going to have Isaac on Max, they're missing out that much, then you're not really going to be competitive either way, depending on no matter how good Alex is going to call.
I do feel like Rez is one of the few players that had that ability to sometimes pop off. We've obviously seen it throughout the years, and a player that's been a great one. Do you think Rez has what it takes in order still to be the difference maker for NIP?
I don't think this will maybe be a little bit controversial, but I don't think he will ever be that second star of a team, like where he will truly prevail and be like difference maker constantly. I think he will be like a good third star. Like many teams will probably look at Rez and be like, yeah, I'd grab him if the opportunity arises, right? It is who is going to be. Is it going to be Maxter? I'm not sure. He needs to actually show a little bit more. I know it's early days. First LAN event here in the Blast group stage with him on board. Not looking too great. Isaac, he's a little bit more excused in my opinion. He's a hardcore support guy.
I see. Well, we're about ready to start the game, and two people who always makes the difference, for me at least, when I wake up in the morning, would be Anders and Henry. Take it along.
What does that mean?
I don't even know. I'm trying to unpack it. Do you see him often in the mornings when you wake up?
I was assuming that. I mean, listen. Let's just leave it. Let's just leave it.
All right. Well, we've got the second map. It's going to be Inferno, G2's pick. And we've got a whole plethora of Counter-Strike coming at you today as well. Bear in mind, we've got NAVI versus Big after this one. The debut of Team Liquid versus Virtus.pro as well. We're going to see JKS and Ultimate stepping up.
For this one, the odds have been, I mean, they were already in favor of G2, but now it's even more so. No real surprise, obviously, NIP. I don't know, like, it still looked to me like a more fresh team than I was remembering, but they just couldn't get anything rolling. Like, every time they had a chance to sort of get stuck in the mud, they did. Couldn't really get the economy going. Tough break on Anubis, honestly. Hope they could put it behind them and just play Inferno. It's coming right up.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Group C carnage continues here. Opening game between G2 and NIP, second map. The pick of G2, their specialist pick historically. Not many teams can take them down. We'll see if NIP can make a dent. They'll be starting the CT side. And in terms of utility, we've got a plethora of it. Oh my God, Wrinkle. You've been anti-stratted, my friend. They've watched some tape, I think. Double nade towards Boiler at the start.
That was his experience throughout all of Anubis with Nico shooting him through the smoke. Like they've only been studying Wrinkle.
Quite interesting. Yeah, that's a very specific thing to do on a T-side pistol. Okay. That suggests they don't have much Kevlar, though, with double nades. Yeah, so they've got two players, with Monacy and Nico. Smoke is deployed perfectly. Molotov going in. And here we go. Deep breath from G2 as they make their way in towards the B-bomb side.
Flash comes out there from the CT side, but no one really peeking behind it. Here we go. Rez with a good headshot. We need about one more of those. Not quite happening in the corner. It's Baxter, but he can't get more done. He does get one. Leaves it a 3 versus 3, but again, Wrinkle's very low from the start of the round. We'll see if that comes back to bite him. He's all the way back at T-ramp right now. It'll be a minute before he gets here. Nice shots from Alex. He was the hero of that first map for NIP, but can they close it out against Nico? One of the toughest players in the game. Looking to get the headshot here. Tires again, but he's missing the shots. There we go.
Is he?
Another one to come in, and now it's into 1 versus 1. Ringo! He gets it right at the end.
Oh my God. That was almost something spectacular from Nico. Like he said, first couple of shots not quite connecting, but my God, did the second two hit the mark. Bomb planted, 3 versus 1. He was 1 bullet away.
I'll say this, Henry. I've said it a couple of different ways in the past, but man, I would I'd go to my grave feeling uneasy if Nico never won a major. I just can't live with that not happening. For me, he's the one player left.
That's it?
From the CSGO era that should have won a major.
Okay, let's think.
Yeah?
Yeah, you might be right.
Everyone else did it, more or less.
I guess, yeah, a lot of people have retired now. So
yeah.
They're not going to win another one. Or a one. Yeah, I think that's fair. We'll give you that one.
Hope.
Well, didn't see that coming. Alex with some fantastic shots as well. He was top fragging on Anubis.
It was almost a perfect storyline, though. Imagine if Nico body shots him at the end and it was the grenades from the start that softened up Wrinkle. Like, we almost came full circle on that one.
Yeah, true. The fact that Wrinkle got taken down to 70 points of health so early on, and he actually clutches it out. Poetic, really. We are going to see Reds going to town in the grenade. Doesn't do G2 any favors. They've actually got themselves a lot of work. They might as well push through the smoke, honestly. They know Alex is here. He just needs one more. That would secure the round. Massive nade. He is going to go down to that Molotov. Hunter will beat it to the punch. CT should still have this one in the bag.
They should, but, you know, there is a bit of an asterisk here. Great grenade users, honestly, from G2 just getting rid of Alex back there, because he was trying to buy time for his team by just not finding them at all.
Yeah, he definitely still did that. They had to work for it. They had to expend like grenades, Molotovs, bullets. I still think NIP win this.
Probably. Snacks is a Mac 10. Oh, but Nico, again, he's just so accurate. Snacks now inside of the smoke. One bullet catches him, he's dead. Tries with the UMP, and there's the shot. Again, it's Wrinkle in the 1 versus 1. And again, he just barely comes out on top.
He was just kind of like, if I don't move, they can't see me. I'll sit in the smoke, because if he tries to jump away and knife around the corner, he would give the sound cue.
Yeah.
But if he sits in the smoke and crouches, maybe they shoot above him. But
we need to go prone button.
Yeah, going prone would have been perfect there. Hiding in plain sight was Snacks, but with just 9 points of health, 1 bullet had to touch him. And it's back-to-back clutches for Wrinkle.
Now, did they buy up? 1 versus 1? You plant the bomb?
Oh, they definitely buy now. Yeah, for sure.
You're on it, Henry. They want to keep up the pressure.
Yeah. And if you just win one of these rounds, it's probably going to give you 2 or 3 on the trots. So, not at the woods just yet. Wrinkle's got the orb, surprisingly enough, though. Let's go. Didn't think he could afford that so early on. What a great pick that is. I'm not sure he could see anyone. Found Snacks with the smoke. Looking for 3-0 here for NAP. And Isaac had a rough showing in that first game. Really nice off angle, though. You're not going to expect him there. Hunter had no idea. Well played.
Alex must have died in the A apartments. Is that true? Yeah.
Yes.
That far back, so interesting. But you're right. Both Maxter and Isaac were hardly even playing the game on Anubis. Which I guess, in a twisted way, could mean NIP are going to be in a better state here if those two actually start to get warmed up. Like, it's a completely different team. They were almost playing 3v5 at some points in the game. Modesty gets some revenge on Isaac, but not before he got the 2 kills. So 2 versus 3. Be really nice for NIP if they can keep the remaining rifles alive, assuming that they also win the round here. But you don't want to be too beat up at the start on the CT side. Monacy and Malbs. 40 seconds. I guess they just edge their way forward and wait to see if they can get a kill and then get the bomb planted. They have better Molotov, so theory, maybe they could put some pressure on Maxter. Down in that pit position, very, very commonly grenaded out.
Yeah, they want to get a bit close before they deploy that, but you're right. They probably are going to try and flush that out eventually. There's the Molotov. Oh, flashbang over the top. Max has done very well. Monacy, I was about to say, should be done for here, but he's actually got the plant in. 10 points of health, but he is the master of the clutch. Is it Wrinkle again?
Yep. It is another 1 versus 1.
3 back-to-back 1v1 clutches, and he's actually done it again. Every single round they've picked up so far, 3 in a row, have all led to a Wrinkle 1v1, which he has converted.
Love to hear what Alex is screaming there. You could hear him excitement.
But again, the bomb's down. They kill 4 players. So they definitely will purchase again, G2.
No question.
Just going to take one of those rounds. I don't know how he got that. That's wild. This is a nice position. Same here for Isaac as well. Gets up 2 really nice kills in this round. Just, yeah, well-positioned play. Monacy so close yet so far. Wrinkle with the backstab. Alex is loving it.
Nice. I love that energy. They could hear that all the way around the G2 camp as well. Okay. Well, we've got a storyline building. We've got a narrative. It's being written for us. We don't have to make anything up, Henry. It's good news.
So Nico opted for all the grenades rather than a Galil. Suggests that they've got some sort of set piece in mind. Wrinkle, like I told you, Anders, he'll be in a different position at the start of pretty much every round.
So risky.
He was a banana in the previous one, getting the opening pick.
He's been hard countered so many times trying to make these moves. Like, G2 just studied him, but we'll see if it works out this time. He's in so much trouble. Surely he's dead here. Even if he gets the kill, they're going to be on top of him. Malbs will be the one to dispatch of him. And a 3 versus 4.
Bear in mind, as soon as they win a single round here, the floodgates open.
Oh, yeah.
There'll be no money at all. It's already tantalizingly low. Maxter, what have you got for us? Your teammates are dropping like flies. Last line of defense here. Is there anything Alex can do to back him up? He can flash them, I suppose. He needs to call for that flash. Spotted by Monacy, though. Didn't even get a chance to strike. Ridiculous. As there it is. Alex has to save the M4. They will have diddly squad going into the next round. It's 3-1, $1,400 loss bonus. I guess Wrinkle could get like an MP9 in Kevlar. The rest will be on pistols, though. Maybe Reds will be the same. But yeah, Alex will, I don't have to drop an MP9 himself.
Yeah, I mean, just a reminder of what kind of player Monacy is from if you missed the first map but just forgot in the meantime. He just so casually just strolls onto the bomb site, jumps up at the box, shoot him right through. I mean, first couple of kills here, you know, a little bit more pedestrian, but this is just, whoops, only needed a pixel to see Max that was back there. It's the kind of kill, again, like, it obviously hits the shot, so it's not a problem, but if he misses it, Maxter stands up, sprays him down. Suddenly, there is a chance for Alex to get activated in the round. I mean, it could be very different, so no fear whatsoever in Monacy's game. Timeout has been called. Exists wants a chance to rally the troops. I think it's great. You got the older generation, Exist behind NIP, Taz behind G2.
Neo behind FaZe.
Neo behind FaZe. Does make you smile, doesn't it?
It warms your heart, for sure. Considering, like, you and I were commentating all their games, what, the last 10 years as well?
Yes. Yeah.
And here we all are. Everyone's still at it.
Some of us moving nowhere.
Yeah, some of us making no progression. Just doing the same old shit for the last 10 years.
Casting more Counter-Strike. But yes, it's good. It's good. Can't complain.
Definitely not. We are very blessed to be here. Anyway, let's get into it. Aggression, of course, from Wrinkle. No 1v1 clutch for him today. Modesty. He felt like those are the shots he's still going to hit, even though they look impossible. Narrowly misses out on the no scope. It's going to be a 5-on-2. Bear in mind, this was the force buy. We did say as soon as they lost a single round, that would be it.
Can we get that attempted shot in slow motion, just to see how close he was? Just
I think it was like half a foot or something, like as close as you can get with that sort of no scope on a moving target. Big nade, soften him up. Nico wants the clean sweep, but my God, he's got it. Full eco coming up next.
You said it already. Like, you keep the pressure on. It's down to the 1v1 against Wrinkle all the time. You keep planting the bomb, and once you win that one round, you're off to the races. Great work for G2. All right, so obviously quick. Second. All right, we didn't get to the third one, but somebody find out.
Don't waste your time.
I feel
Don't
like...
just do what Anders says. Somebody find out.
Off you go, my minions.
Yeah, exactly. What are they going to tell you? Like, yes, it was close.
Yes, sir. Just makes me feel like I have more authority, you know, if I say that.
Fair enough. Stack here. 3 in a row for G2. Pretty much locked in. Best case scenario here for NIP would be get an AK kill, take it to the next round. The bomb site is wide open.
Any of them playing that potted plant position that's at the arch, you remember that?
Yeah.
We saw that randomly.
Still very popular, like Twists was using it a lot in the last Liquid lineup. And I wouldn't say it's super meta, but you'll see it once a half, definitely.
Yeah, it's probably one of those things like boost and ramp on nuke, where it's like you do it once in a while and nobody suspects.
Yeah, but it's a really nice off angle for sure.
Well, this is an uneventful round.
Yes, indeed.
Going to be blowing up the fountain, the fish, the chickens. I think there's a horse and a dog on Inferno as well somewhere.
There used to be, at least in CS Source Inferno, when you walk through the apartments, there'd be a sound trigger when you walk past the door towards the end of the apartment. It would growl when you walk past. Same in like Aztec in 1.6 when you cross the bridge, the lightning would strike.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Or the sound of the plane on train flying over.
Right. How was that activated?
That was just when you walk through towards Ivy.
Towards Ivy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And obviously the pigeons that you could fly on at one point.
Yeah, that was a bizarre time. You could jump on the pigeons and fly into the sky.
Kind of do need that back, honestly. That was...
We need train back. If any map's going to have like a full rework, imagine how glorious that would look in the Source 2 engine.
Yes, Train's my second favorite map of all time.
Like, it was super weird. They redid Overpass and gave it the full, like, overhaul with the CS2 goodness. And, like, that's the first map to leave the pool. And you bring in pretty much the same version of Dust 2. Bit of a weird move, but
yeah,
neither here nor there.
We've got many complaints. Add it to the list of problems that we were making.
Boost the main one for me. Oh,
Nico again!
He is taking him down at the start of pretty much every bloody round. Like, he just keeps spamming him through smoke. He's got his number. Malbs. He's got himself up a free.
What a battle between the two of them. We have to get James to ask Nico about this early. Like, we need the intel. Did he just study up on Wrinkle just specifically? It feels so deliberate. So many rounds on Anubis, and seems to be continuing a little bit into this one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Malbs just went for that Hail Mary play. I get it. You've got a kill towards Banana. You think of players rotated from Arch to go back them up, but without any sort of flash or any backup there, it's always a bit of a gamble. One of which that did not work out. Nade towards the pip.
Slowing it down. This is what you saw in the last game with FaZe, exactly what Karrigan did. You get a bit of an opening, you wait. Just wait for a long time and see if the enemy team is going to make a move, and then eventually you decide.
God flash from Alex being deployed. arguably the best flash in this bomb site. It's a solo play. You can flash over the coffins, peek it from the top of the coffins itself, and you don't get blind. So stay on his POV. We'll see if he can pull it off. As soon as he thinks they're coming through. Turning from the flashes right now. Here's the God Flash in all its glory.
Backup is going to be so far away. He has to do it on his own, and it doesn't work. Not even close to it there.
It's different when it's smoked off as well. Like, obviously, you can't jump up as cleanly. Nice idea, but they will be saving.
I don't know if Alex could have played it very differently, but it always makes me nervous when you make this kind of choice to have, let's say, 3 on A like here and then 1 on B. If the one player is playing as far back as Alex was, there's just no, like, you have no time to rotate. There's nothing you could do, right? You have no information. So either Alex gets a sick double kill and the rest can try and retake, or he might as well almost not even be there. I think even if he gets 1 kill and gets traded, they're so far away, it's not worth it. But maybe another round for G2. Continuing. And the real issue is still the money for NIP. They just don't quite have enough.
Terrorists win.
Alright. Snacks is looking happy, jolly at the moment.
Yeah, rightly so.
Oh, come on.
Kind of got Wrinkle's number, though, I'm afraid. Nico has been decimating him. Right on the flash from Alex, but ultimately Nico makes light work of him.
Call him the Wrinkle Wrangler.
You could do that, I suppose. I'm not sure it's going to catch on.
I think Gen Alpha will love that one.
There's definitely, we've got, it's the start of his career, really. We've got some time to work that out. Oh, there it is. He wrangles up Monacy.
Okay, not bad.
Isaac's
gone down. Some really quick exchanges coming out right now. They're pretty good at getting the kills back, G2, so that they're always at least in a 4-on-4 here. Double nade around the corner, but nobody was holding it close.
Such a classic fight. Once you get the end of the opponent's control, you look towards Arch for rotating players. More often than not, it works out.
At the bottom of T-Ramp.
Oh,
they should still win the round, but in theory, you know, if another couple of kills came through, there would have been time for NIV.
Yeah, someone needs to go get the bloody bomb.
Anyone.
The round is still technically losable. They're trying to save, but they're like, what's going on? Why is no one planting?
It's just a little good little cardio to run back there.
Are they just like, I can't be asked to get the bomb, let's just go kill them?
You like cardio, Henry, in the gym?
No, I literally, I do such an embarrassing workout. I do like a proper vanity workout. I'm doing just like arms, chest, shoulders, no cardio.
Just
half an hour. In and out.
Only the parts of your body that can show like over a shirt.
Yeah.
I love that.
Like I'm just doing like bench press, dumbbells, and stuff. Not proud of it, but here we are.
At least you're honest, Henry. I appreciate that.
I mean, I do some calisthenics. Like, to be fair, like when you're lifting weights anyway, not to get into all this, but your heart's if your heart's beating and you're sweating, like that is still cardiovascular exercise.
Yeah.
It's still.
I imagine your heart's also beating when you're not in the gym at all, but I mean, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Anyway, don't know how we got here, but that's me.
We had to think of something. I mean, if they were going to win the round, they just took a really long time. Wasting our time, in fact. Yeah. Don't blame me, blame the players. What are they doing in the bomb back there?
I should. I'll speak to them afterwards. Yeah. Why are you making me explain my workout program? On fire, our G2. Yeah, that was a pretty long-winded round.
It's depressing, isn't it? Because from NIP, it's even longer. They've already won the bombs. Like 10 minutes ago, they took the A bomb site. They haven't planted, and now they're hunting us down. Like, we're saving for like an hour in the B bomb site, and they still actually found all the rifles. A frustrating round for NIP, no question.
Yeah, everyone pretty much going down there as well. Nice. If anything, delaying it like that, it did enable them to go for the hunt.
Yeah, it did.
That you could just say that's what we were up to. We were trying to hunt down the remaining rifles.
Oh, play it off like that. Just pretend you knew what you were doing all along. 3 people on this side. 2 of them confirmed with the double HE. Oh, that's the worst spray we've seen.
Best work.
Don't like that at all. But it shouldn't cost them the round. Even if Nico's a little bit low, yeah, throw away the rifles. Just make sure nobody can pick them up out here. It should be a 6-3 scoreline.
I don't know. I've got a weird feeling about this. I feel like they could have a bit of a blunder here. It's MP9 of Alex. Would have to do some serious damage, of course, but I don't know, something feels a little bit wacky about this round.
They do have on res some grenades that could make it interesting, I guess that's true. Like a good flash to set up the MP9 with.
Right. And they've just smoked themselves outside the B-bomb site.
Not perfect.
Really not ideal. It's all coming together for my little weird prediction here.
You're right. Like we got all the
smoked themselves out. They're walking into what could be a bit of a brutal setup with the MP9 and the flashbang.
Third player's
There's the flash.
For an IP.
Oh, he flashed his teammate, unfortunately. That doesn't work. If you get flashed by your own team, then... Oh, hang on. Maxed up. And there it is. Okay, well, there it is. 6 in a row now for G2 after being down 0-3.
They had all the ingredients
Hold it together, G2.
They had
the bomb and
everything
T
going
spawn. We've got some missed smokes there. Sorry, go on.
It's fine. Yeah, I don't know what happened. How did they mess that up?
I mean, to win the round doesn't really matter too much.
Well, yeah. Rifle out there, thrown away. Nobody could pick it up. Hunter doing pretty good work right now. I feel like even in some of the fights that might not be a huge impact, but I'm seeing like Hunter's time to kill is pretty low at the moment. Like he's pretty sharp at picking up these shots.
He knows he had to pick up his individual form, similar to the Carrigan conversation we had earlier. Like we know how good he can be. End of last season, EWC as well hasn't looked his best. I'm sure he's grinding. Nico found his form in CS2 at the start of this game. He wasn't himself. Great trades coming in. Snacks making up for his pretty disastrous spray in the previous round. Wrinkle though gets a taste of the Monacy medicine. No one likes that.
Really bitter experience, isn't it?
Yes. And that's another save. Quite demoralizing rounds. You don't feel like you really even played. If you're on the B-bomb side, it's like we didn't even do anything. We're just here, we're just hanging out.
The Monacy suppository.
Jesus. Anyway. 7th round.
So
You just took that time to come up with that one.
I didn't want to say it, but
you did anyway.
I lost control of my brain for a second.
That's all right. It happens. So yeah, it's saving the 2 rifles. 7 in a row now. It was looking like with all the Wrinkle 1v1s, we knew there'd be a time where the economy would come crashing down, but yeah.
I've got a bone to pick with you, Henry. Okay. I've got to say this. You tried to get me on this NIP train.
I mean, it's the first game of the tournament.
I told you I didn't want to. I told you it was going to be heartbreak. You said, come in the water, and there's no crocodiles here. And
look, they haven't even lost yet.
No, but
I know it's looking good. To be fair, this is not the team I saw at Yellow Compass, but the opposition was very different, and they don't seem their usual self today. The team's not firing off altogether. Like Wrinkles had some moments, but to be fair, the rest of the squad, apart from Alex, no one else has really stepped up.
They have been missing, yeah, a couple of players. Like I said, I rate Isaac as quite a good player.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, honestly, feeling great. Playing great. Yeah, but some of the players, even if they are auxiliary players to, you know, maybe they're not the superstars of someone like Wrinkle or something like that, but still, they should be able to step it up and just get a couple of kills every other round. It'll make a big difference right now. They're not able to. Timeout's been called here. Exist, maybe he can rally the troops. Obviously did a great job with Heroic before stepping back into the NIP jersey. 7-3 the scoreline, and G2 again in the beginning, clutch after clutch after clutch for Wrinkle down to the 1v1s, but once G2 took over from that, they just never looked back. It's been a wild ride. Monacy and Hunter both at 12 kills. Nico not that far behind. Snacks just having a jolly time. Not that many kills, but, you know, he's working the map. Back 10. Another one of those players that's quite comfortable with that. He has plenty of money, but he still has
Snacks historically loves all the weapons. He loves all the cheese. He loves getting stuck in, slipping behind smokes, and being a nuisance in general.
I mean, if he flies through right now, that could be the round done. So 4-man stack at the A-bomb site. Malb's hanging around the boiler room, just not hearing or seeing really anything, so can't really call out anything to the team, but surely it's a bit suspicious for G2 that there are no real counter grenades coming out almost anywhere at the moment. Like, that in itself should tell you that NIP probably don't have that much to work with. And they're going through all the basics. Molotov, flash, just getting it all done, while Snax is holding the top banana position. 40 seconds on the clock here. They could probably still win even if they walk into the stack, but I guess there is an outside chance. If we have to put a positive spin on it, if NIP win this round and make it a 7-5, then we still got kind of a game on our hands. It does look a bit grim at the moment, and Hunter, again, like I said, he's starting to hit some pretty crisp shots at the moment. Malbs, an absolute hard attack as he gets run down with a grenade in his hand. Wrinkle in the pits looking for some damage here. It's going to be Isaac getting a kill as well. 10 seconds on the clock, Isaac. Can he stop the bomb from going down? He really wants to. Gets a good shot onto Hunter, but m0NESY stands up and deletes him from the round, and now it's a 1 versus 1.
Time to lock in, Alex. You need this round. And the odds are stacked against him. He can find a rifle. He knows he hasn't got a kit, though. m0NESY is not even going to take the bait, I don't think. Yeah, he's not going to panic whatsoever. Now he's panicking a bit. Okay, take it back.
Oh, okay. Alex, he had no head armor. If he'd got tagged, then he would have been dead. Instant one-shot bullet, but you're right. He did panic a little bit, m0NESY, there, and it'll be Alex to pick up the round.
I reckon he had that one in his head. He was good to go.
Yeah.
But someone probably said, bad plan, bad plan, bad plan.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah.
And probably started doubting himself a bit. Like, if he had just held his nerve and kept walking, he wins. But I think that's normally what happens. Someone will tell you, it's actually a terrible plan. But he was the one who planted, I suppose. But
yeah, that's gotta be it. Because if it's default plant, he can get that angle so much sooner.
Yeah, he's in two minds about it, but that's a much needed round there. Alex pulls it off.
Is it NIP revival time yet?
Might be. 7-5 wouldn't be too bad. Like, pretty half the course on Inferno. Wrinkle, another aggressive maneuver around us.
He keeps trying. I mean, I admire that, right? He's had a really tough time finding success with some of these opening plays, but again, if that's his role in the team, you kind of have to keep doing it. Part of the game plan is made around it. He's in a good position, but the fact that he might get peeked from the hallway itself is going to make it a tricky flick, and now there's 2 of them here.
Oh,
what a counter.
They were ready for it. That kind of play, that synergy, that was designed to shut down the prospect of an AWP on the other side.
Grenaded himself. Down to 77. I don't know if they would ever admit to studying one player. Probably they don't just study one player, obviously, but it just feels like there's so many plays here Wrinkle has tried where they just have the antidote every time. Kind of crazy. 40 seconds. Snax again leading, just finding in the information. The rest of them setting up a banana. There's nobody at the B-bomb site. They have called an MSL.
See what I mean about Snax and the smokes? I don't know how he gets away with that kill.
Come on.
I have zero idea. That is ridiculous. No way he gets away with that one. And pretty much secures the round. There's no one in B. Looks like A4 is the score we're left with here. It's the final round. They'll have no choice but to go for it, but it'll be in vain.
He's got like a magical Kevlar vest that gives him +10 Counter-Strike skill every time he's in a smoke. It's crazy. Molotov out. I mean, obviously, this retake is almost impossible. Grenade doesn't make it any easier. One chance for NIP. m0NESY will get another kill. 15 on him right now. Maxter, good output, but it feels like it's just so late in the bomb plant already. I mean, you can hear it ticking in the background. They have to run and defuse straight away. They can't check anything, and they won't be able to either. Nika with a good double spray down and a brilliant first half here for G2.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You join us here for what could be the second and final map between G2 and NIP. After a 3-0 flying start with back-to-back clutches from Wrinkle, it was looking good for the Ninjas Anders, but unfortunately for them, m0NESY and Nico working in tandem, they arrived in full force and ran away with that first half. Their T side of Inferno posting 8 rounds to 4.
Yeah, they look very, very strong right now. Obviously, with m0NESY playing the way that he is, it does inspire the rest of the team, but Hunter is up there too. Rediscovering his form, maybe?
Dude, yeah, good to see.
That is very encouraging. I think that's something that G2 fans have been missing. Been a lot of talk around it. Hunter himself has talked openly about it, so maybe this new season will spark life in his game once again. It's 8-4 here, second half now. NIP starting on the T side, G2 on the CT side, and they have some dualies on m0NESY. But no kit.
Oh, the decoy? I love it. Underutilized piece of utility.
You'd hear it if it bounced into somebody.
Yeah, that's exactly why they've done it, I think. That's a good point. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
People don't think about it enough. But
no,
yeah,
that's a really interesting point. So you'd hear it, and then you can come around and pre-fire it.
Always say the smoke does nothing in pistol rounds. I feel like 99% of the time people push through anyway, and that's what they're going to do. Right into m0NESY. He does get one, but the trades continue. Nico here, sharp as a laser in the back, but he'll get it. Okay. Oh, run. Nicely done. Alex coming out for the team with a huge Glock kill, and it's a 2 versus 2.
Advantage NIP, I would say. Okay. Maybe not anymore. Could have to take something quite special from Isaac, and he's delivering the goods thus far. He's up against Hunter. He's already hit a bit of a banger. He's coming towards the ruins as well, and Isaac has read it well. So it'll be a nice little duel here, and Isaac comes out on top.
Wow. Okay. We'll take it. Again, he was missing from Anubis, right? There's no sign of Isaac, or Maxter for that matter, on the first map. So, yeah, we'll credit that round to him. That's super important.
Both pistols in the bag now for an IP. Forced by likely on Inferno from the CT side. Interesting ideas there. The decoy around the corner. Get the sound cue, maybe bait out some util, get someone turning. $50 you can buy, you can get Kevlar and buy a decoy.
Nice!
Exactly.
My feeling is that B main smoke is so powerful in rifle rounds that people would just they keep throwing it in pistol rounds, and I swear it almost does nothing ever. Obviously it can with the dualies on the other side, but 99% of the time I feel like if you're already there with the whole entire T force at the top of banana in a pistol round, you're gonna go for it anyway. Here we go. Snacks, blind as a bat, but somehow still able to find it. I think it took every single bullet.
The hell. It's a bit of a party down here at the bottom of B, and you can see they want nothing to do with it.
Okay, this is actually a pretty good switch up for NIP. They might be able to crack through here. I say that as Valve's fans. Great.
Yeah, he's got a really potent Desert Eagle hand. You're going to see that being delivered, but that might be enough here. It's going to be down to the wire. 2 versus 2. Nico needs to decide if he's going to be pushing into this one. Smoke eludes him. Have to hold for his teammate, but he does find Wrinkle in the end. Game leader Alex needing to touch once again. On the side with the Desert Eagle. Got the smoke to protect him for now. Nice work to get out of the situation. Force the next move towards Nico. He knows he probably doesn't have the kit here.
Nico's playing so smart. He knows he has to come back and check. He might think it's a 10-second defuse, but it's not. Oh, Alex! That is well played. The timing was with him.
Oh, he played it so well, Nico.
Oh, he did, yes.
He just peeked. He had him dead to rights. Didn't realize he'd actually come that deep into the bomb site. They may be tempted to buy again, considering it came down to 1v1. It's not required. I don't think they will, but they might. Considering they got kills like SMGs there as well, they get a bit more extra cash.
You know what's wild about that? This is Snack's fight at the beginning. Snack's doesn't have a helmet, so in the blind spray, if he gets dinked even once, it's just it immediately over for him. But
no force buy. 8-6, NIP back in this game now.
Got a suit on m0NESY.
2 again, back-to-back 1v1s. So we had 3 back-to-back in the opening first half. We've had 2 back-to-back now in the second. Wasn't Wrinkle this time.
But yeah, a Seuss. Kind of rare.
See ya.
Valve's tagged up as well, but yeah, this is looking like a pretty decent second half. You know, I'd be on board with a full NIP comeback. You've talked them up a little bit. I'm kind of curious to see more. Even in spite of the fact that this is maybe not the showing that some of us were hoping for, I do get a sense that just from the energy in the team, it's a little bit different here. Like, Wrinkle's really trying, even if he's shot down a lot in some of these rounds, he's still doing a pretty good job, right? He's got 12 kills. It's been a really hard game on him, just running into m0NESY and Nico quite a bit. The Zeus about to be activated. Oh, just doesn't recover from that one. Straight heart attack.
It's like, it's absolutely fine, he says, but probably all the kills are fine here.
Surely still fine. Do you think if someone was having a heart attack, you could revive them with a Zeus?
I mean, that's what a defibrillator is, isn't it?
I don't know, is it?
That's what it does. Like, it does like an electric shot in the chest, right? Defibrillator, you know what that is?
I do, but
Okay.
I'm just saying, like...
Oh, you're saying specifically the Zeus? Would that work? No, I think it's a very different...
Or has anyone ever tried it, I guess?
Have they ever tried to use the Counter-Strike Zeus to get someone back to life? I'm not sure.
So close to getting both of them from the bomb there, but didn't really work out. Fist bumps all around. Hell yeah. Slap. It's good. They're looking good. They can make the comeback, Henry. Like, this game is on once again.
I mean, a bit of fortune going their way with all those clutches. But yes, definitely agree. Need to hold on to it now.
I actually submitted like a medical device Zeus skin to the workshop.
Okay. There's only been one Zeus skin, right? That's the one
Yeah.
we just saw, yeah.
I like gambling on that stuff. 1 in 100.
Yeah, the fact they nerfed it again is just become less popular. Like, they need to find a sweet spot. Because like we see it like once a tournament now.
Yeah, that's true. Wrinkle and Isaac and Maxter. I mean, Alex up there as well. Rez, maybe a little bit further behind. Maybe the T side could let him shine a bit. One of the big obstacles, obviously, remains m0NESY with that AWP. 4-man setup at top of mid.
Oh, good as
Rez, doesn't look like that does nearly enough. I think the angle on that spray is going to be important. You got too steep of an angle. The bullets don't really make their way through. Molotov trying to unseat the AWP on the side, but it doesn't matter.
The MAC-10 on the CT side. You didn't see many of those. Should be dead here. Malbs. Snacks will trade the kill. 2 players remain.
If they win this fight flawlessly, there's already Hunter rotating in. I was going to say Nico's kind of alone, but all right. Takes a couple of steps with the fire. It's not a big deal. 30 seconds left. Flash from his cousin on the other side, and
he's dead.
Actually, he might be very low on health. Isaac takes him down.
They can still win this.
Hold the phone.
Oh, the reload for Hunter as well. Can't strike just when he wanted to. He did delay the plan with the sound cue. They could definitely still win this.
That would be outrageous. This is such a winnable round for G2, and Hunter actually doing a fine job. Just even if he's low on health, doesn't matter. Did what he needed to. All on Isaac to try and clutch this one.
They've got to smoke for the bomb, or they can smoke banana. Those are the 2 options, really.
Well, they're going to try and use this force of numbers, run right up on mid-air as he catches Hunter. And now it's m0NESY, no longer with the AWP, so Isaac. How cool could he be on this side? He's not hearing the defuse. There's the kit picked up, so he's got maybe 1 chance of it here, and I think that time's already slipped up for m0NESY. He gets the kill, spins around, goes straight to the defuse. Surely he doesn't have the time for it. Oh, he does right at the end.
Yeah, certainly uncomfortable there. Good effort from Isaac, I have to say. But no dice this time. Very
so hard for m0NESY. The fact that he has to trek to the back of the bomb site to pick up the kit and then go back out like he had.
Literally, there was no room for error there. He had to get that instant kill like he did. That would have been a really important round if NIP won it. Like, they would actually be back into this game with then some. Lovely work from Isaac, and then just timed to perfection. No mistakes here from m0NESY. Oh, even had the
beginning of the click, don't you?
Sound of death, yeah. They could definitely get by into this. Both teams financially broken at this. This could decide whether it's a quick win from G2, 2-0, or NIP tie things right up and maybe take the lead. All comes down to this one. Wrinkle versus m0NESY. m0NESY draws first blood. Doesn't quite find the kill. 79 damage. Nullifies the aggressive efforts of Wrinkle at least.
They call him the Flash for a reason.
They do.
That's actually... I don't think I could ever get used to seeing that. I obviously know how good he is, but every new m0NESY flick, you just think, oh, I wasn't quite... So my memory kind of betrayed me a little bit. It's even crazier than I thought. 50 seconds now. Like you pointed out, the money here for G2, low. I think if they're dreaming of a comeback, it kind of has to be right now. They have a good opportunity for it, but where's the entry kill? There has to be somebody to crack open one of these bomb sites. They've got one flashbang on Maxter, so they can throw that over and try and attack the pit. m0NESY here, not an easy player to be up against. Alex will go straight down, no chance to answer back, and they're going to try and smoke him off here. But still 20 seconds. NIP, where's the breakthrough? They line up for Malps instead, and it's a bit of a disaster now. I don't think they have time for it. Even if they get that kill, even if they get the next one. Only 10 seconds on the clock as they're trying to make their way around the corner. It's in the pit with Hunter and a double. And it will be G2 winning another round.
That's a big one. No plants. And that should be the eco at this stage. Yeah, that was a significant one. You can see looks on their faces, they know the gravitas of the situation. We go 10 and 7 between the 11. It's work from Alps. Hunter clean with the MP9. Good work from m0NESY. Got the initial leg shot. Full eco. No upgraded pistols, no utility, no Kevlar. And 2-0 looking likely.
Yeah, overwhelmingly so. It's been such a stop and start kind of feeling for NIP. Like there's no point in the game here where NIP are saying, okay, we just won 4 rounds in a row, we got money, it's looking pretty good. Like all the time it's like picking up a round here or there and then right back into the fire of G2. A really tough time at it. This time, we don't expect anything. I mean, if they can get up through the apartments and get the bomb planted, that in itself probably a little bit of a miracle. It's unlikely. Malps, all right, if they push it back, it's a little bit more likely.
He's done well.
They have to pay with more bodies.
Good incendiary. That shuts down any sort of threat of losing a couple of players here. Nice nade. Let Hunter get these kills, ideally.
Make that money. 9,000, more than 9,000 on Hunter at the end of that round.
More than 9,000.
Over 9,000.
Over 9,000. Yeah, he farms himself $1,800. Nice work. Tactical timeout.
They're laughing, they're smiling, they're having a great time right now.
Yeah, bear in mind they lost both pistols and 0-3s on either side of that as well. So, although the scoreline looks kind of close, I'm not saying discount those rounds. You do have to win the pistols, you have to clutch them out, they were tested. It's just that in terms of gun rounds, they haven't picked up a ton of those.
Yeah, no disputing that. Somebody has to step up and bring them back into this one. I mean, we've been calling Wrinkle the playmaker. He's certainly been trying a lot. But, like, who on NIP right now can reliably step to m0NESY and come out on top?
No one, by the looks of things, you can still see it's a big compromise by. m0NESY had a bit of a speed boost. They're not going to go for the aggressive peak. Galil's out in tandem for Wrinkle and Alex. AK's otherwise. Bare bones in the utility. This one, oh god, a bit of fortune goes Isaac's way.
Yeah. Well, good individual recovery from Isaac, right, from their first map.
Yeah.
Up to 15 kills right here. That's something to look forward to.
Almost won that crazy 3 versus 1.
Yes.
Milliseconds away, literally.
Yeah, it could not have been closer, I think. So 4 versus 5. Bit of fortune going their way, but what can they build behind it is the real question here. Bomb is still at the bottom of T ramp, and well, G2 lack a lot of information around top mid. I think Nico's kind of moving in that direction for that very reason. They do have the luxury of having Monacy over here, so again, you have to pay with at least a couple of kills to get past Monacy. It's the rules of the game.
Pay the
Go
toll.
first.
Well, the thing is, with 40 seconds, he's going to just wave. He gets a nice clean kill here, which he doesn't, to be fair. Nade kill might do it, though. Yep. Now they know Monacy's waiting the other side. Like, can he even be asked to go to that bomb site? It's like, you know what? It's not worth it. And then you go into the 3-man stack. I guess you go towards CT spawn. Okay, this is actually a pretty nice call. Knowing the Monacy's potentially alone with that opening pick, they've actually done pretty well. That might be the only call that can save them.
But can it, Henry? Can it actually save them? 8 seconds left. It has to be flawless here. 1 more second. If he gets a kill, it might be over, but they do get him right at the end. Did they have enough time for the plant? I think they did. Oh my god, it's close. NIP, keeping the dream alive.
That's wild. Like I said, I think that's the only call that saves them.
I think so.
Like, you can see how uncomfortable he was being surrounded. Lovely flashbang. He hits 1 shot, it's over.
Yeah.
They plan with like a quarter of a second to spare. It's not clean, but they'll take it. Alex managing the troops perfectly there.
They had very little time to figure out how to make that call as well. Yeah, that was on a knife's edge. I think G2 setting up to get exits to make their lives really miserable on the other side, and that's a good idea. Wrinkle with the AWP, why would you give him that into the next one? The bomb goes up behind, and they're getting slaughtered here. Hunter making quick work of it, 3 kills. They'll save the AWP, but yeah, why not make it even more of a worse experience for NIP? Even as they win the round, it's, you know, you're going to be happy with that, but you lose almost everything. I actually cannot believe this worked out. It's as close as you could possibly get to making it work.
Wait, no, he has time. Fuck.
He does have time. Very good effort, though. Nice ideas. Comes down to the granular detail as to who won that round. Milliseconds.
First timeout for G2. They haven't really needed it. They've been playing great, but maybe a little bit of insight to get them over the line. It feels like if things kind of keep going this way, eventually G2 will be able to pick up this map, but we'll see. It's only 3 rounds between them, right? It's not a massive gap that they are trying to bridge here, NIP.
Thing is that they need resources. They've got 3 Galils again.
Yeah.
Like, even though they're winning these rounds, it's by the skin of their teeth. Nice shot from Wrinkle while blind. Another opening 5-on-4.
Oh,
bear in mind, they had the advantage last time due to the shot through the smoke they got in snacks.
This forward position, they're going to find out, but it's a chance here that Rez also could be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to make good on that one. That's nicely played. Alps goes down instead. They keep the advantage. They got the bomb over at the B side here. Smoke goes up, but kind of the pressure's on G2. What do you do with this kind of a thing? It looks like they actually want to push forward. Nico.
He knows it's a B-side attack now.
Yeah.
He'll be calling for the rotation from Arch. Snacks can't really do anything. He's got no nades. He'll be smoked off. You might consider the save here.
Maybe a boost up?
Yeah, considering they didn't do the OP smoke, yeah, I think that's a good shout. As long as they don't fumble up.
Just crouch down, they blow open the smoke, and they spot him out. All right. That's actually very careful work for NIP, because like you said, they didn't do the elevated smoke, so instead they actually blow open their own smoke. They're going to catch Monacy as well. Isaac stepping up once again.
Okay, well, this is a great round. Like we said, if they can keep this one clean, upgrade some of those Galils now to M4s or AKs, they're in an actually pretty promising position. The money's low on the G2 side. They're going 11-9 here, and presumably an Eco up next.
They're staying put. They
absolutely
sure.
They don't want to suffer a last-second defuse.
Cannot blame them. But well done.
Yeah, Wrinkle with the opening frag again. Completely blind.
I mean, if to be honest, if this is, you know, one of the more muted performances out of Wrinkle, I mean, there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
He's still playing a good game. It's just
he's
obviously
still
tough
garnering
opposition.
experience, you know, like his first time ever on LAN, I believe, was Yellow Compass. That was his first ever LAN, like first time on stage, and he blew everyone's mind there. He's still kind of honing his craft, still understanding like the balance of his aggression when it's required, when it's not.
I could be persuaded.
And trust me, yeah, he's going to be really excellent superstar of the future.
Speaking of which, straight to the middle he goes. The scout on the other side from Odyssey.
He's a bit of a character as well. He's seen like the way he like rallies the troops, and he was actually sat in the middle as well at that LAN. I'm not sure if he is today, but he was in the middle seat.
I think he is, yeah.
Okay, so that just goes to they want him in the middle just for the vibes.
I think that's good. Like, especially like I said in the past, like on Swedish teams, sometimes things get a bit quiet.
Right.
I was about to say they need a strong leader in Sweden. Some of that sounds awful, but yeah. Snack's the only one nearby with the USP.
Yeah, be careful there, Isaac.
But yeah, I think notoriously some of the Swedish teams in the past, like they're quite, you know, quite well mannered. Yeah, a little bit. You know, things go a little bit too quiet at times. Nobody wants to shout and bring the energy back, and that's fine if you're winning. But in some of those losing situations, it just become a bit of a graveyard, and we don't like to see that. Wrinkle on 17, Isaac on 17, and NIP about to be a 10-11, 1 round difference. NiKo saved this AK from the last round. He's going to try and save it again, obviously. It's winnable. Third map would be on Ancient. What a great map to finish off if we get there. Okay, trying to make it expensive once again.
Terrorists win.
Keeping the focus. Wow, we got depth of field as well in the replays.
Yeah, it's pretty
level
nice,
of technology is this?
Just believe the comeback. We'll fucking do it.
Yep.
Just
Simple.
believe, and you will do it.
Manifest the dream.
Okay, let's see if they're going to be able to do that.
Fact is this close, very impressive.
I agree.
Been some dicey rounds. That one that comes to mind, the banana splits with half a second to spare on the plant. Monacy, if he hits one shot, it's pretty much GG. We'd be on the analyst desk right now.
Yeah. But I'll be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing NIP for a third map here. Like, I feel like they're building something.
Could happen. But now they've actually got some decent buys going on. They haven't got 3 Galils.
Yeah.
They've got rifles. This looks to be a B finish with 4 players at the steps.
On the negative side, Monacy's back with an AWP instead of the scout. Again, he really has been the #1 obstacle for NIP to go anywhere. Good flashes, good grenades, try and get rid of him. Puts a little bit of pressure on. They're going to try and nade him away. He does take down Isaac, and NiKo ready with the spray. So a 2 for nothing so far, but NiKo probably trapped in this corner, trying to find his way out. He's so accurate. Takes down.
Get out of there, boys. Get out. You're done. It's over. Well played. No option but to save. G2 get away with their lives. And that is going to be series point on the board for G2, guaranteeing overtime. Let's say that. Looks like they're moving with intent.
I mean, they have some money in the bank, right? So maybe just say whatever.
Okay, they're not going for it. I was going to say, I guess as a world, you could assume they're all over towards B. Maybe you could pull off a 2v5 of Wrinkles Orb, but they're just going to hold on to it. You're right, though. Like, the money was pretty much fine.
Yeah, probably could have. I mean, again, it's a 1 in 100. Maybe you make it work, but whatever. This kind of fight for NiKo, the quick little jiggles, the very, very narrow angles, it's what he does best.
Yeah, that deadly combo, Monacy and NiKo towards Banana with AK and AWP in hand. Pretty disgusting, difficult to get by.
Yeah, demoralizing to think about. Like, that's the job. That's the mission. Try and break that open.
Okay. Well then, money's going to be decent, as we mentioned. 2 rounds in a row required to take us to overtime. Still very possible. The hardest round of them all to pick up is number 13. No one wants to be the guy that goes down first. You don't want to take too many crazy risks. Wrinkle certainly does. Aggressive as usual. He's been nailing these opening kills on Inferno. This one not as kind to him. Oh, Isaac, tantalizingly close to that one, and as we might be done here. Nico, m0NESY once again dominating the banana. And a 5-on-3. Thoughts and prayers to these remaining 3 players in NIP. They've got such a difficult job ahead of them. A nice double stacking towards the pit as well.
You're
They
right.
can smoke off the apps. Okay, there's still a chance there.
You might not expect it though. Oh, they throw the Molotov anyway. I was going to say, you might not see that there's 2 players there. How have they brought it back? 5 versus 3?
I don't know. I have no idea.
This was right there for the
disaster.
taking. They had everything lined up. It would be a truly classic G2 match if they ended up losing the map behind losing a 5 versus 3 and just kind of tilting a little
I
bit.
think they were just trying to be too tricky with it, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe they did.
Just like instead of just holding like a nice little crossfire, they've gone for this weird double stack.
Nico is so sick when there's almost no time left. He's so good at playing these late rounds, but he needed that headshot, I think. Grenade on top puts him down at 33, and he's not getting any fights. It's Alex to take him down. NIP strike back from a near-defeated position there. They should have lost this round, no question.
Because when they Molotov and you've got that double stack,
yeah, like
you're both flushed out. Like I don't know, didn't actually really add up. If you just had,
well, I think it was even worse. So they get this kill before the Molotov is even thrown, and then they throw the Molotov anyway.
Yeah, like maybe it's unlucky, I suppose.
Either that, or it's great thinking for NIP to say, let's make sure.
You've lost Wrinkle on everyone, and like, oh, that's the way you give it up. It might not matter, but you don't get many more opportunities than that.
Listen, I've seen some tilt games out of G2 in the past. Imagine if this goes overtime and this becomes one of them.
Nico's got the MP9. Out of all the players, Snacks, so it's 7 kills. Like, give him the MP9. He's like the SMG specialist, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I would be tempted to agree, but ouch. Wrinkle not going to be enjoying
5
that one.
players. Ready and waiting. They've made their call, made their decision.
Only 2 players defending. One of them with an MP9, but the other one is m0NESY, so make of that what you will. There's the call. Isaac immediately deleted. Good counter flash coming out as well. Molotov to try and slow them down. More grenades being tossed out here. That really slows down NIP. And that's a problem because there could be a rotation, although that rotation is already happening. No one's actually moving out of the A bomb side. They're not sold on this yet on the G2 side. It's another shot rings through the bomb side and breaks down Rez. He's dead. They're not really moving forward, are they? Nico jumping on top here. He's going to be able to spot it right down below. Seeing no helmets yet, but there's his chance to strike.
Sure.
NIP slowed down. They lost the 3-on-5 last time. The 2v5, I don't think it's going to be working out for NIP here, Henry. Wrinkle and Max to the left alive, and m0NESY just one by one, knocking him down. It's G2 to survive the scare here on Inferno.
It was a close game, Anders. Both pistols in the bag for NIP, and a lot of clutches going in their favor. They had G2 sweating, but it was close, but no cigar.
Definitely had G2 sweating throughout that game on Inferno. A nice performance coming in for NIP. Unfortunately for them and their fans out there, it wasn't quite enough. m0NESY and the boys from G2 did finish off the job in a 2-0 fashion. I think we both can agree, Bobski, that was a much better showing from NIP.
Yeah, I mean, I felt they deserved this map. I think tactically they approached it a little bit better than G2, but it's just hard when you have 2 star players in the form of both m0NESY and Nico delivering those type of rounds that we saw in the last one.
m0NESY involved in 10 opening duels. He won 7 of those, sitting at 125 ADI in this game and 28 kills. That was a monster performance coming out of m0NESY.
Yeah, I mean, we know. I think everybody knows out there.
Bored, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is what we normally see from the guy, right? Especially considering the circumstances that the opponent right now is not up to his level. I think Wrinkle actually had a really good showing on the opposite side, but they didn't meet each other that much. I actually do remember Wrinkle picking him off a couple of times, but it wasn't a real AWP duel. I think m0NESY was really great at picking off the rifles constantly.
And I think that's an interesting dynamic right there. You're saying G2 won because they have the better players, the better individuals, but you felt NIP were playing better as a team?
Yeah, I mean, I think they did the executes well. I think last round is severely depending on Monesi hitting that first shot, right? He plays in front of the first box. Imagine if he just loses that one and doesn't really get anything, then I think the favor is going to go inside of NIP. But one guy who really did surprise us positively, also earlier today, Icy, but now we have Wrinkle.
Yeah, we had Icy earlier, arguably being the best player on the server. Wrinkle today, not the best player, but he did show us glimpses of what he potentially can do within NIP. I also do think that this highlight package is showing it. AWP kills, rifle kills, pistol kills. He was involved in a lot of different scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the 5 eco kills with the MP9 running down mid, right? It was real impact in a lot of those scenarios, and it was a main reason why NIP even got close in this game, and that is the bright future, right? You got to gamble on this guy, gonna be even better. I mean, to take on Monesi is probably too early for him, but for NIP to put their faith in him, I think it's very realistic.
It is very realistic. James Banks caught up with Mobs after winning the game.
G2 start off with a solid 2-0 win, and I'm going to touch on this map just to go through. Is that first map looked pretty easy, like you were in control of it. Sure, a little bit of back and forth on the Inferno. We know what Snacks thinks of Inferno, but overall, how would you just say that game was for the team?
I felt like we had a really good control of the maps. Overall, on the biz, we were playing it really well. Like, we had a lot of info on the stuff that they were doing, and Nico was playing really good. So, yeah, we had a lot of info from like Nico in mid, and Ilya was really active in everywhere. So, like, yeah. And Inferno, we were like kind of shaky in CT, but we managed to close it out. So, yeah, I think we were pretty good. Yeah.
I want to focus a bit more on you rather than the game things with it, because I want to look at just how this is for you. The World Cup was obviously such a high coming into it, but you seem to be, when I look at you on the server and look at you on camera, you're not fazed by any of it. So what's going through your mind on this journey just so far at the beginning?
It honestly doesn't feel like I'm in G2, you know, like I'm in G2, but I don't feel any pressure at all.
Yeah, that's definitely that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't feel any pressure. I don't feel nervous at all. I mean, like, the guys are really good with me. Like, they're super nice, super cool, and I feel like they make me feel comfortable in the team. So I feel like that's why I feel like not any pressure at all. And, like, I can be playing whatever final that I'm not going to be nervous, I feel like.
And it doesn't matter who you're facing either, right? I see the confidence, the rushes. And do you just get, is it Snacks just letting you go, or are you saying, like, I want to make a play? How does it work?
Maybe both. Like, yeah, if I feel confident on a play, they can maybe sometimes just say, no, let's not do that, because obviously they can have other reads, but yeah, they can tell me like, hey, Mobs do this, or I want to do this, and they will be like, okay, go, and I kill 3.
Okay, go and I kill 3. We like the sound of that. Thank you very much, Mobs.
Thank you.
Must be nice to have a player like that. Okay, go, kill 3. Mobs didn't necessarily have the best of showing, but he wasn't really needed. G2 in more or less full control of this game. They were applied a bit of pressure on Inferno. Overall, are you satisfied with what you saw from G2 today?
I mean, yeah, I don't think anybody can question if you just get the result done right, 2-0. But I think Mobs actually showed quite a bit of personality through here, right? And I think it's important when you're constantly on the road and stuff gets tough at times, then you kind of have a guy where you can trust to always make him bring up the mood, right? We talked about complexity, always feeling like the mood is down. But when you have a guy like him who's constantly laughing and just cranking the jokes, it becomes a little bit more easy to handle the long-term effects.
You can feel that, I feel like. It seems like a great environment right now there. And that concludes Group C for us, the opening round. We've had 2 games being played out so far. You could see that FaZe were able to take the victory against Cloud9 in a hard-fought one. G2 taking down NIP, which means that FaZe will face off against G2 tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Cloud9 versus NIP will play the elimination match in Group C. However, that's not all we got for you. We have more games coming up. That also means it will be us done and dusted. One bench player will be replaced by another. That's Kadian coming in. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it will be Tech Girl and Kadian walking you through the last games of the day.
Welcome back to the second half of the Blast Premier 4 groups. Today we get to see a whole new group play. I think it's the best group on the schedule for the day, but I am super biased.
You say that every day, Sam.
I say that every day. I'm trying to get you excited, Cadian, to work with me. But there you go, that's Cadian. He's joining me on the desk for the afternoon shift. We have our first game about to kick off. It is NAVI up against Big, and of course Big making a little bit of a roster change coming into this, so we get a chance to see what their new lineup's going to look like.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting. I think we're reaching the point where Big cannot get better talents that is German speaking. Like, this is about it. Like, who would they get as an upgrade? I think maybe the only position where they could look at is if Slacks keeps an upward trend with his AWPing style in M80. That would be the only thing, because I think JDC, such a great addition. You have Crimbo, who is I wouldn't even call him a talent anymore, because he's kind of been under the Big banner for quite a while now. And then you have Tapson, who is, without a doubt, the biggest CSGO legend of Germany.
Do you think that this is the problem when you decide to keep it sort of, we're all going to speak German, we want to keep it German talent, if you like, you are kind of, I mean, Danish rosters as well, you kind of limit yourself to what you've got? Not from Denmark, because obviously you all play Counter-Strike really well for some absurd reason, but everywhere else it can be quite difficult?
Yes and no, because I think that latest years has shown that international CS might be the way forward for many different reasons. There's a bigger talent pool, but Big has before had big success with having Smuya and Santaris in. I think if you go the international route, you also need to have the individual talent that can kind of follow that. You can't take like some mediocre players and make that work then.
Let's find out how Rigon's feeling now that he's joined Big and what we can expect from him today.
John, while you've had success on B&E when it came to the majors, this is your first real chance of the Tier 1 side of things. How much does this opportunity mean to you coming into Big?
I mean, I had some offers and I chose Big, and I'm really excited to play in Atlanta again. It's been a year now. They treated me good and I'm ready to play.
And in terms of being ready to play, I know you were on boot camp already, so how was that, and how much do you feel like you've been able to get into the system and be ready for these events?
I mean, I have some new positions which I didn't play before. So I tried to learn them. We had like 6 days boot camp. It was really effective. Like, I had a lot of theory and stuff like this. I tried my best to get into my positions. I think it still can be better, but we will see today. Today is the real test and we will see.
And in terms of that, we always know, and your style and your play was always very aggressive. You were the rifler putting up numbers along flat throw. How does it look in Big? Are we looking the same kind of style, or?
I mean, they're using me still aggressive, but I have different positions. You will see in game. I cannot tell them now, but I can still do my aggressive plays, and I think they believe in me. They believe in my abilities, so I can still be the same. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, you got a smile on your face while saying it as well. What has surprised you the most so far about joining Big?
The work ethic. I must really say all of them are working really hard. We worked in the bootcamp like 12, 13 hours theory and stuff like this. But as I said, the work ethic and the team is nice as well. The mood is good, and yeah.
And what difference are you looking to bring to Big? Like, what does the change of adding you do for this team?
It's a hard question. I think just me being more aggressive, handling my style, and just doing my stuff and helping them and trying to win.
And how's the German?
It's perfect.
That's what we want to hear.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. We had a chance to hear from him. A little bit of a change for him in some positions. We'll get a chance to see that as well.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see Rigon take a place in Big. He's the guy that I myself, when I figured out my situation, was also in touch with, because I think that his individual capabilities is something that he's shown through a few years now with B&E, that he is very capable. His mechanics is very good. One of the big things is, how do you transition a guy who played in the kind of chaos of B&E into a very structured Big German Big side, who is very methodical, who he said with his work ethic likes to be detail orientated, find new grenades, and now also in some new positions. I think that's going to be very interesting, because there's no doubt that when Rigon is feeling himself, he's done it to the biggest teams, FaZe out there. He's just been strafing with his Deagle, with his AK, and has had many, many great games.
I want to talk so much about the roles and like you mentioned, they're moving from chaos to structure, but it's a conversation we're going to have to shelve because we need to talk about the team that they're going to be facing off against. So hopefully we can touch on this between the maps. But NAVI coming in, this is a team that finished the start of this, they finished last season relatively well, second in spring finals. They have the player break, they come back, they win the World Cup, and now they're here. A team that some said when they won the major was a fluke and it wasn't going to happen again, and yet it looks like they're on a bit of an upward trajectory.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were facing criticism already after winning the major. Like, kind of, you know, I think Pimp put his name out there instantly and said that he don't believe that they will kind of reproduce anything like it.
His exact words were they won't be a top 5 team. Well, not exact words, but it was pretty much along the lines of he doesn't believe they'll be a top 5 team towards the end of this year. And then they proceeded to go second and win the World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, but I think this, I'm not going to stand here and try to out-pimp because I think this was kind of the vibe and the feeling of the entire community. But I think they have proven themselves under the last 2 tournaments that they do have not just like a one-time off thing, they do have like the system, the structure, and the individuals to also shine within the leadership of Alexib.
Why was the community so sort of pushing this idea that this team wasn't good enough and that the major was a fluke? Why does that keep coming up?
Because if you look at the names,
they don't have an individual star.
I mean, I'll just say from facing Bit from the day that he joined NAVI in 2020 or 2021, he was a monster. Like, you could always try and kill him with the first bullet, but he would always shoot you straight back with the AK. So I think they have shown that the doubters out there would keep on doubting, but they will keep on shooting hard.
Damn it, they give me Cadian on a desk, and all I want to do is just talk Counter-Strike with him, but we can't because we have to go into game, so that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, let's do it. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Cadian, for your thoughts on this one. Mohan, we got Navi back in the server, okay? Leave it to Pimp to be incredibly wrong about something. Turns out Navi are indeed going to hit the ground running here at the start of 2020, or start of the second season of 2024. And they're going to be the heavy GG bet odds favorites for this head-to-head tonight.
Yeah, I think they also, I mean, they made some improvements for sure on an individual level since the major. One of those big ones, I would say, is Imma, especially at EWC. Paying attention to that run. It was obviously a brutal format, but they were a team that played best of 3s all the way through, and they had very good teams they played against. So I really liked what we saw with Navi, and I think Imma was definitely the player that I criticized the most, you know, in the last year. I think most people did in terms of the roles that he got and then the output that we got from him. But now those stats are coming up, and the team is winning more matches. It's looking up here for Navi, and for Big, well, they've got a debut with a new roster move, so we'll see how Rigon will fare.
Hell yeah, I like this one. As this match goes on, we'll talk about the new Big, of course, but on paper, you know, I think this one makes a lot of sense. JDC has been looking phenomenal since his return. Of course, Searson being given a second chance is a question mark too as time goes on. So let's see what they've got to put forth on Dust 2, their pick. As the flash comes out for Ema, he's going to tap Searson out of this one. See ya. Alexi towards long. Couple players in his sights soon enough. And that pressure is going to draw Ema over to help. So nicely done here, tethering off Alexi so that he can pop back up on that measly 11 health. Rigon's going to prioritize plant as the incendiary sets him ablaze. JDC, nice snap down to the ramp. You know Alexi's low health deep. Cat player pops up, piecing together the positions, but how about getting the kills? That's where it gets a little labored, falls out of their hands, and Navi slip away with the pistol win.
Yeah, another conversation topic with Navi is Bit getting so good again. And I mean, Bit had this very different sort of challenge where he was going to an international lineup, and you know, that's hard for Blade as the coach to switch over to a new language. That's also, and it's even harder for Bit, who has to do it in a live game setting.
Sure.
And I think it definitely affected his performances at first. And I mean, Navi did a good job of keeping it fun with, you know, posting his English test results and stuff like that on YouTube. But he was passing. He was passing those English tests, and I think that, you know, it's no surprise that if you're uncomfortable in communication, it will affect your aim and it will affect your comfort. And I'm sure that there's a correlation between him getting better and more comfortable speaking with this new lineup and also performing.
No doubt, man.
Because he's been on fire.
The first and only CSGO plus CS2 major champion.
Yep.
Not bad to get yourself in that history book so early on. Still quite a young man too. Not as young as when he burst onto the scene, but what a career he could end up having as time goes on. Tucking into the side of tunnels here. We got a couple deagles, Regons included. If you can blast that A1S off of the plat, I mean, you can swarm JL with his MP9. But EMA playing a little patient towards CT. Spawn is allowed for this 5-player packed group. Right back up in tunnels. We're going to get a test for the B site. And at the moment, it's no grenades. So it's on JL's contact. That M4 could swing if needed, but they're going to burst out, try to get him off the point. Nicely contained here by Bit, shaving 2 players off. Gets a little wild though, so not half bad here for Big. They get footing in the bomb site. Unfortunately, not able to cross for free. M4 grab needs to be reloaded. Regon's bombs back towards the tunnel exit. It ain't comfortable. Ima's gonna blast them away through the doors. Sure, you cleared the players off the site, but the rotation's so ready.
The other thing that was unfun, I think, for Navi is that, like, after the major, teams always fall off. But we didn't have that structure where the major ends the season, you know, as well. So right after the major, Pro League and Dallas were really bad for Navi, but then they got better. JL cited motivation stuff, of course, kind of hard to top winning the major and then feeling like you've got to come back after that.
Oh, big burst. Oh, he saw vision for a second there. Ema just regaining vision. Catches JDC, so immediate long A hit here for Big. Ema's gonna tear it apart. Alexi B drops a bomb on him, and we have Navi icing out the first gun round of Big.
Yeah, long control finished. B rush handled. They've done well so far. And then the story for Big is that well, JDC is sort of like been a surprise that like how well he's played since he's joined the team, showing us why he was a part of a very successful sort of MOUZ NXT MOUZ lineup in the beginning.
Hey, let's go.
But the question is, do they have enough sort of star power outside of him and Crimbo to sustain in matches like this versus very tough competition? Now, normally we've seen Big, especially in a blast group setting, for example, do extremely well.
And that's where we look to Regon, right? Somebody who definitely kind of elevated Bad News Eagles to the major performances that they were able to piece together. He's considered one of the stars over there. And luckily for Big, does speak German. I think this is another one of those teams that when we were talking yesterday about how the tier 2 roster shuffles left us with a bunch of interesting rosters, this was one of those moves that's like, oh, I hadn't thought of that, to be honest. You know, I didn't anticipate Regon here speaking German, and yet I like it. I think on paper it all makes sense. But on paper, Big, that's where maybe sometimes it makes the most sense. It's about application here tonight, and with the Tech9s and Deagles, they're getting popped apart in round 4. No chance to even get in through the doorways. No chance to get out from tunnels. It's a clean sweep for Navi, and they are just merrily working their way through the first rounds of this map.
The only thing about that is that, you know, it's not like you can't get excited about a Regon because that's obviously a more experienced player, definitely a lot of potential there, and it's really great and perfect that he has fluent German.
Yeah.
But where did you stand on Proces? I didn't think it's sort of like at best you're raising the floor, you're not really raising the ceiling as much with Big.
Okay.
But Proces, I don't know, Proces wasn't disappointing me that much where it was sort of a thing that was on my mind, like, oh, this needs to happen for Big to start winning.
That's a fair point. I wasn't a huge Proces critic either. I thought he had potential, but I did feel it was very inconsistent.
Yeah,
I think, you know, Regon's consistency in Bad News Eagles is maybe what they were looking for. And less so even about Regon maybe raising the floor. I also expect more from Searson. You know, if you're going to bring him back for a second chance, if that's going to be the offer that you really put forth on this very German platform.
He's got to prove that it wasn't all online. Top 9 in 2020.
Exactly. Let's see, second gun round for Big, because remember that first one was the instant shutdown on long A doors. Let's see if they can even get a kill this time around. Trying to work their way up Cat with flashbangs. It's enough to get Emet off his edge, and JDC has to hold back. Utility here being properly utilized.
Although you can just smoke off Cat, jump up right behind it now. Don't have to do the long walk. And again, those cat retakes have been more and more popular in very recent memory. Well, through the smoke entirely. Ooh, JDC gets caught off.
Top blue cleared out at least, so Alexi going down gives them an open door to push out somewhat. But again, simultaneous with the cat control. It's going to draw Regon into the action. Maybe he would have gone for a later lurk, but they're going to need some kind of a split to A. Shame for Big, he's dead. All in from long. Molotov to deal with the cat players. One comes back towards site. Bits looking to press out through CT smoke. He just got tagged up by the op. Lucky to be alive, really. And as there are rumblings, this is so tight. Oh, they cover it. They cover it just enough. The bomb goes down with barely a second to spare. And wonderful, just in an instance, the last man standing.
That's certainly a situation where they have to plant. And if Navi wait, they have a chance to go for a really sort of favorable retake situation. A little bit less on the odds. If they get the bomb down, they win instantly. So they just go all in on that. They're like, everybody try to kill this planter and we'll win. Big do a good job of protecting that plant.
Oof. That's a stressful one for Big.
Super.
But Navi's plan goes awry. And I think what definitely helps there is actually this blind shot through the smoke out of Searson that tags Bit. One of the players that is trying to jump up to interrupt that bomb.
Yeah, Searson's story is definitely pretty interesting because it's like the top 9 in 2020, but he was very skewed on amazing CT sides, really, really bad on T sides. And then he developed and improved his T sides a ton, but then he ended up getting cut off of the roster. Then we go back to a lot of lands, Big are no longer #1 in the world, and you wonder why didn't it work out with Searson? Then he gets brought back in, and in recent times when we've seen him, still could use a little bit more out of him. But we had high expectations for Searson, for sure.
Yep. But has always kind of existed as the anomaly, right? The one guy that's never in the boot camp environment when they play from home online. You know, we always talked about the big offices and his absence there, so.
Definitely a mysterious fellow.
Yes, sir.
And I love the activity from Navi, and Alexi can definitely call a dust too, and a very innovative caller at that. Whenever a change gets made, he's one of those players that uses the new changes a lot. He was great when the nade dropping feature was added to CSGO. Ooh.
Set a record with those nades within like 72 hours of dropping them.
Yeah, so 1,000 damage and 1 CT half on Dust 2.
God, that was such a good change. Remember how angry we all were, or some people were?
Sure, yeah. People definitely. Even Kerrigan said, well, now Dust 2 is going to be so dominantly CT-sided. It's felt like a very dramatic change, and it's been powerful for the CT side, but not to that level, of course.
Fast burst. They had Bit in the corner. JDC.
JDC double.
Love that for him. His individual level has nicely come together, I think, at a time where Big have brought him up. It's a good-looking JDC in 2024. And a very easy round off of the back of his double entry. So props to him. Cracks open middle like it's nothing. And Alexi looking for parting gifts. Gets one. Searson drops him.
With no save here. Big on their feet. And again, everyone's looking for a good debut. I mean, we had Cloud9 inches away from taking out FaZe in their debut. And I mean, even it goes to 3 maps, 16-14 finish on map 3. Very, very close game. A great debut overall. Then we have Gamer Legion, who show us a couple of good maps versus Vitality on very, very strong maps for Vitality. Also been sort of impressive. But we haven't had that shocker just yet.
Speaking of debuts, it's been a while, but, Saw maybe playing a part in beating Complexity.
Yeah,
does that count? Put that in the bucket.
That Dave, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
that was a very
OG with the stand-in in-game leader pressing Complexity.
True.
And Team Liquid versus VP later
Up
tonight.
Next.
With Cadian on the desk.
Oh my gosh, with Cadian on the desk.
Stay tuned. Couple consecutive round wins for Big. And Navi remaining active. Ema just dancing around that cat corner. Flashbangs will take control of long for Big. And they're going to be cautious about it because they have fallen victim to the EMAC corner peek and Alexi in the pit. What are they going to do, though, walking into Wonderful's op?
Of course, you got to set up your mollies, but sometimes if you do it too soon... Oh, wow, running right by that op shot. And now Wonderful has to stay tucked for a second. Of course, they can smoke him out. It's a really nice smoke, actually. Gets a little bit of vision, too.
It's Alexi giving it to him preemptively.
Oh, that's perfect.
Lets him post up. Now, they very much know about him, but... yeah, he'll tuck back, and that smoke gives him a lot of options.
Oh, my goodness. He just runs by. They let him go completely at 40 seconds.
Damn, they really have just kept themselves tucked in towards long. We've got Regon, the only other player outside of that long stack, working around the smoke, doing a ton of damage.
Not bad.
His second fight's going to be easy, if not for Emed jumping up from the A site itself. An instant double back, right? They want to get ahead of this, and a bit of a preemptive cross from Tapson catches him exposed. Wonderful, beautiful 2 kills.
They ran out. They
That enough to turn them away.
They didn't grasp their opportunity here. I mean, Wonderful, they ran by the scope of Wonderful. Got him locked in the car, mollied him out of position. Then the smoke came in, and he didn't even have support grenades when he was leaving. Just basically walked out of it after he didn't see anybody. That could have helped them speed up for sure. And Regon had to fight 2 guys, got one down to 90. One down all the way in the mid doors. That was like a decent setup. So there's a couple opportunities here Big I think could have capitalized on, but just let the chances go. Even when they pulled Ima and his support to go and refrag the cap player, they weren't ready to take long at the same time and then eventually ran out of time.
Nice fluidity to all that out of Navi.
Yeah.
You know, realizing the urgency of having to get back in sight, but also the opportunity that was dealing with Regon down on mid. Always love a lack of hesitation. This time we're going to see if Bit can get active. Given the daunting task.
Regon doesn't seem to know that this is possible, actually. Yeah.
Most. I mean, JDC's got Xbox bottom middle, so there's just a timing there that slips through the net for Big.
And they can clear upper now with JL, so they're not
very
back
safe.
in mid.
And Wonderful just going to snatch another frag out of this one. So much like that total shutdown on long A at the start of the gun rounds, this one just getting away from Big too quick. Good response out of the Tabson op. Not every day.
Rare sight.
And he instantly switches back over to the AK-47.
That's where JDC maybe could show some of his X factor. He got the double kill entry out of mid last time. They wanted to split mid B. This time he's going to support on what looks like a cap play, but I don't think they can pull the Alexi rotation in this moment, so they might just be spreading themselves thin.
No swing just yet. Yeah, first one's clean enough. How cautious is he about a second player tight up close? Yeah, it's going to catch him off guard. JL, good trade frag. Would have heard the Xbox drops, plural.
They got stringy and let him go.
So as he tucks into car, the smoke on CT spawns soon to fade, but Crimbo is working up this wall nicely. JL's going to force them to come into the bomb site itself to try to clear him. 7 to the clock, and there goes the bomb. No time to retrieve it. Crimbo can do nothing. Time decides victory here. Nicely done from JL. Give himself a great chance, you know, playing the time over anything else and guaranteeing the round.
It's another situation where, like, Navi do everything right, so it is still a spot where the spacing isn't quite good enough here for Big, and they had a better chance if JDC had a way to refrag the second kill. They just didn't think JL had pulled out of the site too.
I'm just staying close mid.
And then by the time JL, you know, got back to a spot where they knew he was going to fall back into, they don't even have time to get this kill and go plant.
No.
Even if he did by the time he dropped off the box, it would have been tight.
Crimbo would have had to get the kill himself before Tabson needs to sprint over, and with JL crouching down,
yeah,
he literally doesn't have an angle.
Yeah. And he knows they're splitting. So one time out here called for Big.
Still a weird scene. Big with no gob B.
Yeah, don't like that at all.
Just doesn't look right.
Ain't right.
But I suppose life goes on.
It's true.
Time waits for no man. wanting to make sure they don't fall victim to a cheeky lower push. Back to back, not gonna happen. Searson, eyes on middle, clips Wonderful's wings, and it's bit into the AWP instead. I'm not complaining.
That's the bop. I feel like the equivalent would be like the ROPS op on FaZe.
Okay.
Every once in a while.
Oh. Nobody's home. Well, they are, but they're hiding out of sight. Emat in with a second flash. Flash is great. 2 players blind. Oh, he chases it down. Alexi the Grenadier. Chucking flashbangs worth their weight in gold. Emat looking for his 3rd of the round. And Alexi set up within the bomb site. He's got support from JL, who gets flashed, but Alexi's here to handle the heat. Speaking of which, fire pops on site, and Alexi just keeping his head tucked. JL almost caught with grenades, but that's gonna be Alexi queued up for the triple. Wow. And that A-site defense between him and Ima is just the easy full house.
They're working together so well. Ima did such a good job right there, and that bait is too hard to not bite on. He shoots 1 millisecond before that flash pops and has to turn right away. He could have eaten the flash again, and then it would have all gone wrong, but his mechanics were perfect. And like, how are you not going to shoot back in that situation? So guarantee that that was going to blind them totally. And he was even so close to the wall, he could see the other guy tucking right away. No doubt in his mind.
Nice.
Yeah, they're moving fluidly.
Looking like the same Navi that picked up a trophy at the start of the season, the same Navi that was in the grand finals at the end of the spring season. Mohan, is it safe to believe in Navi now?
I mean, I do now, but
yeah. Ooh, Flash comes over to maybe alleviate a bit of pressure on Bit. 2 HP all he had there, so still desperate. This was just pistols, and it's gotten a little discombobulated for the Navi camp. JL, that'll help. Wins his fight in mid. 2 players on site, ready to hold them off again. This time, Alexi looking to join forces with Wonderful, who missed the op shot on Tapson. Oof, long arms as he stretches to the AK and fake plants. Deep peek, punished. 8-2 Navi.
Can't ask for much more here for Navi. It's just more about what Big can do in response to keep this game close. Scoreline says one thing, and that's very steep game in favor of Navi, but in terms of the quality of play right now for Big, they definitely are lacking a little bit in terms of the cohesion. They've got a very emphatic Tabson on the calls, trying to get everybody organized.
Ooh. Careful. You shoot that one shot and Wonderful goes hunting. This double tunnels push can clear that out, then Wonderful's gonna fixate back towards top mid. Has to get off the flash, stuck behind stairs now, but Molotov should help him. And total tunnels control for JL.
If this isn't going to be a long play for Big, they're going to potentially get flanked by JL eventually and lower, especially if time goes down, so not a great setup for them. JL has started to get the message, and they're going to try to delay and block on A for a second to give him a chance.
Yeah, this is just Navi getting active where there is no resistance, and so proactivity.
Oh, they even missed that timing.
Wow. Alexi on high alert. Will drop 1 on long, but he also saw the opper, so 2 confirmed to be towards doors. Wonderful. Oh man, 3 frag. Just head on a silver platter. Bit looking to pick up slack. And while they do climb up Xbox for the fast cat flank, it's smoked. Soon to fade. E-Man looking to get into this.
Here's a chance for Big.
Players tucked on Goose. Ramp man caught as he jumps up, but still able to get that bomb on site. Could plant, but it's tucked. So it's not going to be on full display for Searson. He holds smoke well enough, and JL to the clutch. Oh, he was ready for that peek, but Searson delays it half a second to give Big 3.
Ooh, okay. So JL doesn't see anybody in lower. They're just ahead of that, and it gets a little messy with Wonderful on the site with the op. They really stressed the communication there. I thought that the flank was going to be in time, but
also, I believe
when they missed Alexi crossing the pit, it's like, ooh.
Bit on the jump up boxes here with a nade out. He's trying to throw a nade to catwalk when they just walk through smoke.
Nice.
So Big take a chance timing to push it quietly, and it's worth a round. We go to the final round of the half. The economy of Navi wobbles here in the 12th. Leaves Bit on a pistol, Alexi on a sidearm, and Wonderful will get his duel picked up. He's lost that a couple times to Searson, not here in the final round of the half. Shot rings out, he falls back, Bit gets active as Navi has remained all CT side.
Ooh, that smoke sends a message.
Tons of smokes across the map at the moment.
They want to respect all this map control. We can see it's a big bluff here from Navi, who don't have much to work with. But with the op getting the first kill, they just have no idea what they're dealing with now. Deep map control here on long. And this puts pressure on the 30-second timing. That's when Bit's going to come out of these doors. If not sooner. Some nades come out, mid-B split taking place, and there goes Bit. So at the very least, rotations. Once he confirms it's not Cat.
JL tucks into Humvee. T's have mollies, 3 of them, but they're gonna move in, try to pounce in. 5-7, perfect distraction. Nice shot from tabseN to deal with the M4. 5-7 can't draw another player down, but almost set up the window peak. Still, no stress, no sweat. Man advantage as the bomb's being planted. And as he goes back towards tunnel, tabseN takes a ton of damage. There's the push through door, caught out by Regon. And tabseN turning around in the heat of the battle. Bit just can't get into the mix. And Big may have just sprinkled 2 rounds onto the scoreboard at the very tail end of the half. Office posted on tons, and sure enough, Big come through with the disadvantage to get themselves a 4th.
Karalius Mindaugas. Su kardu rankoje jis vedė savo žmonės į mūšį kaip kalvis kalantis legenda sunkumų ugnyje. Daugiau nei valdovas, jis buvo tarsi liūtas, aršus ir ryžtingas. Praėjus šimtmečiams jo karo šūksnių aidai vis dar atsiliepia, liudydami tikros legendos dvasią.
Hi. My name is Justinas Lakavičius, also known as JL, and this is GG Chronicles. Correct?
Yeah, perfect.
We're in Kaunas, the city where I grew up in. It's a mixture of everything. You have a lot of bad boys. Unfortunately, I spent my time with the bad boys when I was growing up, but now I'm a good boy. When I was young, I tried athleticism, but I broke my shoulder and it healed up incorrectly. But during those times, I really enjoyed being better than someone else. And it might be a cruel thing to say, but sports is a cruel business where only the best get all the spotlight. This was one of the main things that got me into CS, is the pure feeling of being better than someone else. The first rank I ever got was Gold Nova 3. So I was never a silver, so I'm really proud of that. I've been here for only a couple of hours and I'm already comparing myself to people who had a few hundred hours in the game. I want to play more, I want to be better, not just my friends, but maybe the best in the school.
JL pressured, and he's got himself the double. 3 kills out of JL!
I think I've reached global elite in like 3 or 4 months of playing the game. Maybe 5 months, let's give it a 5 months. I remember I used to wake up, grind CS, with end practice, I would grind CS again, and just before bed, I would grind smokes, flashes. It was my regular day, just 14 or 15 hours of CS. I knew this is what it takes to become the best.
Big gonna keep this interesting with the 11th and 12th round added to the tally at the tail end of their T side. Nice little post plant under pressure as well. tabseN flicking ops frantically. But at the end of the day, I still think that half convinces me that NAVI not going to cool off from the first event of the season to the second.
No, it's been a great start so far, and yeah, you can see just how much they're looking out for each other in these rounds, how good the communication is, and again, pointing out how good Imma has been so far from between EWC and now, and yeah, it's a step up in competition here for Big. A tough debut to try to come out of the gate with. But you can see the energy was good at the end of the half. They're going to give it.
Yep, agreed. But, losing bodies. P250 kill from Wonderful is nice. It's going to allow Crimbo to double back. As he locks horns with Bit, he'll take his head off. Oh, Crimbo, of course. Good for pistol impact almost every time. Alexi into the 1v2 clutch, wants his bomb back. Not quite sure as to the second player's position. Doesn't know he was actually just fighting Regon and not actually Crimbo. How are you gonna pull this one off, Alexi? We get active, push past the bomb.
Yeah, and this will limit the amount of places Alexi B is going to be able to check. He's got to take a big risk thinking they've pushed Cat on him now, so definitely round in their favor. There's some time on the clock. Alexi, is he going to go for the boost on Cat and take a peek that way? He is.
Yep.
And he already has an idea now.
Here's him. Regon stepped. Alexi. Oh, one headshot. Just got to pop him. Tough map for Regon. And down he goes. Clears both off the Cat. Ooh, Alexi, so cold.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was a new way that he could have played the clutch, jumping up, and they decided not to play time right there. They decided to fight him from the catwalk. And Regon kept coming back to the well for this duel after this fight happened, but they weren't ready for the double peak, and Regon certainly wasn't ready for the 1v1. Of course, it's an important pistol, you would think. Investment comes down here for Big.
Oh, that's just a little rude. Kind of rude. You're full blind, brother. Regon just loses the 1v1. See the frustration. And into that he goes. For a 10th round on the board and a bottomed out bank account for Big. Not going the way they would have hoped. Mohan.
Hard game.
Okay. But there's nothing like a Searson scout. The blue spruce hits the field. And with JDC pushed lower, JL, he's wary of it, but it's Ema with the insta-Galil headshot. We've got Crimbo pressed up MP9. If he could get a multi-frag, that could be it. And he softens up the second, can't manage. Bit gets through with his second of the round. And while Ema is incredibly low here on Catwalk, it's going to be the two-player cohort of Navi to work their way up long. Oh, that could have been a collat.
Bit. Dude, he is just too tough to deal with right now. 3 frags already.
So sharp. 13-9, 14-7 is Ema. Alexi right up there with them, so okay. tabseN gets what he needed. Puts his paws on a rifle and will instantly transition into the long peak. We'll see if he just throws caution to the wind, comes flying around the corner, and maybe catches Wonderful sat on ramp. Nah, he's safe behind boxes, it seems. Now he's thinking about the timing too, so they seem ready for this. And as the contact is Bit's to take, no 4th frag for Bit. tabseN hasn't seen it, hasn't figured this one out, but he's on site. He swings it. tabseN, why not? Just like Alexi in the pistol, couple of IGL clutches back to back.
Yeah, another 1v2. That makes up for it. That's a nice one for tabseN. And floating in CT spawn now in those post plants is a new luxury because of the ability to jump up, play a bit more dynamic, but it also created a situation where they couldn't refrag instantly, similar to the Crimbo and Regon 2v1 last round. So nicely done here for tabseN.
Nice!
Makes the most of that Galil.
Nice, ja, Junge, Mann. Krass, Alter, kommt jetzt.
And there's that fluent German coming out.
It's one of those things where I'm like, you know, it feels like when I first saw Bro and he was speaking Danish, but it almost looked like JKS.
Yeah.
This is like, is that Regon or is that just some new German guy they found?
Yeah.
Never heard him speak a word of German.
It's like a cheat code, though, to be Swiss, isn't it?
Like, if you had a mustache, I'd say it's got to be a clone. But hey, well-earned clutch for Tabson, and it turns it into pistols for Navi, so there goes that T-side momentum.
Are you going to hang off the balcony and shave your head if they win this round?
No, no.
Oh.
Don't have to be getting crazy now, Launders.
Okay.
Hang you off the balcony if you're not careful.
Okay.
Gonna ask James Banks for help, though.
One leg each.
No flash, no smoke for CT spawn. Very desperate round for Navi. But one where they've actually been given a lot of space to work around the map, so you never know.
Yeah, it's been the Dust 2 World Tour here.
You know, get past Tabson on ramp. If Searson misses a scout shot, it's scouts after all. Maybe bomb goes down, and if you're planting bomb,
oh, no, they start both running.
See what I mean?
Be careful.
Okay, they've got it. Crimbo lines up 2 from ramp. Everybody calm down. Big, take a 6th.
Just for a second, they're like, who doesn't mid-B on an eco? We don't have any vision here. Let's try rotating. All right, let's see if they can make a real comeback out of this then. 2 good clutches back to back. Historically, this has been a one-sided matchup. You know, it's always been Navi beating them, but this was, you know, Navi with Simple on the team. This is a matchup that would just like, it would never be a time where Big could, you know, pull out the victory. 2 very different lineups at this point. So they're here to start anew on a good foot.
Still a scout for Searson, of course. But he's making it work. Good tag on Bit through the door. If anybody's going to make it work.
This is going to put a lot of pressure on this B side. As we just heard, Searson only has a scout.
Pops it open and misses the follow-up shots.
This is quite a gamble here for Big. They do have good guns on the map, but just not this half. A lot of pressure on JDC as they start to organize. But Alexi pushing up Cat, maybe just to push him back. Oh!
Love that.
He finishes that duel.
Catches him climbing up through Catwalk, not to mention spots bomb going Cat. So Searson gathering information and dealing damage. 30 seconds. Very awkward for Navi here, still trying to climb up in the face of this scout that's just peppering them with pressure. Down to 20 on the clock and a very comfortable looking CT side inside of the A site. They hear the rumblings of the Cat push. This feels desperate.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird now.
Regon kills Alexi. They flush the MP9 into the open, but they've still got goose control for Crimbo, and he's going to be cool as a cucumber. That just gets a little too messy.
Yeah, definitely a little messy. They were just, they couldn't even just get up on the box.
Made possible by Searson.
Yeah, I think he was just freaking him out.
How many bullets did he put through that door frame?
Yeah, he actually hit Bit twice, killed him, and they just burned time off the clock. They got really scared of a team that actually didn't have that much to work with, but that's a lot of credit here to Searson for making this possible. They were extremely uncomfortable.
Nice! Nice, Regon! Let's go!
Navi's close on Dust 2 starting to look a little complicated in the face of this defense. JL unpredictably slips into the smoke. JDC's got an angle from window, but he's also cautious of tunnels. Regon having a tough go of it at the moment. He hangs on with the jiggle, grenade in hand. Oh, dink by Glocks. Oh, flash down and dealt with just it. And now JDC almost overwhelmed backside, hangs on, team kill from Wonderful. Wow. Not ideal, but he'll try to make it up. He's tagged incredibly low. It's a bomb plant, sure. JL, excuse me, still has mid control. And Wonderful goes for the plant on Bricks.
We got 2 players bleeding out right now on the T side.
Smoke on door. Switch into the AK. JL comes running over. Can he get a better gun? Does he need it? What? No, he doesn't! A couple deep shots from the legend, and Navi start that off with Glocks.
Oof, that re-aggression. That readjustment, excuse me, was fierce. Nicely done, JL.
There's a team kill in there from Wonderful. He kills Ema back at the exit of tunnels. Oh!
Nice! Sick, bro! Sick.
No better word for it.
Seek, bro, indeed. Missed door smoke. Ooh, they're starting to fall apart at the seams.
Oh, be careful.
It sees the pistol, here's the MP9. And this is just an open door for the Cat players as far as they're concerned, but you gotta be cautious. Crimbo is the 3rd piece of this A defense and well equipped with Smoke, Molly, M4.
Upper tunnels push is an interesting thought, but you see that JL's coming to meet them here. Oh no, he's throwing an empty flash. If they push to see if there's anybody here, they're gonna find out there's nothing. That would have actually been a massive tell if JL didn't leave with a little bit of information.
Oh, damn. Oh, okay, Searson overstepping the limit of mid. Good timing here from Wonderful. He sees the 2nd player. That's taps and dealt with. Okay. Oh, triple with the AK. Who needs an op? Bits passive back on long. Crimbo still one of the M4s in this round.
And the bomb's gonna go B now.
Looking for impact, and they've got him kept in here, right? Corralled are these A players. Alexi's gonna figure all this out. Good opening here from Wonderful to post Navi's 11th. No chance at a retake in this one. Never could they pull this one off.
Yeah, that's a lost opportunity. It's just that the flash actually gets the op shot out from JL. So he's throwing that flash just to show some presence, to buy some time where they don't push. But he doesn't think that they're already that far in. But luckily for him, he gets that info, he gets out. And they set up the perfect punish for the rotation from Searson out of the doors. Wonderful waiting for his arrival.
Wonderful just out mid doors, just enough. Clipping Searson around the corner, who tried to reposition quickly, but threw a little too much caution to the wind and gets caught.
Didn't finish clearing that out.
Yeah, punished. Not to mention with a grenade in hand. Excellent sequence of frags here from Wonderful. And now Navi standing on victory's doorstep. Just USPs here for Big. It's a big close in that round with the JL double deagle. That's what's primed them to get this 12th with ease. Final player sprinting down Suicide. Bomb's gonna start to head over towards A site. This one's locked in, and we're talking 5 map points, Launders. Sorry, Searson. They're gonna hunt him down like a dog, and he's gonna fight like he's got that dog still in him. Okay, careful. AK in hand, and yeah, all right, they'll swarm him. Deal with that, take 12.
It's a 5-round game. It was a little bit of a messy start. There was a couple of off rounds. Good start in the second half after the taps and clutch, but now we're back to Navi just showing they're a little bit better. They lost a big chance with the eco, or like the anti-eco. That was Big's opportunity. Now it's going to be a steep climb. But they knew that this game was going to be hard before they stepped in.
No doubt. We are talking about the world's ranked #1 at the moment, and okay, they will charge headstrong into the site, past the op on door, missed chance from Searson. Car player goes down with nothing. JDC dies empty-handed. It's a classic Alexi B.
Alexi B, bro.
Russia B, bro.
Sometimes A, sometimes B, bro.
He's got them both in the name. Locks in the lower peak. Prepared for that. Alexi almost closing out with 2 frags himself. Bits got bombed down and all should be good. Emat, he's got a couple frags queued up. 17 HP between the 2 tunnel players. Regon can't even get in from window. Just a simple shutdown here for Navi. It's that half buy that ends up putting them right here on victory lane. Bit up in hand, not able to close it, but he's got teammates with him to set him up. A 13-7 score on Big's map pick. It's a good start to the second season of the year for Navi. No hiccups, no speed bumps.
No speed bumps, no hiccups, but it is only 1 map, Cadian. They did win it though. They're looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the game was actually starting to become a little bit tense, but 2 Glocks, Deagle, and a Scout was apparently enough to rattle Big, because they were looking strong on the CT side. They were making some great gambles, I would say, such as the round where 3 of them were deciding to just defend middle and short. No one cared about long. They knew that Navi was not going to walk it out dry. When they won that round convincingly, Crimbo was still lifting Goose. That's when I started to think, okay, there's actually a chance for this comeback. But yeah, Regan getting caught off a little bit off guard in this round afterwards, where he's jiggling with the molly, which is usually a very safe play. But yeah, I don't know exactly how it went wrong.
One of the Navi players that gets a lot of flack, and there's lots of question marks and conversations around how maybe he is the one to replace, is Imma. And yet, I think EWC, he was slowly starting to improve. And here, he looked really, really good. I wonder about those combos now. Maybe it just was a little bit of time needed.
Yeah. I mean, he was playing very well. You see here in the pistol round, having a lot of impact. And in the first round, when Big decided to do the most obvious call, but also a call that can be very hard to deal with, which is just exploding long straight off the bat, he closed it down with a 4K. So he had a lot of impact early on in this game and was kind of dictating the good beginning of Navi.
What do you think of Imma, though, overall in this lineup?
I mean, I think a lot of the things that's being said is relatively fair. He had an amazing major. I mean, knocked me out of the semi-final and was, for 1 week, probably the best player in the world, and then he kind of fell off a little bit. But I think also when standing behind them, and you can see here the difference in level, he's starting to frag a bit more, but he's also being set by interviews by Blade and Alexip, and also when standing next to them, you can hear he's very vocal. He's helping with setting up the small plans throughout the rounds, offering flashes, being proactive, and that's a very important thing that you cannot just see by numbers.
Another player that came under a little bit of fire with Navi, but again, just phenomenal performance at EWC, coming in here as well and looking at top form is Bit.
Yeah, headshot machine. What is there to say? He's been good for a long time. I think, of course, he had a little bit of a drop-off. There was a few weeks, maybe months in the beginning of the international project where I was like, okay, Bit in an international speaking roster is just not going to work. He doesn't have it in him. But boy, did I have to eat my words. He has been so strong, such a fundamental piece to their LAN victories. And he's an amazing player. I think that not many teams have anyone with his aim or his anchoring abilities.
And yet again, so many of the community talk about how this Navi lineup isn't strong enough. But the more I see them play, the more I see these pieces. I would argue what we're seeing is just really good players who, yes, maybe aren't pop-off superstars, coming together and doing incredibly well as a team, operating as a unit, and ultimately getting the big results.
I know you guys in the production, you as a host, you guys love the community, you love Twitter. Me, I'm more of a fan of Twitch chat, so thank you for the love in Twitch chat, guys. But they're #1 in the world. Like, what more can you expect from them? Like, if you're asking for changes from a team that's #1 in the world, that's won the last major, that was the first in CS2 as well, and they just won another tournament in EWC, like, you guys are sometimes also demanding too much. Not necessarily you specifically, Sam, but some people out there.
Can they stay #1? As they are right now when you take a look at Navi.
I think for me personally, there's still other teams which is favored to kind of be the #1 throughout a longer period of time. But I think they have shown now that when they hit the groove, when their preparation is right, when they feel motivated and they are set up for success, they can win tournaments, and they have done so multiple times now.
We'll move the conversation over to their opponents, of course. Big didn't look so good in the first half, but in the second half, we're able to string some rounds together. What did you think of this Big with the new addition?
Yeah, I think Searson had some bright moments. We have been asking for him to step up for a while now, and he had a bit more input. Had some openings with AWP, and they tried to set him up. This was probably not the first game that Rigon was hoping for. 5 kills. He was very animated in some of the clips and in the player cams. Most of it was the celebration of his teammates, which is something that we all remember from these B&E guys as well. You can see here that spreading good energy, and B&E was known for being a roller coaster team. When they were on fire, when things were working well, nobody could stop them. But there was also a lot of times when they didn't string rounds together, where the energy was not that high, and then they were just a completely different team. So he will need to, and Big will need to, set him up to be this kind of motivator, this kind of hype man, but also to be able to lift him up when he has a rough game like he had here.
You could see, though, there was a few moments there's lots of celebrations, but there's also a couple of moments where you can see the frustration on his face. He's quite emotive, so we get a chance to see that. Do you think maybe getting a little bit in your head as well? You've come in here, this is the team that you've chosen, there were a couple of opportunities available to you, but this is the route you went, and now you put that own pressure on your shoulders that you need to perform, and then can get stuck in a rut?
For sure, but I think also he wants to perform because he knows he's able to. So a little bit of frustration to be seen in these reactions, but I can guarantee you that is normal reactions you will see with every player when they miss a shot or when they don't have the game they want to have.
Before the game started, it was something that I hinted at wanting to chat to you about, and then we couldn't because we were obviously running out of time. But we can bring it up now in the conversation, because Rigon mentioned it in interviews that he's going to be changing positions. And this is something, whenever a roster happens, there's lots of journalists and people that will sit and they will tell you the positions that people sit on and how this isn't going to work because now we're changing them. They're going from aggressive rifler, they're going to have to be a bit more passive, and there's a lot of pressure put on those positions. As a player, how much of an impact is it when you have to change up those positions?
I think there's no clear-cut answer because some players are very adaptive. Like when I started to play with Stown, he was like lurking on all T sides. He was defending Monster on CT overpass, and he was turned into this guy who was playing Connect on Mirage, outside on Nuke, both as a T and a CT, way more dynamic positions. And he transitioned into that because he was willing to. I saw the potential in him adapting to it as well. But we've also seen the cases of other players being so fragile that they can only play this one position, and if they get told to play a different position, whether it's all of it is skill or if some of it is also just not being motivated to learn the new thing or being kind of feeling not trusted to play in your comfort roles, can be something that's very important as well. You can see here a little bit of shakes on his head as well. I think he is a guy who's not willing to give up. I think we're going to hopefully see a different beast of him in the second map.
And he obviously agreed to change those positions, so he's willing to put in the work. And I think that's probably the thing that I wanted to highlight here, is the importance of when you are adaptable to changing roles and positions, you're probably far more attractive as a player for organizations because they know that you're willing to change it up if need be for the benefit of the team.
Yes and no. Yes, because you will be able to fit in more different teams, but there will also be less teams who says, this is the exact guy we want because he's the world's best at this one thing. I think, there's also examples of maybe an S-Attack who, for many, then he was the AWPer, then he was like a little bit the IGL, then he was the support player, then he was the entry fragger, who had to do a little bit of everything and was pretty good at everything. But that also means that you're probably not the best at anything. And that's also what we want to see. We want to see, the best anchors in the world in Magisk. We want to see the best ops in Money and stuff like this in roles where they succeed.
Thank you for entertaining my mini podcast there. I really appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after this. The series not starting out the way Big would want. They go down to NAVI 13-7 on their map pick, which was Dust 2. But now we move over to Mirage, and it's a chance to try and equalize this out and potentially pull it back in the third. That's going to be going through their minds. That's what they're going to be discussing. On the other side, Navi is going to be discussing how happy they were with their performance. No doubt they came in, they looked strong. I questioned how it would be after the Esports World Cup, but it looks like they're on that upward trajectory, as we mentioned before. From the side of Big, though, Cadian, what do they now need to do? What did you see in Dust 2 that you think maybe needs to change as we move over to Mirage?
Well, the thing is, kind of talking about the history on Mirage, if I had to kind of look at what have they done before, well, they haven't played the map in 6 months. More than 6 months, this has been the permaban of Big Clan. So there's no kind of things for NAVI to use as preparation, and that can both be a blessing and it can also be a curse, because I tried to do this actually in one of the Blast groups as well, where they changed their permaban as well, Big, where they hadn't played Ancient before. We picked it against them, and they had all these crazy flash setups and were super well prepared, and we got schooled. So we still won the series, just saying, but on this one map they were playing very excellent. But they are up against NAVI, who's insane on this map. They won 13-10 against FaZe, 13-9 against VP, 13-4 Spirit, 13-5 Mouse, and so on. They are on a streak. This is a historical speaking strong map for them as well. So this is one hell of a task for Big Clan if they want to try and equalize this and get it to a third map.
Can they do it, though, knowing what NAVI looks like on Mirage?
You remember last time when I talked about logic? Everything in my logic says that they should not be able to.
Well, this was the thing. And also the conversation there around prep, not really knowing what Big's going to throw out. How much does that impact a team like NAVI that is looking world-class, #1 in the world? For them, they go, we play a very good Mirage. I believe Alexi B can adapt according to whatever Big throws. They're not going to be too worried. So it doesn't really matter to them that they don't have the tape.
Yeah, it depends a bit on how much you lean into the preparation, because when you are a team that's very good on the map, also sometimes you can kind of over-prepare a little bit. If you are, usually when you're playing practice and you don't know the opponent too well and there's small tendencies, you play well, you adapt, then you can also be able to rely a little bit more that in an official game. So that's going to be the thing. Maybe just a side comment is, maybe one of the reasons why they want to implement Mirage is because they now have Rigon, who is like an insane puck player, and BNE had a lot of success on this one. So yeah, let's see.
Is the insane pug player going to be enough? That is going to have to be the question for Big. They're going to be relying on him because they need to equalize this series. They don't want to go home with a loss on day #1. NAVI, on the other hand, it looks like business as usual. They got their strap books out. They're doing some light reading before we begin, which is going to happen very soon.
Yes, let's get into it, shall we? Mohan, we've got one here where if Cadian's saying that, you know, maybe Rigon's the reason we're moving into Mirage, well, I sure hope for his sake and for Big's sake that we get a better performance on map 2.
He did have a struggle. Like, he was probably nervous, as well as just like, you know, winning his basic duels, of course, wasn't quite as easy for him as we've seen him play obviously a lot better. So we'll see if he gets into his comfort zone here on Mirage, but it's not going to be an easy Mirage. This is a very strong map for NAVI right now. They've got a long streak on it. Most of their wins are single-digit losses for their opponents, and again, I think the two most important stories for this team in terms of individual players, it's not Alexi, it's not JL. You know, when they overperform or play to their level as an IGL, that's fine. It's Bit and it's Imma, and they both are looking like the players that they were signed to be. Bit's looking like 2021, Imma's looking like Paris. Or not Paris, but close to it, at least a little bit closer to it, which is nice to see. So that's what's going to make this tough for Big.
They're also just going up against a very fired up NAVI at the moment, right? Every individual had their time to shine back on Dust 2. So you're not catching NAVI on an off day by the looks of it. What can Big change between map 1 and 2? Time to find out. 3 defenders in sight. Rigon trying to soften him up. It's JDC to catch the first kill on Mirage. Hasn't been able to double down just yet. Searson's position known. Rotator's coming over. Ooh, it's ugly. We got reloads in the sandwich. We got Alexi to bounce. No, it's all JL. All of this so far. 3 and 4. Oh, the legend. Ready to strike again. The peak from Ticket. JL in the back, and Alexi finishes off. What a pistol 4K.
Unreal. Don't give him the USP. Alexi had to take that last frag, but it's the perfect double peak. And JL looked like he impressed himself right there. Huge Deagle round on Dust 2. Massive pistol round here on Mirage. And this is on their weaker side.
Oh,
Wow.
Okay, that's
we're talking about a couple of bullets right here. Oh, last bullet. Ooh.
Damn, JL.
Yeah, that's fun.
Just the major MVP.
Yeah.
No big deal.
I mean, that's the, he was the reason right there. He was amazing at the major.
Yep. I could watch him all day long. Regon's got other ideas, though, in the follow-up. Yeah, free little Galil upgrade. Going to take Palace over for free, or could have, but decides to go to site. Oh, okay. It looks like it could be happening.
They have an attachment on the MP9 that gives them a little bit more range.
A little long barrel, perhaps, you know?
Oh my, what is this? Barely using any ammo here. Okay.
The last two pieces are ready to split out onto A.
Yeah, 2-on-5 situation. We saw what JL did in that low numbers spot.
Good tag. Peek off stairs predicted. JL and Wonderful both sitting at half health. Searson just looking to topple these last two. Surely Big can finish this one off. JL slips out from Palace. Bomb. Ooh, not able to get over. JL looking for something fantastic.
Oh my goodness, those MP9s.
Yeah, looks like they've got all sorts of extra bells and whistles because those things shot straight.
Okay, that's a good kickoff from Regon, who jumped up into Palace, knew exactly where Bit was going to be standing. Look at that. This is...
That's like a 3-bullet burst.
Yeah. Honestly, when we were watching the major to start off, I was like, MP9's getting nerfed for sure. And to be honest, it hasn't seemed that overpowered in the last few months, but like, there's moments where you're like, God damn, that is a very powerful cheap gun.
Mm-hmm. Not bad for a garden hose.
Maybe just in the right hands.
Well, that's a fun little upgrade for JDC and Crimbo. Excuse me, Searson too. Double Galil AK? Yeah, you take those.
Crimbo's somebody we didn't talk about much on Dust 2. And he's somebody who many have said, well, he had the chance to potentially go international, have a chance to impress on another roster. But you know what? Like, you want to build up that sort of reputation on your own team. You kind of want to see the carries coming out in games like this as well. So it's someone I'm going to be watching for 100%.
Ooh, Tapson goes down. Scout kill towards window too, but the cat peek of JDC looking to combine. Oh, okay, dude. The Deeds are disgusting. Crimbo slides through murder hole. You said you wanted to talk about him? Well, let's see what he's got to offer. Excellent in a clutch, but E-Man's gonna go massive. 3 kills. That flashbang set him up perfectly in con.
Yeah, man, Imma's moving fast. He's moving fast, he's moving fluidly. His aim's looking very good. Seems like he had a good break. It was always a mystery, switching leadership and then losing, kind of all of his ability. Still keeping a lot of the similar roles.
That's a nice sequence.
Yeah, insane.
The one-shot D to Cat into the 180 flash dodge because he knows it's coming. Great protocols. I expect nothing less. Instant attack deep through the A site. They clear Searson off. Little tag damage on Tabson towards Stairs, who's lost his players on site already. They try to just roll this forward, and they will. JDC to the corner. Stuck in, locked in, and naded down. JL's very adamant, we'll put it that way. And he knows why. Triple kill for JL. And Navi, a little upset about losing round 2, have bounced right back into the action.
Yeah, no kidding. And they're having fun with it. See if Big's got an answer. And they got to catch up here on this first half. It's not going to get any easier when Navi switch over to CT. That's what they're specializing in right now. One day when we hack people's brains, we can use mood meters.
Okay.
To really take our analysis to the next level. We don't have to be body language experts anymore. We can just tap right in.
I'm going to install the biggest dopamine button you've ever seen.
We'll never have to ask, how are you feeling, ever again. We'll literally just know.
Beam arm, skim arm, beam arm.
What was that?
I don't know, computer
It's not going to
talking.
sound like that in the future. It's going to be silent, probably. It's not going to sound like a dial-up connection.
Yeah, bro, silent like this big round. They got nothing. Bottom con, bottom mid is just their coffins. Fill them up. Ship them out.
Yeah, bro.
Yimez on 8 kills. JL's on 8 kills. And a 4-1 lead for NAVI. Back in with the rifles comes big. Nobody defending B out of the gate. JDC supporting middle and now taking up that mantle. But it's okay. They won't be punished for it. NAVI set their sights on mid again. Searson's waiting to pluck somebody off of the play. 0 kills thus far on map 2. But now he's got the big green to go.
Full on default. No one looking for a regression on mid control, but they've got Searson switching anchor positions with JDC. So it looks like they'll come forward with an idea soon enough. That minute window smoke is a classic. With Alexi B, though, you never know if it's A or B. And here's the tricky top con smoke. But I think that Big do have a good idea of what could be taking place. Tabson getting into position. Oh, but he's out of it.
Nice response from Crimbo. Diving Palace gets away from the ramp follow-up. JDC looking to lock horns. He's also got support. No, excuse me. It's the other way around. Ime taking up through window. Drops him. So Crimbo has to get stuck into the Palace. Searson cautious about the deep ticket peak because there's no control on the A site. And NAVI, they just spread off the bomb plant. We go 1 jungle, 1 ramp, 1 ticket, and Big concede.
Gotta get out of there. That's a very clean split. And that was with the material that Big needed to stop that. Tabsid came through the connector smoke just so that they weren't too claustrophobic in the site. Wasn't a bad thing to do. But his aim was so good. I mean, he didn't even have a chance to shoot back. That would have been a nice early warning system. It would have confirmed it was a connector split, and they would have had the extra player on A. You know, the opening kill went their way, but that wasn't the case. Searson goes down at the end of the round 2.
Oof, from bad to worse.
That's the cleanest one so far.
Alexi, that was sharp too. Just a few bullets, takes his head off, and...
That's the kind of round that makes Blade smile. You know, like a nice default like that. This is where everything goes wrong.
Surely Blade posted something on Instagram when they lifted the trophy in Riyadh.
Yeah, it was. We were all, I think, in unison waiting for the Instagram post with him holding the trophy. But
because it's the only thing he posts, correct?
It's the only thing he posts, which is just the best piece of Blade lore that you could ask.
It's a hell of a standard to hold yourself to.
Yeah, I mean, you might end up with 1 post or something if you're not good enough. But not Blade.
Not Blade.
He just keeps on winning.
Hey guys, just checking in.
Oh, come on. This one's the best one yet.
Oh, I'm sold. Also that interview where he came out saying he's just so proud of all the work everybody's been putting in. And that work is clearly paying off. NAVI just playing some incredibly clean Counter-Strike. I love, of course, that Blade gets his hands on Alexi at this point in Alexi's career, and next thing you know, they're winning majors out of nowhere. What was it? The lowest odds of any team in the Copenhagen playoffs to be predicted to win?
Yeah, of any of the playoff teams, they had the lowest odds of being able to pull that win out.
Yoink.
Yoink. They did make a miracle happen, and it was pretty damn special.
Player in sight. A little bit of turbulence once they hit the B site, but it's still 3 up, and it's 5 in a row. We got NAVI on fire in their map pick, making mincemeat of these schnitzels.
Schnitzel or fish and chips? Go.
Fish and chips.
And frosted cornflakes or Captain Crunch?
Captain Crunch, but I wish it didn't cut the roof of your mouth.
Okay, Blade or Zonic?
Blade.
Oh, Blade. Easy to say now, of course.
It is.
Very brave of you, Connor.
Well, should have asked me 9 months ago.
Or 4 years ago.
JDC just gets off blasted. Can't do much. There was only the one saved gun. If only that op on Searson was able to move forward, maybe you got a better chance. 6-1 T-side. Lava boom. It's real quick, too. Some of these rounds have been rapido presto from Navi. There's that op we want back in the hands of Searson. 2 kills deep in the map. Really not much they can do about containing middle at the moment.
Yeah, and if you don't want to contain, you can try for extremities, but they have Searson on the deep line, which is nice for the rest of the map. Problem is they had enough players here last time, they just couldn't frag, and now JDC will try to make that different. Nice first one, but an excellent refrag out of Imma.
Yeah, Imma's been sharp. Tapson's gonna get the palace hold. Nice wall bang from JL, and he almost clears out underneath, but Recon, 12 health. Oof. Dealt with. Imma doing a great job in jungle of maintaining some control. Bomb is in spawn, boys. Whoops. Maybe Wonderful can still just take it back. No, sir. Crimbo comes up from connector, catching Wonderful in the open. Little mistake, but devil's in the details.
It is, and you can see why so much of that just comes down to, you know, who gets the first kill. That really creates the domino effect. So JDC winning from jungle into the top connector, that helps out a lot. Keeps the momentum on their side. Regon got his.
Tapson got his.
Everyone's looking for somebody else.
Nice! Schön, Jungs. Schön, Jarosch, Alter. Komm.
Imagine if he was just making it up.
The rest of the big are just going along with it.
If I hear him say Lederhosen once,
yeah.
I'm not going to believe it.
It's all fake. Bit looking for a little more, huh? Already out ramp. Searson's had to push through Palace. Oh, Alexi almost doubling down the player top. Tetris denied. Taps it. Nicely done with the double. His back is exposed. Searson covers out from Palace. Down, he's dropped in jungle. They know the Opper's out here in the Palace, and so they just try to get away. Wonderful. Quick moves into the window. Looking for the murder hole. How fast is this kid moving? Yeah. Zippity zooting his way over towards that B site. JL sticks around and clears the board. Searson is desperate to move over. I swear, I would have loved to see the movement from Wonderful. I feel like he had rollerblades on, Launders.
Yeah, no kidding. JL just sits there and waits. Perfect play after the trades, yeah.
Do you think Germans rollerblade?
I heard it's coming back in Poland, actually, that people are rollerblading around. And honestly, in Toronto, people have been picking up a lot more rollerblades lately. Because they've improved the technology of putting the rollerblade on faster, so it's less cumbersome.
Okay, easier to slip on.
Yeah, which was a big problem when we were younger.
Sure. Have they fixed the problem of uneven roads?
I guess it depends where you are.
You know? Oh, yes, the Deagles have been so good tonight. Regon's going to throw himself into that pot, but man, advantage, big. This was a pretty bad buy, and it's still getting cleared away. It's Crimbo's chance. Another clutch attempt queued up. He just got spotted, and he gets swept away. Imma with the triple kill. But how fast are these rounds, man? Are we getting, what, we got places to go, boys?
I know.
What's going on?
And it's just that they're all looking out for each other. That's what's standing out the most to me with this. Navi right now, they're on the same page. When they go fast, they're together, so.
It's kind of feeling like what Astralis we're bringing to the table this week.
Yeah, sure.
But
like
even better.
In the more like creative situations, less like more out of prep situations, they still know what the reactions are. And for that, I definitely want to give the Imma some credit because I think that's where he's impressed the most so far today.
I mean, this guy's 16 and 6, dude. Between him and JL, 29 frags. This one gets traded out. Oh, JL into the double kill. Bit picks up Searson. In the meantime, that's A site cracked wide open. Wonderful with double back grab bomb. Half of Big's rounds are because of the round 2 force buy. I mean, talk about commandeering the ship. Movement in B. Oh, poor guy. See you, Crimbo.
Ow.
Nice knowing you. A bomb did get stuck in connector for the time being. JDC, if you can jump on JL's exit.
Just wanted to pick up some utility that was left over.
I like the timing.
Yeah, that's a good smoke actually for
Winnable.
JDC. Oh, we got spotted. Yeah. Yeah.
Navi might be the best team in the world.
It might not just be HLTV #1, but maybe. What? Where are they on Valve's ranking actually?
Let's go check.
Got to get the update on everything now.
Number 1.
Number 1.
Wait, worldwide? Yeah, of course.
That was funny because before London, I think it was Mongols who jumped up after Yala to being ahead of Navi on the Valve World ranking.
Okay.
And I was like, that's the only one I disagree with. Like, Navi are probably better than Mongols. And everyone's like, no, anyone can beat Navi right now. And now, of course, it's...
How about today?
Not even close.
They are number 1 on the ESL ranking, on the Valve ranking, on the HLTV ranking, and on my ranking. Wonderful's got 2 kills here. Final round of the half. We saw Big back on Dust 2, rob 1 away at the tail end of things. Could they do it again? Because honestly, some of these rounds are just getting crazy. Playing some frantic electric Counter-Strike. Bomb could be Crimbo's to take away. But it's in a weird spot where it's straight down, so he might not even find it.
See it. Yeah. Oh,
look! He's not gonna find it. Oh, hello! Look at that.
Still, just an MP9. It's like, wish I had a better gun for this, but he could find the perfect time to swing out. 38 seconds. Bit is nice and far away from this with 100 health. 30 seconds. Why not? It's actually kind of hard for Crimbo to like not fight in this situation.
See if he slows him down. See if Bit just rips the head off. 15 seconds. Gotta chase him.
What?
Into the MP9 so he can run and gun, and it's done.
Oh, man. If he had a little bit more time, that might have been half genius play right there. You could have like walked up Cap behind him or something.
We'll find out in the next half whether there's a little more in the tank for Big. Things get zany here on Mirage. Navi apparently have places to go. Nodus Vincier on the Autobahn at the moment, man. Speed running this best of 3 at the expense of Big. Not the debut Regon's looking for.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if there's one thing we love in the world of Counter-Strike, it's a consistent winner. And I like that Navi looked this good.
Yes. And it's also, roster moves are fun too. Like debuts and everything like that.
Sure.
Everything about the start of the seasons are fun. You get to see a whole bunch of changes. See who comes in hot.
The only part that's not fun, Launders, is the 4 weeks of no Counter-Strike.
No Counter-Strike, yeah.
Oh, feeling like a dried up SpongeBob by the time these events get started.
It is kind of nice, though, to be able to wrap up storylines and things. And that's why with NAVI, it was sort of like, I mean, when we did London, I was kind of like, in my head, I was like, well, if they do win this final at London, all right, that's like their chance in the season to be like, all right, we didn't just win the major and look bad outside of it. But they did make finals, at the very least.
That counts. I think moving forward, obviously, that was the final season whereby the last event is not the major. It's going to be really nice when we end on a major, starting with Shanghai. And then next thing you know...
And you just watched Shanghai Knights to prep for it.
I did. Shanghai Knights 2 was on the satellite TV the other night. A Jackie Chan and Owen Wilson classic. Wow.
Wow.
Nicely done. Oh, no, no. Careful, boys. Stepping into them deadly Berettas. An immediate scramble out of Navi to try and get some more defense inside sight. It was really just Bit ahead of the smokes. Now they'll need to lean back on Ticket. Wonderful, propped up by a teammate behind him. Ima trying to press through the smoke, takes a stray to the face. JL spams from jungle. Alexi's got a double, and it is Crimbo back to the clutch.
And look at the map that JL's having, as well as 18 and 6. Huge first pistol, another key shot. And Crimbo in the clutch, Crimbo.
But he left bomb.
We need a clutch. Yes, he did leave the bomb. And because they see this, oh, they're going to give him a chance, but it's JL with his second. 2 each here between him and Alexi B. Another great pistol round out of JL. Damn. Well, this might be a bridge too far.
Alexi, the second one. Wow. Searson hits the deck. See, we're making the same sound.
Don't give him a USP.
My goodness, man. And Crimbo, you know, I like that he obviously departs sight. He's making them think that he has left towards T-spawn to double back and maybe come out ramp or palace. Tries to catch a player on the cross and gets drive-by USP'd. I mean, damn. Crimbo and Big getting smothered.
Why is JL the only one smiling on the minimap?
Well, the other ones they got smirks, you know, it's like a little... But JL doesn't half-ass smiles, Mohan. It's always a good time. And honestly, really riding the high, I think, of the major. He's been creating content. He's been streaming regularly. And but go back to London. I mean, you know, we always talk about how major champions get so many fans. You know, for the people who don't watch the tournaments all season long, suddenly you're like, oh yeah, I want to cheer for the best, and the best seems to be Navi. He was the biggest individual player to be cheered in London.
In London, yeah.
Even when Mezzi was on stage.
Yes, even when Mezzi was on stage. Even outdoing Alexi B, who's obviously a fan favorite.
I think he's really, really kind of grabbing this opportunity with both hands and making the most of it and making a lot more fans and interacting with as many as he can, pushing out content and streams, and it's commendable because at the same time as you're doing all of that, oh, you're also just going to dominate big like it's nothing, and you're still in grand finals and winning events. 20 and 6, just living, breathing, loving Counter-Strike.
It's Bit all alone. They're oh. Okay.
I mean, they can do no wrong. Bit dives back down the ladder, swings with the MP9, and he's got Wonderful to tether off of. Good double kill from Crimbo. And it's an Ema flying M4.
Jesus.
Because Navi are just having fun.
They are. Not much behind that. Hard team to play against. Would love to see Navi versus basically, you know, all their stiffest competition. It was, yeah, I don't know.
Excuse me?
Sent the message.
Excuse me?
Bro, what the fuck?
22 and 8, 20 and 6. They have 42 kills between the two of them.
Yeah, they're farming. They are farming.
Bit towards ramp. Sets up Wonderful to clean up his second. There's a player diving for the bomb site, and Bomb still got a crossover from Tetris. Bigger trying to hang on for dear life, but this is just what feels like an unstoppable force at the moment. Spray through the smoke is good. I mean, the intuition, the electricity here from NAVI. Nah, sorry JDC, you just can't handle it all. Alexi to the top rope. Crimbo to another clutch attempt to try and keep big in this. And with how crazy NAVI are playing, that's when you slip up and give away the 1v3. So we'll see if Crimbo can put them on ice for at least a couple more rounds. Big reposition here coming from Ema. He goes towards Cat instead to get a deep angle. Bomb plant reconfirms as he comes all the way back around window. So they're looking for the trade. The two stars of the NAVI show right now are in an attempt to cool off Crimbo. Tucks on garbage. They're wary of Ticket.
The smoke is going to be really annoying, but it lands on the site.
Yep. Gonna try to deny him. Neither of them have a kit, but there is one in sight, and they have no sweat on their brow all map long. This is a master of a Mirage here from NAVI, a 2-0 win over Big, and a debut that some were hyped for, but just simply can't stand up in the face of the undeniably ranked #1 team in the world right now. I mean, talk about fluid Counter-Strike.
Fluid Counter-Strike is what Scrawny described here, but let's just recap. This is a team that won the major. They came second in the spring finals. They have just won the esports World Cup. They are ranked #1 in the world, and despite that, we continue to put question marks above their heads. They have arrived here at the Blast Premier Fall Groups and have said, enough, shut up, sit down, we are #1 in the world. I know it's against Big. That's going to be the next conversation. No, it doesn't count. It's enough. This team, NAVI, is phenomenal, Cadian, and they are playing incredible Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah, they're playing with a lot of confidence, a lot of joy. I think also just throwing some comparison to FaZe, who struggled against Cloud9, Vitality, who struggled against Gamer Legion, both of them in their opening games. The only other team that came in and had such a crazy amount of confidence and a good start from the get-go was Spirit. So these two teams right now also contesting a lot for, in my opinion, who right now is the best team in the world. I know Spirit has played a little bit fewer events as of late, but yeah, NAVI doing great once again. Alexip, Blade, what a strong duo as well to have as a tactical mastermind combo.
What is it about this lineup that you think is just clicking? Is it the calling of Alexi B, the tactics of Blade that are now coming to fruition and we're getting a chance to see what the big vision was when this lineup was put together?
I think that's part of it, and the other one is that the roles are matching very well. People know exactly what they're supposed to do. You saw here as well on the fracking output that JL, who was also the MVP of the Copenhagen Major, played very, very well, had a lot of impact, especially his 2 pistol rounds was insane. You see the aim that this guy has, and he was one of the key reasons as well when they were not succeeding. He was the reason why they succeeded, he was one of the reasons why they didn't, and when you see him fracking like he did today again, you see the influence that he has.
I think my favorite thing about NAVI is, despite all the criticism, they have shown in the server that everyone needs to shut up, and I love that so much. And I'm sure JL isn't going to shut up because he's with Banks right now and he'll probably have a lot to say.
NAVI roll over Big Clan and this one, and JL, this was a very much rolling over. Okay, Dust 2, there was something in there for them, but overall you guys had full control. I just want to talk about the confidence you guys showed. I can imagine you're riding high right now, but you didn't let off at all, so just talk me through the game.
I feel like Dust 2 was their map pick and they prepared a lot for it. And in all honesty, we also prepared Nuke, but it banned it, so I had to pick Mirage, yes. Okay. So I had 0 prep on Mirage, and we just played their game, and I'm a bit surprised they let us keep Mirage. It's probably because they have Rigon, and he's comfortable on Mirage. Yep. They're a new team, so maybe Nuke was not the map they wanted to play, and they chose Mirage.
So overall, this is the start you would want and the start we'd expect from you guys. But your expectations at the moment, being the #1 team in the world, just coming off the back of winning the World Cup, it must be really high at this point, right? Do you feel like topping the group and anything else doesn't matter here? Like that's an absolute must you have?
100%, but I don't think it's not like we don't take this tournament seriously. It's just that our focus is on Cologne. So what we play here is going to be fixing the mistakes, trying to see how our new things work, and getting ready for Cologne, because Cologne is, sorry Blast, but it's a more important tournament where it actually has a trophy. And yeah, just working on our things, building on the chemistry, building on the game plan, and yeah.
You said though, like, working on some things and fixing the mistakes you're making. Have you been able to, or have you tried to implement some new things, considering it's the very short gap between the World Cup and then coming here?
Yeah, we only had, I don't know if I can say this, but we had 2 days off, and the rest was just like bootcamp hours playing. So we had like 10-hour days, like even when we came here, because we had 2 days off, we also had 10-hour days, and then online we had 10-hour days. It's just a lot of work, because it's not enough. We know how fucked it was to play after the major, and now we know the mistake, what can happen after winning a trophy, so we're trying to avoid it, put as much effort as we can and as much enthusiasm into our game, and looking at our, what's the word, having new goals to achieve.
What is that goal?
Cologne, obviously.
I like what I'm hearing. Respect the grind, man.
I feel like this is something we don't talk enough about in modern day Counter-Strike, is balancing trajectories, ensuring that you peak at the right moments. I loved what JL said there about we're using this as our warm-up. This is where we need to peak. So this is where we come in, we build that confidence, we get to a point where when we move on to Cologne to lift a trophy, we're feeling really good. And the truth is, if they keep playing like this, they'll have a really good run this week here at Blast.
Yeah, I mean, that's always easier to do when you're winning. If you are consistently just losing, you can say all you want that it's like warm up for a bigger tournament, but it is going to ruin your confidence. So I think also just like NAVI is playing great, and they should also be riding the wave of the momentum. That's why they're practicing so hard online, boot camping after a win in Riyadh. Because if you let off the gas, other teams will start to chase you down. They will study you, read your things, and that's why they have to keep being innovative, have to keep making small adjustments to their strategies, whether it's an extra flash, one flash less, kind of small fakes off the playbook. That's the kind of things that they need to be working on, and so far so good here for them in Blast.
As we wrap up what just happened here up against Big, though, it is something you brought up in the pre-match, the Mirage pick, Big letting that through. JL mentioned as well, they hadn't even prepped for it. They were super surprised. It did feel like Big letting that map through possibly were signing their own death warrant.
You don't think they did well?
No, okay, don't make
Okay, that's you saying that, not me, just for the record.
Oh my god, it's 13-3, mate. Like that's not very good.
It's a risk, and but I think they're looking at the material of players they have. Right now it's a younger group with like JDC, Crimbo, Recon being kind of known for his pucky style as well. So I think they're trying to accommodate a bit for the players that they have. But truth be spoken, it's also been an issue for a longer duration of time for Big. I remember playing them for a long time when then they didn't know how to play Inferno. They started banning that. Then they had issues with Nuke. They started banning that. Then they had issues with Vertigo. All of a sudden, we're talking about a lot of maps in the map pool that they are struggling on and have for a longer duration of time. One map that they, historically speaking, have also always been really, really good on is Dust 2. That was also their pick today, and they came pretty close in most of the game. So yeah, they need to widen their map pool a little bit.
Deepen their map pool. Now the problem with that though is the amount of time that it takes to do that, right? How do you do that when you've got a very packed schedule and lots of tournaments coming up that you need to play in?
They are usually not making it as deep as some of the other guys who has to use the extra week at playoff, so they'll have a little bit more time at home. And I don't know, I have tremendous respect for Tapson. The same when they had got B. Like that was some of the they were one of the teams that you studied a lot to look for that extra good flash, that small change in meta and so on. They were always innovative. They were always finding new things. So I don't know. I trust Tapson and the boys to cook. I don't know how long it will take, but I trust them.
They've got to play tomorrow, so let's see if they can start cooking tomorrow.
That's not a long time.
Not a long time. They got like 24 hours, so we'll see how that goes. Right. I know why you're here, still here, because you know what's coming up next. You know who we have on the desk. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, something will start cooking here as well.
Shoot. Ah, okay. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, so looks like you go like this. Why do you have to do Okay.
Here we go, the final game of the day, and it is Virtus.pro up against Team Liquid, an all-new Liquid, a team and a roster that has controlled the headlines for the last few months. It is all we've spoken about, and now we finally get to see the fruits of all of that chaos and drama. Joining me on the desk, we have a Liquid player, Cadian. He is still with Liquid. He's on the bench, though. So keep that in mind as I ask questions, because I am aware that I need to respect the fact that he's with Liquid. However, I have been told by my producer that I can say whatever I want. So that's what's going to happen here. We are going to dive straight into this. Liquid. All new roster. You get to see it announced. What did you think about this roster when it was announced? What were your initial thoughts?
I think talking about the players they signed, JKS was more or less a no-brainer. Also a guy that we considered a little bit when not being able to get Kesrato, but the news of him being out of G2 was not out then. I think he has a lot of experience. He is used to holding his own ground. He has won big trophies, both as a stand-in with FaZe, but also Cologne and Katowice with G2. And a lot of the community has also said, why did you bring in Nexa instead of JKS? So I think he has done a lot of great things in previous teams. This is going to be the first time we see him play in CS2. So how much has he been playing? How much has he been grinding? And is he already familiar with the new style of Liquid? In terms of Ultimate, truth be spoken, I don't know too much about him. Young guy. I know that other people has been speaking well of him and said that he's a guy that plays a lot, grinds a lot. So yeah, let's see what he brings to the table today.
North American Counter-Strike fan Flom, I'm going to quote him now, the JKS move, he specifically said to me, and I love this, where he said, the JKS move is such a good one that I never even considered Liquid doing it because it just made too much sense. And that is something that I have to say, I kind of agreed with, where he's been sitting there for so long, it just made sense to grab him up. And this could be, in my opinion, possibly the saving grace of Liquid, is bringing in someone, like you said, with the experience, who's lifted the trophies, who's, my understanding is he's a workhorse as well. I see their new coach, Mitha, was on social media saying this is the last guy to leave the prac room every night. He's learning everything. And I believe from that point of view, this could be exactly what they need, is just someone who can fit in, who's dealt with politics before, who understands the inner workings of a top-tier team and just knows to put his head down and get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, all the things you're saying is potentially true, but why would G2 get rid of him then? After winning those trophies, after all that, why would they get rid of him? A guy that's been holding his own, performing very well individually.
Was it not? I mean, I might be mistaken here, but I believe that one of the reasons was there was communication. They said he didn't communicate very well, which maybe in Liquid, when there's lots of communicators, is a good thing. Someone who just keeps quiet.
Potentially. I don't know the communication of Ultimate. I know that Nev is an insanely hard shooter, really good guy, listens to the team, follows the guidance, but he's also not the guy who speaks the loudest. So if JKS is a little bit similar and Ultimate doesn't go in and put his voice in strong early, I think that they'll have three a bit more silent players, and that can be difficult. Maybe not as much in a studio environment, but when you hit the bigger arenas where the crowd is loud, where you need to be strong in your voice, then it can be a difficult thing.
Ultimate was obviously like quite a big shock for a lot of people, because I think that the response was always like, who is this guy? And people had to like go and search, because as much as he came from, he didn't even come from tier 2. It was like a tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. So no one has a lot on him. How much of a risk is it though when you pick up a young AWPer like this, who has absolutely never been measured against the best in the world, and you bang him in here and go, hey, here's Manasi, here's Zywoo, now perform?
I mean, Twist said himself that he studied him a lot and that he believes in him and that he scouted this guy. So if he vouches for him, then that's also part of him kind of being able to deliver under these circumstances, because he believes that the system that he wants to implement and the way that he wants to play, that this guy is going to be suitable for that.
Twist has had a lot to say this week, so let him have some more to say. I believe that he chatted to Banks.
Twist taking over the IGL role, there's a lot of change going on in Liquid. I know you've talked on it in some other interviews as well, but I want to look at this side of it. You are a star player, you've been a dominant player for so long. Do you personally look at any concerns of how this might affect you on the individual side of things?
Not necessarily. I mean, so far in practice, it's been all right. Okay. But you never know. First LAN match, things could look exciting, could be chaotic a bit, but very excited.
You seem very excited, and you seem quite relaxed, more than what I expected with it. Can you tell me how practice has gone and how much time you guys had to be ready and get yourselves into the event?
Yeah, I mean, of course it's only scrims, but we've had like 3 weeks of scrims. Things have been feeling good. People are liking each other in game. We're having a good environment, good vibes. And most importantly, everyone's putting in a lot of work. And it's been nice to see as a captain.
What are your realistic expectations? Because with a new team, right, we're not maybe expecting you to hit the ground running, but I know you yourself, you are a champion, you want to hit the ground running, you want to do as best as possible. So what are you going to tell me?
We just want to have a good debut, play good CS, play CS that we enjoy and we like, and when we win, we want to win as the better team. If we lose, we want to lose knowing we got beat by a better team. So I think that's what's most important, and we go in there, we go one round at a time.
That's very fair as well. And I also want to just ask, on terms of Mythar, you said like you were heavily involved in choosing everything with this. What made you choose Mythar for this project?
I mean, he has experience. I mean, a lot of CS experience. He's worked with people that I've worked with, you know, like Kerrigan and stuff, and kind of got to see on the inside, under the hood of the system. And obviously I value Finn in high regard. He's also worked with other players that I've played with, so not only that, he has a lot of life experience. And I feel like when you pick a coach that can kind of be viewed as a role model, and I really feel that with him.
Wow, very nice words as well. Now, VP is your opening game. This is a team you've played against many times across many teams, but they're a very difficult, interesting team to play against. How confident do you feel in, like, if the game gets long, if it gets crazy, you know what the VP games can get like? Do you maybe start to worry how deep you can go with this? Are you ready for that challenge?
I think it's going to be a fun one. I mean, also, they don't have much info on us. I will say we've played a couple of practices against them 2 weeks ago, so we'll see how much that plays into a factor for them and also us. But other than that, I think I don't know, we're just excited to play and looking to hit the ground running.
You're making me excited as well. Thank you very much, man.
Great insight there from Banks and Twists. And now I'm going to say what Cadian can't. And I'm probably going to get into trouble for it on the internet, but it's time. Twist has just stood up. He was the superstar of Liquid when you were leading this. He was your star player. He was the reason that the results weren't nearly as bad as I think that they could have been, right? I'll say that out. He decides he's going to IGL. Automatically, there's going to be a drop in performance. But not only is he now IGLing, he is the decision maker as to who's coming in. He's decided that they're going to get Ultimate. He's now choosing the roster. Hell, he's even choosing the coach. So now what exactly, you are the team manager, you are the IGL, you are the captain, you are putting all of this on your shoulders. And you then stand there and say, you know what, we've had some good vibes prepping for this event, which is great. I saw Liquid's great vibes at the beginning of the year. I saw you all running around on the beach having a good time. How fast do the vibes stop when you're not playing that well? You know this is an IGL. How much pressure is on the shoulders of an IGL when things don't go well? And not just an IGL, someone who is now fully responsible for every single thing we see in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have the trust of not just the 4 players, but also the coach, the general manager, the guys higher up. And right now he has it, but they're also going to be demanding results, because when you get this kind of opportunity to choose exactly who you want and how you want them as well, that is going to be demanding on you. And I think how long time you have depends a bit on how you play and if you see development. If you see a consistent development, they can lose today, they can lose tomorrow, they can lose in quite a lot of tournaments, as long as they have a progression. But if they don't feel that progression, things get heated. Maybe some people are not familiar or too sound with the way that they're playing, then it can change very quickly.
A lot of people accuse you of main character syndrome in the time that you've been playing.
Just Maui. Or maybe a third.
Pretty much everyone.
Okay.
Main character syndrome. Cadian, even I've thrown that around a few times. But the point is, I'm starting to see that maybe there could be some main character syndrome somewhere else here. How risky is that when you've got a new player like Ultimate coming in who kind of needs a lot of guidance, a lot of support probably. His nerves are probably through the roof right now, and you've got to get him to focus in. That must be difficult with a young player.
I mean, I think no matter what, if you are one of the best players in the game, you're playing here at such a big tournament, if you're Twist and you won all the trophies, you need to have a little bit of ego. Of course, you need to manage it, but for the players here to sit and have no confidence, that would also be such a shame, because then we're not going to see all the crispy headshots. So, yeah. Pressure's on, that's for sure.
Everyone else in Blast has main character syndrome because the actual main characters are sitting on those casting chairs.
We're just on our perch here, main characters, you know what I mean? And I just want to say, great segment, Sam. Excellent. That was really, that was great. And I love that. We have Katie in there just trying to be a consummate professional, even though he's got so much to say about this, okay?
She's
and
digging.
We're all going to be watching Liquid to see how this debut is going. And yeah, there is like a lot of pressure on Twist, who's the captain of the team, but he's newly a captain with new players that he scouted himself. And Cadian's off the team, who was the IGL and Opper. A lot has changed for Liquid right now, and the expectations are through the roof. They're obviously not going to be realistic. You'll never be able to meet them, I don't think, unless they somehow dominate VP. But the expectations are high for this debut.
No doubt, man, no doubt. There's been a lot of talk this week and a lot of credit being taken. But with that credit, as Sam has so aptly put, comes a lot of pressure too.
Yep. So we'll see. They start out on the T side.
Time to speak with the USPs.
Yeah.
T side for Liquid. VP to the defense. Not one of the easiest teams in the world to topple in your big debut.
No.
So let's see it. Yakinder's going to open up shop versus Electronic. And that's First Blood Liquid.
That confirms everything I've wondering. And for VP on this map, we're talking about 2 losses to G2 and Spirit. Not great ones as well. So maybe an opportunity here for Liquid to impress on Ancient, as they make a lot of room towards this A site. Fame, Malone, and Donut.
Yeah, very good work so far, getting a good backline controlled. Fame wrapping around the Donut, trying to dodge duels. Ultimate's got his. First frag on the board. Sweats off the brow. JKS with a player up close, toying with the corner, but not yet diving into it all. So we've got ourselves a cheeky 2v4 retake. Turn that just down to the Norbert clutch. He's going to walk in and tap Ultimate to the back of the head. Fine by Liquid standards. They do still have a decent setup here. Donut and Temple and a CT player too. Poor Norbert chasing ghosts. Can't find the contact. Twist with the shadow advantage takes pistol to Team Liquid's favor.
Yeah, that's and those are the first 2 official kills here for JKS in Sydney.
Yes, sir.
October 23. It's been a long time. The game has changed drastically since then. But he's been playing. He's been gaming Face It with Chad and the boys.
Carrying Harry for months now.
I heard they've been playing with Azur as well.
Yeah, it's
so
like
they've been playing consistently throughout.
Yes, sir.
And there's only so much you can get from that. But I mean, just staying warm, I feel like is basically the only thing you'd really expect from him. The only other thing people expected was maybe he tries to go to a tier 2 team and works his way up or something. But that in itself can be a massive risk to take. And I mean, I don't think anyone has really doubted at least the quality that he's brought as a stand-in to FaZe, as the player that he was for G2 in terms of their wins. So the questions for me really about Yakinder's form and Ultimate's opping here. He's getting a pretty tough opening match in tier 1, but we always like when it's Virtus.pro.
Yes. They can be real backbreakers in that regard, but the best team. Ooh, okay, JKS, you want to ace or what? It's there for the taking. Best team Ultimate has ever played in an HLTV official would have been, in my mind, 3D Max. A couple games, maybe versus
decent
Lee,
team lately,
perhaps. But like this is the big one. This is the big one. You've got a lot of pressure on you two. All this pressure we've been talking about, and it all culminates right now. Not only this roster's debut, but kind of his on the tier 1 scene.
And it's also a VP who have quietly improved, I want to say. EWC was obviously what it was. Pretty brutal format over there for them. I think it was 1 win and a loss.
Not the only team to kind of drop beneath expectations, though. Start of the new season wasn't great for Vitality either.
Excuse me, 2 wins and a loss. They did beat Vitality as well as Complexity.
Speak of the Devils.
So yeah, and in that game, they looked very good. They did.
First gun round comes out for Virtus.pro. And they go straight down to the bottom of mid, looking to tether with Norbert perhaps. There's a climb-up opportunity. Ooh, he peeks into a whole pack of players. That's a lot of bodies spotted. Yakinder not able to get the immediate trade. Knows he has him locked against the wall. Will spray him down, and in anticipation of fame, sends some warning shots over the bow. But a ship still on course for this B site by the looks of it. Ultimate's gonna grab bomb. You don't have to go all in. If one of the question marks around devices calling has been kind of like maybe getting too fast in these opening moments, that's something that I think could also happen to Liquid. So a nice slowdown in this one. I'm looking for moments like that where maybe the disjointedness between individual pieces comes through. It is a fresh roster. There's been a lot of moving parts. But in this round, they just congregate and move into that B site, and they end what was looking like a frantic fight to begin with. 3-0 for Liquid's ancient start.
Maybe awkward at first, maybe a sweet, sweet honeymoon, And sometimes a honeymoon can be a curse. You get the Zelsis ace on the pistol.
Yeah, and then you're playing Valorant.
You get the Honda 2 aces 1 series.
And no one knows where you are.
Now you're parked in the parking lot, okay? But I would still rather have the honeymoon than not. So why not start well if you can?
James racking up a little price tag, but still 2 survivors, not bad. Also, he may be playing Valorant, but shout out Zelsis one time. You're looking great.
He's actually living, yeah.
That's goals. But back to.
We're worried about SnapTap. Look how close he is to the monitor. That's not unfair. He's inside the game.
Yakinder will be the first human being to fuse with a monitor.
Yeah.
It's a race between him and Xantares. And up for Flitz. VP still adamant about this SMG. Sees that sprinkled in. All Twist said he wanted was some good Counter-Strike, a good debut. That's what every new roster has come to Blast in hopes of, and not everyone has put it together. Gamer Legion, I think, maybe giving us the most hope in terms of fresh faces. Norbert, yeah, up close and personal with that 5-7.
There's a lot of CTs sketchy around.
2 CTs inside of Cave, another 2 back here on the lanes of sight. CZ gets its damage in. It's looking like a speed bump. Twists in the back corner, also dying out. We've got no frag back from the T's. JKS and Ultimate in a 2 versus 5 with pistols all around them. The AK finds the back turn. Oh, they get swamped by this measly pistol buy.
Yeah, they were definitely encumbered right there, trying to get into the site. The problems only grew as one kill came down into the next. And there were a lot of CTs ready there for refrags, even if they had lost 1 or 2. So nice one for VP.
Vibe test.
Trying to, yeah, this is the vibe test here for Liquid. And here we go, ultimate off.
It's what a lot of us have been waiting for. We'll say with honesty, haven't seen him in an official.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I hold my breath. But for now, it's been Yakinder again. That was a question for you too, right?
That's the form you want to see from Yakinder, yeah. He had a good event at Dallas, but outside of that, we haven't seen much from Yakinder. Definitely underperforming in CS2 up until Dallas.
But will play an important role as Twist's right-hand man.
Yes.
Definitely going to be the second loudest voice in the team. I talked to Twist about that. It feels like NAF, in terms of being supportive of his transition to IGL, is right there too. But mid-round, we'll see. Fame, he's got other ideas. This 2v4 suddenly equalized, and that is just because they're trying to get mid control while eyes were set on B. Did they have to face him? Questions to be asked. They do a bunch of damage. He's sitting on 19, and the CTs go to attack this backline silently as Liquid get ever closer. But if they slow down too much, we just saw it in the last round.
They don't know where Flit is.
Back's turned, maybe.
So plant will go down, and they push for CT control. They don't see anything.
It's
a free kill.
Yeah, puts himself into the exposed open. NAF, are you good for the clutch? Like you mentioned, Flit's position still unknown. Tagged player crossing over. We've got a smoke on Fame if needed. Bomb exposed, and NAF doesn't flick, doesn't anticipate Flit. That double up buddy system pays off for VP.
Yeah, I thought maybe he's coming in from the cave, but really didn't have a clue about him.
2v4.
Yeah, until the moment they saw him 2v4, and it's with the eco back-to-back. Real vibe check. They're gonna stress test this. Nice try in the clutch, and a nice opening for Yakinder.
Hell yes.
Both of these frags. Those were sharp reactions.
It's one of those moments where you really press yourself in middle because you don't want to just head to the bomb site with one direction. And in reality, you give Fame something to pull on, costs you, and now you're sitting on pistols.
And they don't get to keep the money super low because, well, even though it was a 1v1, VP had already won an eco. You know how they're good with their money. So there is an idea behind this round. What's the Twist call?
Going for the red smoke. No, excuse me. They'll block off Donut. Create a little question for VP to try and handle. Go for the red push. Instead, the second frag grenade also doesn't expose anybody. Love the second layer of the smoke here. Looking to wrap into the A site now with Donut, and that flash looks good. Oh, the Tech9 double tap. And the AK upgrade. What a play.
That's the play right there. The wrap into the A site. Real beautiful stuff. Perfect with the flashbang. No resistance. And you could see that they could feel it coming, but they didn't have vision on red or the rotations. They were just curdled up there inside a Donut. That worked out beautifully. 2 guns for the upgrade. And the vibe check is passed.
Yeah, dude. W vibes.
W vibes.
Skibbity D. Doo-doo. Terrorists win. But 8-3. Welcome back, JKS.
Yep.
We missed you.
We did.
I think part of the JKS, part of his departure was just it caught so many people off guard that it's been a shame not having him at the top of Counter-Strike for as long as it's been.
Yeah. But it was also a no-brainer for Liquid to pick him up in the offseason.
Of course. Felt like a good fit.
Comes in to replace Skulls. He'll just be playing the A site in place of Skulls when we switch to the second half. One would imagine. And from the games I watched from Ultimate, looked good, but like again, so hard to
know at this
to read
level,
into that.
right?
You know, to sort of figure out what that means for when they play against Virtus.pro, what that means when he plays in Liquid. So we'll learn as we go.
But for losing versus Pistols and a 2v4, there's no doubt that that strategy pulled off in the last round. It's gonna help. Nice to pull one of those off. What's the test here for VP? Missed shot for Ultimate as he just saw a hip. Peeks into the Opera's line, and NAV does not get caught, but Yakinder just kind of going into cave here, delivers a frag to Norbert.
I think he smelled something.
James definitely spotted it, falls all the way back around towards short side instead. So presence outside of the B site, very much obvious for VP. Liquid hold no secrets over their opponents.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just pausing for a chance at a re-aggression, but they're not taking over cave control to supplant Yakinder's presence from earlier. Instead, they'll sit behind the smoke. CTs are still sort of guessing, and the VP have, in the past, underplayed A site, right? They have actually just sometimes not played it at all. And in this round, they were pretty heavy on it up until these last few seconds. Fame will make the late rotation and a late molly that comes in. And Liquid, I mean, I think it's pretty clear to VP what they're going to try to do. Now it comes down to the firefights.
Yeah, and we've got Norbert in the backside anchor. We got a boost on the smoke. This one won't be easy. Jame even catching NAF through that smoke as he pops it open. Flit should be a great spot to clear this one, but he falls off without the frag. Maybe the bomb plant here for JKS. Not even. Wow, Fame just sweeps him away, and let's be real, VP saw that coming a mile away.
They did, and they spaced out their utility perfectly. I think that last molly made Liquid's heart sink a little bit. So unfortunately in that round, you know, we have a very sort of intuitive playing Yakinder going off of his instincts in a lot of these rounds. It's working out pretty well up until this moment where his presence in cave could have definitely been very helpful. His opening kill could have been very helpful, especially if they were just going to keep the same idea and wait longer to try it.
Do you think sitting to that close to the monitor and being that glued to the crosshair, sometimes your eyes don't catch a radar?
You can actually just lower your resolution at that point. I actually don't think it makes any sense.
You know, anytime I see him maybe like 10 feet in front of an of a teammate, you know, like maybe like a moment where there's low trade potential, I always just think like, well, it's because you can't see your radar.
Yeah, he's like the only guy who can get 16-9 because he's so close to the monitor.
Sure. He's the only guy out here sniffing pixels. It's like those people that smell the Steam Deck exhaust. Have you heard about this?
Are you people?
Well, I mean, I may or may not have a Steam Deck. Valve had to issue an official statement requesting that customers do not smell the exhaust of their Steam Decks. But the users just say it smells so good.
That's like me with glue.
Crossing into the site with bomb, but getting pulled apart every step of the way. Another desperate bomb plant attempt. It's one kill. What can you do? Liquid didn't have much in this one.
My favorite moment that Moses would never want to tell anybody is when we were hanging out with the Valve devs at the Major and he talked about how much he loves his Nintendo Switch. He went, I mean, yeah. I mean the Steam Deck. I mean the Steam Deck. It's okay. We all play a little Breath of the Wild, okay?
Oh, Moses.
No shame in that.
What are we going to do with that guy? He's probably at home right now. I know Chad's probably glued to the screen because JKS is back in the server.
True,
Moses is in the chat because Liquid's in the server.
Yeah.
It's probably a party at home right now. It's a big debut. You know, I think there's a lot of hype around this Liquid roster for I mean,
they're just one of those teams, man.
Some
no matter
people
what
watch
they
because
do.
it might be a car crash. You know, other people are cheering.
Yeah.
Either way, this one's bringing, I think, the scene together. And Virtus.pro going to be happy to ruin everybody's expectations. As this one goes on, they have absolutely denied Liquid of a couple rounds. Ultimate 2 and 6. Keep a close eye on him. Couple Molotovs, 2 flashbangs.
Oh, unspotted.
It's the remnants of Liquid's utility. This smoke on Donut keeps coming up, and they keep nading it open. It's a hell of a shot from JKS.
Yeah, it is, man. Look at the gap they create. They actually pulled Jame back to watch this lurk because, yeah, well, they just don't have an option. Now, they also have Fame on the flank, but look, it's being watched. Ultimate's ready for this adjustment.
Gotta hit this.
Yeah, and he will.
Nicely done. Good crosshair placement.
Well, this really shuts things down for Virtus.pro because now one move makes 2 clear. So they know they have to come and watch this. And they know maybe that Jame was sitting in Donut. I'm not sure if he shot earlier this round.
Well, he did nade open the smoke at one point.
But this map can really breathe right now for Liquid with the amount of time left on the clock, the mid presence they've taken over. It's VP who are guessing and VP who are low numbers.
They've got Norbert in the site. They've got Flit to try and support him.
They got no. Oh, they do have a molly, but it's on JKS.
Jame knows at least that this should be good, but with him going down, it feels like a surefire thing. VP gonna reveal presence now. Oh no! Hold on. Norbert's still alive. Back sight 1v3. The cave pressure doesn't come out. That little bit of uncertainty lets Twist slide in.
Yeah, it's a staggered attack.
It was scary because they were stepping on the minefield, but sure enough, the numbers make the difference. Team Liquid taking this one away. And that same mid/B control that they go for this round is what they wanted when Fame was able to post the 2 kills in the 2v4. So adamant about red room control and keeping questions in VP's side.
Just be a little bit more active now with the comms, boys. We're a little bit too quiet, right? It feels like they were nervous or something. Let's bring some hype in the room.
But coach, we are nervous.
L-I-Q-U-I-D. Woo! Get a little... He's not wrong, though.
After a round like that, just keep it going. They're really taking advantage of mid. Last round, there was a lot. There were 2 pieces they had to get rid of to get that fight. Oh, nice. Yakinder
turns it upside down.
That's a massive duel to win.
Yeah, ramp push definitely had the advantage. Good cave peek, perfectly timed there. Ultimate's back exposed. Jame clips JKS, and the op in Donut will have Twists turned away.
Jame looks like he might be nervous. That Twist is still in Donut somewhere. It's possible.
NAF super outnumbered. Won't be able to contain the spray for the second. Twist.
Yeah, I mean,
got a chance at this.
He knows they just pulled guard over on the B side.
Go ahead and run it in.
This round is basically over. Twists. We remember an ancient clutch for Twists.
Yeah. We could queue up another. He's taken a lot of the responsibility for this project this week. A lot of talking. Now he's just got to make that AK sing. Last piece of util. Of course, Norbert tucked deep towards this corner. The moment there's some kind of rumbling on the bomb site, this could end up costing Twist, but he has planted on the cave side of the pillar, and he clears Norbert. Now his position's known and the op's on him, but a missed shot. No, bomb is deep. No kit. Oh, he's gonna charge him down, and Twists already has 2. No kit and a clutch.
Yeah, a little bit of magic out of Twist, and he pulls off the 1v3 as the new captain of Team Liquid.
Kit on Norbert.
Ooh.
Doesn't get it into the site. Russell.
And he missed a shot on the cross.
Sprinkles one more in for Liquid.
You got to pick a struggle right there. 10-second stick.
Jame misses 2 shots.
Yeah, or hit the shot.
He misses the one when Twist takes the peek into short, and then misses the shot as Twist jumps over. And that's all Twist
exactly
needed.
How he's going to win that round, yeah. He said, ah ha ha. Ah ha ha. Ooh.
Oh, we've got a little...
I mean, that's a round. They lose that round because VP is sort of acting like it's over when they're inside of mid with 4 guys. They're jumping around to pick up guns.
Getting a little rambunctious.
The 1-for-1 happens, and then Twist knows that the B players are gone, so he just runs over to the site to plant.
So
that was a done deal up until that moment.
2v4 count is 1-1. They get it back over top of VP. Canadian duo pulls off the 2v4. Call it the twofer, bud. Pistols here for VP as we get into the dying couple rounds of this half. Instant peek from Ultimate. Welcome to the server. Yakindar going into the cave fight. Has to be careful with the pistols, but it's all right. He's confident in the duel. And he'll maintain control of it as Norbert gets desperate with the P250. Nice shot from James. There's more pressure on him as he falls back, getting caught on the wall. That solo op is all they have to work with. And we'll see if he can pull off something miraculous as the Red Room test comes out from Twists once more. Pistols in the corner can always become a problem. Doesn't have any support here. He's very much on his own, but that's fine. Handling the pressure well. He's going to see the foot deal with the second, and it's low HP for Norbert because of Yakinder's impact early. Sure, he falls at the 3rd challenge, but that is a B site under wraps and a potential 7th round for this T side.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, so many good things to say about their T side so far, especially on the individual front. I mean, and the calling front and the clutches and everything like that. So. As for VP, unfortunately, they could have definitely played a bit better. There were some moments that were a little bit troubling, especially the team that's been together a little longer. That was starting to get better in some of their recent games. But it is still, of course, a relatively close game. And a chance for a 5th round for VP. They can keep their composure. I feel like it's always a benefit as well to have someone like Yakinder when you're going to play VP.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we didn't really touch on that, but...
Yeah, he grew up under James' system.
You're not wrong. Grew up under it, but wasn't always really like a part of it.
Yeah, he did still do his own total mercenary on the team.
Virtus.pro was like a team of 4 plus Yakinder.
Yeah.
And it worked.
All right, well, another good call here, as this is what I'm talking about with VP. They oftentimes leave the A site totally open. Yeah. It's meta for some top teams right now, but they've been punished for it. And honestly, throughout the beginning of this half, they did not leave the A site vacant. So this is a great call. They waited a long time to use it, but it's perfect. Time's going to tick down. 5v5 retake, low utility, nightmare situation for Virtus.pro.
But they have to go for it. And we'll see what they can piece together. They've got still 2 smokes for it. You smoke off long, that could take Yakinder out of the fight. Put another one on top of the bomb. We'll see. Things are about to get crazy. Bombs beyond the halfway point. I mean, you have no chance to get in. JKS is burning all the way. Naf's there to end it. It's so incredibly desperate, and no surprise that they close that one out. Twists perfectly sprinkles in the all-in A rush.
Gentlemen, 3 Canadians, how'd we pull this one off? Here we are for the Blast Fall Groups, another season of Counter-Strike to kind of wind down 2024. First, I just want to say congratulations, brother. Married? And engaged.
Thank you.
Look at us.
Well,
Canadians evolving.
We're evolving,
Yes.
we're growing up.
Yes.
And I think with that, man, you know, with that maturity, with that wisdom, life experience, Captain Twists. Big deal, man. In-game leading, people are going to be looking to you kind of as like the rock of this team and the face of it. And I think you're going to be a voice of it moving forward. So I think that's the big news with Liquid and the changes coming into this season. Where's your head at now that you're kind of the guy?
I'm in grade.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, referred to as the guy before, I guess, but I don't know. Captain is obviously a lot of responsibilities. Player break was great. A lot of it was rebuilding the team. Beforehand, I knew I was going to be the captain, so it made it easier to narrow down like players and who I would want in my system.
And you guys are bringing JKS back. Ultimate is like the question mark there, but then we get Liquid JKS, which I feel like a lot of the public was kind of asking for and was shooting after, and it's coming in with another transition. And what makes this one different?
There's just a more long-term vision. I mean, I got to pick the coach that I'm working with, and with Mether, I've only had enjoyable experiences. I mean, my very first call with him was 3.5 hours long, and we were able to connect on all different levels. So having a player that's very new to the Tier 1 scene, but is backed with a lot of talent, I think it's interesting for me to kind of feel like I bring a new player into the development and the eyes in Tier 1.
Is there a certain ritual, certain system, certain habit or trend that you think is important for a team to kind of keep it together in the rough spots?
For me personally, like, obviously, give it all your shakes and all your fist bumps and make sure all your teammates are good, make sure, like, just one game. Luckily in Counter-Strike, there's so many times for redemption.
Sure.
Unlike other esports out there. So recoup your thoughts and then, just talk about it with your team. Because, at the end of the day, it's a team game, just come together as a team and just figure out what went wrong and then, work in the right direction to move forward and do better in the next one.
Twist, you strike me as somebody who always finds time for fans. I can think of a few tough losses where we still have, content about you taking the time for others. And the people want to know, is there any wholesome fan interaction that sticks off the page for you?
When the fans don't only support you, they support the whole team and they want everyone to do well together. That's like when I feel like it's the most wholesome. That it's not just an individual thing that, they support the people that you play with too.
Unfortunately, like no results pretty much within the past 4 years. So for me, it's been a little bit miserable, but I appreciate all the support and the things people say about me. So.
And still trying.
We're
all still out here trying, locking down North American Counter-Strike from north of the border. I appreciate you guys' time today, and good luck at the groups.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No luck needed in the first half of the Team Liquid debut. We had some good calls throughout that one, a little Canadian 2 versus 4, and then of course some hiccups early on, right? The tests that VP throw out of the gate, the pistol round that could have disturbed all of Team Liquid's debut, but so far so good. 8 rounds on the T side of Ancient. Nothing to scoff at, Mohan.
No, the quality of rounds was there. I mean, we got variety in the calls. We got like good clutches. We have Vikander on form. I mean, a lot of questions answered for sure. I mean, Ultimate was just like, we got one cool op shot out of him. I didn't see any real mistakes at all, so we didn't have, much to complain about, much to laud. But now we'll see if they can kind of complete and close out the game here on CT side, or if VP can make some sort of comeback happen. Of course, JKS learns, well, they're in a default. NAF doesn't catch them on their way to mid because they slow it down.
Oh, insta-gush. Not ideal for NAF to deal with. Kindar tries to get active elsewhere. Twist is deep in A main.
That's a really good poke, though, from Kindar. It's going to, influence the decision to follow up quickly. But the rotations are here from the CT side. Ultimate up first.
Trying to go back into the fight. Also doesn't want to fall, though. He's kind of concerned with the red room push. Could very well be a split, but isn't. 5 members of Virtus.pro in Donut try to take this site when poor NAF has 2 HP. He obviously has a tough time of it. A main player comes back. Twist's not going to drop the ball, but also getting gushed, so damage is looking good for VP. JKS trying to slide in with the perfect timing, but the site itself is starting to be taken over. Twist had to falter all the way back to main. Smoke fades, and JKS plays, shoots Fame in the back of the head. Electronics got the trade, and then, of course, it falls on just Vikander. So slowly but surely, VP pulling players off, and ex-VP Vikander comes out with a clean first tap. James gonna put him down, and VP's got pistol for early momentum.
Yeah, good shutdown. And again, Vikander sees him, so they kind of have to do something a bit faster there. It's not a round where you come in and you have like a full kit of utility and you can re-default or push him back. So the rotations were in place here for Liquid to try to defend the site, but VP stayed nice and patient. And A site's just not one of those sites that you can really overstack and just overwhelm. It can still be easy to take if you've got donut control. Sometimes the difficulty is trying to get that bomb planted while watching everything. Now the anti-eco. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's an ambitious taser. To no one's surprise, it doesn't quite work. flooding out into middle, looking for the USP kills. 2 is more than they should ever have. Luckily, Electronic here for Virtus.pro to clean them up. Make sure they can't capitalize and grab guns. Well, we'll move into the B site uncontested. And that should be VP. I heard a little hoot from the VP camp after that last round win, Mohan. This is the first event Virtus.pro actually have Zoma. We remember going back to Blast London.
They were supposed to have him.
They had a stand-in coach, but we were talking about, you know, VP with no dust on and how weird that feels. And obviously Zoma wasn't able to get to the event just yet, so now he's here. He's probably presumably had the player break to prep the team, and you know, he is standing behind them for the first time.
What, was he there with them at EWC?
Well, you raise a good...
maybe I don't remember on campus if he was there at EWC, but maybe at EWC.
You raise an excellent point, sir.
Yeah, it was only 3 best of 3s, you know. But either way, yes, it is important to point out that this is life after Destan, and we have to see how this is going to develop. I mean, we know VP are not the kind of team that you just like, you join and then you're great, or you join and then you understand.
Right.
This is a team that Norbert said, I didn't understand what James was asking me to do, and then later I found out he was a genius. You know, that's the kind of team we're joining. And now it's one where it's a melange of James calls, Electronics calls, and James even threatening that one day maybe anybody could call, even Norbert.
Ooh, they're gonna drop one of these on Liquid, huh? Oh, twists.
Oh, what?
He gets a little freebie as Electronic walks past the corner, but again, the trade-off, total A control for the T's.
Yeah, we're on 1 smoke left here for the T side, and it's a 5v4. Very retakeable site now that Twist has got that kill, so the utility's actually pretty decent here for Liquid, and another kill for Twist. My God, sharpshooter.
You love that lineup. Yakindar makes contact with James. That's going to keep him busy. And also, Fame's now cleared out. So max 1 player somewhere else on site. You know, James locking horns with Yakinder, who's just going to take his sweet old time. Very critical kill for Norbert to pick up. Difficult one with the MAC-10 to peek out Temple. James comes back and dies out to Twist. His 3rd kill of the round. Norbert, too much to ask. Big moment for Twists.
Oh, yeah.
4 frags on it, and Liquid take a 9th.
Yeah, that's crazy because he catches the fast lurk out to mid, and they know at that point that it's going to be the A take. 5v5, it's a little bit scarier. 5v4, though, retaking the A site, very doable situation. But then, of course, not only that, with donut control, another kill from Twist. And he was just coming in to throw a nade, it looked like.
Flit's going to regret that one.
Well, well, well. Good start here for Liquid. We've got the variety buy here for Virtus.pro. They've got Flit on attack 9. Couple Galils, 1 AK. Still got the op on James. Low utility overall.
CTs took a stance in mid out of the gate, but have foregone elbow control, and check out VP. Looking to hit this A site again.
They can try to make James the sort of the centerpiece of the round, or just get the boost up on the signpost if they're playing A very light. I don't know if they have info on the ultimate op yet, but they've got to take some kind of risk, so it does look like they're going to go for the boost.
Yeah, they've crawled out. They've done a good job of getting this close.
And then you can sort of just wait, you know. If they flash properly, Norbert can jump over to try to attack Donut. He gets a little flash, but Electronic gets the kill.
A lot of bodies spotted. Twist doesn't move a muscle. He's on an angle and hoping for them to wrap around. Sure enough, Twists with a good chance at seconds, but Naf, he's the one that's been dropped by the Opper. James trying to retreat back into A main. It's a retake at man disadvantage.
Yeah, man, but the Twist saw so many people falling back.
No smoke, though. Just the frag grenade on Yakindar, slowly working his way through Donut. They don't know whether somebody had forced their way forward. Yes, Twist sees them falling back, but...
They're just giving this up.
Yeah, they're thinking maybe if Donut's occupied, how do we get in here? And so VP just getting into the A site, not making much noise on the approach, and it pays off in dividends. Yakindar, 1 exit's all he's going to get, and so the bomb takes down Norbert for Liquid's favor. But VP targeting this A site early on the T side.
Thus was a taste of their own medicine with this snap A call. Round previous, they tried to do that with the lurk involved, but losing the opening kill was everything in that situation. Here, the boost up works perfectly. It's the kind of round if Ultimate starts A, obviously, it's a lot different.
Of course.
They'll get the info early, they probably get a free kill as well. But VP had to take some kind of risk in a round where they've got, you know, 1 or 2 pieces of utility on some of their players. Second timeout called here for VP. Some deliberation here, I think, on either what needs to be done or what kind of round they want to call. I think he said, yeah, I'll buy the fucking flash.
Smoke top red. Oh, it's good.
Oh, we're flying.
It's a chance for Ultimate, but he's so smoked out. He can turn.
There it is.
And he won't miss that one. Oh,
he
two
is
for
the one.
Ultimate. Frag grenade exposed Norbert, and a desperate walk through smoke. They go for the run boost. Ooh. They chuck Ultimate into the play.
It wasn't even your pause, you know?
And you come out with something fresh. And we haven't really kind of put the magnifying glass on Ultimate all too much.
Yeah, but so far it doesn't seem like anything bad, and the few moments of the op are looking good. So, it's at least the right start.
He's definitely not taking over the server, as you wouldn't expect from somebody as inexperienced as him.
Yeah.
But what he has shown us in these glimpses is definitely something that I can imagine Twists, who has obviously taken responsibility for scouting him.
Yeah.
These little glimpses.
I mean, that's what I saw when I watched.
That's what you look for, right?
What I saw when I watched demos was sort of what we're seeing here. It's just like the shots are looking good, but it was hard to see. Does he have like the X factor to bring into play against tier 1 teams? Still a far cry from knowing if, you know, that test is passed, and there's stuff that he has no idea how well he's going to fare in. And,
sure.
But of course, Liquid took a risk in picking him up. So far, so good. Fame will take down Nath as VP have a pseudo save going on. Jane frustrated recently because he doesn't want to suck for his whole career, I think was the quote. He's tired of sucking.
Well, get better.
Yeah, so they got, you know, they got Electronic.
Oh, that's kind of rude.
They got Zoma. They're trying to end the suck. Of course, he said this after becoming a major winner.
Of course.
Just so everybody's aware.
As one does.
Those are the standards we're talking about with Jameson.
Blind opponent, smoked opponent. Not the hardest job in the world here for Ultimate in this one, but also just a moment you don't want to see him drop, right? 2 shots, 2 kills, good. Keep it that clean. They didn't see him, they didn't shoot back at him. I want to see him test it. I want to see him squeezed. And right now he's got that deep A angle going on. This is an early A opening left by Liquid. We talked about how if Ultimate was here, things could have been different with the walkout from Virtus.pro. Well, now's a moment where yet again, a pack is looking in his direction. And a molly that goes so deep.
This is tough. I mean, like, there's still full B control here for the CT side with the door
invitation.
Smoke. Yeah.
Now he's under pressure. This is a chance to multi-frag. He only gets the 1. JKS trying to get back to Donut.
That's nuts.
Excellent recovery there,
Okay.
while half flashed. And it takes the life out of that VP hit.
Sometimes
so Ultimate does what he had to. 1. And JKS finds the slack.
That frag right there, that moment from JKS, that's what Skulls was not doing.
Sure.
That moment where you're fighting players from the signpost as people are exiting A main, that's that level of not too passive that you have to be ready for as an anchor. That was the main difference, where Skulls never felt comfortable trying to do that, where you kind of saw that when Skulls was playing on Pain. But he couldn't kind of bring that out on Liquid. But JKS kind of shows us how it's done right here with that perfect timing and that perfect angle where players are lined up as they're exiting. and there won't be a flash in your face. Really nicely done to complement the opening frag from Ultimate. And sometimes you gotta hit the free throw with your eyes closed. So JKS is not like the hardest shot in the world, but he had to do it completely blind. And the hopes are dashed here for Virtus.pro on that round, and maybe this one too. We've got one AK on Flit, or the Lil on Flit.
It ain't the best. Feels like the flashes have been really muting VP's chances, right? We see Ultimate get 2 freebies. We see JKS kind of dealing with blind Tech 9s in the middle of it. Oh, missed shot. He'll try to recover as they flood forward on him, and Twist isn't too far away, so sends a couple shots over the box. Ooh, he gets away from Naf, though. That Galil gets chucked away. Twists, he's going to try to keep control of the situation. Not allow for them to group up in cave, just lean on JKS's rotation into sight. And Twist even taking it one further. Looking to go challenge the back of ramp. JKS all the way deep on long, just kind of leaning back away from the pistols. That M4 will press into him, but he'll handle that one. Health advantage is his. Round advantage is Liquid's.
19 and 11 so far. New guys looking good.
Looks like a summer of Face It with Sponge and Just Harry has done wonders for JKS.
If him and Ultimate are in the 2v, Ultimate Savage, an Ultimate Savage round.
Why are you burning the good one?
Yeah, it just came to me.
Shut up, boy. Our manager will be in contact with anybody who steals that.
Here's a deep angle.
Now it's the 2 of them. This would have been a perfect, you know. They're literally here, Launders.
Forget we said that. Watch this. You're going to drop it. It's going to be great.
JKS.
They don't know James is here.
Nah.
See if it matters. It matters.
Ultimate just departed as well, so no trade potential. Just because you have 12 doesn't mean you beat VP.
Oh, yeah.
Going for the push, Yakindar. Nope. Oh, thought better of it, and it's the right decision. Flit had just turned around. His spidey senses tingled.
A-site's compromised. Electronic just weasels his way through to the back of default and can really extend here.
I think Ultimate's position becomes very interesting because, again, James got the kill in there. There was never a trade. Then they slip out from Donut, and Ultimate's actually taking the place of JKS. If they can deal with Norbert fast enough, then...
They still don't seem to know that it's A. They're going to now. And they know Ultimate exists. They just don't know exactly where. Oh, okay.
Not ideal. Even the save here is not guaranteed. Twists will certainly help out Yakinder if he wants to go for an exit, but looks like he's trying to duel, and that's going to cost him.
This is where Ultimate just walks in and diffuses.
Nice try.
Nice try. Yeah. He just walks away and thinks about next round. Paid by the round, Virtus.pro. They don't even see the score at the top. They've disabled it on the HUD. If you ask them right now, they're winning. That's the kind of composure Liquid are up against.
Free one for James.
They give up when it's over, not a second before.
1 of 5 map points taken away. EP have definitely put a question mark around Liquid's A side of the map. Oh.
Let's go on and phase it. We've seen...
Big matter of timing, and if he's throwing flashbangs, Twists doesn't pounce, doesn't run that risk, and as he falls back though, yeah, nice timing from Flit to walk out and deal with it. His retreat interrupted by Yakindar, who thinks about the swing. Goes for the wall bang, but there's support here for Flit, so not a good idea for Yakindar to full commit. No trade potential, team flash hits, not the prettiest situation here for VP, but Yakindar eats that one. Blind as a bat. Still, 5v4.
Entire jar of mayonnaise right there.
VP can line up here for the ramp hit. They want to take this B site. They may find it stacked unexpectedly.
Yeah, is this the right idea? Elbow control. Wow, wow, the insurance kill.
Now they're going to pounce, but there's still numbers here. Team Flashers are kind of sketchy. NAV's going to come out with a double. JKS wins his, and a 2v5 to the 2v2.
And they'll reroute.
They thought they could just jump. They thought they could just rush. NAV's got the angle, but Flit's got him locked in here. 24 seconds for the bomb to cross from ramp. NAV's going to keep on working his way deep. Right side cave. Oh, NAV, that's nasty. His third and no further as James drops him in anticipation of JKS. He's going to have to get this plant in. 10 seconds to the clock.
Plays it so carefully.
Goes for the commitment. Molotov on the bomb plant. JKS forces him out. It's 84 HP for James. He peeks deep and takes it. VP, 2 of 5, and only 3 to go.
Yeah. They survived that narrowly. Very close call. Great try from NAF with the kills that he got. But VP stand the test. It's a huge round from Flit. This wall bang is. Ooh. Welcome to Tier 1. Can't even stand there.
Still money here for Liquid.
See if they can create some momentum out of this.
Comes in with limitations. Yakindar. God, he's been close to getting those duels, but it's at least enough to turn him back for now.
He's still looking very composed in those moments, though.
Agreed.
So that's a good sign.
I mean, it's his job to not let it go, and he's done a good job of that while also staying alive. Sometimes careless deaths, you know, ammunition for his critics. Not the case tonight. No control of this entire map, barring ramp and lane.
It could be just a similar round to last, with the low, sort of information that VP have, but also no pushes from Liquid and heavy K presence. VP don't want to test this. They can smoke it out. Still 2 to use here for Norbert.
Twist takes up a big position. He's got the fire in front. Oh, he doesn't win the duel, and neither does NAF. Can't stop the bomb plant safely on the other side of Pillar, and on top of that, it's covered. 2 big pickups from Virtus.pro as they just walk into the bomb site.
They really gave him hell on this exec, and no reason for Ultimate to get involved in this situation. He'll be hanging back with his op. But with just an MP9 in play, why not knock down a couple of guns if you can?
Kit's on A, though. That's the problem. He's going to try to test it. Going to keep him committed. Norbert's sticking around, too, to lend that helping hand. Dies as JKS peeks out, trying to bring a couple more down with him. But that's where we're going to let it go. 3 up VP. It was 5 map points.
And sometimes, roster moves are born in situations where there's not a lot of time to prep and stuff, but they've had weeks of scrims. And there's also times where sometimes you have too much runway before your first official, and you kind of over practice and aren't just ready. The expectations get too high, and then you fail in the official. But I think they kind of hit that sweet spot on this break. I think Twist said 3 weeks of prep.
Yep.
For a pretty big undertaking for both himself and the
all 3 weeks with access to computers.
Yes, it's not a boot camp without computers.
Twist's decision, Twist's preference.
They didn't fix any cars this time.
Never seen a coach with a binder. We've seen notebooks.
Yeah, that's true. That's a statement. Hey, I prepare.
We've seen clipboards.
And I protect my prep. Okay? Those pages could be empty, but who's going to believe that?
3 in a row here for Virtus.pro. It's going to be a little half buy by the looks of it for Liquid. 1 full purchase left in the follow-up. But Ultimate's got the op. We saw that run boost where he was able to get the 2 free kills, and this time, again, tasked with setting up in mid around the pistols. round where he could shine.
Yeah.
Jane gives himself a flash. He's gonna post up. They see him boosted, they disassemble. Ultimate, missed chance. He rang a shot off.
He'll stick around though.
It was Jame looking the wrong way, so.
They have elbow protected. He actually still has view.
Eats that. Jame catching Yukinder top ramp.
The bomb is on the other side. They kind of have to help it out.
Yeah, but all the while, the bomb itself and the bomb site going the way of the T's. Ultimate, he's got it cut off.
Yep.
They're gonna smoke it. Now that should guarantee James' passage. It's all a matter of timing, and he's not on the money. Fame takes bomb to plant, and the Cave player's clearing sight, dodging the op, but Ultimate, we didn't see it from his POV. Had a shot at Jame when he fell backwards, throwing flashes at the bomb site. Missed the shot, could have dropped the bomb. Not the case. And so VP take their 4th consecutive in the face of losing map 1.
So it's definitely sort of what I was expecting though, was like, you know, I didn't see him just like being overtly aggressive or anything like that, but having him set up for these pick plays, I think is like the perfect way to get him to get sort of his feet wet when it comes to playing in this team. And I'm sort of expecting like a wonderful on-ramp in terms of like how wonderful came onto the team in place of Simple, where he had a lot of consistency and reliability, but wasn't going to take tons of initiative by himself and make rounds about him in the same way that Simple could and would just often do. But that might be great for Ultimate, as long as they give him those pick plays. And now you see Wonderful is more autonomous in the way that he plays with his op and is struck a balance in terms of when he can take initiative, but he's still the same sort of like in the back style of opper for the most part. It certainly feels like Ultimate's going to try to be slotted in the same way. But you can see the trepidation when he gets out to that position. How much farther do I go? Do I go back from this spot? All right, well, are we going to get overtime? That's the big question.
Kindar, the timing. Oh, he wins his duel, but he's going to get swarmed.
He's got help from behind. No one's here.
None at all. This is all Yukinder all day. And he's in anticipation of the follow-up. Elbow push. Twist gets through. Oh, but James survives the dink and takes him down for man advantage. They needed 5 in a row to force this into overtime.
Yes.
3 kills from doing exactly that.
And they never look at the score at the top. So now you can be autonomous Ultimate. How are you going to make this round viable in a 3-on-4? You've got free reign. It's NAF and the new guys. Virtus.pro slither the map and incognito. You know you can't leave until the last second, JKS, because they could come out of A main at any moment. 2 guys on B is definitely a good situation here for Liquid. It's going to come down to the shots being hit. This is where you want the op to be.
Let's see if he can shine. Final chance in regulation. Flit gets in, utility, the warning sign, Ultimate turns over, scoped in, distraction from NAF, Ultimate, no, nothing. Norbert, double headshot, and the bomb goes down. Now JKS, we wondered what the form would be. Fantastic so far here in the opening map of the series. Nothing to lose in this 1v3. He's got a flash, no kit, and there may not be one on the bomb site either. We got a pillar position for Virtus.pro, a deep peek to come out, and 5 straight demanded of him, 5 straight delivered.
Ooh, of course it was going to be an overtime test from Virtus.pro on the Liquid debut. Let's run it.
Kinder could have gotten a little more, but a beautiful kill from Electronic.
I mean, that was a moment where Yukinder gets a kill, and then he's incredibly vulnerable, right? I mean, if they had someone behind him, it would have made perfect sense.
Yeah.
Either to at least help him leave after he gets the kill, or if they want to push forward and double down on the pressure. But they didn't really have a contingency plan to what looked like the best case outcome. He actually got his kill.
Gonna have to do it in OT. Oh, VP trying to run with that momentum they established at the end of the T side, straight back into the aggression.
Another round where they see nothing outside B. And there's a lot of noise here for the CT side. No visuals. Virtus.pro might get the inkling. They can start to lean. Because as valuable as it is to have the information outside of B, you're also tying up resources playing there. It looks like they'll spread back towards the A site after not seeing anything, even though they haven't pushed out to spawn.
There's that rumbling of a flashbang. Nice headshot out of Fame. Twist, who had just tried to tuck back into the cave entrance, ends up being the first casualty. It's a fallback from JKS. VP smoking top red. Now NAV can't get into the mix. JKS has had to forego control of Donut. Instead, he's going to take the front line up on A main. Ultimate and Temple starting to turn around. JKS goes in. Oh, he doesn't finish the kill. 8 health for Norbert. We've got Ultimate in cave with the A1S, not the op. No nades here either for the CT side. Nap tries to throw himself into the heat of battle. 2 kills for Nap. Ultimate turns and he's got a double 2. There it is. Liquid taking it back from VP as that A site looked under wraps, but it's Jame back in with another clutch attempt. Ultimate's on the backside of the site and no quick scope. It's a 3-piece from the kid to post Liquid's first in OT.
It's not the gun we were hoping to see the multis on, but it's a welcome sight and something you're going to have to be good at. The M4 3-piece from Ultimate, the full house between him and Naf, holding down the A site. That was a good-looking round from VP up until that moment. The full exec came in, but the site defense was there. That was even JKS getting caught off guard, trying to push in. It was looking a little bit bleak for a moment.
Naf in the thick of it. Ultimate also tested. There you go. Hype him up, eh?
Good energy there out of Myth or 2.
Twists on his right, Myther on the left. That's a feels good moment for Ultimate, man. It's just gonna kind of shake it off a bit.
Yeah, it's an exciting day. I mean, first, Tier 1 LAN match.
It's an exciting day, but it's also an incredibly nerve-wracking moment.
For sure. For sure.
Exciting in both. It's like that good and bad anxiety.
Absolutely.
That's thrill
that's
of
called living.
performance.
Yeah.
And also, you're thinking back, 30th round of the game, he is kind of on the cave exit with play, and he does nothing.
He could have won that round.
Exactly.
But the game's not over.
Nope. He's just been quietly doing his job, and now he posts a big moment like that to give them a little edge.
So it was 5 straight, but not 6.
Liquid with a late answer, but James got the response. Ultimate feeling real good. 1 round to go.
Actually, a nice tactic. They're spaying through the smoke, but they had the intention to HE it and then take the op shot. Oh, Nafli saw a foot.
Norbert, cheesy, comes out from it. They're gonna pop open smoke, twists. He sees Flit jump up onto the wood. CTs go deep. It's damage in, barely standing. Yakinder holds on for dear life. It's JKS and Twist V3 trying to get into the site. JKS hangs on and Jame down low, but they know Twist was up in cave. His position very well known. A minute 10, 1v2, 2 health here for Van Dolken.
Man, that's gonna be difficult. I mean, there is no better play here for Virtus.pro than to wait after being spotted because they're on the T side. So now they have to wait long enough that it's possible they go A and then they can, as we can see, just re-aggress on the B site, but it is a total Susam C here for Twists. He just has to make his best guess. And he won't be pulling off any retakes today. So if he picks the right site to stand in, maybe there's a chance. 2 HP. We've seen a 1v3 from him. This would be a step up, I think, in effort. But with Jame on the op, they do have to be careful.
Jame on the op and 12 health. Oh, just missed the timing. James gotten too close now. James got it. Back turned, all too easy.
That was by a nanosecond.
Yeah, Father Time sneaks by again.
But the first round of OT was actually another good start in the default to VP. The opening kill, the map control, the lead into the A-side exec. It was just a failure mechanically when they needed to actually get the bomb down and win. This round is just a good round from beginning to end. So it's definitely a little scary here for the defenders.
JKS and Twists in mid. Leaves Ultimate to just post up A main. Him and Electronic could lock horns, but right now there's cave pressure. There's a potential ramp hit. Flick goes through it. Oh my God, and the smoke, trying to chase, and that's the setup for NAF to just deal with it. If NAF's back on site, then, well, he'd hold this back. Instead, oh, he even gets a second. No business coming in like that. Yakinder's gonna throw one at him too. 2 kills back for VP. And again, we get equalized, hectic scenes across the map, and a scoped up James hits his target.
But he's trying to get towards A. Electronic as they're on the other side of the map. Can't help him. He said, bring me the bomb, and I'll do the rest.
Locked in between the 2 CTs. Electronic knows that Twist is up here soon, his back to be exposed. Electronic fires off, so Twist knows he's pinched. And all the while, JKS looks to slide down ramp, but the box player could see him. Oh, it's all about the timing.
Is there any doubt that he could have crossed to the left? JKS says no, he's here.
Who peeks when and where? JKS sat back, waiting for the further one, tries to hit James, and he does the damage. Twist between the 2, VP pinch, and it is just perfection.
Damn. Of course, in a game of patience, who better than VP to show you who's boss? That was a tough situation to synthesize. It was the CTs who had the advantage of waiting for the action to come their way, but VP still find a way out. Real chess match of patience and composure right there. And this shot was everything. Oh, man.
Just missed him.
Crazy. The moments are crazy here. Crazy close.
Tight game. Twist just wanted a good debut.
Well, what a comeback for Virtus.pro, man.
Yeah.
6 of the last 7 rounds, I think.
They've given us some Counter-Strike to talk about. A run boost. Electronic trades JKS, but he's not going to go down for free. His 24th frag to the board. Twist gets picked. Yakinder pops Norbert, and this B site could be under pressure, but Flit's gone down ramp. Cleared out by NAF. They're going to try to just trudge their way forward with utility on the deep lane. It's a bit of an edge. So much fire that James can't push through.
And it'll have to be the great T side that we saw from the first half for Liquid, which is already starting off better.
The offense has been strong for both. Electronic pops through smoke. NAF's got him blindsided as he just pries over top of the flames. And so VP hit hard on the B site.
Okay.
I mean, JKS goes down so fast in mid, I can't believe he brings one with him.
Absolutely. It's been a few really impactful rounds out of James with the AWP. That's a big story on the other side of the map.
That peek into Twist on the edge of the smoke.
Yeah. Right now, he knows that there's a rifler about to peek him, but his peeks are very careful. Will he keep the op? Will it matter?
Yeah, listen, your CT side could leave something to be desired, but if Liquid want to tap back into the strong T side of their own, go ahead. Sweep them.
15 to tie and go to another OT. 16 to close out right here, and VP will use their 1 timeout of overtime. So Zuma can get involved. Zoma. It sounded like he was about to say, yeah, that was a great idea, but what about this?
I hear you.
I'm listening.
I hear what you're saying, but maybe no. Trying to find that middle ground as they work it out in the Team Liquid debut.
Oh, it's a great first map. Couldn't ask for much more than this.
It's what you come to expect when you have to start your run against Virtus.pro.
And unfortunately, the more experienced team you expect in overtime is the one that's going to get more warmed up, going to have the deeper playbook that takes advantage of the situation. It's going to be Liquid who have to get a bit more scrimmy, who are going to be out of prep sooner, who are going to have to rely on more individual efforts.
Such a contrast in mid-control this time for VP, though. Not a single point of pressure for Twist to deal with. He works right out elbow. They want the B site, and they're going to take it fast. Oh, it's an angle here for Yakinder, but the flash comes through well. James got the cover on the other offer. NAF and JKS, they get the advantage, but here comes Electronic with missed shots and an attempt at a second. He goes down. Fame, quick, through the flames. Minute to the clock. He tries to press, and these 3 Ts could pin it against the wall. Team Liquid take 15.
That was a good-looking round, and that was some more classic Yakinder play on Banana on this map. That was something that at one point he ended up doing too much, right? He was doing it and getting away with it, and eventually teams were understanding how he was going to do it, Now we're seeing it sprinkled in here and there, and it looked really good there for a second. The flash was perfect to counter. The James support on the off helped on the defense as well. But to be honest, we are seeing that the individual level across Liquid is higher than VP's for sure. They've got Norbert at the top. We do have Electronic having some good rounds. James having most of the impact in the later part of this match.
It's fast, Mo. Oh, they tried it. They tried to go back to what worked in regulation. Last round of the T side, the all-in A rush.
And the counter call is, let's stop the A rush.
Oh, boys, boys, boys. Do you think it would be that easy? VP are having none of your games. Jubilation in the round prior, Twist's 1v5 attempt. It would have to be something miraculous.
If he wins this, I trust every call from here on out.
Problem is the bombs on that pile of dead bodies back in main.
Yeah, that's true. 3, 2, 1.
Not a problem for VP, shall we say? Double OT, locking horns with Virtus.pro in your attempt at a debut. Sounds hellish, if you ask me. Twist tries to peek in deep and falls to the hands of Norbert, so the talent's there for Liquid across the board. You are dead on.
Yeah.
Everybody putting up numbers, barring Ultimate, who's showing some struggles at this level right now, but ready for this rush. Off with the deep peek. James got 2 for free. And his front defense in Fame just locks all that in.
So about what we expect. I mean, just good T sides from both teams. Splitting 2-1 to tie, bringing us to a double overtime situation. It's the best warm-up you could ask for. Ooh. That's a waste of smoke inside of elbow.
Fighting for the mid control that yet again VP looked willing to give over.
Fame will take A in exchange.
Fame and Flit waiting to kick it up a notch. Deep red control here for Twists himself.
Yeah, Electronic maybe hoping for that sort of red room split to A. Right now, they actually, this really kind of messes up the CT setup a bit. Electronic could have played within the smoke in the situation to watch, but now the Norbert has to peel back a bit. This means that B site is actually wildly undefended, and Twist is in place for a lurk. That one small positioning change means that now they've got to frag to make up for it. Oh, and that tiny little CT Molotov is not going to get Twist out of this spot.
Nah, that dinky little red can. All the while, though, the elbow flank's coming out.
The retake spots here, man. This is a great opportunity for Liquid.
Yeah, Twist moved at the right moment, right before mid starts to get cleared. Perfect timing on his activation. Good clear back from Norbert. Steps the bleeding. Flit one and done. And Norbert with fire in front can't go all in. But because the mid control slips back to VP, check out Cave. Nothing Liquid can do in terms of taking that half of this post plant. Fame arrives, sees nothing yet. NAV's going to get locked into the corner of sight.
If they communicate, they could go and clear this together.
James trying to work up ramp.
Yeah, but look at this. He can't protect him.
Nah, Fame slides out. He goes down after one. There's a deep peek queued up, but Norbert hits the shot. And now NAV is just locked into this cubby. The Molotov comes out from ramp. He knows the positions, but it's the pistol and the spray away from Norbert.
Oh, that's a mistake from Liquid. And that's one that comes with the communication. That could have been Ultimate asking Yakinder to push with him to try to get backlane control, or Yakinder walking forward and asking him one way or the other. They needed to be more active there. And Nafly had more of a depressed position that couldn't defend Yakinder. As we can see, Fame takes a shot for free. And it's great that Naf gets the refrag, but at that point, they're down numbers, so.
I don't know, I was jiggling fucking, I was looking. Nice!
It wouldn't really have mattered. He would have had to be, so far out to protect him. So that was, I think that was a mistake more between Ultimate and Yakinder, not being, it's just slightly more proactive. Or using Ultimate's info as an escort for Yakinder to get out wide, something like that. But they didn't know where everybody was. And, of course, you're going to see some growing pains like that. But Liquid will now use their one timeout in overtime. Pretty fierce attack, but great retake here from Virtus.pro.
was never going to be easy.
Can always lean on Norbert. Coming in with the big impact in OT.
Yeah, he's doing good today. He's someone whose form is in and out. For a while there, was getting a little bit worse again with the addition of electronic and the restructuring and everything like that. But
I mean, Norbert's form, much like his place in VP, in and out, and a welcome back as he elevated them for a few months there towards the tail end of 2023. "26 kills at the moment, Norbert. 24 for Jame. The two players left in that retake as well. So, yeah, okay, your B site falls. They scoop it back up just as quick.
the real test for both these guys is that CT side. And the gamble calls towards A. I don't think there's really any questions about the T sides in terms of how good they've been. They've both shown great rounds on the attack. So let's hop right back in, shall we? You have to underscore how good of a situation it is for Virtus.pro to start off with a CT round here. That's what's going to make the difference in overtime.
Ultimate trying to set up this three-player elbow push. Ooh, early one for your Kindar, but in anticipation of a ramp push. Oh. Yeah, he didn't think Flit would have gotten that far. Can the rest of the pieces flood through the red room? Oh, missed shot from Jame. Twist dodges the bullet, and JKS yet again comes in with that donut impact, but the op is still alive. And watch Jame thrive.
Yeah, and he can wait, actually delayed for his team to clear up behind him. But in a 3v3, maybe not a bad situation for Liquid.
Very quick move from Electronic, trying to join forces as they take the CT lane.
Oh yeah.
It's Ultimate out with the rifle again, but here comes Jame, called back into the action. Half health, banked nade, almost gets it done. Ultimate just keeping his head down as he could very well be back on that lane. Jame knows he's over here somewhere, but exactly where is to be found.
He's not thinking he's behind default anymore. And that'll get him killed.
Well-timed peek from Ultimate as he kept his head tucked, sweeps away the Opper, and a very fast transition into that A hit.
Definitely. Nice refrag from Ultimate. Nice closing kill from Ultimate as well.
Off the pause from Team Liquid.
Yes. Right back into it. This flash play. They were ready to act. Being on the same page for those moments is so critically important. Sometimes you can't respect the smoke.
Ultimate gets out middle. Oof, eats the flash. It's fine by him. No pressure here from VP. Oh, Yikinder tries to get another one over Norbert. This time he's the first victim. Just pushing through smoke on his own again.
Going off a feeling.
It's one of those things, right? Live by the sword, die by the sword. Ultimate trying to stay sharp as well, flashing his way deep through red. Good job to get him off the angle.
Yeah, now he's the rook on a file right now. We'll see if they can get him off, but he's also quite low. 1 HE,
Yikes.
A bit of molly.
Oh, they're swinging! Ooh. And Flit's gonna connect to the head. Flit tries to get back, JKS dueling with him over the lip of the stairs. Bomb to join Twist out A main. We've got Fame falling back. Oh, wow. Twist also did it, just times through smoke.
What a gap to find.
And then he's gonna hear that reposition. Nav's gonna try to get ahead of this angle from Jame.
Jame goes deep, the flash is good.
That's so
Set up
beautiful.
by Naf perfectly. Jame peeks to Donut, hits his shot. Naf tries to pressure it back, needs to get the bomb over. Huge drop shot out of Jame, and another. Twists barely stands, and a 3v2 for VP to take the edge in double OT. Sure enough, Flit and Norbert come out to help. Just give Jame a little runway, and he'll take off before you see it coming. Those shots, so good.
Yes, even the wall bang damage, everything like that, and right there when you need them. And I mean, I love the play that Naf and Twist set up. Twist says, hey, let's make it seem like it's an exec, and we're not out here yet. The flash from Naflies, beautiful. But Jame absolutely needs to kill Nafly in this position, and he does pull it off. It was a great try. These two teams are fighting like hell right now.
Switching back to where VP owned T-sides.
Yeah, man.
Flash high, Flit in the nade.
And again, that's the key thing. They finally got the 2 CT rounds.
And Cubby mollied, but here we go. 4-player pack looking to just work up ramp. We've seen Ultimate fall on B empty-handed. This time, he calls Norbert on the approach. Smoke to pop ahead of him. CT smoke deep ramp. Is Naf going to go through this?
Yeah, he could. I mean, it's connected to the door, to the wall.
Thinking about it.
Oh, but he can't get through.
They're going to go for the plant. He's made noise. Flit's on high alert here, but Flit, I think, is also in the smoke. Oh, God. Naf eats a team flash. Flit's also lost inside of it. Oh, Naf, that's the shot. That's the one. Fame goes deep to Cave, but look at Yakindar. He's got a great spot. They don't see it coming. And now the last 2 Ts stuck backside. Electronic tries his damnedest, but it's Liquid with a quick CT win.
We're all tied up again. Ultimate gets the first kill, then they can stay calm. He doesn't overcommit. The rotations come in, and the smokes make it a little hairy because they don't know when they can get involved in the retake, but they're patient enough to wait it out. And Naf knows something's up with this. I'm going to check to see if someone's sitting in the corner, waiting for my lurk, and he's right about it. A couple of those moments, he could have literally walked through, but the way Flit was playing it, it would have been impossible to know for sure when. No audio cues, nothing.
I like that slow burn play from Yakindar, staying in the corner as the site gets taken over. Didn't make a move before a teammate could capitalize on his play.
Some call it baiting, others call it winning.
Fast movement, here we go. Electronics on the chase. T-side smoke almost gives them a way to get out. Yes, Electronic takes space with it, but he could have just had 2 players frazzled on full display. Does Yakindar decide to swing? You know that gap looks so inviting to a player like him. Tunnel visioned on the chance. Flit posted. Dodges a couple shots. Shows a little presence, but make sure to stay alive.
Scary thing for Liquid. When they feel uncomfortable, they don't want to let Virtus.pro win the map like they've been so good at doing on these T sides. Again, this is the dangerous side, but they survived the first test. Twist and JKS doubling up on Donut, but this doesn't tell me that they're going to retake mid. This tells me they're just more worried about A than anything else, and that's actually the correct suspicion. They should be paranoid about it, and now we do have some of the cavalry coming in from their perches to clear out these positions for them. JKS, eyes forward on main.
Yep, we already sang his praise.
They've got the right inkling.
Kindar starts to peel back. There's movement here. He comes over to just bolster this defense. Nate does decent chip damage. JKS posted. Molly's burning. What a second shot. Not able to get the third. 2 kills back right there for the T's. It's Yakinder backside trying to, again, add defense. Instead, he just burns to a crisp. Naf off the flash doesn't make his play. They've cleared out the donut. CTs try to spam, but you can't keep VP off this site. They hammer their way through. Ultimate looking to peel somebody off, but that donut player's got no reason to step up. Electronic doesn't go deep.
Spotted.
Ultimate sees a bit of it, tries to go wide. Electronic serving up the distraction, missed no scope, and Naf needs all 3 in this retake, but he's lost his line on Electronic. He knows there's another player deep, and Electronic puts 2 up on site. VP 18.
That's right. Eat your heart out, VP. You have done well. That's a lot of pressure coming in for Liquid. I want to say it's a bit of a mistake, though, from Ykinder. There's no smoke there on the... There's not adding the value of having a smoke when the molly comes out to back default, and it's JKS to free up this position. He just swings out wide. It's some of Ykinder's damage, at least, to help with one of those 2 kills. But it gets a little bit claustrophobic back there.
It's almost like, why not Temple instead?
Yeah. I think...
Anyways, we won't have
knows
time.
he has to swing regardless.
Yeah, right back into the heater. We got VP trying to test it. Elbow smoked up both ends, and a little more mid-vision. Last time Liquid eat flashes and have to dive back through Donut. This time they can keep a set of eyes on it. Overtime 3, or an awesome comeback from Virtus.pro. Took 5 rounds straight in regulation just to push it into OT. Ykinder's gonna swing. Flint. Oh, he was ready, but Ykinder wins the duel.
Oh, he's been such a pest.
Can Ultimate survive the test? 2 stepping towards him. They're gonna boost. It's gonna call for the flick, but he saw it. He's turned it, and yes, he tracks. Double from Ultimate.
Okay.
That's what they need.
That's the lockdown. We might be going to a triple overtime here on map 1. I don't even know how VP will find a way out of this. Bomb is so far back. 50 seconds. Surely it's a foregone conclusion. With the jumping headshot on Norbert.
Why not? Jumping in celebration. James just burns twists.
Okay.
I'm not sure how these kills happen, but it's too much to handle.
Yeah,
VP.
no oh my God, we're going to another overtime. So even with the 2 rounds to kick off this overtime from Virtus.pro, on CT side, that was not the solution. Liquid step up big time.
And quietly, Ultimate starting to join the pack. We were singing the praise of the other 4 from Liquid, the more experienced core. They'd propped it all up with kills. James gonna turn around here. We always say he times everything to perfection, but I mean, surely he can't kill them all. Stop it, James, enough. Another shot goes through. Naps on the other end of the map to make sure all goes well. Give him an extra 5 seconds though, and who knows what he gets up to.
Yeah. No, there's actually no better warm-up than an overtime like this, just to get all the nerves out, all the ideas, break into new territory. I think this is when you actually do the most growing in terms of as a player and as a team is in overtime and officials. And it's really cool to see that Liquid are keeping up with VP, who are more used to being in this position. But Ykinder's form today has been overall striking. We've seen a couple of moments where, I mean, and again, it's a double-edged sword with him, always. Even when he's at his prime, you've got to take what the good with the bad.
Yep.
He's going to give you X factor. He's going to sometimes make mistakes or be overzealous. It is what it is, but it's so much better than it was earlier this year. That's, I think, the important thing.
Comes through smoke, tries it again. Norbert ready for his antics. Oof. Now that's going to leave Ultimate pretty damn exposed on B. Does he make a move? Not afforded the opportunity, goes back onto the pillar instead. Now, if he kills Flit and Cave, now he's got the sight back.
Oh, yeah.
And all the while, VP slowly walking his way. He's going to hear the utility usage and try to post back up.
No support on the walk down on the ramp with the up. This is
kind of crazy.
Balls right here. How far will he go, and how much will he get away with?
Oh, if only he went further. But what a daunting task. I mean, he's got the entirety of what's left of VP right here coming towards sight. Finally, JKS starts to run over. Ultimate with another multi-frag as we get deeper and deeper into OTs. And he doesn't feel pressure from the ramp, so he goes back towards Cave. Clean kill out of Electronic. And VP so close to this bomb site. No reason to believe they can't take it over. JKS, it's your chance. And they expect him over towards Long. He goes down empty-handed, and Virtus.pro break through.
Man, as good as that kill was from Ultimate, it really came down to just him in the site. He ended up getting another on James. Oh my God, no way, the adjustment.
Norbert from downtown dunks the nade on top, and we've got Twists back to the clutch.
And they only have some idea of where that came from. Twists, can he win the 1v1? 10 seconds to stick.
Oh man. Oh, Norbert doesn't go.
And he's saying pros don't fake.
He sees it. Oh. He's got those wires. Locked in. Norbert denies him.
And yeah, I don't know what triggered Ultimate into falling back into the Molotov into, oh my god, what's happening? Because he doesn't go to check cave right away. I mean, I like that he doesn't come through and just try to play too passive right out of the gate. But it did sort of mean that he was eventually going to be surrounded. And the rotations were not quite in place for him to be in such an aggressive position without dying.
Oh, James.
What a find.
Okay.
What a refrag.
We're starting to heat up here. Ultimate almost now breaking even. Was like 14 and 20 at one point. He's looking to support Yakindar. Oh, and he's got himself another.
There he is.
3 out of Ultimate. Starting to post them. The deeper we go, the better he gets. And Electronic from chirping to looking at his shoes.
We're in OT3, folks, and we are tied up once again. Electronic in a 1-on-4 situation, yelling last round.
Stepping through the smoke and flames, that's a message from Liquid and impact from Ultimate.
Big time. And we saw more rifle impact in the earlier rounds. Now we're getting more op impact, which is what he's getting paid the big bucks for.
Flashy moves here, and off of the back of a beautiful opening from James.
That was not easy.
Catches him, kills a second, re-peeks for the third.
Yeah, getting up heaven has been a key spot for him on the CT side. Again, they've been supporting him in the run boosts on a number of rounds here on CT sides.
James and Norbert still topping the charts. Oh, he's got him 2 rounds in a row. Misses the flick over. Yakindar comes through. That's kills through Flit's smoke. And just like that, we are looking at a sweep of the CT side. They're working on it.
So much damage.
Norbert doing a good job again with the wall bangs. Ultimate almost caught twice by that exact same angle. And he's gonna just keep on giving. 27 frags. He surpassed them. Just frag after frag.
Just
Where was
don't ace
this?
in the debut. It's a curse. 4 is good. 4 is good. We're already impressed, Ultimate. Really well done.
Just settle down.
Wow.
Ice cold. There's a smirk. Now he's having fun.
Yeah. Wow, he made that look extremely comfortable. Very easy. And it's 2 over James in the last couple of rounds. The last one was James on the fallback, but it was like through a Molotov, a flash. And there's a bit of pride for Twist. Every time something goes right, he's taking credit for doing the scouting and picking up Ultimate on this team. And again, yeah, he recovers the scoreline completely. It's actually one of the best looking ones on the lineup already.
He's about to pass them all.
Yes. And without 3 OTs, we wouldn't have seen it. So
we look to Virtus.pro to crack newcomers. When it comes down to the deep OTs, instead, Ultimate just powering up.
Yeah. It's going to take, It's going to take 3 rounds here for Virtus.pro to win this game. Liquid only need 1 to guarantee double overtime.
Seen this before, right? Twist has called this split, and again, it works wonderfully. Works out more often than not. Fame in between it all, and Electronic quickly into the CT spawn. Catches it. Fame, great reposition as he gets away from the push into the donut. All the while, Electronic's picking up kills inside sight. NAVI with a headshot a little off the angle.
Yeah.
But that bomb possession, that's everything. That was Electronic wasting no time chasing Twist through spawn to stop that bomb.
Hold on, look at the movement here from NAVI. He's actually catching the rotation from the CT side.
Surely
and it's
not.
in a weird spot where the bomb is not going. So really figure this out. Oh, Electronic underneath the crosshair. Takes out NAVI. And they tie up again.
Electronic just as fast as Twists when it came to just stampeding over towards A. Fame also, from this point, pushing out into middle, dodging this clear originally from Twists. Good value. All while Electronic attacks him on the flank.
It's not going to be a quick day, Nav. Got to put in the work. 40 rounds deep.
OT4 on the cards.
Will someone win 2 straight? That's the question. Liquid have proven enough here on T sides, but now one of their pocket plays that was actually very good for them earlier on this game has been countered.
No,
Get his
loses a
opener.
duel. Could have been a freebie.
Flit has shown tons of comfort when it comes to that push. Down banana.
They go 2 players red.
They get ultimate into an outpost. Now this is one where utility can go back and forth, but it looks like they're coming in dry.
Oh, he hangs on. He's got support, and that Twist support is big. A second out of ultimate. OT3 has been his playground, but that's not all the CTs in position. Twist, he just goes charging in, and Flit comes out with a critical second. Yakinder making a ton of sound right into the waiting hands of James. Ultimate again on this exact same position. His third multi-frag moment in OT3, and it could be the one that puts them on that coveted 21st round win. James tiptoes over. And if there's anybody to rip it away from ultimate, it's gotta be James.
Full kit of utility, bomb planted for Donut, 2 players in there. If Jane figures this out.
It's gotta be the smoke, man. You block that off.
That's the thing.
Smoke on top of bomb or on top of Donut entrance. Could be anticipating long A2, so with the flash he'll go. He's gonna underhand another. They spam him down, and ultimate comes in. 4th kill in the back. What more must he do?
No, I don't know. That's the official top frag of the map.
And that's
in his debut. Yeah, come on.
It just keeps growing.
See some teeth here.
Trying to
he's
play
showing
it cool.
his fangs.
Trying to keep it chill.
This wall bang.
Oh my God, man.
Nice! Let's go!
What a show.
Liquid to 21.
And ultimate to 32.
Trying to shut it down on the T side. Last time they had this chance, it was the all-in immediate A-rush that James laughed off with the stack. Instead, Liquid just trying to play across the board. Immediate mid-control for the 3-player elbow push. Yakinder could be in a tough spot as we get the CTs doubled up in cave.
This is the kind of round Yakinder, you don't want to let it come down.
He gets it.
But he has the player to trade with him. They take over cave versus 2 people.
Now James' chance as he sees one flood by, drops ultimate, knows there's a second. Posts back on the angle. Nap takes his support down. Liquid looking for the map win. Fame slides out with a bunch of damage, and James all the while just keeps fighting cave. Deep he goes, down he goes, and now Fame is all that's left. Team Liquid and Twists wanted just a good debut, while entertainment's on the table. And a clutch is too. Fame, close smoke. Yakinder meets him with another molly, and then he steps into it. It's the information known. Twists fast on the flank, will close it. Ultimate in OT3 shines with the highlights, and Team Liquid send VP a message. Finally, 12 players, 5 coaches, and now something that seems to work.
I think what's really important to remember is when you're a new team and you're a new lineup, you want to get as many reps on the board as possible, as much experience as possible in games, just, to improve. And I feel like that's what Liquid was doing. They were like, let's just keep getting this to go to overtime so that we can just keep playing together and see how it feels. I'm joking, of course. A really long game, a slog between both of these teams, fighting it out, very evenly matched. What did you think of this, Cadian?
Yeah, very much back and forward. I think different players were shining at different moments. Maybe early on we saw JKS and why he was brought onto the team and all the good stuff that he brought. Ultimate a little bit quiet in the beginning, but I think especially towards the OT, when he had the orb in his hand, he managed to have a lot of impact. VP used to not really be that good on this map. They had their moments, they definitely also had their struggles, but yeah, that was a very, very long game.
It's a difficult question to answer and to ask, I suppose, but you've said it there with VP. It hasn't really been very good on Ancient, so Liquid gets this victory, but so many overtimes, having it so close. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for Liquid?
I think it's pretty good for Liquid to get more kind of reps and get more used to each other and playing within this stress. When you play your first official game, if it's just over in the matter of, like, let's say you lose 13-5 or something, then maybe it can be hard to say anything else. No, it was just the first map. Here, you played more than 40 rounds. You really were used to the calling, the stress, back and forward. They had their first overtime under the belt, so I think for them, it's a bit of an advantage.
The first, 3 overtimes under the belt. JK, as you mentioned him, let's go right back to the start. I hope that you can remember this, but difference maker for me on Liquid. I did say it in the pre-match, and I'll say it again. A player that I think is their saving grace and potentially will keep them in the conversation for a lot longer than maybe if they'd brought on someone else. And he showed that right at the start. I think that if it wasn't for him, maybe we'd be having a very different conversation.
Yeah, he was so good in the beginning. I think especially having this kind of anchor position on the T side. He was switching between defending the push and A main and then the re-aggression in middle. He did that with a lot of success. Then he was activated a bit more. He was part of going out aggressively in mid with the flashes being supported. He had a very large amount of crucial kills towards window and created a lot of space for his teammates as well. Not afraid of running in, being aggressive. So he definitely showed why he's been something that a lot of teams wanting to improve has been looking at, because he's been on the market for a while, but I'm sure that a lot of teams has been trying to get this guy to sign a contract.
On the other side, we have the Liquid superstar. He was, for me, during your iteration of Liquid, the stand-up performer. Obviously, now he is the IGL as well. What did you think of TWIST in this particular game in his new role?
Yeah, he had a bit of a rough start in the beginning, but then he made this 1-on-3, which, to be fair, also was because that Jay missed 2 AWP shots, and that's the only reason why he could go and kill the diffuser. But I think he was still dictating pace in middle, both at CT and T. He was being proactive, he was being dynamic, had a lot of good kills. There was also some good calls. Of course, when you're leading 12-7, you want to close it out in the first go. Whether they were on the CT side, so depending on how much value you want to give to the captain and how much you think he has to say on the CT side, they should have probably closed it then. But at the end, he managed to also get the necessary amount of T rounds, and starting out with the first time captaining, getting an 8-4 TF, that's good.
We're focusing in on all the new parts of Liquid, because obviously that is the conversation that everyone's having. So we'll end on Ultimate, who I was a bit worried about the whole way through, but I have to say in the final OT, he suddenly popped up. There's a confidence there that I really like, and I think that that's something positive for the future.
Yeah, there was definitely some small cheeky smiles. We saw also Mytho was definitely hyping him up. I think he even called him Ronaldinho or something weird at some point. But he was not so flicky with the AWP, but he was very consistent, taking the safe shots, hitting those, still being active. One play that worked really well for him was the run boost onto middle. VP were pretty good at being patient, flashing him away and stuff, but he did get some kills, especially when they tried to push through the bottom mid-smoke with the AGs and stuff. He was 180, quickly turning around and getting good kills, so not the worst debut for him, to be honest.
But very close with Virtus.pro, and this is not a team that should be that close on Ancient pushing it through. VP looked reasonably okay. I mean, I think for me, they just monopolized on a lot of the mistakes that we saw Liquid make, the small little mistakes. They were able to take advantage of those.
I think I saw some misses as well from some of their star players. I don't think their rifle trio was up to par. You can also see here on the stats that Norbert was the guy from the rifling trio who had the most kills. And I think personally that Flit, Fame and Electronic is such a strong trio in terms of mechanics, fragging output and so on. So I was a bit surprised to see there was Norbert kind of putting through and making all the dirty work happen. So yeah, they definitely need to be more up there if they want to have a chance in map 2.
I feel like Norbert got so much like sort of negativity during the CSGO time, but since CS2 he really has sort of stepped up, and he can be the difference maker for VP in a way. We didn't really get a chance to talk a lot about them during the pre-match, but seeing as we're here now, let's talk a little bit about the Virtus.pro lineup that we see now. I did ask you this off camera, but I mean, I'll ask it to you here. What do you think of the lineup as it stands now with the addition of Electronic?
I think that it can kind of go a little bit 2 ways, because VP was doing things the VP way for a very long time. And they had success with it, then they had a little bit of a downfall. After winning the Rio Major, removing Norbert, everyone was a bit surprised. Then everything was pretty awful for quite a while, and they were like, please, Norbert, come back. And now, like you said, they have Electronic, and what to make of this. I think he has a very different mindset to the game than James has. If they manage to kind of find the perfect balance between keeping the best things from the VP style and still being a bit more unpredictable and going off the gut feeling like Electronic likes to do, then I think it's very strong. But I also don't know if VP style is a style where you either have to be 100% or nothing. But one round I really want to talk about is a really good call in overtime by TWIST, which we want to set up in just a little bit, where I want to talk about the kind of output as well of the riflers. You see here, a fast split, 120, they're already in CT spawn. Very decisive, gets a kill. Here, you see that JK is pushing through this smoke. They're splitting this side. They had the first kill. Fame is completely alone. He has to face 2 guys from the donut side and 3 guys coming behind him from default on A. There's 2 options here when you're JK as a NAV. Option 1 is that both of you wait. You wait out the bloom of the smoke. You kind of hold the window flank, see if anyone is pushing. Or both of you are fully committing to the trade. What must never happen is that one guy goes and the other guy waits. And that's what happened here. Whether it's miscomms, different styles or whatnot, I don't know. But he gets another excellent kill, electronic flanks, and they lose more or less an unlosable round. At this point, it was 20-20, and I was actually really scared for Liquid. Then they had the round after where they won a, I don't know if it was a 3-on-5 or a 4-on-5, but when Ultimate hit some very good shots in the window room. So, yeah. Just talking about, again, this is the small micro decisions that needs to be on spot if you want to win.
We've had a look now at the longest Ancients in history. And by history, I mean in the last 2 days. We're going to take a quick break. And when we get back, we'll discuss the next map. $22-20 to Liquid on Ancient. The first map of this game as Virtus.pro and Liquid face off. A chance to see the new lineup and what they can do. That is what is going down right now. But now we move on to Virtus.pro's pick, which is, of course, Dust2. And how do we think this is going to play out, Cadian?
I mean, it's a bit of a ballsy pick from VP because it's, statistically speaking, Liquid's best or second best map. They only lost it once. Had a lot of good wins on this specific map. But it's also a map where JM has always been feeling very comfortable. So I think it's a bit of a hard prediction to make how it will go. I think it depends a little bit on how VP gets out of the gates here, because like we talked about individually, they also have some riflers who needs to step up a bit.
It's obviously also difficult to call because the Liquid lineup is very new, right? You've got these 2 new additions, you've changed up your IGL, so the positions have all changed. Doesn't matter what they were doing on Dust 2 before, it might. Do you think it will be different now?
No, I think the position will stay relatively the same. You have the 2 anchors in NAV and JKS. One will be guarding long, the other one will be guarding tunnels. Of course, Ultimate as your AOP player will be roaming a bit. Yakinda in the rotation, and Twist will be supporting towards middle and B. So that's going to stay pretty much the same, and I don't think VP are expecting anything else either.
I want to give a bit of focus to Ultimate because he got a lot of focus coming into this. He became the butt of a lot of jokes because obviously no one really knew who he was. Everyone was kind of surprised as to where he came from. Twist has now said he scouted him, and one of the ways that I'm not looking at the stats or whatever, I like to look at like big match temperament. How do you cope under pressure? Because I think that's a good indication of how you'll survive in Tier 1 CS. And if we take a look at Ultimate sort of in the regular game there on Ancient, not really making a difference. But in overtime, when the pressure is on, he really stepped up to the plate, which is a good sign if you're coming into this very high pressure situation.
I'm going to say something that might surprise you a little bit, Sam, but sometimes when you go into OT, it can also be kind of a relief. I know, like, kind of if you're losing the lead, you can kind of feel a little bit extra pressure. But for me, at least, especially when you are the AWP player, when you play in the regular game and the economy is so pressured, you really want to take care of your AWP like a little bit of a baby. You don't want to lose it because you might not know when you can buy a new one. Not saying that you can buy a baby out there, you probably can, but
I'm pretty sure you can buy a baby. We'll go Google that later.
I don't suggest anyone to do that, but when you then play in OT, you know, okay, I can go for a bit more risk. I can, which you also saw, you know, he made some aggressive peeks in Banana, surprised, James got the entry on him, got the run boost onto window. You know that if I lose this AWP, we will still have money to buy a new one. So I think sometimes as an AWP, it kind of frees you up to do the plays that you actually want to do.
So less pressure in overtime for him.
In some senses,
that's
I mean,
not a good sign. That completely changes the story I was trying to tell here.
No, I mean, for sure there will also be pressure, especially when one or the other team is like hitting map points or you play in the 10 situations. But again, this is just how I feel about it.
Fair enough. All right. So predictions, if you like, coming into Dust 2. Do we see Anubis come out, or do you think that Liquid's going to be able to close this one?
I don't do the prediction.
Cadian refuses to do a prediction. I've tried so hard the last 3 days just to get him to put his head on the
always just say, yeah, maybe not.
Maybe. That's the host's job, to just stand in the middle and be boring and not make a decision. Nothing?
I know. And I was told one thing now, and I want to do this for the first time in my career. Guys, I'm sending it over to Tony and Launders.
Oh, thank you so much. You think somebody like Cadian, you know, the main character, would love making predictions, Mohan, but not putting it on the line. GG bet odds sway the way of Liquid because, I mean, what do you want to talk about? I'll give you the floor. There's a lot to unpack with that first map.
Yeah, they're up a map. I actually loved Cadian's insight. I think he didn't want to take away from anything from Ultimate from that performance, but it did make sense even when you looked at some of the rounds within the game that he didn't look super comfortable at first, and it's both a symptom of playing more rounds, but also maybe the fact that in overtime he could lose the op by it again the next round. But we really got to see what he's capable of, and that was the most important point. That's the difference between the win and the loss there for Liquid. Virtus.pro were right on them. 5 rounds straight to get to overtime, keeping up as they got through overtime. Ultimate improving his performance, getting 21 kills in overtime. Oof. That's what allowed Liquid to win. And it's so crazy that we wouldn't have seen it if it didn't go there. So going the distance was the greatest things for his debut so far. And also JKS as another point.
I'd like that one to be
was another fantastic, as a guy who has played his last official at Sydney, was a standout performer throughout regulation.
I mean, you know, Ultimate kind of took over the show by the end of it. So we're going to remember the highlights he gave us. But I mean, JKS solid from the start. And isn't that just what you come to expect from JKS?
Yeah. Now, he hasn't played since Sydney, so he doesn't even know what Dust 2 really is.
That's fair.
This is his first CS2 map in Dust 2.
I think Dust 2 might be a sponge permaban too, so...
okay. Ooh.
I don't know if they've been playing much.
Yeah, no online pracs on Dust 2.
I could be wrong,
They have had 3 weeks of scrims.
Oh, then you better be fine-tuned.
But it is also VP's map pick, and surely Liquid aren't just going to be consistently good on every map right out the gate.
As a North American, I know better than to get too excited. Dual Beretta's out of ultimate, 1 and done. Twists fades back, but because of the push out of Yukinder, I mean, top mid control, they spot him. Oh, they saw him, just the tip of the head. They take the fight to him. JKS repositioned from long to cat, won't be able to manage a second kill in the pistol, but will Twist's spot go unnoticed? Molly bounces lower. Twists on Goose, 7 seconds. Oh, he taps down 1. The bomb's dropped. It's done. Twists locks it in. No time. And there they go.
Oh my God, yeah. Second there where Naf could have died and the round is lost, but what a hold out of Goose from Twist. Both kills is the guarantee. 1, and there's still probably a plant in a 1-on-2 situation for Nafly. That is entirely losable, so really well done. Twist was also a great performer. He had a 1v3 on Ancient. He didn't really look lost or confused or having to, micromanage in situations. The awareness is all there. They're definitely looking up.
VP coming out of spawn with an AK into Galil and some grenades, but trying to do some last-second fine-tuning here. Won't be anything out of the spawn timing.
With this pistol win, Liquid are only 39 rounds away from closing the series out.
Funny guy. But there might be truth to that. Of course, Liquid.
There's a certainty with Virtus.pro on the other side.
Just thrown into the VP blender in their debut. But a win's a win. Saw some decent rifle work out of Ultimate, right? Back in regulation, it was actually his M4 3K that was kind of the biggest round he put forward until the OT ops started flowing. That's an AK to lead the charge. Galil right behind it. Ultimate trying to get the 4th player into this push, and he'll be glocked out of the round. Molotov burns in sight. Twist throwing himself up from spawn. We got CTs here in the open and an AK to take their heads off. Here comes the swing, and Electronic's gonna stop himself right then and there. No more entries allowed. Liquid, you have lost your bomb sites. You're completely outgunned from this point, outnumbered 2. Yukinder, long range with that MP9. Peaks on the reload. Wouldn't advise it.
This did not feel like a round where Liquid had won the last. The setup here was ultimate crack spotting off of Cat, but literally as we saw, if he didn't get the information and fell back, there was really no fallback plan. And respecting that Molotov meant he was going to die fighting as well. So it would have been good if they had more of a stiff arm setup with Goose or someone on default or someone ready to flash for him or something like that to try to fight in that position. But for what it's worth, great idea for Virtus.pro. Works out beautifully. And they pulled that off without getting a plant on the first round, so they had very little to work with here.
It even came out with like that weird hesitation out of spawn. They were dropping things for each other, but all pieced together in the end. Liquid gonna go force right back in. It's not the worst buy in the world, but I'd rather be VP.
We've had a couple of one-map era debuts, and I don't want to be alarmist, okay? But we had Cloud9. It looked like they were about to beat FaZe. Not only took the one map. We had Gamer Legion looked like they were going to beat Vitality. Only took the one map. Oh. Okay, nice one from Electronic. All 3 down. Light work. I'm not saying it's going to happen again, okay? I'm just saying it's happened before.
Pretty much what you're saying. Implications kind of obvious. Force Wars.
Well, you know what? One thing also was that Virtus.pro literally had no idea. So it said that they scrimmed a couple of times, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And like so much can change in a couple of weeks. On top of we don't know what maps they were. So it is a tough job for VP just to say like they don't even know the positions Liquid are going to be playing. I mean, they probably could read the positions. They're not going to know so much about the playstyle that's going to be, coming out of Twist. So there is a prep advantage for sure.
Yeah, but it's Dust 2 now, Mo. Throw the prep out the window.
I know. What is there to learn about Dust 2? That's the question. With the fast cat change, it definitely does add some. It adds more in the way of individual awareness, I think. When you're crawling back towards cat in post-plant situations, or you're going for retakes and considering it as an option, because now that box is higher up. So not only can you jump up yourself and actually get onto the catwalk,
it's just
but you can just use the higher box to see more stuff, and
yes, that is the box.
Yeah, that's massive. So I think it's added some really cool rounds already so far at groups.
It's Twists getting caught out as he was the one M4 player in the round out of the gates. They had thrown a smoke to pop in the door boxes, Team Liquid, but Twists kind of taking the duel before it plumed, gave Electronic the freebie. Everybody flooded out with it. I think VP will be very happy to capitalize and pounce on some quicker rounds this map. I've seen VP shred heads on Dust 2, Mohan.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where they've made most of their bread, honestly.
Smooth as butter. Ooh, James got tagged by the scout.
Ultimate was up in that head-to-head. Another tag, yep.
Ooh, okay, hold on. We got a yellow flag on the play.
And to be honest, with this much damage, it's barely favored for the T side if they're not careful anymore, because these pistols just got a whole hell of a lot more powerful.
Are there yellow flags or yellow? I don't know sports.
Yeah, I only play handball.
Okay. Yellow
cards?
Yeah. Or just normal flags.
Ocean
There's something.
Avenue.
Something's going wrong. Get out of the water. James falls back. Single kill to JKS. They want to make a move. They want to find these low HP players. But James, he's going to play it safe. They're going to boil down the clock. And there's going to be more pressure on Ultimate Scout soon enough. He tagged up 2. Is he going to body bag any of them? Oh, he tags a 3rd player now. He may have just queued himself up a shooting gallery. No, he can't get the 3rd. Fame, the last player on full health, will stop him in his tracks.
And again, these pistols, I mean...
James, again, passive and patient.
Over.
And because he's patient, he will clip NAF, trying to climb up the Xbox.
Oh.
And now the pistols suddenly lose that extra bit of vigor.
Thought we were going to see Twist go for that fast cat attempt. Oh my god, that's the opt-down.
You love that. If you are Liquid, there's a Galil over towards jump up if Twists wants to nab that. So some guns to be saved. And definitely some damage done here as VP go up 3-1.
I feel like James turns into Golem when he loses his op.
My precious, filthy, fast horses. Nasty, nasty.
Or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah,
Looks like Gandalf, acts like Golem. Walks like Jesus.
Not bad. Not bad, Ultimate. Softened up 3, killed 2. And you'll get that op back in hand. So from the pistol and then the hiccup into a delayed round 5 rifle round. Let's go Liquid. See what you got. Limitations here too, right? James coming in with a Tech 9 and a Mac 10 and then a bad smoke. I mean, they decide not to buy guns here for James.
Ooh.
And Nav's going to be happy with that.
Man.
2 easy kills on the entry.
You wanted some new smokes on Dust too. Leave it to VP.
Immediate flank into the tunnels as well. So Liquid looking to get this one taken right back. You've got all of VP stacked inside of the bomb site. JKS nowhere to be found. It's a marathon for him to get over to the site. Electronic gets dinked in the back of the head. Tries to climb up on boxes. Naf trying to nip away at his heels. James in window could fight out towards mid where there is another CT. That Molotov's burning time is at the halfway point and James hanging on.
Oh.
3 kills in this post plant. More CTs to come. James has basically done it all. And as he dies inside of the site, JKS comes through, but he had to come from the other side of the map.
And there's no kit.
He just picks it up towards tunnels. VP make mistakes and still win a 4th round.
Ooh, there was a little bit of money on a few players there too. And no kit means the round win. Nice one from James. He picked that up. That looked really awkward for a second when they were trying to attempt a retake. It felt like they just could not find the second to last player. James was back sight. But right here, tucked behind the double stack, not showing anything. It slowed the CTs down, and they were intent on killing the player at Car, who didn't exist. But it was Fame the whole time. Just staying patient. They didn't go window. Oh, that push will be called. Oh.
Yeah, Fame backs up. Ooh, Long's a point of contention. Yakinder blind. They don't push out.
Wait, this is wild. Did they... Yeah, well, I guess Ultimate has a chance to get out anyway.
Gonna leave Norbert on his perch. No vision, despite 2 players crossing. Obviously popping open that smoke, an indication that they're trying to set up an opper. And VP slip ever closer to the doorways. It's Ultimate to go and jump up on his own by the looks of it. A little delayed, but he gets in position. That's of course Electronic looking for the cat entry in a moment. Okay, absolutely deleted.
Stalled out there for a second.
Re-smoke for CT spawn. Suddenly Twist and NAF are about to have their hands full. But they could also smoke off an entrance. 25 to the clock. Yakinder and JKS yet to get into motion. Fame takes a ton of damage here. And NAF's going to try to just tuck himself deep on plat. Tunnel push is coming soon enough. And there's the challenge. NAF survives the first one, tags down the second. He's done his job.
There's
10
support.
to the clock. They turn towards the door, and Twist comes back. It's a Canadian hold on site. 5 to the clock, and the bomb just doesn't get planted. And so time decides as the CT just gets away. Dying after time, but no big deal. It's VP giving it over to Liquid.
Yeah, well, there was a T who just died after time as well, though.
That one matters.
Ooh, that one matters.
But JKS stays alive just long enough.
So close. They keep one there. Yeah, Canadian hole's beautiful. Just enough maple syrup on this between Twist and NAF, and that's delaying of time. Catching the window player. Oh, and it's Jame of all people. They messing with his money, man.
Surprised James didn't put a shot through the box before time expired.
Yeah.
Right? He's waiting for the peak, but...
yeah, like, what else is there to do?
Lose?
Yeah, and then die
that's
after
the other
time.
option. Yeah, the other option is lose. Options.
Was he? Yeah.
Yeah, right? Just, you know.
I think maybe he wasn't positive JKS was there and just needed
also possible
1 second of visual confirmation, 1 shoulder peek or anything, but...
We do indeed have all the information, you and I.
Yeah. But he got someone to buy him an op. Poor Fame's broke now. Oh my god. All right. That was half a JW.
Kinder luckily holding down long control. JKS about to get challenged. I mean, these are strong guns coming out of VP. Flash pops in the front of the attack. Twist tries to walk this up as Norbert's hands are busy. Falmus doesn't connect. I mean, did they expect less out of Virtus.pro this round? 3 players top mid. Ultimate looks a bit foolish on the swing. Yakinder's locked in on ramp. He's trying to fight with the better weapon in Norbert's hand. He falters.
No.
Game missed shot, not ideal. Tracks him down. And with the 2v2 left over, Flit just keeps his head down. Solo climb up. Flit looking to stay locked in, but he's lost his teammate on long, and he's only working on the 39 health. It's the Canadians again.
Oh, and the flash is good. It's really awkward for Flit. He can't get the kill, and the defuse will come in.
But 10 seconds, he's got it. No
so
issue.
Close.
It's Liquid with 3.
And the approach by going up Fast Cat makes it scary to come up the stairs, but he needed to take that duel.
What is this, dude?
Yeah, well, it was the call. It was the call with a flash, but there should have been a flash over mid doors. So I don't know if that missed or was late, but no one was blind, obviously.
Nice!
Also, when you make a play like that, you're probably going to try to op into suicide, and then you can drop back through the door off the railing.
Okay.
But obviously, when
there's three guys already out top
running
mid.
up cat, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's wild is he's still got one.
He's still got one.
MP9 for Yakindar here
and they won.
Make a little money. Make a lot of money.
Wow, cash.
Honestly, on for the ace. And with the fourth one down,
and we're talking about
Yakindar.
A good night of gaming here for Yakindar after map 1.
Get in there. Get it. Ace on the cards.
Oh, you did see his head, didn't you?
Taken away. But still, worth it. Shuts down the pistol. That's a pile of VP players right there. Jame will take his sweet time in an attempt to grab another frag. But no, twists. It's got him locked in. Easy anti-eco.
Yes, have fun with it. And it is actually important to place your MP9s to get as many of the eco and kills as possible. $600 kill reward, and less important if they die. So it's disfavorable for VP to run headfirst into that and not get the trade. Two ops coming in here for the CT side. We got Twist and Ultimate. Oh, in tandem, and it's Twist to kill Jame.
Sorry, my eyes deceive me.
Yeah, it feels like almost anyone could pick up the op at this point and kill Jame. For some reason, he's losing out in the head-to-heads.
And yet still sitting pretty at 12-8.
Yeah, true. Wow. That's a crazy good shot.
Oh, that's gross.
Single scope
Crouch
after
underneath?
ducking under that, yeah.
Womp womp. Ultimate can just have the easier shot of the two. There's an opera to counter pick him, but Flick gets smashed. And then that one lands, so...
Okay. This is carrying forward from overtime, which is where it really all began with the op shots, into regulation here on Dust 2 for Ultimate. At what point do Virtus.pro get scared, if they're not already?
Mythar said Twist could be one of the greatest in-game leaders of all time.
That's like the worst thing to say when you know what I mean? That's
when you
literally
haven't
what
played an official.
Twist, that was like Twist's first comment about Cadian, was that I think he can be better than Kerrigan or whatever. He said that within like 3 days of meeting him or something like that. And then I don't know why you would put that energy on somebody. Maybe Mythar didn't know. But it is funnier that way.
Between the scoutings and the signings, and now the calling,
it's had that extra pressure.
Counter-terrorists win.
Overreacting before you've played one official.
Yeah.
Guys.
Hey, and I heard the scrims weren't great either.
Might be the best of all time.
Yeah.
Just never IGL. I've got a hunch.
Why are you saving? Hurry the fuck up.
It's past Snap's bedtime.
Yeah.
They're saving because they want to beat you, Nafly.
Because they respect you. Now, Twist was, when he was playing on FaZe, this is no joke. He picked up the op every once in a while, but he has got some good rounds with it.
Sure.
It wasn't like the Rain picks up the op once a year and hits the shot. It was Twist. He was picking up 2-3 times a year.
Ooh.
And getting 2 or 3 kills.
Nice shots, JKS. Settle down, would ya? Khalil gets away from him after 2, but Twist posted up and supported right behind. Oh,
he's fast.
What is happening?
Ooh.
He might just be the best of all time.
No wall bang.
Lands that one, sends Flit a warning. You want it? Come get it.
Yeah.
The double lock combines on long, and that is 5 straight from Team Liquid.
Yep. All right. They got motion.
Without Ocean.
That's how it started off, though, with Twist.
Yeah, we want to talk about Twist scouting
Alona.
talent, but Ocean scouted Twist.
Yeah.
Where would Canadian Counter-Strike be without Ocean? Electronic tries to jump the gun out long, and JKS just going to turn him away. You want it? Come get it. Another 5v4 here as Liquid's momentum on the defense is notable. If not for losing round 2 to the Force Buy, who knows where they'd be standing. Cautious with the double ops out on the field. You know you've got to be extra careful towards mid doors, but nobody home in that regard. Just going to lean back on the car op here for Ultimate.
He was great here with that scout.
Yeah, hit like 5 or 6 shots in that round. There's a nade in CT spawn for Yakindar to pop that open. It's a great dink, actually, out of Fame. That'll get the B site a little worried. But Yakindar doesn't seem to be falling for it.
They have solid spots for this. I mean, it could be the B site, but like, yeah, they don't. I don't think Liquid need to adjust their setup in any way. It's just that Nafly's low. That's the one thing.
Twist's going to get active. Maintains control of mid doors.
Yo.
Okay, so they've got a double op too, apparently. It looks...
Yeah, no joke. A good hybrid sometimes.
Got a lot of tools for a new team. Twist goes back plat. These pistols, not favored whatsoever.
Oh my God. Headshot. Damn. Okay, he's feeling it right now, too.
Oh my God, they're the best team ever.
Try not to overreact to a Liquid debut challenge. Impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible. That's just too exciting.
Oh, grand slam number 2.
No one's going to tell me that wasn't a nice shot.
He can barely believe it. But it is versus pistols. They didn't stand a chance. It's not very fair. Twist is out middle again.
I mean, that thing does 447 damage to the head. He would have killed that guy 5 times, almost 5 times over with the head armor, everything.
Under pressure. But the Molly's going to help. He's got good cover on the box.
And
He's got good support from Twist falling back Cat.
Yeah, he's got the op above as well.
And smoke on door to get out. So they ran 2 risks there with both ops. And
I really appreciate how many set plays they've got for Ultimate already.
they said it was 3 weeks of good practice.
James could just die standing up here.
Keep your head tucked. Yep. Oh no! Peek at the same time down beneath. Flit. Beautiful. Refire.
That's actually a beautiful
Yakindar.
patience. But you hit her.
Oh, he does damage but doesn't finish Flit. Op shot rains out from above. Top mid peak comes through. Yakindar finishing James and JKS just getting an extra bit of timing off that delayed moment from Yakindar.
Damn, that patience play was beautiful from Yakindar.
Drop bomb.
And
Fame's
now,
doubling back through spawn.
Yeah, anything still possible here? We'll see if Twist watches his back or no, they double up. But Fame is making so much noise.
He drops down, twists. It's the op or the USP. Tough spot as they're now getting pinched. Flit, gets drive-by USP'd. 30 seconds, Twist dives. And the bomb is left behind him. Nade, will it help? Yes, it will.
Okay, wow, he's actually completely forfeiting this, which means that, well, Fame, of course, can run up Cat behind him or go out mid.
Yo, Twist has been so good in these clutches.
Oh, man, I think Twist maybe overcooked it, but it's still going to be hard for Fame to find him.
Yeah, and also his hands are going to be busy. I mean, he just has to plant. Did he get that?
No time for the Cat to get to the site.
It's good.
Safe.
Barely, but it's good. And Twist's trying to figure it out. If he just plays timing, maybe he'll think ramp, but no. Okay, Fame. Whew, he gets by with another. VP sprinkle one more in the face of a ferocious Team Liquid.
Maybe slight overcook with just not fighting him there with the bomb. Had to be the read on the play. Maybe a couple more seconds and he gets the flank without him getting the bomb down.
Maybe.
And I thought that there wasn't enough time to get around default, but I was wrong about that. So he got it safely down.
Maybe save it for the end of the next half.
Oh, okay, it's the end of the half.
Yeah,
See you in a second.
So about that clutch, Mo.
Yeah, so I thought he didn't have time to get around to default and then pop up, but he was safe, and then he got the kill on Twist, who maybe overcooked a little bit by not just waiting and sitting on the bomb and taking the swing on Cat that second.
Okay.
Those are the final thoughts after an unreal half of action and some very, very impressive rounds from Liquid and a ultimate that kicked off with fantastic scout shots.
Yep.
Just a high accuracy on his op. 6 kills in total, but we saw the impact already. It was very, very impressive, and it didn't take overtime this time to bring it out.
And like you said, a commendable amount of set pieces, right? Looks like Liquid had the prep ready for Dust 2, took it to VP on the CT side, and walked away with 7. Now they are poised for the B hits.
Yeah, tested cohesion here on T side.
Thing is, so are VP.
Uh-oh.
Ready for the pop. Flit. Ooh, that's a quick one. Molotov back sight. That gets Jame out into the open. Naf's going to start dropping bodies, and Twists drops down onto Car. Fame's flank a little late, but at least he's got the element of surprise.
Oh, no.
Never mind. Now spotted. Norbert. Ooh, creeps out through the window. Twists shell-shocked.
Oh, they're going to try to poke out of the door. Surely JKS. Yeah, he's coming for it. Norbert watching.
Norbert turns. Fame got his as he came out from the tunnels. JKS versus Naf. The Aussie looks to play it cool. Tucks back beneath window. Doesn't know Norbert's out. Sees it and tags him down low. Time is of the essence. No kick. He tries to run. He tries to dodge.
10
Norbert
seconds.
gets on it. This will be close.
Yeah. He's got his finger on his head right now as the time ticks down. It's coming down to the last tick. 16.
No, sir.
Oh, and he delayed just enough.
Just enough.
Just enough.
0.16 seconds burned off the Norbert clutch. And it's all he needed. Pistol in the back pocket of Liquid, but remember, they won the first pistol, only to look foolish to the force buy in the follow-up. So we'll see what VP can steal back. That was a sick flick from Flit. And Norbert, clean kills, but just not fast enough.
Nice, Justin! Justin,
Everything just coming up good here for Liquid in the close moments.
Ultimate's dead.
Oh.
See, what was that? Everything looking good, huh?
Up until that moment.
Naf has got a quick answer. What else does the VP have in store here? 2 SMGs alongside that James Scout. Electronics just got to keep his head down.
Yeah.
There is a molly on Naf if they want to throw it towards Car.
I think they're just avoiding getting scouted again before they exec on the, they just make sure they don't get Cat re-cleared. James speaking loudly here.
That nade will hit him for 5. Electronics position has to be given up. Just keeps his head down. Hey, listen, he just walked out of the fire. Oh, Twists keeps himself in on it. Yakindar's Mac 10 has taken all of it away.
Okay.
Disgusting.
Look at the health bars. Like a Winamp equalizer right here. They're all very low. And Fame, well.
VP could have walked away with it. VP softened them all up. But they will walk through and take a 9-5 lead on VP's map pick as Virtus.pro have to go back into the next one with nothing.
Yeah. Damn. How are they doing on pistols so far?
Both on this map.
Check back. Yeah, both on this map. And they definitely got one of 2 pistols on the first map. Did they get both as well?
Terrorists win.
They split them back on Ancient.
Oh, okay. Wow. You definitely feel the impact of that. Good starts here for this Liquid lineup.
I really thought Electronic was going to get away with one there when he just creepy crawled out of the fire. But Twists stays sharp, as he has been. Honestly, Twist's individual level here on map 2 has been awesome to watch.
Yeah.
Hopping like a god. 14 and 7 at the moment, alongside Yakindar and Naf, that trio of players.
It's a continuation. I mean, it seemed like Twist would definitely take a hit. But his form was in great condition on the last iteration of Liquid along with Naf. Now, even with more responsibility, looking fine. Ultimate goes down here on a round with less to work with for Virtus.pro and a bit of a bluff towards A. There's not actually that much resistance, just Fame here. He does have the best gun, but that best gun is only an MP9. See if they fall into the trap or not.
Fame almost knocked out of it, but playing dodgeball.
I feel like Fame's not had that great of a series so far.
Not.
Definitely a couple of rounds where he's looked a little uncomfortable.
22 and 34 back on Ancient. Ooh, but picking it up a little.
Right, and they're actually kind of scared of him right now. I mean, they're like, whoa.
Well, he softened up Twist, and then he just straight up kills Yakindar, so that's the only gun that they have to try and get by. They're afraid of it, but...
Yeah, they still just don't believe there's anyone else. They just want to kill him so bad.
He's just dodging nades from 15 down to 5. A Molotov now on 4. If he gets any more damage here, another dink on JKS. So
it's what we call winnable in the biz here for the CT side. Let's see if they can come in.
It's a numbers game. They pick up that MAC-10.
Oh, man, off the goose. No one playing cat.
Another rifle to be grabbed here. Naf, he's the one with the full bar. He starts to pepper them. He takes damage back. There's the peek off Goose. Flit with the double P250. Oh, he cleans him up almost. Twist trying to fall away. He's down to just 2 bullets. Jame, half health, Glocks out, tapped out of it. Twist with the 1v3.
Jesus, another 1v3.
Now, it was just pistols.
Yeah,
should have never been so close.
But he could have lost for sure.
And so they will sigh.
They were definitely indulging in some of those ecos from Carr, from Goose, right? There was like a crossfire. If they really wanted to wait longer, they could have, but when you got Valdulk and like playing like this, Jame running out of ammo, and it's all too easy. Yeah, and Mither's like, man, I hit the jackpot today. My players are owning.
Guns in, though. Here we go. What's VP got for us? Their map pick. And a CT side for Jame to try and get the better of Ultimate. In the head-to-head between Jame and Ultimate, it's not like he's getting trounced.
Need a second glance at it because it did, it does feel like obviously James getting a lot more kills in some spots, but last map in overtime, it was definitely Ultimate over Jame. Mm-hmm. He was pretty much unstoppable. Wow.
Careful. Safe to say he's not afraid of him.
Yeah.
Brave peek. Bolstered catwalk. Jame falls back and Electronic moves out. Just in case, but nobody home here in lower tunnels. Good protocols from Liquid versus the first gun round of VP.
I think it's open to find some action, but there wasn't anybody in lower.
You know, one of the things Twist's really kind of praised about this team and bringing it all together, he said what's important to him was work ethic. And honestly, with 3 weeks of preparation between Ancient and this, I mean, good amount of set plays, good amount of tethering, adaptations in the mid-round. We don't know how deep this pool goes, but definitely something to be praised. 15 to the clock as they go for the cross. There's the damage on Twists. Bombs on Naf. Oh, he gets by with the kill on Norbert and on Flit. 8 seconds. He's got to get this in. Oh, it's Electronic to find one. Takes Yakinder off. JKS traded out down towards middle. This is the edge to VP, but the bomb plant for Liquid.
Yeah, Ultimate up to the plate again, playing from Carr. Naf lies low. They're splitting up. This will be James' chance.
It's fast enough. Missed shot from Ultimate, soon to be exposed, and on his own, it's done. Retake out of VP. It looked frantic and last second from Liquid, basically the whole round long. Sure, they were good at taking the mid control and pressuring Cat with utility, but it all boiled down to a 15-second three-person ramp cross.
They got a little obsessed with the phantom of somebody that they thought was in lower, or they thought they could get some early kill inside of mid that burned a lot of time and resources off the clock, and then yeah, this play came up just a little late. I mean, they still had the bomb down, but definitely at the cost of some HP, some players. Shot missed there from Ultimate, showing he's human. wake-up call for Virtus.pro. Trying the same opening pick play here for James, setting up towards suicide.
Electronics with him again as well.
And the pressure's going to come down. They're going to see James go from here.
Previously, James left before now. This time he sticks around a bit and takes a ton of damage.
Honestly, very lucky to have lived in that situation. Oh. Flit. Is he going to be aware of this? They could be prodding out the door. We actually haven't seen too many mid-B splits.
Great time flash. Holy hell.
Yeah, that could not be better.
Electronic smothered.
Oh, man.
Easy chase for Twists. Down goes the op. Oh, he didn't see him. Didn't see him. Easy pop up for Norbert. That'll be the free one. Now they're on high alert as the rest of the pack crosses over with Bomb. Yakinder's looking to late activate.
He's literally playing to just kill them in exits already. The round's over.
And honestly, that could set them up for a very easy 12th round win if he doesn't die himself. He'll drop one, but also confirms VP will not be playing the retake and Liquid take the 11-6 lead.
Crazy on their map pick. It's VP's map pick.
I can't believe Twist didn't see Norbert.
Yeah. It is something new to get used to.
That's also fair. And locked in, looking for the site entry, maybe. I was also surprised Norbert, once he got that kill, just dove back down to CT. Thought maybe there was still some more value in the position. It's not like you have to jump any further.
Just go up even higher.
Terrorists win.
Twist in the middle.
On the box! On the box! There's one player, no?
On the box.
He's on the box.
He's on the box.
His confusion coming from Norbert's position. He said he's long player, no? Not then and there.
How are VP getting bullied like this, man? This is crazy.
It ain't over till it's over.
It's not over.
12-7 back on Ancient.
Into 40 rounds. A VP style. We deserve every map to go to overtime.
5-7's the limitation here for James. Heavy util on tunnels. Now Liquid back on Ancient, leaning into those very aggressive plays to try and finish the map. Well, they don't immediately jump on this B site, but they're sure as hell ready to go now. Grenades to be set up. Yakinder's Mac 10 on the entry. Fame tries to climb boxes. Mac 10 comes out, goes down. Fame, nice double kill. Naf, however, cleans him out, and Flitz just got to keep his head down. Good support utility, but Ultimate just nails the shot. And Twists creeps out as Ultimate finds one through smoke. Perfectly timed. And Electronic in the 1v3 has managed to get into sight. Oh, this is interesting.
He was running for a long time, but they're watching the door. Ultimate dies.
Oh, the trade's right there.
Oh, my God.
And Liquid off the full-blown execution, 3v5, take 12.
That is insane. You know that shot was nice from Ultimate, up on default.
I like this Ultimate smirk.
Yeah, an Ultimate smirk.
Excellent second kill out of Fame. We don't get to see the second kill out of Ultimate there, but putting it into the 3v1 is no easy feat. James, right back. So VP 5 rounds in regulation to push overtime. Last map, 6 rounds demanded of them here on the second.
You know they can do it. Listen, if VP make this comeback, Connor, Maui and Sponge have to co-stream the third map.
Okay. Not such a...
This is what everybody wants. We're all watching.
Together.
Yes. This game will bring us back together.
Twists around the side of smoke. James already opened up shop with the first one. Give us the second too, huh? It's right there for the taking. Slight miss, half his health's gone. Oh, Twist keeps up the pressure. Can Norbert's MP9 stop them from getting on site? Oh, the pre-fire out of Twist. It's gross. He has been so on it all map long. Stopped at 22 kills here for this one, but bomb goes down. And there's a little more contact. Flit softened up. Ultimate's coming at. Not missing shots as him and JKS combined. 13-6. Wow. Twist wanted a good debut. And dare I say it, they got one. The overtime power-up from Ultimate, the double op here on Dust 2. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Man.
But did someone say Grand Slam?
Let's try not to overreact. I'm going to try.
I was about to say something really nice about Liquid, and then we got Scorny talking about Grand Slams, and I want to be like, calm down, calm down. But I have to say, it looked really good. A 2-0 victory against Virtus.pro. Liquid looked really strong on Dust 2. This is good signs. First showing that we get to see this new lineup, and it looks impressive, Cadian.
Yeah, that was a really good start. I think that especially the CT side of Liquid, when they got going, was really strong. They were down 4-1, and then they turned it on. I think Twist had some really, really good kills with the AWP, especially the second kill he hit in long one of the rounds. It's a very difficult shot to hit, so he was feeling it. Overall, a really good start for them. You still sit back and you wonder, VP, why did you give Liquid their 2 best maps though?
I mean, this is we spoke a little bit about the map picks earlier on, and you mentioned that this is like, for example, Dust 2 really good for Liquid, and I was saying, oh, but you know the lineups changed, maybe it's different. Not the case at all. They still looked really good on it. So, what do you think the thinking was from VP to let this happen?
The only logical solution I have is that with this format, there's usually a lot of rematches, and it will always be a little bit more difficult to play the rematch after winning. I don't think say that they're losing on purpose. I just think that maybe the only logical explanation I have is that they're saving the best pick for the second time that they face Liquid. Because, I don't know, Liquid has an 80% win rate on Dust 2. Only lost it once, 13-11 to a 9C who had a really good tournament in Dallas. So I think it's a bit of a risky pick, honestly.
Final thing for me, though, before we get to chat to the players in Liquid, is I was very concerned about Twist coming in as an IGL and possibly losing form. That was a concern that I had. I know a few other people echoed it as well. I don't think that's really the case here. He still looks really strong.
Yeah. 122 ADR, 22 kills, 10 deaths. That was a very, very strong performance from him. I think that when you have the mechanical abilities that Twist has, it's not about if he can do it in one map or 2 maps or a series or 1 tournament. It's how does his overall statistics look 6 months down the line. So I think even though it's a great start, I don't think this is where we can kind of judge if it's going to have an impact on his individual level or not, because I mean, it will. There's no in-game leader who's using so much energy on looking at the radar, on extra time studying opponents instead of DMing and stuff, who's not going to lose a little bit of individual touch.
Fair enough. Now, one of my favorite players is finally back in the server, and he's with Banks now.
Aussie.
Cadian did the intro.
Liquid's debut of the new players, including JKS here right now, does come up looking very good, and it was one hell of a fight though. If we go back to the first map of Ancient, you guys get pushed to overtime, Ultimate comes alive, you had a very solid game as well coming into it. What was that like to go through as a new team?
Yeah, it was a little bit chaotic, but I mean, honestly, it went pretty well. I think we have a pretty good understanding of why it went so long. I feel like we could have closed it out a little bit earlier, but our comms are pretty chaotic at times, and it's just something that you only really have when you're a new team. Some things aren't really ironed out and all, but I mean, obviously they were playing really good on the T side as well. They were abusing us when we were using all our utility earlier. So I mean, yeah, it was obviously a really tight game, but it was fun to play.
How did it get in terms of the calling from Twist, maybe some of the input that Myth I was trying to have him when you're getting to that situation? It's so crazy of an overtime.
Yeah, no, Russ does a really good job of staying calm, and obviously he has a lot of experience, so he knows how to navigate these situations, and especially being on FaZe, obviously they have a lot of crazy games, so he's got some experience with that. But no, I mean, overall, it was pretty good. I think we had a pretty good understanding of what to do and how to fix the situation. So I mean, yeah.
And what did you guys say at Ultimate? Because I think it was before the half, before he got into overtime, he had maybe, I think it was 11 or 12 kills, and then he just came through into overtime and dominated. What clicked, what changed within him?
I don't know, maybe his
you know, obviously it's his first game on like a big stage and stuff like that. So I mean, maybe there was something there, but everyone's really confident in him. Everyone knows what he can do, especially after what he's been doing in practice and stuff. So I mean, maybe he just needed some time to get used to the setup and all that. So you know, as a new player and all that, like a different environment, different tables, different like chairs and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think he just woke up a bit and started feeling more confident there. That's about it, really.
And how happy are you to be back? Because I actually saw you smiling during some parts of that game, mate.
No, it was for sure. It's really nice to be back after having like 7 months of doing absolutely nothing. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not really bored anymore. It's something new every single day, like 12-hour day kind of thing. So it's been pretty exhausting overall. But I mean, obviously, it's really good to be back and playing because you know, obviously, this is what I want to do. So, yeah, it's been great.
Well, I think I speak from the whole community here that you is welcome back, and we're good to have you back, man. Well done, GG's.
JKS, what a star. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again, I feel like this was such a good move from Liquid, bringing him back. I think he looks really good. I think he made all the difference for them on the first map as well. And now we get to see more of him again.
Yeah, I mean, he had quite a lot of very good anchoring situations as well, where he not only pulled his weight, but he pulled above his, punched above his weight and did more than you can expect. You also see the round where he's in pit on long. They try to run out on him. He gets 2 kills, survives, buys time. You can just see the experience that he brings into these positions. So being able to put him on one side of the map and Nev on the other side of the map is just a very strong anchoring duo.
Happy smiles from Liquid, and now tomorrow the true test begins. No disrespect to Virtus.pro, but Liquid's going to face off against the #1 team in the world. So this is really going to be a nice litmus test for where this new lineup stands. Let's recap though what you've been able to see today. We of course started with Group C, so we'll take a look at those results. So many changes that we got to see. Cloud9, they put up such a good fight with FaZe, and I mean, I don't know if you had a chance to see some of those games, Cadian, because obviously it was quite early in the morning. But
I saw all of it. I saw all of it.
You were up nice and early watching. What did you think of the new Cloud9 lineup?
Yeah, I think that they definitely had a rough start. I tuned in the beginning and FaZe was just completely stumping them. They came back, made it very competitive, and the way they played Inferno, kind of breaking FaZe's win streak as well, was very impressive. And yeah, the kind of overtimes back and forward on Mirage, they looked spicy, and I think 2 of the 3 players that you want to have big numbers, which is Icy and Exile, really pulled through and had incredible ratings, incredible impact. We need to kind of have Heavy Guard also enter that scene. But I mean, for a long time, I kind of think that, you know, Boomich had a bit of a weird exit out of the NAVI situation and all that, but he is one of the best in-game leaders in the world, and he's shown that. Won the Major, won the Grand Slam. He's been in a system with a great coach, but I also think that he's a great individual as a player, and yeah, I wish him the best. So I think it's great to see him back as well, and maybe in a lineup where the roles match a bit better. We don't have to see him on the AWP.
We're going to take a look at Group D now. Of course, you've been watching those games, and as that comes up, I think what's quite exciting is we had these 2 new young players stepping up into Tier 1. That's always exciting. New blood in the form of IC for Cloud9 and, of course, Ultimate for Liquid, and both of them on their debuts doing a really good job of saying, hey, actually, I deserve my spot here.
Yeah, for sure. And the matches tomorrow is also going to be very good. Navi against Liquid. You're going to see world's #1 against this new lineup, and I think Navi today looks super strong. We talked about the favorites kind of coming in and struggling, like we saw FaZe against Cloud9, mentioned it earlier with the opening game for Vitality against Gamer Legion. The only 2 clear favorites who actually managed to pull through in round 1 was Spirit and Navi. So yeah, gonna be good to see them again tomorrow.
I've been really tough on Liquid for the last few days, but now as we look at the GGBet predictions, you'll see I had them down to win. I never doubted, I believed, and there it is, our predictions, how it's running so far. And of course, for those that said Virtus.pro, we get to steal points away from them, I do believe, at some point. So I'm very excited to make sure that you finish on 0, Cadian.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
Anders is doing really badly.
He's also making a little bit of some troll picks here and there. Like, I'm not sure how many people realize, but I see what you're onto, Anders. I see what you're onto.
The fans are like, oh, who cares about what analysts say? They never know anything, right? So they don't care about predictions. What they do care about is all the epic plays that we got to see. And the Traded.gg play of the days now are coming up. We got 3 for you. Tell me about the first one, Cadian.
Yeah, the first one is Rain, who is having a bit of a field day and does 2, showing once again that maybe age is not as important as many people think in Counter-Strike. Getting the first 2 kills here, waiting in a lurk position out so long, gets 1, gets 2, and gets a 3rd one. Beautiful ace from him.
Of course, we got to see our first overtime of the day when we went to Mirage with Cloud9 and FaZe, and it was Axel's 4K that was really quite sexy coming up from Cloud9, giving us a taste of what we can expect if this team gels, and it looked really good. I also always love Axel when he's on form, to be honest, because it is fun to watch.
For sure. Then we have Kerrigan pulling a 1 versus 4 out of the hat. Incredible angle dual isolation here as well, being very aware of the situation, gets the first 3. Then drags out the time a little bit, repositions, and get the last one. Maybe you expect a little more of a celebration from Kerrigan, because that was a beautiful 1 and 4.
I always love a happy, excited Kerrigan, but then when I see him like that and I know he's in like business mode, I'm like, FaZe is going to bring something hot very soon. That's what I expect. Talking about hot, though, we will
He's
actually...
cooking.
He's cooking. He's getting ready, and maybe it'll come through tomorrow. Let's see what we get to watch during the course of the day. We are starting it out with... That is a banger. FaZe up against G2, and then we'll follow it up with Cloud9 versus NIP, and of course we'll end the day with Big and VP. Liquid versus NAVI is going to be the fun one for Cadian and I, because we are on those last 2 best of 3s for the day.
Yeah, exactly. I think especially like people are going to be tuning in early. FaZe versus G2, that is just always a banger, you know. You have previous teammates playing off against each other. You have Money on the orb making his things. FaZe still hungry for that extra level of gear with Frozen. So a lot of individuals who can show up and shine.
I'm going to have to now take my shoe off and go and eat it because, of course, Liquid proved me very wrong and did an incredible job today. So I'm going to go do that. I don't know what you're doing. Cadian's going to go home, and we'll see you tomorrow.